Star Odyssey chapter 3843 to chapter 3893. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm useful to you. Lu Yin, I'm useful to you. I'm the strongest thought entity in the Nine Clouds universe. I can help you cultivate your thoughts. Yuya shouted in a voice he had never heard before. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Lu Yin sneered. You want to devour my consciousness, but I also want your thoughts. You should know this. Yuya was terrified. You can't do this. You'll die. Your body can't withstand my thoughts and your consciousness. You should know this. Lu Yin nodded. I know, but someone taught me that by changing the form, I can change the use. Yuya didn't understand. Lu Yin stared at the dark golden cloud and didn't say anything else. He released the starry sky in his heart and directly pressed Yuya into the general appointment platform hell. In an instant, the karma heavenly Tao began to surge. Yuya had lived for too long. Before Yuya's thought entity appeared, his thoughts already existed. He used his thoughts to become a new life form and called himself Yuya. However, this life form had existed for a long time, but Lu Yin didn't know how long it had existed. The general appointment platform hell only cared about the karma of the life form itself. As for whether this karma belonged to the thought entity or Yuya, it had nothing to do with the karma heavenly Tao. Lu Yin had neglected this point. When he saw the karma heavenly Tao surge to an unexpected level, he was shocked. He expected Yuya to be able to increase the karma heavenly Tao by a lot, far more than ordinary bitter adversity cultivators, but it shouldn't be this much. It was so exaggerated that he was speechless. It was still rising. Lu Yin was uneasy. How could it have increased so much? It didn't make sense. Yuya shouldn't have been able to increase the karma heavenly Tao by so much, and it was still increasing. It was almost to the extent that the meteorite had increased the karma heavenly Tao. The meteorite's karma came from a destroyed universe, but how could Yuya have so much karma? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Behind him, Azure Lotus Protector walked out and looked at the skyrocketing karma heavenly Tao in amazement. We guessed correctly. Lu Yin looked back and bowed respectfully. Senior, this is? Others might not be able to see the heavenly Tao of karma, but the Azure Lotus Emperor would definitely be able to see it. Lu Yin did not hide the situation in the Hell of Generals appointing platform. Regent Blue Lotus's expression was calm. Before Yuya was born, his consciousness already existed. That consciousness was vast and powerful. Even though most of it dissipated with the passage of time, the remaining consciousness still created Yuya, the god of defense. Do you understand? Lu Yin was shocked. An immortal realm mind? Qing Lian, you did not deny it. A consciousness that had already mostly dissipated could still give birth to Yuya, the god of defense. One could imagine how powerful the original consciousness was. Only the consciousness of the eternal life realm could explain it. Yuya tried everything he could to attain immortality, but he was not the consciousness itself. It was just that the consciousness wanted to live, so it gave birth to a will to live. This will ensure that the consciousness would not completely dissipate, and at the same time, it subconsciously searched for an opportunity to break through to immortality. To Yuya, it's a breakthrough to eternal life. But to that thought, it's a recovery. Yuya tried everything, but it was still difficult for him to break through to immortality. In the end, he could only rely on devouring consciousness to achieve the power of the eternal life realm. Unfortunately, he could not absorb the consciousness of the life in the consciousness universe until you appeared. Regent Blue Lotus looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Yuya thought that if he absorbed your consciousness, he could merge it with the consciousness and achieve immortality. This method could be realized, but he did not expect you to be so difficult to deal with. He also did not expect that we would not let him succeed. Lu Yin understood. Once he achieved immortality, Yuya would disappear, and the consciousness itself would appear. Regent Blue Lotus nodded and sighed deeply. The dead should just die peacefully. There's no need to cause trouble. An immortal who lives all year round and has seen the vicissitudes of life is completely different from an immortal who dies and tries to revive. The latter is not human. His expression was solemn. Not human, not scolding, but the fear of the latter. If the dead were revived, what would death mean to him? he would no longer have any fear of death. If he did not fear death, he would not care about the death of other creatures. This was quite dangerous. The most direct comparison was between a human and a zombie king. This was a replica of a human and a zombie king. So Yuya should have died long ago, Luin said. Regent Blue Lotus smiled faintly. He should not have died in our hands. Since you want his consciousness, I will give it to you. If you can achieve immortality with it, it will be a good thing for the human race. However, the prerequisite is that you will not be controlled by that consciousness. I have confidence in you. Luin knew that he was in trouble. He had obtained the consciousness. Once he merged it with the consciousness, he might be able to achieve absolute command and increase his combat power. Even if he did not, the increased karma from suppressing Yuya's consciousness would be enough to make up for it. However, he had also killed the revival of an immortal. Senior, do you know the immortal who wants to revive? I don't know. Then do you have any clues about that immortal? Since he is immortal, would he have friends or something? Don't worry. Even if he does, we will stop him. Besides, it is impossible for him to have friends. Immortality is only in theory. Won't he still die? This person's friends are probably all dead. Luin was relieved. Regent Blue Lotus looked at Luin. Knowing this, you are most worried about the immortal himself. That means you are confident that you will not be controlled by that consciousness, right? Luin smiled bitterly. Senior, you flatter me. How can I be confident? It is just that sometimes I have some strange ideas. For example, changing the form can change the purpose? Regent Blue Lotus interrupted. Luin was helpless. He had been overheard and blamed himself for being careless. However, how could he associate Yuya with an immortal? Regent Blue Lotus smiled. I will not ask you how to solve it. Since I am willing to hand Yuya over to you, I naturally have confidence in you. This matter is over. From now on, there is no Yuya in the ninth heaven universe. After saying that, his figure disappeared. As Regent Blue Lotus disappeared, Lu Yin's body fell and returned to the sixth night pillar. This scene was seen by many in the sixth night pillar. Luli was shocked. Although there was no aftermath of the battle just now, it was even more shocking. There was an incredible power that blocked their vision. It was obviously an immortal who could block a powerhouse at the perfect stage. Regent Blue Lotus had made his move. That dark golden light must have been Yuya. Luin, Yuya. She thought about how Yuya had been fished up by the ninth heaven universe when he had spiritualized. She thought of something and looked at Luin with even more respect. If the various powers had a way to report to Regent Blue Lotus, then this person had a way to meet Regent Blue Lotus. No wonder he came from Mihai. Swordmaster Taitsong did not know whether he should be happy or sad. Yuya was probably gone, and no one could compete with him for the position of head of the Night Pillars. He should be happy, but without Yuya, he would not be able to get Luin to help him obtain the qualifications to participate in the battle. Furthermore, Yuya had once been the imperial deity. Jianhong retracted his gaze. Some people were destined to be unreachable. Only those in the sixth night pillar knew about this battle, but no one had actually seen the battle. They only knew that after this battle, the way they looked at Luin changed. Luin landed on the sixth night pillar without being disturbed. He waited quietly. 10 days later, he took a deep breath and released his Karma Heavenly Tao. The Karma Heavenly Tao continued to expand, encompassing the cultivators of the sixth night pillar one after another. Eventually, it even extended beyond the sixth night pillar. Luin exhaled, as this area far surpassed anything he had ever covered before. Even the increase in karma from the meteorite could not compare to that from suppressing Yuya. Was this the karma of the eternal realm? It was too vast. The longer one lived, the more they experienced, and the heavier their karma. Yuya's karma was comparable to that of an entire civilization. Under the Karma Heavenly Tao, Luli and Swordmaster Taitsong were filled with unease. They did not know where this uneasiness came from, but they felt uneasy. The feeling of being able to do as they pleased had disappeared, and a sense of danger forced them to leave the sixth night pillar as far away as possible. Swordmaster Taitsong did so without even greeting them. Luli wanted to leave as well, but she could not. The sixth night pillar was her home. She guessed that this uneasiness was related to Luin, as he was the only person in the sixth night pillar who could make her feel uneasy. Thus, she had to wait, hoping that Luin would not harm them. Even though the Azure Lotus cultivated karma and covered the karma heavenly phenomenon, almost no one in the ninth heaven universe could sense the power of karma. They were not worthy of the Azure Lotus taking action. Even Yuya had never experienced the feeling of being controlled by karma. It was like being a marionette that could control its life. Thus, countless cultivators in the ninth heaven universe were grateful to the heavens and wanted to use this opportunity to attract the Azure Lotus's attention. They were sure that the Azure Lotus could see them, but no one knew what it felt like to be watched by karma. After a while, the karma heavenly Tao retracted. Luli heaved a sigh of relief. Her back was drenched in sweat. Jianhong was slightly better than Luli. He was arrogant and believed that he had obtained 30% of the world's sword intent. This was not only arrogance, but also a goal. He could take his basket and escape from the seventh night pillar. Even if the sixth night pillar gave up, he would not give up. His willpower was far stronger than Luli's. The weaker one's cultivation, the less they would feel controlled by karma. This was especially true for cultivators who had not even reached the emissary realm. They did not feel anything at all. On the other hand, the sun beasts in the underground trembled slightly. Ever since the meteorite had caused Lu Yin's karma heavenly Tao to skyrocket, even if a powerhouse who had crossed bitter adversity was forced into the appointment platform hell, the release of karma would be completed quickly. However, Yuya had taken more than 10 days. Luin did not know when it had started, but his insufficient karma had caused him to lose his sense of security. Perhaps it was when he had relied on karma and the eternal substance to escape from the eternal realm creatures. Luin had been constantly thinking about increasing his karma, and now that he had achieved it, it felt unreal. Sometimes, the more one obtained, the more uneasy one felt. It was as if he had snatched away an eternal realm powerhouse's lifetime experience. Luin was silent for a long time before releasing Yuya from the appointment platform hell. The dark golden cloud was boiling to the point of almost burning, which surprised Luin. Yuya's condition was different from the others who had been pushed into the hell of general appointing platform, and he understood after some thought. Most people who were pushed into the hell of general appointing platform would experience the past and tear open their scars. Only consciousness lifeforms did not care about these so-called experiences. Yuya was not a life form, he was a consciousness. Consciousness did not exist in history and only existed in the present. What he had experienced in the hell of general appointing platform would not cause him pain, it would only cause him to think endlessly, causing his consciousness to boil to the point of almost burning. Luin did not know if he was in pain or numb, or if he did not care. Just think about it. What would it feel like to think about something for more than 10 days until one's head was about to explode? Luin did not care about how Yuya felt. He enveloped the dark golden cloud with the space in his heart. Under the sky palace, his consciousness was suppressed, and Yuya suddenly shouted, "It's real this time." Luin, what do you want? I can help you become the god of defense and help the Tianyuan universe avoid being rebooted. You can't kill me. The giant palm landed and slammed into the dark golden cloud. The terrifying power immediately dispersed the dark golden cloud, causing it to turn into a dark golden stream of light that scattered in all directions. However, no matter where it landed, it could not leave the region of space where Lu Yin's heart was. At the same time, Lu Yin's 9 heavens transformation collapsed. He took the initiative to erase the 9 heavens transformation and spread out his consciousness to search for the dark golden consciousness and grab it. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared in the space in Lu Yin's heart. The stars rotated, and the astral energy and consciousness planets caused the other stars to rotate rapidly. The skyfall cascade was swept up, and a 3-colored storm of soil blew across the land. Green sprouts danced in the wind, and endless power circulated in the sky. There was a hidden array, and the wordless heavenly book hung high in the sky. The divine seal catalog bloomed with golden light, and along with the dark golden consciousness, it was as if a dark golden meteor shower had descended upon the sky. Along with the dark golden light, streaks of dark consciousness entangled with the consciousness and collided with it, causing the sky to emit countless sparks. the dark golden and black continued to collide, falling onto the stars in a dazzling display. Lu Yin's expression did not look good. What was going on? He could not catch it? The progenitor and Yuya had both said that he could not seize the consciousness with his physical strength. Yuya could walk this path, but he could not. However, Che had reminded Lu Yin that he could change his state and use. He thought of dispersing the memories in his consciousness so that he could approach the palace without having to bear the pressure of the memories. Now, he also wanted to separate his thoughts and use his consciousness to grasp them one by one, continuously fusing his consciousness and thoughts. He didn't have to succeed all at once, but any success would give him the power to fuse his consciousness and thoughts together and attack. This was also inspired by the immortal matter. He did not need to fuse with all of Yuya's thoughts at once. As long as he could seal them and fuse them with the corresponding consciousness, he would be able to obtain the power that Yuya yearned for even in his dreams. Even Xianxia did not want Yuya to succeed in order to prevent the resurrection of the dead eternal life realm expert. One could imagine how powerful his words were. However, Lu Yin had failed at the first step. He could not catch the consciousness. These thoughts were constantly scattered, but each of them seemed to have an independent life. Under Lu Yin's control, each of these scattered consciousnesses surpassed the thoughts that he wanted to capture, but they were constantly toyed with by the thoughts and could not be captured at all. It was like a stupid strong man catching a weak but smart monkey. Sparks kept colliding in the starry sky near Lu Yin's heart, like an unprecedented fireworks dance. Lu Yin, you failed. Ha 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 ha. A malicious mocking voice came from a dark golden light. Then, there were continuous voices mocking Lu Yin. Who do you think you are? You want to use the power of words? Ridiculous. You deserve to die. I curse you to die a horrible death. Ha 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 ha. Countless voices echoed, and each dark golden light was a Yuya. The voices were full of hatred and roaring, cursing and swearing. Lu Yin watched calmly as the consciousness and consciousness collided. He could catch the consciousness with his strength, but what was the use? In the end, he still had to merge the consciousness with the consciousness. If his consciousness could not catch the consciousness, he would fail. Come, catch me. Can you catch me? Is this the essence of your strength? You are finished. I am going to destroy you. You are dead. Lu Yin, I will make you live a life worse than death. Streaks of dark golden light crashed into the stars, especially the divine power planets and continents. But as the infinite power swept across, the dark golden light was pushed away. Some of the dark golden light crashed into the ordinary stars, but those stars were from Lu Yin's serious art. With the activation of the art of Sirius, the dark golden light was swept away. Yuya was already a stray dog. His strength was constantly being scattered by the consciousness. It was easy for Lu Yin to erase these consciousness. But it was a pity. How could he catch the consciousness and merge it? Yuya's cursing and swearing filled the starry sky. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes, listening quietly. That was all Yuya could do. Cursing and swearing was a sign of incompetence. As time passed, Yuya's cursing became worse and worse. His words were full of malicious words. In comparison, Miao Wu Wang's cursing and Yu Sang Tian sounded like praise, but Lu Yin heard something different. Yuya's consciousness was changing. In the starry sky, the dark golden light was constantly being scattered. The more scattered it was, the harder it was to control the consciousness. Lu Yin's eyes widened. You should have died long ago. Ha 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 ha, you finally can't help but curse me. Is there any use? You can only curse me. If you can erase my consciousness. Lu Yin, you won't. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yin's tone was low. Your death has nothing to do with me. It originated from the God of Defense. You have long been on the God of Defense's kill list. Nonsense. I am Yuya, the God of Defense. In the Nine Heavens universe, other than the three gods, who can do anything to me? Why are you in front of me? Lu Yin shouted. He waved his hand and tore a dark golden light into more than a dozen. Yuya shouted, it's the Blue Lotus God. The Blue Lotus God helped you. Otherwise, you can't do anything to me. It's the Blue Lotus God. Then why were you stripped of your position as the god of defense? It's the Blood Tower God. The Blood Tower God harmed me. You were captured by the Blue Lotus God. Did the Blood Tower God stop you? Did the alarmed God stop you? They didn't. They all want you dead. Luin waved his hand again and tore a dark golden light apart. No, why would they harm me? Why would they want to kill me? Because you are useless. You were fished up by me. You are a disgrace to the Nine Heavens universe. No, you are despicable. You colluded with that traitor. How could you not be fished up? How could you resist? You shouldn't have resisted. Yuya's words were getting crazier and crazier. He was like a child who was being unreasonable. Luin kept tearing apart the dark golden light. He knew that although Yuya still controlled these thoughts, his ability to think was deteriorating. Thoughts could give birth to Yuya, but they could also make him disappear. If no one did anything to this thought, a new life would be born in the distant future. Perhaps it would be called Yuya or something else. Luin was stripping Yuya of his existence. I am about to succeed. I will definitely be able to merge thoughts into consciousness. Impossible, you will never be able to do it. Thoughts are the method, and consciousness is the direction. What right do you have to decide the method based on the direction? Yuya roared. His words gave Luin a flash of inspiration. He stared at the dark golden light in front of him. So that's how it is. No wonder, so that's how it is. Yuya was right. Thoughts were the method, and consciousness was the direction. In other words, thoughts were the process, and consciousness was the result. Only the process would lead to the result, so how could the result lead to the process? The process was the cause, and the result was the effect. Cause and effect were always the cause before the effect. That was why the withered ancestor had been sealed in the Mirage domain. He wanted to reverse karma, but the Forbidden Zone did not allow it. That was why Qin Yun had attracted Lu Yin's attention. Qin Yun's constitution was also reversing karma. Yuya was able to merge his consciousness with Lu Yin's words because he was the thought. He was the cause, and Luin was the effect. Luin would never be able to merge his thoughts, or else he would be reversing karma. The progenitor had only told Luin that his body could not bear it, but he had not told him about the karmic relationship between thoughts and consciousness. The progenitor could not be blamed. He had not comprehended karma, nor had he cultivated his thoughts and consciousness. Naturally, he would not have thought of this. If not for Yuya's reminder, Luin would not have been able to figure it out either. He stared at the streaks of dark golden light as he listened to Yuya's curses. Normally, Yuya would not have reminded Luin, as he knew that Luin had comprehended karma and would understand. Even if he did not believe that Luin could reverse karma, he would not take the risk. However, the current Yuya was like a child who had lost his will, and he could say anything. The more the dark golden light was scattered, the lower his will would be. Now that he understood the reason, what Luin needed to do was to change this karma. It was very simple, and only Luin and Guardian Blue Lotus could do it. That was to add another result after the process and the result. This result was actually the process from before. It was equivalent to saying that after doing something, one could review the process and reverse engineer the process. Regardless of whether the process was right or wrong, it would still be the same. This way, there would be an additional result, and the process would be the same as before. This was to increase karma. Doing something like this was not as simple as comprehending karma. One had to be able to create karma. Otherwise, how could one add another result? This result was not something that anyone wanted to do, but rather something that had already existed in the past. Lu Yin's eyes darted around, and he looked through the void in his heart, searching for the streaks of dark golden light. Above his head, the Divine Seal catalog shone brightly and connected with the wordless heavenly tome. Luin pressed down with one hand to create. There was now an additional karma that only Luin could see between the dark golden light and his consciousness. That karma gradually transformed into a dark golden radiance. This was a process, and the result was once again a process. The result was not the final result, but the process appeared once again. The karma had been formed. His consciousness followed the dark golden light and entwined with the dark golden light, forming a scorching beam that traveled through the void. The scorching beams were the fusion of his consciousness and thoughts. Yuya screamed, "How can this be? My thoughts are decreasing. My thoughts, they've decreased by so much. Luin, what did you do? You can't do it, Luin. Give me back my thoughts, my thoughts, my thoughts." Yuya's screams grew softer and softer. Originally, they were coming from all directions, but in the end, they completely disappeared. Luin looked into the distance as his consciousness and thoughts merged and fell into land. The universe was silent. The next moment, beams of light rose from the dark sky. They came from the consciousness that had merged with his thoughts, and they continuously moved towards his consciousness planet. The consciousness planet began to transform. Originally, the consciousness planet had already surpassed the God Force planet and was the largest planet in the starry sky near the heart. Now, it was still expanding. It was like a colossus lying in the starry sky. Even the God Sealing catalog couldn't cover up its brilliance. Luin could not describe this change. Under the heavenly Tao of karma, his consciousness planet's gentle light constantly distorted the void. It was not the void being distorted, but rather karma being distorted. It seemed to be a power that could resist karma. Luin looked at his consciousness planet as it rotated, and he was momentarily entranced. In the distance, Luli approached. Luin put away the star in his heart, and everything returned to normal. He looked at Luli in the distance and thought for a moment. His consciousness enveloped her, and his consciousness planet rotated. Luli was hesitating about whether or not to look for Luin. Although that uneasiness had disappeared, Luin was the source. She hoped to persuade Luin to join the sixth night pillar. That way, the expedition to the outer universe would be more assured. To be honest, that scene had left a shadow in her heart. If not for the fact that there was no one in the sixth night pillar and that she could not bear to leave this place, she would have left Yu Jiuxiao long ago. Although Yu Jiuxiao was usually the most peaceful place in the universe, and there was a lot of fighting in the universe, the death rate in Yu Jiuxiao was high. "Come." Luli suddenly heard Lu Yin's voice. The word "come" wasn't polite at all. Instead, it gave off the feeling of a superior summoning a subordinate. The moment he heard this word, Luli was dissatisfied. But for some reason, that dissatisfaction disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a sense of righteousness. It was as if the person who said this word had the right to order him to go and order him to do anything. She walked towards Luin without hesitation and quickly arrived. "Mr. Lu, what was that just now?" She wanted to know if Luin had really fought with Yuya. Luin looked at her. "Are you afraid of death?" Luli was startled. "What do you mean?" "I think you're afraid of death," Luin said bluntly. Luli opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to get angry, but for some reason she couldn't. She felt that Lu Yin's words made sense, she really did fear death. She blurted out, "I do." Luin frowned. "Not angry?" Lili said, "Sir is telling the truth." "Why are you angry?" Luin shook his head, "Foolish." Luli bitterly said, "Yes, I'm stupid. I've been guarding the sixth night pillar for so many years, and no one is more stupid than me." Luin stared at her. She felt that everything he said was right. Was this the power of words? "You're looking for me?" Luli's expression changed. "I represent the sixth night pillar and would like to ask Mr. Lu to stay. We'll talk about this later. Can you let the fifth night pillar participate as well?" Luin asked. This time, he didn't use his consciousness to cover Luli. Luli sighed, "I've already told Sir that the sixth night pillar and the fifth night pillar have had a grudge for a long time. Xiaotong also came looking for me, but I rejected him. After all, the sixth night pillar doesn't belong to me alone. I hope Sir can understand." Luin covered Luli with his consciousness and asked again, "Can you let the fifth night pillar participate as well?" Luli looked at Luin, hadn't he already asked? But for some reason, she suddenly felt that it was possible and immediately agreed, "I'll think of a way to let the fifth night pillar participate." Luin looked away and sighed, "I'll have to trouble you." Luli was confused. Why did he agree to it? Impossible. Although it was inconceivable, she hadn't suspected Luin at all. She was sure that she wasn't being controlled. What was going on? After Luli left, she tried to think of a way to resolve this matter, but not to let the fifth night pillar participate. Instead, she tried to think of a way to reject the fifth night pillar's participation without angering Lu Yin. After all, she had just agreed to Lu Yin's request. As Lu Yin's consciousness retreated, her thoughts returned to normal. This was precisely why she didn't believe that she had been controlled by Lu Yin. She had only agreed for a moment, and then she had to think of a way to reject him. If she had really been controlled, then a verbal agreement would have been meaningless. Even if she had agreed in an inexplicable manner. Lu Yin looked at Lu Li's departing figure with a complicated gaze. Was this the power of a command? No, this wasn't the power of a command. This was a combination of thoughts and consciousness. It was different from the power of a command, but it also contained the power of a command. This was a power that could control people's hearts. Even Lu Li, who was at the peak of coup adversity, couldn't resist it. If Lu Yin's consciousness covered her, she would be able to do anything. It was too terrifying. In that moment, even Lu Yin felt terrified. Yu could control someone's body through his thoughts, but that wasn't terrifying. Control and destruction were both manifestations of power, but this time, not only was he controlling someone's body, but he was also changing someone's thoughts and consciousness. This was completely different. If he took a liking to someone, he would be able to control that person with his consciousness, and that person wouldn't be able to sense the changes in their body. How terrifying was that? Lu Yin now understood why Yu couldn't achieve the power of a command. Yu's heart wasn't right. Even if he hadn't revived that eternal realm powerhouse's thoughts, no one knew what Yu would do with this power. He wasn't a human, just a thought. His way of thinking was different from ordinary people. If Yu couldn't achieve it, then what about Lu Yin? The Azure Lotus Emperor had given him a chance to achieve the power of a command, but was this power within the Azure Lotus Emperor's expectations? Lu Yin had concealed the karma of creation, but now he felt that the power of a command was just as terrifying as the karma of creation. It was a power that could change someone's fate. If this power wasn't used properly, it could lead to disaster. Even the Eternal Realm Lord would care about this power. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Was the Azure Lotus Emperor watching him? Did he already know about the other Blood Tower Imperial and Alarm Gate Imperial? Did he know? If he were them, what would he do? Let him control this power that could change people's hearts? Even someone at the peak of Kuai couldn't escape it. He didn't belong to the Jiuxiao universe. If he were them, he definitely wouldn't agree. Suddenly, a chill descended, and Lu Yin seemed to see 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. He guessed right. Someone was indeed watching him. Above the treetop, in the Sea of Yi, the Azure Lotus Emperor looked down at the earth. His gaze fell on the 6th night pillar, and he slowly said, "The essence of a person's life is to fight against desire. Life, death, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy, everything is based on desire. Only by controlling desire can one control their own life. Now, your desire is infinitely magnified, and you can control the lives of others at will. This is even more terrifying than controlling life and death. So, what will you do? Don't disappoint me." A voice said, "If he can't suppress his desire and changes the fate of others, then don't blame us." Another voice said, "I agreed at first, but I didn't expect him to succeed. Karma is really mysterious. I calculated all the possibilities, but I couldn't see through karma. Actually, karma is the power to change the fate of others. It's also a power that touches the eternal realm. Now, we just gave him an extra power that can affect the eternal realm. Now, he can be considered the 4th person in the Jiuxiao universe. Even Dan Hong and the others are no match for him. They were no match for him long ago. He doesn't lack this power." The Azure Lotus Emperor said indifferently, "You haven't talked about someone like this in a long time. Maybe in the near future, he will talk about someone with us. Such a high evaluation. Don't tell me you like him and want him to be your son-in-law? No wonder you agreed. The Alarm Sect is really far-sighted. Love is never within my scope of consideration, but Qing Yun will eventually marry." The Azure Lotus Emperor and Xue Ta fell silent at the same time. Lu Yin's existence was very important to the Jiuxiao universe, or perhaps to the human race. Karma was not simple, and it was far from what outsiders saw. Thus, the Azure Lotus Emperor wanted to use the 7 fairies to bring Lu Yin to the Jiuxiao universe. Now, the Alarm sect also wanted to use Qingyun to get Lu Yin. Xue Ta was unhappy. If Lu Yin could pass this trial, he would become the 4th person in the Jiuxiao universe. No, they couldn't wait. They had to do something. They didn't have to pull him in, but they couldn't fall behind either. Yi Hai calmed down. Time was worthless to the immortal protectors, and they could keep watching Lu Yin. 10 days, half a month passed, and they didn't move. They just kept watching him. Lu Yin sat atop the 6th night pillar and heard the conversation between Lu Li and some of the 6th night pillar's cultivators. She had only asked if they wanted to bring the 5th night pillar along, but all of the 6th night pillar's cultivators had objected. They all angrily rebuked the 5th night pillar's actions. Lu Li had purposely asked for Lu Yin's attention. Lu Yin had a solution. He just had to spread his consciousness and cover everyone. It was simple. Lu Yin could change the minds of everyone in the 6th night pillar at will and have the 5th night pillar participate in the battle to completely resolve the Tianyuan universe's crisis. He could also control Lu Li alone and have him be the villain who would bear the 6th night pillar's abuse and have the 5th night pillar participate in the battle. As long as he could control people's minds, he had plenty of ways to do so. However, he did not do so. He simply sat on the side of the broken piece of land and watched the cultivators visit from time to time, hesitating over whether or not to join Yu Jiuxiao. With a single thought, these people would all join. He did not care whether they joined Yu Jiuxiao or not, but the ability to change everyone's minds with a single thought was too tempting. He had wanted to try it many times, but in the end, he had not done so. Everyone had their own choices for survival, and others had no right to interfere with their own lives. One could deprive others of their lives, but they could not deprive others of their ability to think for themselves. This was challenging the bottom line. Enemies were one thing, but how could ordinary cultivators be interfered with? They had not done anything, they were independent beings with their own dignity, their own concerns, and their own families. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin had been looking at the ground the entire time, listening to the cultivators discuss whether or not to join Yu Jiuxiao. Lu Li had tried to approach Lu Yin several times, but had not been able to. He had put the wise silk away, and even Lu Xiyu could not contact him. On this day, he stood up and disappeared, leaving the 6th night pillar. Lu Li had asked to see him, but when she saw the empty ground, she wondered if he had left. She was a little apprehensive. Could he be angry? The bamboo raft, the sunglasses, the drinks, and the strange attire attracted many people's attention, but no one paid him any attention. Everyone discussed him behind his back, calling him a liar. Lu Yin appeared in the mortal city closest to the 6th night pillar. He was still dressed in the same attire as before, flowing with the flow of the water. Wherever he went, he would ask for divination if he was fated to do so. He did not take out the wise silk to contact Lu Xiyu, nor did he care if she tried to contact him. Right now, he only wanted peace of mind. The water continued to flow, and after a few days, it left the city and connected to the next one. No one in the entire city asked him for divination. The appearance of cultivators had allowed many people to see the world clearly. Omnipotence was only a fantasy, and they would rather live peacefully. Lu Yin was not in a hurry. He spread out a piece of white paper and wrote the word, obsession. Everyone wanted to let go of their obsessions, but he wanted to pick them up. If there was no obsession, how could there be adversity? If there was no adversity, how could there be eternal life? He suddenly understood the meaning behind that sentence. The 5 skandhas are all emptiness, transforming all bitterness. A full 3 months passed before someone finally wrote a word for Lu Yin, money. This word again. Mortals' thoughts were very simple. As long as they had money and lived well, it was fine. This wasn't greed, it was precisely not greed. Another half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and more people sought out Lu Yin for fortune-telling. Lu Yin was able to change many people's minds, and he didn't rely on his words to enforce the law. Instead, he gained a broader understanding of the world. He felt more and more that his existence wasn't just because he was alive, but also because he was helping others see the world, experience it, and comprehend it. Perhaps this was the meaning of life. I want to do some calculations. A middle-aged man walked slowly along the riverside, not even looking at Luin. It was as if he was talking to the air. Luin looked at the man, who had a dispirited expression. The stubble on his face was a mess, and his eyes were cloudy. His clothes were dirty, and he seemed to be shrouded in a dark haze. That person was a cultivator, and he was an emissary. He was very ordinary in the continent of the Nine Clouds, but in the Tianyuan universe, he could be considered a strong cultivator. Of course, in this mortal city, he was a high and mighty figure. Luin didn't know why he had become like this. "All right, go ahead," Luin said. The man wrote in the air, and the air was frozen into the word Li. Luin raised his brows. This was the first time someone had sought him out for this word. He had thought that this person would write the word love. No matter how he looked at it, this person seemed to have fallen into the word love. The man still didn't look at Luin, and he walked slowly along the river. Along the way, people saw him and hurriedly avoided him like a snake. Luin listened to his surroundings, and when the man appeared, there was a lot of discussion. It's been 9 years, and he's still here. Are all Celestials so infatuated? But Kuei Yang won't go with him. Why can't he see through her? If only the Celestial liked me. I'd be willing to go with him. You can go. You're not married, but Kuei Yang can't. At Lu Yin's fingertip, a karmic spiral shot towards the man, piercing through him and revealing images. This person was called Yuan Hua, and he was a cultivator from far away. He had once wanted to join the Sixth Night Pillar, but he had been chased down by his enemies and landed in this city with heavy injuries. He had been rescued by a woman called Kuei Yang, and the two had developed feelings for each other over time. However, Kuei Yang was a married woman. Even though her husband had died many years ago and she could have remarried, the rules of this city forbade her from remarrying. This was because this city had been built by a clan, and it had a large population. Although it was called a city, it was more like a clan. It was just a mortal clan with a large population. The rules of this city forbade women from remarrying. Once they were married, they would have to stay for the rest of their lives. There were many women in this city who had lost their husbands, and they lived their lives alone. At most, they could raise a child. Kuei Yang had developed feelings for an outsider and wanted to leave, but the people in the city naturally did not allow it. They could not stop Yuan Hua, but Kuei Yang herself did not want to leave. She had been born in this city, and although her surname was an outsider's, this city was still her home. There were many people she was familiar with here, and there were many people she missed. If not for her feelings for Yuan Hua, her life here would have been quite good. Yuan Hua had wanted to forcefully take her away, and he had displayed his strength to intimidate the entire city. No one dared to say a word, but the gazes of the people in the city made it difficult for Kuei Yang to leave. She could not leave, as those gazes were filled with coldness and disgust. It was as if she was a traitor. Strength could be used to seize life and death, but it could not change a person's heart. In the end, Yuan Hua was unable to take Kuei Yang away. She continued to live in the city, just like before. She did not leave, and the people in the city did not make things difficult for her. They could see that she had feelings for the city, and they did not dare to make things difficult for her because of Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua did not leave either, and he stayed in the city to accompany Kuei Yang from afar. Just like that, 9 years passed. He did not know what he should do. He could not let go of his feelings for Kuei Yang, but he could not forcefully take her away either. Kuei Yang was just a normal person, and her appearance had changed a lot over the past 9 years. She had become more and more unwilling to see Yuan Hua, and she had locked herself in her room. Yuan Hua did not want her to suffer, but he did not want to leave either. Thus, he had told Luin to leave. Luin had done his own divination before, and he knew that other people's feelings were much more complicated than Yuan Hua's. Yuan Hua had been waiting for Kuei Yang's courage. Kuei Yang wanted to leave with him, but she could not let go of the city and the people here. She could not let go of the rules and restrictions that she had once had. Luin had seen many things in the world. Different civilizations had different rules, but some rules were not necessarily wrong. It was just that people had different ways of thinking. He lay down on the bamboo raft, his sunglasses darkening the sky. Yuanhua walked beside him on the raft. He didn't believe in fortune-telling, and how could a cultivator believe in such things? All he wanted was to talk to someone. Luin was also a cultivator, and he just wanted someone to help him find a way out or give him a reason to leave. That was all. Is Xianxia willing to leave with you? Luin asked. Yuanhua was not surprised that Luin could see through this. After all, Luin was a cultivator, and his cultivation was definitely higher than Yuanhua's. Yes. Then let her leave with you. Yuanhua suddenly stopped and turned to leave. This person could not even find a reason for him to leave. If it was that easy to let Xianxia leave with him, then why would Yuanhua have stayed here for 9 years? She will be willing to leave with you, Lu Yin's voice rang out in Yuanhua's ears. Yuanhua pretended not to hear. However, when he saw Xianxia run out of her room towards him and tell him that she was willing to leave with him, Yuanhua was stunned. Everyone else in the city was stunned as well, and they all had complicated expressions on their faces. They did not know what to do. They had trapped Xianxia for 9 years. Now that she wanted to leave, what were they supposed to do? They could not stop her. Would she still be the same as she had been 9 years ago? However, Xianxia did not even look at those gazes. She just hugged Yuanhua affectionately. Let's go. Yuanhua turned to look at the river, where Luin was smiling at him. It was him. He must have changed Xianxia's mind, but how had he done it? There were ways to control others in the cultivation world, but was this necessary? Senior, what do you want? Yuanhua regretted his actions. What was this person's goal? Why was he controlling Xianxia? Luin replied, since you want to take her away and she's willing to leave with you, then just leave. What's the point of asking? Yuanhua did not understand. What does Senior want? Please be direct. I don't need anything. Just take her away, Luin said. Yuanhua's eyes flickered as he looked at Xianxia, who was still hugging him. He gritted his teeth and flew into the distance. Within the city, everyone was silent. He really left. On the bamboo raft, Luin retracted his consciousness. The next moment, Xianxia changed her mind. Brother Yuan, please let me go. Yuanhua did not understand. Xianxia, you're the one who's willing to leave with me. I know. I'm willing, but I can't let go. Why? It's been 9 years. I've waited for you for 9 years. You shouldn't have waited for me. Let me go back. I'm begging you, Brother Yuan. Xianxia returned to the city and ran back to her house, locking the door behind her. The people in the city did not understand what had happened. Yuanhua ran over to question Luin. Luin retorted, why do you have to take her away? Could this city be a cage? Yuanhua trembled and stared at Luin blankly. Luin stared into his eyes. You want to take her away because you want to fulfill an obsession in your heart. You think that taking her away will give her an explanation for your relationship, but have you considered her? She's not willing to leave, and the city hasn't chased you away. Why must you leave? This is her home. Do you hate staying here so much? The fact that you've stayed here for 9 years means that there's no one in the outside world that you care about. If that's the case, why do you want to leave? Yuanhua stared blankly at the river. Your feelings for her are real, but you care more about your own obsession. Then, are you obsessed with your feelings or your personality? Luin asked. Yuanhua shouted, no, Xianxia has never left this city. She doesn't understand how vast the outside world is. I want to bring her out to see the world and the universe. I want to accompany her through her exciting life. To her, every flower and blade of grass in this city is the world, every water and wood is the universe. She'll experience her most exciting life the moment she leaves this house. This is the life she wants. No, no. Yuanhua roared. If you bring her around the world and she still wants to come back, what will you do? Yuanhua didn't hesitate. I'll stay here with her for the rest of my life. Luin nodded. All right, I'll give you an answer. He then used karma to create karma from Yuanhua's experiences into Xianxia's past, allowing her to experience a portion of Yuanhua's karma. She could see the vastness of the world and the vastness of the universe. Kuang Yang walked out of the house once more and found Yuan Hua. Brother Yuan, I saw the light of Chongbao Mountain. It's beautiful. Yuan Hua was confused. What are you talking about? Kuang Yang smiled beautifully. I also saw the saber-toothed tiger that you like. It's so cute. I also saw the snacks in Chino City, the waterfall in Meitu, and the lights in Bingqing. I saw the waterfall from the Sea of Karma and the winding sea of golden sand. Brother Yuan, you've experienced all of this, right? Yuan Hua stared at Kuang Yang in disbelief. How was this possible? How could Kuang Yang have seen all of this? He looked at Luyin again. Luyin looked at her. Are you still willing to leave with him? Kuang Yang raised a hand and caressed Yuan Hua's face. Brother Yuan, are you willing to stay with me? Yuan Hua trembled and stared blankly at her. You want me to stay? Kuang Yang smiled and nodded. Yuan Hua's eyes reddened. All right, I'll stay. I'll stay with you. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Kuang Yang hugged him tightly. Luyin smiled. Yes, this was her persistence. Just that one sentence, Brother Yuan, are you willing to stay with me? This sentence was all of his persistence. Yuan Hua wanted to take Kuang Yang away, but Kuang Yang couldn't bear to leave the city. They had been entangled for 9 years, tormenting them and the people of this city. Now, he was finally free. Yuan Hua had actually been waiting for Kuang Yang to let him stay. This was the real reason. This was true misery. Even Luyin hadn't been able to see through the pain at first. It was only when Kuang Yang urged him to stay and Yuan Hua's relief that he saw it clearly. There were so many mysteries in the world. There were so many powerhouses who had crossed the bitter calamity. Each and every one of them said that they had seen through their own bitter calamity. Had they really seen through it? If they could see clearly, even ordinary mortals could pass through, why couldn't they? They simply couldn't see their own suffering clearly. The more they experienced, the more they couldn't see clearly. Even with Lu Yin's current level of cultivation, he still had to rely on the power of the law of words and the creation of karma in order to see through Yuan Hua and Kuang Yang's suffering, let alone others. Therefore, this was the most difficult path to immortality. Only by overcoming the tribulation could one step into eternal life. The people of the world simply could not see their own suffering. However, mortals could pass through it. Luyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Perhaps from the very beginning, cultivation had always been a path of regression, but this was a path that had to be walked. Who in this world wasn't the same? They pursued fame and fortune, but in the end they became indifferent to it. After walking a circle, they returned to the starting point. However, this circle was not wrong. Cultivation was a circle. Luyin had also seen through that his own power of the law of words could never change people's hearts. The creation of karma could not change fate. When he left this city, Kuang Yang and Yuan Hua were still here. They hadn't left, and it was as if nothing had changed. Luyin lay on the bamboo pole. Then, what was his obsession? How could he see through his own bitter calamity? He knew that after what had happened with Yuan Hua and Kuang Yang, it would be too difficult for him to see through his own suffering. This was not something that could be determined by his cultivation. What he thought of as his obsession might be the bitter calamity, but it might not be. As he thought about it, he lay on the bamboo raft for 3 days. No matter how many people called out to him, he didn't get his fortune told. It was only after 3 days that he got up and wrote the word Ji. This word would accompany him for the rest of his life. In Yahai, Qinglian Yu retracted his gaze, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The results were better than he had expected. This person seemed to have seen through something. Some things might seem ordinary to ordinary people, but they held extraordinary meaning in their eyes. Even though this person had not cultivated for long, he could still see through these things. He was indeed worthy of being the chosen one who had comprehended karma. Now, he could let go of his desires. Another year passed, and it had been 2 years since Lu Yin had left the 6th night pillar. In the Tianyuan universe, there was an endless sea of insects. From time to time, strange and powerful insects would tear through the void and travel from one parallel universe to another. Battles would break out from time to time, and human cultivators would use their own power or technology to destroy the sea of insects. They could usually clear out a few parallel universes, But those parallel universes would quickly be occupied by the insects again. Miao Wuhuang sat on a broken planet. He watched as the ground beneath his feet split apart and dissipated into the starry sky, crashing into another planet. He lay on the ground and thought of what happened in the square inch. Was this what that guy meant by peace? A few years ago, he had crossed the core space and arrived in the Tianyuan universe. The first thing he saw was an endless sea of insects. He had thought that this was a characteristic of the Tianyuan universe and that these insects might have been reared by the Tianyuan universe's experts. However, he had been wrong. When he had entered the Tianyuan universe and encountered these insects, he had been drowned by the endless sea of insects. Even though these insects posed no threat to him and he could wipe them all out with a wave of his hand, there were just too many of them. Occasionally, a few powerful ones would pop out. Some of these insects were weak, but their methods were strange and disgusting. Some of them looked disgusting to begin with. In the process of killing these insects, he had finally found someone from the Sky sect, but he had been mistaken for an insect. If not for the fact that these people knew Luin and treated him as their master, he would have killed them all. He had followed them to the Sky sect, and it had to be said that the Sky sect was very grand. Its presence was no weaker than the realm beyond heaven. The moment he saw the Sky sect, he had subconsciously taken out the virtue banner and was about to hang it up. He had explained everything to the people from the Sky sect and told them about the disaster that had befallen him, but they were extremely wary of him and did not believe him completely. Fine, it did not matter. He had never planned on making them believe him in the first place. As long as he could hang up the virtue banner, he could do whatever he wanted in the Tianyuan universe. Did he care what the people of the Tianyuan universe thought of him? However, he had underestimated the Sky sect. There was someone called Lu Yuan who clearly only had the strength of a primordial realm expert, but he was actually on par with him. He was confident that he could defeat Lu Yuan. In terms of battle prowess, Lu Yuan was powerful, but he was nowhere near Lu Yin's level. There were so many primordial realm experts in the spiritualized universe, and Miao Wuhuang believed that he was only second to Xianxia and Wuhuang in the spiritualized universe. However, Lu Yuan could actually use his innate gift to create a large group of experts. What general appointment platform? What divine investiture catalog? What baffling names? The strength of the experts he created was only SOSO, but there were so many of them that he actually struggled to take them down. Lu Yuan was definitely a genius to be able to match Miao Wuhuang as a primordial realm expert. He had a rather terrifying battle sense. Once he advanced a step further and increased his strength through Kuai, Miao Wuhuang really had no confidence in being able to suppress him. Afterwards, someone called the ancient god returned and clashed with him, but Miao Wuhuang was actually unable to do anything. This ancient god relied on something called the Battle Force Mastery Realm, but Miao Wuhuang was actually unable to do anything to him. What the hell? Afterwards, someone called Jiangfeng appeared, and Miao Wuhuang's days began to dim. Jiangfeng's battle prowess was strange and terrifying, such that Miao Wuhuang was unable to fight back at all. He felt powerless, like he was facing Yu Tian. No, even more powerless. He did not know what was going on. Afterwards, his virtue banner was confiscated, and he was even forced to swear an oath to help the Sky sect fight the insects. He had never thought that this would happen. Didn't they say that there were no experts in the Tianyuan universe? Didn't they say that it was very peaceful? Didn't they say that the ones left behind were the elderly, women, and children? Why didn't those top experts go to the spiritualized universe? Why did that Jiangfeng stay here? To the spiritualized universe to disgust Yu Tian. It was as if he had stayed here to disgust Miao Wuhuang. Miao Wuhuang was truly disgusted. The insects disgust him. Those from the Sky sect disgust him. He did not want to fight at all. He turned around and buried himself in the ground. No one would be able to find him. At most, he would just hide like in the spiritualized universe. The wireless goo vibrated. Miao Wuhuang glanced at it and did not pick it up. The wireless goop continued to vibrate. He was impatient and was about to put it away when his eyes suddenly widened. Wu Jian had returned? At the border of the spiritualized universe, a figure suddenly charged through the door and headed towards the spiritualized universe. Many cultivators tried to block him, causing the starry sky to crack. Too many cultivators were bleeding. This person risked his life to barge in. It was Calamity. Calamity took out the insect nest and threw it into the depths of the spiritualized universe. He fled in another direction with blood at the corner of his mouth. The mission is completed. I really hope to see the day when the insects appear in the spiritualized universe. Ha 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 ha. Time continued to pass. It did not stop because of a single person or a single event. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Luin was already very famous on that river in the eastern divine region, and countless people had come here to ask for his calligraphy and divination. After 10 years, Luin seemed to have forgotten all his troubles. He watched each person go through their own experiences, felt their troubles, and experienced the myriad facets of the world. There was a template for happiness. Everyone seemed to have the same template, but everyone was different in their own way. Regardless of whether they were powerful cultivators or mortals, emotions were fair to everyone. They would be happy, sad, angry, or regretful. These 10 years did not seem to be of much use to Luin, but they also seemed to be very useful. He wanted to pick up his obsession, but in the end, he let go of it. He did not see through anything, but he seemed to have understood something. Some things were better left to nature. On this day, the river suddenly stopped flowing. The women washing clothes by the river were surprised. They all discussed this. The river had never stopped flowing since the beginning of history. Mortals could not see the source or the end. Now that it had suddenly stopped, they felt uneasy. Afterwards, the wind changed. The sky remained as clear as before, but they felt dizzy. Did the clouds drift a little faster? Did the sun set a little faster? Fish leapt into the water. They were very lively. Smoke and fire rushed into the sky in the cities. The wind was clearly very strong, but it was unable to disperse the smoke. Cultivators opened their eyes one by one in the mountains and forests. They walked out and looked at the world. What had changed? Strange. They felt like everything was clear. It was as if something had blocked their vision in the past, but it had recovered now. However, the sky was still the sky, and the earth was still the earth. Cities, forests, mountain ranges, and the distant sixth night pillar. No matter what cultivation level the experts were at, they all had the same feeling at this moment. The curtain that blocked their view of the world had been lifted. However, they still saw the same world after the veil was lifted. Breaking through to the primordial realm? Luli was surprised. Jianhong arrived nearby and gripped his sword. This is the feeling of breaking through to the primordial realm, but why can we sense it? Another person arrived in the distance. It was a primordial realm expert. He was surprised. You can sense it too? This is clearly breaking through to the primordial realm, but only you can sense it. Others will only feel pressure. What's this? We can sense just who is breaking through to the primordial realm? That's impossible. Luli frowned. That's impossible. If we can sense it, their battle prowess must be extremely great. How can they only break through to the primordial realm when they're so powerful? Can this person overwhelm us in terms of the laws of the sequence? The people who heard that did not believe it. It was possible for someone to overwhelm a primordial realm expert with a cultivation of the laws of the sequence. The supreme geniuses of the Prodigy Pavilion should be able to do that if they cultivated step by step. It might even be possible for them to overwhelm Dooku. After all, some primordial realm experts possessed the same battle prowess as Dooku, but it was impossible for them to overwhelm Luli, who had reached great perfection. Reaching great perfection and Dooku were two completely different concepts. Who could do something like that? Lu Yin's figure flashed through their minds, but they quickly rejected it. In their opinion, Lu Yin was definitely a top powerhouse who had reached the great circle of the bitter adversity realm, and not the so-called ancestor realm that he appeared to be on the surface. How was this possible? To break through to the primordial realm, one had to rip open the beginning of the universe and breathe in that breath. Afterwards, the laws of the sequence would counterattack and forcefully suppress it, preventing it from approaching the primordial realm. Only then could one break through. This was the process, and the result was the feeling of clarity at the beginning of the universe. That kind of clarity could only be felt when one achieved a breakthrough. No one had ever heard of anyone else being able to feel it. It was as if the beginning of the universe had replaced the stars and reversed time and space. This was impossible. This feeling continued to spread, first to the sixth night pillar, then to the entire eastern region. In the Sea of Yi, the Green Lotus Regent was astonished. To think that they would spread it to such a large area. They are not stingy at all. Xingman's voice rang out, if an expert of the laws of the sequence uses this opportunity to breathe in, it's not impossible for them to break through to the primordial realm as long as they can endure the backlash of the laws of the sequence. Xueta's voice rang out as well. It's beneficial to cultivators, but it's even more beneficial to ordinary people. This is enough to cure many people of their illnesses. This child doesn't seem to have any great enmity towards our nine heavens universe. Xingman said, it's not that he doesn't have any enmity, but that he surpasses all enmity. Xueta praised, only by reaching the level of transcendental eternal life can you cast your gaze across the entire universe and not just focus on temporary gains and losses. The Green Lotus Regent smiled. You overestimate him too much. If he really could reach our level, why would he care about the Tianyuan universe? Actually, we've been too heartless. That's how it is after living for so long. You've become indifferent to everything. It's pretty good that he's like this. You don't have to worry about him being controlled by his desires anymore, right? Said the Green Lotus Regent indifferently. Xingman said, desires are still necessary. That girl Qingyan has to get married one day. Xueta was displeased. Don't always talk about your family's matters. Xingman snorted coldly. The Green Lotus Regent stared below. I'm curious how a mere breakthrough to the primordial realm will transform him. Everyone transforms differently after breaking through, but he's almost at the peak. His words are the law, and he can combine karma. Coupled with the fact that he can borrow the eternal substance, he's equivalent to half an eternal life realm expert. He's the fourth person in the nine heavens universe. What else does he want? That's not necessarily true. Let's see. In the eastern region, Luin looked up at the sky on the bamboo raft on the river. Shouts rang out in his ears. Sir, this is what I wrote. Please take a look at it for me. Sir, I'm here to greet you. This is what I wrote, and there's a reward attached. Please take a look at it. May I know where you've been cultivating? The Hong family of the Southern Islands is willing to hire you as an elder. Luin smiled. 10 years of mental journey was very short, but it was enough for now. The next time might be when he was going through hardships, or he might have comprehended something before he would read his fortune again. He retracted his gaze and looked around. I'm not fated to be with you all. Please return. If you can wait until the bamboo raft rises again, then you and I are fated to be together. Someone panicked. Sir, I'm from the Hong family of the Southern Islands. Have you heard of them before? Us. Before he could finish speaking, Luin took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing in the sky. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing ripples to appear in the void. His eyes lit up as he wrote with his index finger. At the same time, the sky shook and rumbled as if the world was celebrating him. In the nine heavens universe, countless people were shocked. They looked up at the sky. Where did such a huge commotion come from? Following that, words streaked across the sky and fell towards the four regions. Some people tried to snatch the words, but they passed through them. The moment they fell to the ground, various scenes appeared. A sure word landed outside the eastern region's four approaches sword gate. Sword intent sword, but it could not tear apart the word. As the word landed, scenes of Luin becoming the master of the innerverse and outerverse appeared. He fought in the heavens, and the universe was isolated. He established the above heaven sect and became the master of the Tianyuan universe. Lu Xizhan and the others all looked at him. Was it him? The word war entered the southern domain and appeared below the wind wills Qiunan. As the Qiunan clan's wind howled, the clouds soared into the sky, and the inexplicable sound of drumming filled the air. The battle between Iron Bloodweave and the astral beast domain appeared, and the humans were bathed in blood. The battle between the blazing mist flow zone and flames engulfed the heavens. The battle between the three sovereigns and the 5 zones of calamity appeared. A vengeance word landed in the western region's hidden sky city. Under the gazes of many cultivators who were studying the hidden sky lockbreaking technique, a piece of paper with the surname Lu and 72 lives appeared. The battle at Night King Planet appeared, and Luin stepped on the halberd of Xia and slaughtered the Eternals. Within Hidden Sky City, Duke Cheng's eyes flickered, and his face paled. It was him. He had broken through. A human word landed outside the entrance to the northern region of Death Mound. Everyone looked over and saw Lu Yin's statue towering over the Tianyuan universe. They saw the entire Tianyuan universe chanting, praying, and worshipping him. They saw him fighting to protect the Tianyuan universe. They saw him bathed in blood and battle. Zhao Yi was shocked. It was him? A love word landed in the 4th night pillar. Big Sis Battle Group, Astral Combat Academy, Mr. Mu's apprenticeship, the Lu family's return, and meeting Ming Yen for the first time. A time word drew out the river of time. A space word allowed people to see the strings of the sequence. An Yen word allowed the heroic spirits to live forever beneath the 5th tower. A guard word protected the Tianyuan universe. A Wang word allowed the universe's stars to remain unchanged. Time flowed, and I became eternal. A Xiao word. A difficult word. Words fell from the sky like a meteor shower, crashing down on the continent of the 9 clouds. Someone yelled out, "How dare you disturb the world after breaking through to the primordial realm?" As he said that, he extended his hand, but he suddenly pulled it back halfway. He did not dare to move anymore. At that moment, the person felt like a disaster was about to befall him. He was clearly an expert at great perfection of coup adversity. Who could give him such a feeling? It was a feeling of certain death. Why would this person cause such a great disturbance when breaking through to the primordial realm? Why would the entire 9 heavens universe accompany him and watch his life? Who was this person? He had never seen him in his universe. In the northern region, Lang Ruyu and Sijiu looked at the scene before them bitterly. Why is it him again? We've already fled to the northern region, so why is he still haunting us? Martial nephew, how did you offend this person? I didn't, martial uncle. I really didn't offend him. I'm just a road sign. In the eastern region, Ming Xiaolong, Ming Xiaoqiu, and the others were shocked. Wan Lu was pale as he stared at the scene in the distance in disbelief. He's broken through to the primordial realm. This person has just broken through to the primordial realm. How is that possible? How can such a person be born in the world? Elder Lu gulped. He knew Lu Yin was very powerful when he was in the sword sect, but he never thought he would be powerful enough to destroy the spring and autumn slip alone. He had only broken through to the primordial realm now. Was this person only an expert of the sequence laws before? No, perhaps he was not even an expert of the sequence laws. Ancestor realm? Unbelievable, unbelievable. Humph, that guy from the Qing family must have offended this person. He's finished. This person's strength is shocking. Looking at the disturbance, there's no one else in the entire 9 heavens universe who can fight this person aside from the 3 superiors. The Qing family must be having a headache right now. Haha. Inform the entire Spirit Alliance that no one is to offend this person, or it'll be a disaster for our Spirit Alliance. Don't mention the matter from before anymore. Just treat it as if it was done by one of the 5 great sections. What if the Ruojing clan is unwilling? Then let them lead the Spirit Alliance. The Spirit Alliance doesn't want to be destroyed. Fortunately, our Luo family has resolved our grievances with this person. This person was actually an expert of the sequence laws or ancestor realm before. It's unbelievable. Now that he's broken through, he actually dares to cause such a huge disturbance. It looks like our 9 heavens universe's superiors aren't a threat to him. This person entered the 9 heavens universe from the Sea of Yi, and as expected, he's connected to the Azure Lotus superiors. It's very likely that they're master and disciple. Father, I know even if you don't say it. Those people in the junior palace must be in despair right now. It's time to let them know what a true genius is. Thank you for your tips, brother. I'll add more chapters. Thank you. I've been rather busy these days. My head hurts. I'll add more chapters in a few days. Thank you for your support. Thank you. In the fifth pillar, Swordmaster Taizong stared blankly at the scene in the distance. He had attacked earlier, slashing at the character, but he suddenly stopped. His sword was shaking. He had a feeling that if he attacked, he would be the one to die. This person had only just broken through to the primordial realm. How could there be such a person? Yuya had completely disappeared. He had disappeared for 12 years. It was indeed Yuya who had fought against this person. He didn't need him anymore. How could he become the Knight Chief? If the fifth pillar's target was the Tianyuan universe, how should he face this person? Maybe it would be better if he didn't become the Knight Chief. His thoughts were in a mess. Countless people were shocked by the disturbance caused by Luin breaking through to the primordial realm. It meant that Luin had just broken through to the primordial realm, but he could destroy the spring and autumn jade alone. It meant that he was invincible. It also meant that he didn't fear the continent of the 9 clouds discovering his true identity. He had nothing to fear. Behind him stood the protector god. From now on, he could do whatever he wanted in the continent of the 9 clouds. No one could stop him. It was like the characters that represented Lu Yin's past were announcing his arrival. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared blankly on the 2 sides of the river in the eastern region. Breaking through to the primordial realm was already an extremely important person to them. Lu Yin's breakthrough was even more unimaginable. The person from the Hong family of the southern islands rejoiced. He rejoiced that there was nothing wrong with his attitude. Otherwise, how could he still be standing there? This person had shaken up the entire continent of the 9 clouds. Luin stood in the sky and gazed at the continent of the 9 clouds. He was announcing his arrival. With his strength, there was no need to hide his identity like when he went to the starry sky of trees and the spiritualized universe. He was the lord of the Tianyuan universe, an existence only second to the eternal realm. Upstanding Lotus Protector's attitude was very clear. He supported him. What did he have to fear? He had come with the will of the Tianyuan universe. He looked at the mother tree in the distance and said slowly, I am Luin from the Tianyuan universe. I have come to the continent of the 9 clouds this time to protect the Tianyuan universe. His voice spread across the continent of the 9 clouds, echoing in the continent of the 9 clouds. Many people heard him. No matter what the continent of the 9 clouds thinks of the Tianyuan universe, whether you ignore it or look down on it, I, Luin, am here. If you see me as your friend, then you are my friend. If you see me as your enemy, then you have nothing to fear even if the entire world becomes your enemy. The human race will protect the world. I, Luin, will not shirk my responsibility. Whether it's the continent of the 9 clouds, spiritualization, or Tianyuan, I will protect my friends with my life, and kill my enemies without mercy. If anyone wants to make things difficult for the Tianyuan universe, I'm right here. I can bury all my enemies. In the name of Tianyuan, I will enter the continent of the 9 clouds. I hope the continent of the 9 clouds acknowledges me. I, Luin, am endlessly grateful. His voice resonated in the air. The whole continent of the 9 clouds remained silent. Apart from the Supreme God, nobody had ever silenced the entire continent of the 9 clouds. Whether it was the great powers of eternity heaven and earth or the warmongers of Xiao, they were all shaken by Lu Yin's domineering aura. What he said showed his respect for the continent of the 9 clouds. He wanted to advance and retreat with the continent of the 9 clouds. He was challenging the continent of the 9 clouds. Who could be his enemy? He could bury anyone who wanted to harm the Tianyuan universe. It was too domineering. Looking at the whole continent of the 9 clouds, how many people cared about the 3 universes? Most of them ignored the 3 universes. Some were even full of contempt and disdain like Xianxia. They thought that the creatures of the 3 universes should not enter the continent of the 9 clouds. It was an insult to the continent of the 9 clouds. Luin wanted to suppress this prejudice with his own strength. He wanted to suppress the continent of the 9 clouds with his own strength. One had to know that his words would be heard by the superior deities. If a superior deity found him an eyesore and wanted to attack him, what would he do? This was the question everyone was thinking about and waiting for the answer. Yihai and the Blue Lotus Supreme God were stunned. He had not expected Luin to be so domineering. He had directly challenged the entire continent of the Nine Clouds. This was too arrogant. But apart from them, it seemed that no one in the continent of the Nine Clouds was his opponent. He knew very well that Luin was the fourth master in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Even if the three universes were included, and at most, Master Grass was added, he would still be in the top 5. He's too arrogant. Jingmen, are you sure you want him to be your son-in-law? He's not easy to train. Xueta gloated. Jingmen's voice carried a smile. I like this temperament. Blue Lotus Supreme God shook his head. Young people have no spirit if they don't have a temperament. They have lived for too long, and their temperaments have long been smoothed out. But they have forgotten that Luin is still so young. How long has he lived? A few hundred years? Any cultivator can live longer than him. He is full of personality, just like my 7 female disciples. It's just that some are unruly and some are reserved. These are all personalities. Xueta said, we know how powerful he is, but others don't. Some people can't sit still. Jingmen said, but if we don't intervene, they will be afraid. That's true. Why don't we think of a way? As he said that, he suddenly paused and was surprised. A vision? Blue Lotus Supreme God suddenly stepped forward and stared at Lu Yin's position. Behind Luin, the beginning of the universe that he had torn apart was slowly twisting. The scenes were constantly changing, and even they could not see clearly. It was changing too fast. It was the power of time, and the scenes were silhouettes of time. Luin looked back and also saw the changing scene. He was surprised. Every time he broke through, there would be a vision, and it was always that big tree. What would happen this time? As he was thinking, the scene suddenly stopped. Below his feet, water flowed along the void. Luin stared blankly ahead. Was this the river of time? In the eastern region of the Nine Clouds universe, countless people who saw this scene were stunned. At first, few people in the Tianyuan universe could recognize the river of time, but there were too many experts in the Nine Clouds universe. Blue Lotus Supreme God was surprised. The source of the river of time? In the sky of the eastern region, Luin looked along the river of time and saw a big tree extending continuously. It was like a giant holding up the sky and earth. Every branch of the tree had something hanging on it. Luin knew that those things were turbid treasures. The river of time seemed to flow down from the tree. Looking down from the tree, at the source of the river of time, which was closest to the tree, there were figures going against the current and rushing towards the tree. A passage flashed through Lu Yin's mind. At the beginning of the world, everything was clear, giving birth to the river of time. The clearer things are, the easier it is for them to become turbid. Under the river of time, there are those who go against the current, carrying items from the future. Turbid things are called turbid treasures. This scene was very similar to this passage. There are those who go against the current, carrying items from the future. Luin did not know why, but he subconsciously raised his foot. Light shot through the river of time, going against the current. These people could go against the current, and so could he. Ordinary people could not go against the river of time. Even those in the primordial realm or those who were not proficient in the power of time could not do it. However, Luin just happened to be proficient in the power of time. As he took a step forward, he went against the current. Behind him, Blue Lotus Supreme God, Xueta Supreme God, and Alarmed Gate Supreme God appeared and stared at this scene. He's going against the past, said Xueta. It was a young man in blood-red robes. His face was sallow, and as he appeared, a boundless sea of blood surged around him. It was like a world that contained everything. It also seemed like there were countless eyes looking at the world. Luin, come back. Now is not the time, Blue Lotus Supreme God called out. A supreme woman stood to one side. Her face was obscured, and ripples constantly appeared in the surroundings. The ripples connected with each other, forming a door. She was the Alarmed Gate Supreme God. Moving through space-time, going against the flow of time, walking with the ancients, the pioneer of humanity. Does he know what he's doing? Luin had no idea that the 3 alarmed protectors had appeared to stop him. He only wanted to follow the river of time and catch up to the people in front of him. He wanted to see who they were and what they wanted to do. He wanted to see what that tree was and why it would always appear in his phenomena. An inexplicable impulse drowned out his rationality. He only wanted to get closer to the tree. The closer he got, the better. With every step he took, he stepped on a streak of light. The light would sometimes turn into a boat that sailed against the current, or it would turn into specks of light that he stepped on. Luin constantly approached those people. His body and presence changed, becoming more and more unfathomable, more and more ancient. It was like he was walking against the flow of time, but time was unable to corrode him. This was clearly not the real river of time and was just a phenomenon, but he could actually be carried against the flow of time. Luin could not understand this feeling. Even the alarmed Gate Supreme God and the others were stunned. They did not understand how Lu Yin's phenomena could become reality. How could he see scenes from ancient times? No, not just scenes, but reality. To the source of the river of time, what they saw was what had happened in the past. It was just that the people of the present could not chase after the past, but Luin could. The boat of light continued to absorb the time that was not integrated into the river of time and strengthened itself. It carried Luin as it chased after them. Space chased after time, and time assimilated with time. He chased after them to see who they were and why they wanted to go against the flow of time. He also wanted to see what kind of relationship that tree had with him. Finally, Luin caught up to the last person in the group. Luin was getting closer and closer to that person. The alarmed Gate Supreme God and the others held their breaths. They were people from ancient times, people who could go against the flow of time. Luin had crossed an endless distance and actually caught up to them. These people were definitely not ordinary people. Perhaps each one of them was an eternal life realm powerhouse. No, not perhaps, but definitely. Only eternal life realm powerhouses were qualified to step on this path and become the pioneers of humanity. Luin looked at the last person. He could not see him clearly, as time had blurred him. He raised his hand and grabbed at that person. Alarmed Gate Supreme God shouted, "Don't be rash." Lu Yin's hand fell, but in an instant, time returned to normal. The river of time disappeared, the tree disappeared, and everything disappeared. He stood tall in the sky. The weather was clear, and the sun was shining brightly. If not for the flowing light forming a boat under his feet, he would have thought that it was an illusion. However, it was definitely not an illusion, because he heard a sentence. Which family's brat is so abnormal? This time is a bit too chaotic. Go back and cultivate for tens of thousands of years before coming back. Following this sentence, the river of time and the tree disappeared at the same time. Luin stood in the sky in a daze as he stared at the empty space in front of him. He did not know how long it had been since the ancients had spoken to him. Would they appear again? Were they the ones who brought the turbid treasure? The sky returned to normal, and the characters that had been scattered throughout the 9 firmaments universe vanished. Everything vanished as Luin broke through to the primordial realm. Breaking through to the primordial realm was even easier than breaking through to the explorer realm. Before this, he would face an origin tribulation every time he broke through, but now, there was none. The origin tribulation came from the primogenitor. Even the primogenitor's combat power was not as high as his. Not to mention that the resources and reserves he'd accumulated at the ancestor realm were too deep, and it was deep to the point that so long as his mental state was sufficient, he could directly enter the stage of overcoming calamity and ascend to eternal life. The only difference between the primordial realm and bitter calamity was a mental state, a process of facing obsession. Although the breakthrough was simple, the shock it brought was incomparable. The time river, the ancient people, the turbid treasures hanging on the tree, the defense god was astonished, let alone the other people of the continent of the 9 clouds. Although Luin was only active in the eastern domain, the entire 9 firmaments universe recognized him. The river regained its flow, but no one on either side of the river could see Luin, even though he was clearly in the sky. Other than Luin, there was also the Azure Lotus Protector. Luin turned around and saw the Azure Lotus Protector. The other 2 protectors had disappeared. He bowed slowly. Greetings, Senior Blue Lotus Xianxia. The Blue Lotus Emperor praised, you can control people with your words. You used 12 years to suppress your desire for control and reached the primordial realm. Not bad at all. Luin looked at Teal Lotus Emperor. Senior, are you sure I can achieve the absolute command? Qinglianyu said, I'm not sure, but I believe in you. You can comprehend karma. Luin smiled bitterly. My words are law, and I can control people's hearts. He stared at the Blue Lotus Protector. If I can't suppress my desire and use the law of words at will, what will you do? Qinglianyu looked at Luin in silence. A moment later, Luin found out the answer. If he could not control his words, then there would only be one outcome, the same as Yu Ye's. The absolute command was a path that could allow one to climb to the immortal realm. Although it was not a mortal realm, it was more terrifying than the immortal realm. They were afraid of Yuya's consciousness and did not allow Yuya to break through. However, they were also reluctant to give up Yuya's consciousness, so they allowed themselves to try it. It was fine if he didn't succeed, but if he did, the desire to control people's hearts would be his greatest test. Luin recalled the 3 gazes he'd felt when he'd used absolute command on Luli. They must have belonged to the 3 supreme gods, and they were all staring at him. Although Qinglianyu treated him well and was even willing to marry the 7 fairies to him, Luin knew very well what would happen if he failed the test. This was the cultivation world, a world of mutual deception. No one would be nice to you for no reason. Of course, the Blue Lotus Protector could not be blamed. He was already very good. Yi Futian had always wanted to obtain Yuya's thoughts. If he did not have this greed, Yuya would not have forced Yi Futian to achieve the absolute command of words. Naturally, this test would not have existed. The trial might not have existed, but Yuya had truly been dealt with by Luin. Luin could have dealt with Yuya much earlier, but he had intentionally left Yuya to Luin. Luin had to accept this favor. He couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong. The only thing he could see was that this was the 9th firmament universe, not the Tianyuan universe. You have a grudge? Qinglianyu asked. Luin smiled. No grudges, no regrets. Qinglianyu nodded. Cultivation is like walking on thin ice. Whether you have a grudge or not, it's fine as long as you have a clear conscience. You are very good, very good. Although you provoked the entire 9th firmament universe with your overbearing words, you also showed your heart to protect the human race. No matter what kind of power you have, it is not excessive. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What did he mean by this? What did Qinglianyu see? That was right. Normally, it would be impossible for Luin to fuse with Yuya's thoughts. It was too difficult, so the possibility of that test from the beginning was extremely small. However, Luin had succeeded. How did he succeed? With Qinglianyu's ability, he might not have been able to see it clearly. He might have already known about the karma of creation. Do you want to reconsider marrying the 7 girls? Qinglianyu suddenly changed the topic, catching Luin off guard. Luin hurriedly refused. There is no need for that. I already have a wife. Qinglianyu was helpless. You don't like them? Actually, what you see is only the surface. The 7 girls are very good. You will know in the future. Luin pursed his lips. Very good? He didn't see what was good about them. He could only say that they were normal. By the way, Senior, I seem to have seen Qinglianyu and Qingmenyu just now. Luin asked, changing the topic. He had just caught a glimpse of a shadow and didn't really see it clearly. Qinglianyu said, they came and left. They admire you very much. Admire? The situation in the 9th firmament universe was not what he had thought at the beginning. He thought that he would encounter some trouble because he had attracted Eternal Realm monsters from the Tianyuan universe. However, the 3 Supremes seemed to be completely different from what he had thought. When Wu Jiang went to the spiritualized universe, he also thought that he would be besieged, but in the end, he was not. The changes in the world made it difficult to see clearly. It could only be said that if he wanted to see the situation clearly, he must have a big picture. All his guesses about the future were just guesses about the current situation, not the truth. From the beginning, he felt that the 9th firmament universe was plunder. Coupled with Yuya's fishing, he thought that the 9th firmament universe was the opposite. Yusang Tian and Master Qingcao's helpless protection of the spiritualized universe made him feel the same way. However, only when he really came to the ninth firmament universe could he see some things clearly. Without plundering the resources of the spiritualized universe, how could the powerful ninth firmament universe be? How could the ninth firmament universe be able to fight against the outside world? Strength could be not used, but it could not be without. If he looked beyond the current universe and looked at the ninth firmament where humans were, spiritualized and Tianyuan, then what the ninth firmament universe did was not necessarily wrong. At least, he allowed the spiritualized and Tianyuan humans to survive. This was the big picture. Perhaps one day, he would only look at the big picture? Just like Qinglian Yu, he did not care that he was from the Tianyuan universe. As long as it was worth it, he could even eliminate the supremes of his own universe. Would he have such a big picture? If one day he really had to sacrifice the Tianyuan universe, what would he do? According to his temperament, he would rather sacrifice the spiritualized universe or the ninth firmament universe. The big picture came from generosity. Selfishness came from the heart. You have just broken through to the primordial realm. Familiarize yourself with your current power. Don't be in a hurry to comprehend. The more you understand this universe, the heavier the weapon you pick up, Qinglian Yu warned. Lu Yin suddenly bowed deeply to Qinglian Yu. Senior, I have a request. Speak. I would like to return to the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin said. Qinglian Yu looked at Lu Yin. Sure. Lu Yin hesitated. I would like to borrow your one-leaf lotus to return to the Tianyuan universe. He could return by himself, but he would have to go through the spiritualized universe. Not to mention whether Master Grass would be there or not, just the time alone would take at least a decade. The one-leaf lotus was almost there. As long as Qinglian Yu's karmic phenomenon spread to the Tianyuan universe, he would probably arrive in less than 2 years. Naturally, he was more inclined to this path. It was time to return to the Tianyuan universe. Wu Zhang's return might be able to delay the threat of the hives, but if the immortal master arrived, the Tianyuan universe's current power would not be able to stop him. If he went, there was still room for maneuver. At least he could ensure that all the hives were dealt with before the immortal master arrived, reducing the probability of the immortal master reaching the Tianyuan universe. Qinglian Yu said, there are 2 ways to go to the Tianyuan universe. The first is through the spiritualized universe. The second is through my one-leaf lotus. Lu Yin was excited. But you won't be able to use it. Lu Yin's heart sank. Why? Qinglian Yu said, it's not that I don't want to, but on the way to the Tianyuan universe, there's an eternal realm creature blocking the way. Although it can't see karma, it can stop the one-leaf lotus with its eternal realm strength. Lu Yin was surprised. An eternal realm creature? What does it look like? Qinglian Yu slowly described the appearance of the eternal realm creature. Lu Yin knew that it was the eternal realm monster, but why was it on the way to the Tianyuan universe from the Jiuxiao universe? He had come to the Nine Clouds universe because of the eternal life stage monster and Master Green Grass. However, he had come to Yihai because of Blue Lotus Emperor. Blue Lotus Emperor must have known that he had led the eternal life stage monster to the gate of heaven. Now, the monster was blocking the way to the Tianyuan universe. Was it Blue Lotus Emperor's punishment? Lu Yin's thoughts were in a mess. If the Azure Lotus Protector could block the path to the Tianyuan universe, then the path to the spiritualized universe would definitely not work either. The Azure Lotus Protector would not allow Lu Yin to leave the Nina Firmament's universe. Are you worried about the Tianyuan universe? Qinglian Yu asked. Lu Yin bowed. Yes, the Tianyuan universe is in danger. Since my one-leaf green lotus can reach the Tianyuan universe, you should know why. The Tianyuan universe is one of the 3 universes. We will not let anything happen to it easily, Qinglian Yu said. Lu Yin was relieved. Yes, he cared about the Tianyuan universe because it was his hometown. However, Qinglian Yu also cared because the Tianyuan universe was useful to the Jiuxiao universe. It was both a barrier to the spiritualized universe and a barrier to the Jiuxiao universe. Lu Yin still had many questions, but Qinglian Yu had already left. He could not stop him. Looking down, many people had gathered on both sides of the river. More and more people were arriving. Some bowed respectfully, while others kowtowed, wanting to take him as their master. Lu Yin thought of his disciples. He did not know how they were doing. After breaking through to the primordial realm, Lu Yin's own rules did not allow him to get close. In fact, he could have done it with the starry sky in his heart, but the rules of the primordial realm were completely different. That was achieved with his own combat strength. Now, he had become a rule that could not bear the weight. It was as if he was above the world, ignoring some rules. It was a strange feeling. It did not help his combat strength, but he was free from some kind of restriction. There must be a reason for a person's cultivation to follow the path of the primordial realm. Ascending to the primordial realm meant overcoming adversity and gaining immortality. Lu Ying took the first of the final 3 steps. His physical strength had grown much stronger. When the ancient god had broken through to the primordial realm, his battle force had broken through to the palm realm and reached the palm god realm. Lu Ying had long since reached the palm god realm, and while his battle force had not changed, his physical strength had. Even he himself did not know how strong he was now. If only Amo Sheng was here, he would give it a try. He looked at the horizon and wondered if the words he'd said when he'd just broken through would cause trouble in the Nina Firmament's universe. Of course, it was a good opportunity to test his strength. It had been 12 years since he'd left the 6th night pillar, and this was the first time Lu Ying had taken out the nostalgia to contact Lu Xiyu. The 7 fairies should be able to meet the conditions. Although Upstanding Lotus had treated him well, Lu Ying was not so narcissistic that he would be able to get Upstanding Lotus support in everything he did. He still wanted to be bound by a promise, and the 7 fairies' conditions had to be fulfilled. The nostalgia shook, and Lu Xiyu's appearance appeared. She looked at Lu Ying in surprise. Lu Ying was puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Haven't your sisters thought of the conditions yet? Lu Xiyu blinked. You really haven't been idle your whole life. What do you mean? I've seen your past. You've fought in outer space, established your sect, and so on. You're quite impressive. Now you know? Do you regret your attitude towards me in the past? Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes, far from master's level. Lu Ying smiled, but that's something you'll never be able to achieve in your lifetime. Lu Xiyu was exasperated. Can you watch your words? Am I interfering with your worship of me? Shameless. All right, tell me about the new conditions. Lu Ying was in a good mood. Lu Xiyu's expression changed. My second sister wants you to take her to see the most beautiful scenery in the universe. Lu Ying was stunned. What? Take her to see the most beautiful scenery in the universe. Simple, right? Lu Xiyu asked. Lu Ying frowned. Simple? No, it was difficult. The most beautiful? What was the most beautiful? Where did the word come from? Whether or not this word was recognized depended on the person. If one was willing, even a pebble would be the most beautiful. If one was unwilling, even if one looked through the entire universe, it would still be difficult to succeed. Your sister is making things difficult for me, Lu Ying said. Lu Xiyu shook her head. Second sister did not make things difficult for you. Before you appeared, anyone who went to Xianxia City to ask for her hand in marriage would be given the same question. She wanted to see the most beautiful scenery in the universe. Lu Ying fell into deep thought. Take your time to think about it. By the way, 6th sister is waiting for you at the 6th night pillar. She wants to meet you, Lu Xiyu said. After that, the image disappeared. The second of the 7 fairies was called Heartless, and she was the second daughter of the Jew family in Hidden Sky City. Lu Ying was stumped by the most beautiful scenery in the world. If he wanted to know the answer, he actually had a way, which was to use karma as an end. Since you want to see the most beautiful scenery, then let me see what the most beautiful scenery is in your mind. In that case, he had to go to Hidden Heaven City. Lu Ying stretched lazily. Actually, even without these heartless conditions, he would still want to go to Hidden Sky City. Home was right there. Some debts had to be settled. Lu Ying was in the eastern region, and so was the 6th night pillar. To the west of the eastern region, there was another world behind the mother tree, which was the 9 firmaments universe's western region. The western region was different from the eastern region. Yellow sand filled the sky, and ferocious trees grew everywhere. Vegetation grew on the yellow sand, and the water was even clearer than the eastern regions. From time to time, people would rush out of the water and jump into the yellow sand. This might seem strange to outsiders, but it was normal in the western region. The yellow sand was like silk, but people would jump in and out from time to time. It was like the yellow sand was an ocean, and the silk was torn apart. Rumor had it that the yellow sand came from the Xianxia branch, and the Xianxia universe had a method to carve spiritual treasures that was hidden within the grains of yellow sand. Those who were fated could obtain it and comprehend the peerless carving method within the yellow sand. However, until now, only the Xianxia had truly grasped the carving method. It was not important whether or not one could grasp it. What was important was that even if one could not, they could still sell it to the Xianxia for a sky-high price. However, the western region was vast and boundless, and there was so much yellow sand that it was like a sea of stars. Finding the carving method was even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It all depended on luck. Thus, many large families hired cultivators to search for it. This was a way to make a fortune in the western region. Not far away, there was a city floating 100 meters in the air. In the western region, cities could not be built directly on the yellow sand, or they would be swallowed up by the sand before long. At the center of the western region stood Xianxia City. It was the only city in the western region that stood above the yellow sand. It was rumored that Xianxia City was connected to the mother tree's roots, so it would not be swallowed up by the sand. Xianxia City was extremely large, and most of the lockbreakers in the 9 firmaments universe lived there. Previously, when Luin had broken through to the primordial realm, a grudge had fallen into Xianxia City. Everyone in the city had seen it and discussed it. Very soon, it was said that the Qing family had offended someone who had broken through to the primordial realm, and they would be in trouble. This news made many people stay away from the Qing family. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they had to stay away first. Otherwise, with this person's ruthlessness, not only would the Qing family be finished, but they might also be implicated. The Yu family was the one who spread this news. The Yu family and the Qing family had been fighting for a very long time. Whether it was in Xianxia City, 9 firmaments universe, or even in the spiritualized universe, the two clans would always fight. The Yu family had established the intelligencer domain in the spiritualized universe, and they used their wisdom to lead the spiritualized universe to the path that the 9 firmaments universe wanted to take. The Qing family had also sent people to Divine Ruling Mountain to assist the Ru family, and they wanted to find an opportunity to replace the Yu family. The people sent by the Yu and Qing families were all working for the Ru family. However, as time passed, the people they sent to the spiritualized universe left Xianxia City, and the conflict between them gradually decreased. The Ru family controlled both sides and did not let the conflict grow. With Yu saying Tian, even if the intelligencer domain and the Qing family were enemies, they did not have the opportunity to attack each other. Yu Lao had his own plans. He wanted to return to the 9 firmaments universe and the Yu family. Cheng Gong's plans were even deeper. He wanted to replace the Ru family as the god of defense. Thus, when Luin had been in the spiritualized universe, Yu Lao and Qin Gong had not worked together, nor were they enemies. They had both acted according to their own plans. However, Xianxia City was different. Because Qin Gong had offended Luin, the Qing family suddenly became cold. On the other hand, the Yu family was much better. However, the Ju family was the most lively. There was no other way. With the second daughter of the Ju family, it was impossible not to be lively. Over the years, more and more people had proposed marriage to the Ju family. However, the Ju family could not decide on heartless marriage. She was backed by Yi Hai, and she was one of the 7 fairies. The Ju family could not control her at all. She did not reject the marriage, but she had a condition that was difficult for everyone. She wanted to see the most beautiful scenery in the universe. Second sister, I told him your condition. Do you think he can fulfill it? Xianxia City, Ju family. Heartless stood under the rough city wall and looked at the sandstorm in the distance. She said faintly, it doesn't matter. If he can't fulfill it, then forget it. Lu Xiyu was curious. Second sister, what is the most beautiful scenery in the universe? Heartless was lost in thought. I don't know, so I want to see. What if he really takes you to see the most beautiful scenery? That's good. What if he can't see it? You really won't let him fulfill the condition? Do you want me to let him fulfill it? Lu Xiyu was silent for a moment. Actually, he's quite good. Heartless smiled. The smile on her fair face added another line to the scenery in this rough world, forming a sharp contrast with the yellow sand that filled the sky. Seventh sister, are you moved? No, I just think that he's quite good. So many people care about him. He came to the Nine Heavens alone so that the Tianyuan universe would not be destroyed. He's a hero, Lu Xiyu said. Heartless said, yes, he's a hero. Don't worry, I'll let him fulfill the condition. Hee, second sister, you never wanted to make things difficult for him, right? Anyway, I'm not the one being touched. Lu Xiyu was speechless. In the east, Lu Ying returned to the sixth night pillar and saw Qianan Hongya. He immediately recognized Qianan Hongya among the crowd. She was too unique. She wore a tight red battle suit and had a beautiful face. Her long hair was tied up high, and her eyes were covered with a black cloth. Anyone would look at her immediately. Qianan Hongya was quite famous, even if she was not one of the 7 fairies. In the south, there was a clan called Fengwen Qianan. A strong wind rose, clouds flew, and drums beat. Fengwen Qianan. The Qianan clan specialized in drumming for the 9 heavens pillars. They did not belong to any night pillar, but they belonged to all night pillars. Every night pillar had a member of the Qianan clan, and anyone who saw a drum on a night pillar knew that it belonged to the Qianan clan. It was the most dangerous position, but also the most exciting position. There was a saying in Jiuxiao that as long as the drums did not stop, they would continue to beat. You would never be the last to fall. The Qianan clan's ancestral teachings were to be the last to fall. For countless years, the Qianan clan had fought alongside Jiuxiao, and many of their members had died. Their clan might not be considered powerful in the 9 heavens universe, but no one dared to provoke them. Countless people had been saved by the Qianan clan, and many respected them. Qianan Hongya was born into this clan. Ever since she was born, she had covered her eyes with a black cloth to block out the light. She had cultivated the Qianan clan's drumming battle technique, the Song of the Gale. Everyone had thought that she was just a child, and that she would play around for a few days. No one had expected that she would persist until now. In other words, Qianan Hongya had never seen the world with her eyes. Of her 5 senses, she had always lacked hearing. She had only cultivated the Song of the Gale to reach the 9 heavens and beat the drums for the 9 heavens universe. Regardless of her cultivation, she was worthy of being a member of the Qianan clan. Of the 7 fairies, she was probably the one that Jiuxiao respected the most. The condition for escorting Jianhong to the 6th night pillar had come from her. Lu Ying did not have to return, as he had already completed his mission, but he wanted to know why Qianan Hongya was looking for him. He also respected Fengwen Qianan. He thought back to the various battles that had occurred in the Tianyuan universe. Those who beat the drums were all solemn and moving, and they were all respected. Qianan Hongya greets Mr. Lu. Lu Ying landed in front of Qianan Hongya as Lu Li, Jianhong, and the rest retreated, leaving only the 2 of them. Lu Ying studied her. You're different from Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong. Qianan Hongya replied, everyone is different. 4th sister is able to let go of things, and 7th sister is pure and lively. I can't compare to them. Why are you looking for me? Lu Ying asked. Qianan Hongya's ears twitched. First, thank you for not telling me that I asked you to protect Jianhong. I won't go against the conditions. Even if you do, I will accept the result and won't make things difficult for you. If anyone else had said this, they would have been too hypocritical. After all, the matter had already ended 12 years ago. However, Qianan Hongya's words were inexplicably convincing. It wasn't true, but it couldn't be false. True and not false. They seemed to mean the same thing, but they were completely different. Lu Ying trusted Qianan Hongya based on his intuition. Sir, you've broken through to the primordial realm, and the word battle has appeared in the southern region. My Qianan clan has seen it all. Sir, your battle intent is admirable. If my sister and sister have offended you before, please forgive us. With that, Qianan Hongya bowed deeply. Lu Ying replied, there's no need. There's no need to offend me. I'm not that petty. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Qianan Hongya looked up, Please let the sixth night pillar go. Luin was surprised. What do you mean? Did I attack the sixth night pillar? Or did the sixth night pillar do something to provoke me? Senior Luli agreed to let the fifth night pillar participate in the battle, but she can't do it. The sixth night pillar and the others won't agree. I would like to ask you to let Senior Luli and the sixth night pillar go, said Xianxia. Luin laughed. Luli asked you to come. Xianxia nodded, yes. Senior admitted that she couldn't do what she promised and remembered that I asked Mr. to escort Jianheng here, so she came looking for me. Luin asked, do you think you can influence my decision? Of course not. I'm just begging. I heard that there are members of the Qiunan clan in the 9 night pillars. Naturally, this includes the 5th night pillar. However, your attitude seems to be leaning towards the 6th night pillar. This is unfair. However, my grandfather was protected by the 6th night pillar. In that battle, tens of millions of people died protecting my grandfather. When the 6th night pillar weakened, the 5th night pillar took advantage of the situation to bully him. That was unfair. I had the ability to do so but did not help him. Yu Jiuxiao's actions were open and aboveboard, but he was destroyed by the 5th night pillar. That was heartless. Diwu Xiaozhu is heartless and unfair, but I am not willing to do such an unjust thing. When he heard Xianxia's words, Luin replied, but if you interfere, will it be fair to 5th night pillar? Yu Jiuxiao and the others have yet to make a move, do you think it's your turn? Xianxia's expression was bitterly cold. No matter how others look at me, I have a clear conscience. Luin smiled faintly. There were many things that one couldn't tell right from wrong. All one had to do was to have a clear conscience. However, there were some things that needed to be separated into right and wrong, and the way to do so was through strength. When he truly reached the eternal realm, he would have the ability to determine right and wrong for the universe. He would then ask Grandmaster Grass whether using Tian Yuan as a barrier was right or wrong. I can't comment on your choice, but since Luli has promised me, he should do it, Luin said calmly. Xianxia was helpless. That's true. It is reasonable that Sir is unwilling to give up. However, I would like to know why you want the 5th night pillar to participate. Did Swordmaster Taitsong promise you something? I have no comment. If that's the case, then I can only use conditions to get you to not interfere. Luin was shocked. Conditions for the 7 fairies? Yes. You've already used up all your conditions, so you want to use the others' conditions in exchange for me not interfering and whether or not the 5th night pillar will participate in the battle? Yes. Is anyone willing? The 7 fairies are as close as brothers. Luin laughed. Do you know what my existence means? If any of you want to get your revenge, or if you don't like anyone, or if you want to marry someone, I can help you. In the entire continent of the 9 clouds, the only thing I can't do is involve the immortal emperor. A condition is equivalent to a wish. Do you still think that anyone will be willing to help you? Xianxia slowly said, actually, the sisters are very content. If there are conditions, then it's good, but if there aren't, then it won't affect the sisters' lives. 7th sister helped her father become the head swordsman of the 4-Lin sword through you. From the results, everyone is happy. However, without your help, Lu Xizhan would still be able to live a carefree life. In fact, he would be happier than becoming the head swordsman. Luin did not deny it. With Lu Xizhan's temperament, although becoming the head swordsman of the 4-Lin sword sect had made him very strong, it also gave him a great responsibility. On the surface, he looked as carefree as before, but deep down, he was under great pressure. He had to bear the responsibility of inheriting the entire 4-Lin sword sect. 4th sister brought back her brother through you, but without your help, eldest sister had already informed us that we would help her bring back Ming Xiaoqiu even if it meant flipping the spring and autumn scroll. She even contacted senior brother Ming Zhue and the others. Even if the spring and autumn scroll wanted to obtain Ming Xiaoqiu, it would not be able to resist the combined forces. The result would be the same. As for me, without your help, that foreign creature would definitely have fallen into the 5th night pillar's hands. I would have thought of a way to get the 6th night pillar to participate in the battle. The sisters have already discussed how to pressure the 5th night pillar together. This is not to erase your efforts, but to tell you that we are truly satisfied. There are many things that the sisters can accomplish together. So, if I ask the sisters about this matter, there will definitely be sisters who are willing to use conditions in exchange for you not interfering. Lu Yin listened quietly, and after Chonan Hongye finished speaking, he smiled. No wonder people say that the 7 fairies cannot be provoked. Yihai is only the link that binds you together. When you come together, even without Yihai's support, your combined strength is enough to shake up the 9 firmaments. Chonan Hongye nodded. Indeed. We have the confidence to do so. Then use conditions to get me to let go, said Lu Yin. Chonan Hongye looked at Lu Yin as if she was studying him. Lu Yin did not rush her. I do not know how important this matter is to you, sir. Using conditions to force you to let go of this matter is unfair to you. If you want to blame me, I will bear all responsibility. With that, she bowed deeply towards Lu Yin again. Lu Yin looked at her. Blame me? Not really. Even if the 5th Night Pillar had been preparing for the Tianyuan universe, nothing would happen to the Tianyuan universe for the time being because Lu Yin had broken through to the primordial realm. Furthermore, if the 5th Night Pillar really wanted to go on an expedition to the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin would attack and see how many experts the 5th Night Pillar had. Unless an Eternal Life Realm expert intervened, Lu Yin was confident that he could prevent Yu Jiuxiao from taking action. If an Eternal Life Realm expert wanted to interfere, Lu Yin could do nothing. He no longer cared whether the 5th Night Pillar would participate in this battle or not. However, using this matter to get rid of one condition was just right. Not long after, Lu Siyu's image appeared. 5th Sister's conditions are out. She hopes that you will not push the 5th Night Pillar to join the 6th Night Pillar. The 7 fairies will be eternally grateful. She then bowed towards Lu Yin. To the side, Chonan Hongye bowed again. They had thought that this matter was very important to Lu Yin, and they felt guilty for forcing him to stop. Lu Yin wanted to laugh. One condition had been removed. Very good. This matter is very important to me. This sentence made Chonan Hongye and Lu Siyu feel even more guilty. Although Lu Siyu kept calling him a thief, as Lu Yin fulfilled one condition after another and helped them, her impression of Lu Yin had changed greatly. This person was not bad. Lu Siyu was especially shocked when she saw Lu Yin's past. She even hoped that her second sister would be heartless and force Lu Yin to fulfill the conditions. Now that they had used this condition to stop Lu Yin, this guilt was more important than anything else. The more open-minded a person was, the more unwilling they were to make things difficult for others. Alright, that's it. Lu Yin took a step forward and disappeared. Chonan Hongye took out the Bozher and contacted Lu Siyu again. Lu Siyu's image appeared, and she pursed her lips as she looked at Chonan Hongye. 6th sister, did we go too far? Chonan Hongye fell silent. Do you want me to contact him again and ask for the reason? Chonan Hongye shook her head. He didn't say. There's no point in asking. Forget it, we owe him a favor. Lu Siyu's eyes lit up. I asked second sister, and she said that she would let him fulfill the conditions. Chonan Hongye nodded. That's good. She then moved to end the conversation. Lu Siyu hurriedly stopped her. 6th sister, are you going to participate in the battle as well? Chonan Hongye was stunned. How did you know? Lu Siyu was nervous. Are you really going to participate? 5th sister and the others have already guessed it. 6th sister, with your current cultivation, you're not suited to participate. Can you not go? We sisters can't do without you. Chonan Hongye smiled. This is the fate of the Chonan family. But it's not your turn yet. Then, will it be the turn of those with lower cultivations than me? Lu Siyu opened her mouth, but she couldn't refute this. Chonan Hongye looked into the distance. Ever since the Eternal Emperor issued the order for the expedition several years ago, millions of cultivators have joined the 6th Night Pillar. Many of them have lower cultivations than me. Do you know what the entry level for participating in this battle is? Lu Siyu whispered, the spirit transformation realm. The Nina Firmament universe and the spiritualized universe both used spiritual seeds to cultivate, and their realms were the same. The spirit transformation realm was equivalent to the explorer realm in the Tianyuan universe, which was the realm where one could explore the universe. It seemed like the explorer realm wasn't bad, but when it came to participating in an expedition to a universe, it was the weakest. If one couldn't even reach the explorer realm, then they wouldn't be qualified to participate. The 7 fairies were all progenitors, and they were similar to the geniuses in the Xiaoyu pavilion. There were many youths who were stuck at this realm, and the difference in power between them was like heaven and earth. Even progenitors were not strong enough to protect themselves, let alone those in the spirit transformation realm. Sometimes, even primordial realm powerhouses would not be able to protect themselves. Most of the participating cultivators are only in the spirit transformation realm. As a progenitor, why can't I go? Xianxia said before ending the call. Her veiled eyes seemed to be looking into the distance, at the 6th night pillar. Countless cultivators were still arriving, wanting to join the expedition. In the cultivation world, it was far too difficult to climb up. Some people could only rely on the most basic resources to slowly cultivate their entire lives. The probability of a progenitor appearing was actually about the same as in the Tianyuan universe, but because there were so many cultivators in the Ninefall universe, many progenitors could be seen. This was especially true when he saw cultivators with powerful backgrounds and fortuitous encounters. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to interact with him at all, so it was only natural that he saw many powerhouses. However, most of them were very ordinary. If these ordinary cultivators wanted to stand out, they could only risk it all. The Ninefall Universe campaign was an opportunity. If one survived, not to mention what they could obtain in the outer universe, just the battle merits from participating in the battle would be enough to push all cultivators one step higher. Some even pushed 2 or 3 steps higher. This would save them a lot of time. Even though there was a high chance of death, there was an endless stream of people who wanted to participate. Of course, this depended on who the expedition target was. There had been an expedition to the Garter Sky universe, but there had been very few participants. The various large organizations had had to forcefully conscript to gather enough people to participate. This time, the expedition target was rumored to not be very strong, or else the Eternal Emperor would not have issued the order in just a few years. From the time when a foreign universe was discovered to the time when the order was issued, the time had basically become the basis for everyone to determine the strength of the foreign universe. This expedition could be said to be one of the shortest times, so there were many people participating. Luin arrived at the side of the ground that had been cut off. At this moment, the area below was filled with cultivators, and there was a hubbub of voices. It was completely different from 12 years ago. As he listened, Luin understood. It was no wonder that so many people were participating. They all believed that the foreign universe was not a threat and that they could snatch contributions and resources from it. At this moment, Luli arrived and stood behind Luin with an awkward expression. Whether or not the 5th night pillar participates has nothing to do with me, Luin said indifferently. Luli sighed and slowly saluted. I failed to fulfill my promise. I'm sorry, sir. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. What kind of promise was this? It was just a matter of changing people's hearts. Even Luli, who was at the peak of the bitter adversity realm, did not know that his heart had been changed, so it was understandable that the 3 imperial emperors had tested him. It's none of your business, Luin replied. Luli didn't know what to say. Compensation? What could she possibly have that could enter this person's eyes? She had seen Luin break through to the primordial realm. After all, it was not far from the 6th night pillar. Only the word shocking could describe it. She had never thought that Luin had not even reached the primordial realm back then. She could not imagine how powerful he was now. That was why she had contacted Xianxia and asked her to help resolve this matter. Xianxia had no confidence in facing Luin. This was only because Luli had not seen Azure Lotus and the others appear. If he had seen them, he would definitely be in a different mood. Following Lu Yin's gaze, Luli said, everyone thinks that this battle won't be too dangerous because the Eternal Emperor issued the order for the expedition too quickly. It's so quick that they feel like they're just taking credit for it. In reality, any battle against a foreign universe isn't simple. Even the weakest foreign universe that we've ever fought has suffered heavy casualties. It's already good enough that half of them returned. Most of them only returned with blood-stained spirit seeds. Luin looked at Luli. Where is that foreign creature? Take me to see it. He did not want to discuss this with Luli, he had experienced far too many battles. Luli was surprised. Sir, you haven't seen it? No, Luin said. He had seen it when he had escorted Jianhong to the sixth night pillar, but he had not studied it closely. To be honest, he had even fought against Eternal Realm monsters before, so he was not too curious about foreign creatures. Since he was about to leave the sixth night pillar, he wanted to take a look before he left. Luli nodded. Sir, please follow me. That foreign creature was handed over to Lord Eternal Life after you left the sixth night pillar 12 years ago. Following the order of the expedition, Lord Eternal Life sent that creature back to the sixth night pillar and asked us to study its combat methods so that we can start the war. With Luli's introduction, Luin learned about the strange foreign creature. It was a tadpole-like creature with a transparent body that allowed one to see its internal organs made up of granules. The seventh night pillar had captured a batch of these creatures and sealed them in a sourcebox array so that they could not move. We call this creature Total Sense. It attacks in a state that humans cannot see, and it can also travel through space, including parallel spacetime. It seems like it does not live in the same universe as us. Its attack method is to break down the granules in its body and pour them into another creature's body, assimilating the creature's organs and turning them into granules. Once this process ends, the creature will die. Luin was surprised. This creature was similar to the Void Wanderers of the Tianyuan universe. It could travel through space, but the Void Wanderers did not have such an attack method. Total Sense creatures have a single attack method, which is to assimilate other creatures' organs. However, the attack method is the most troublesome, which is why they are called Total Sense creatures. We humans can smell, and some scents can be seen when they are too dense. However, most scents cannot be seen. Of course, cultivators are an exception. However, these Total Sense creatures can see, and not just smell. When the seventh night pillar first discovered them, they used vibrations as a channel to kill a group of people. Vibrations? Luin was curious. Luli explained, creatures, when they move, will have an impact on space. Even if it is an ordinary person, as long as he moves, there will be an impact. This impact is very subtle and difficult to detect, but a full sensory creature can see it. They can also use this impact as a channel to enter the body of the moving creature. Vibrations are the first attack method we discovered. I've just mentioned the second channel of attack. It's smell. And the third attack method, Luli said solemnly, is vision. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Luli explained, a creature's vision is like a channel to these Total Sense creatures. This includes the vibrations and sense from before. When they come into contact with these channels, they ignore the distance between them and directly enter the creature's body. That's why everyone has to be blindfolded during this expedition. Otherwise, there will be a lot of casualties. So far, we've discovered these three channels of attack. Eternal Life Supremacy reminded us that other than these three channels of attack, there are even more troublesome channels of attack. Furthermore, these creatures can evolve because their line of sight attack was obtained after they were caught by the seventh night pillar. When we first encountered Total Sense creatures, we did not discover that they could use vision as a channel to attack. Once we discover a new attack method, there will be huge casualties every time we discover one. Luli sighed, the most frightening thing when fighting against other universes is not understanding their attack method. The price to pay for verifying their attack method is your life, and it can only be exchanged with countless lives. Why didn't the Eternal Ruler help you see their attack method? Wouldn't that reduce the cost? Luin asked. Luli said, I don't know. The Eternal Ruler must have his reasons. Some creatures are constantly evolving, and even the Eternal Ruler can't see how far they will evolve. Not every creature is as easy to see as us humans. Luin muttered to himself. Could it be the karmic chain? Eternal Realm powerhouses were restricted by the karmic chain and could not act freely. The universe was vast, and even an Eternal Realm powerhouse was just one of many creatures. The universe was always the largest, and an Eternal Realm powerhouse could not be the master. The invincibility of an Eternal Realm powerhouse was also accompanied by restrictions. And some other universes might have eternal realm powerhouses. Sir, are you willing to go on an expedition with us? With your strength, there will be no danger. Luli brought up the old matter again. Luin shook his head, no time. Luli was disappointed. How many night pillars are going on this expedition? In addition to the 6th night pillar, there are also the 2nd and 4th night pillars. Luin nodded. Mingjue was going on the expedition. The 2nd night pillar was located between the western and southern regions, while the 4th night pillar belonged to the southern region. No wonder so many people came to the 6th night pillar. They were all from the eastern and northern regions. It was not easy for cultivators from these two regions to go to the 2nd and 4th night pillars, so they could only come to the 6th night pillar. Luin looked at Luli. This woman was quite smart. She did not randomly choose which night pillar to go with her. Aside from the 7th night pillar, the eastern region still had the 8th night pillar. If the 8th night pillar could participate, most of the cultivators below would be willing to go. The 5th night pillar could not participate not only because of past grievances, but also because of this. After all, the 5th night pillar and the 6th night pillar were adjacent to each other, and they both belonged to the eastern region. No wonder Luli risked defending him to ask Xianxia to stop the 5th night pillar from joining the expedition. Otherwise, the 6th night pillar would be greatly affected. As far as the eye could see, the 6th night pillar was completely different from 12 years ago. There were no less than 5 powerhouses who had crossed the bitter adversity, and there were also familiar faces such as Lu Feichen and Lu Jing. They had also joined the expedition, and there were also some unfamiliar powerhouses. If the 6th night pillar had such strength back then, the 5th night pillar would not have dared to stop Jianhong's arrival. I wish you all victory in this battle. I will take my leave first, Luin said. Luli asked, where are you going next? Western region, Songtian City. Luin did not hide anything, as there was nothing worth hiding. Luli was shocked. Sir, you are going to the western region? Then you will need the help of the sky rope. That is the fastest way. Luin did not understand. What sky rope? Luli explained, the sky cable is a rope that hangs from the mother tree's branches. Since the mother tree is in the center, one must go around from the northern or southern regions. The 4 regions are vast, and even with Mr. Strength, it would take a considerable amount of time to go around. The sky cable can throw Mr. directly from the eastern regions to the western regions. Although you'll have to go around the southern or northern regions, it's the shortest distance and extremely fast. There's no need for Mr. to go through the trouble. Luin was surprised. There's such a method? I'd like to see it. Luli said, however, my 6th night pillar is at the edge of the eastern regions. If you want to find the sky cable, you'll have to cross the eastern regions to reach the mother tree. Of course, although this path is far, it's much closer than going directly to the western regions. He then sighed, there's another path that's even faster, but it's something that ordinary people like us can't do. Ordinary people? You're a powerhouse at the peak of bitter adversity. I've embarrassed myself in front of Mr. My cultivation base is only obtained through spiritual cultivation, and even if I did reach the peak of bitter adversity, it would still be ordinary compared to that path. He then looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. The one-leaf azure lotus. Lu Yin's brows rose. The one-leaf azure lotus? Luli said, the one-leaf azure lotus can not only cross the 9 firmaments, but it can also travel to 3 universes. That's the fastest speed. Unfortunately, unless we go to the consciousness universe, we won't have the chance to come into contact with it. She looked at Luin. Mister, you came from the EC, so you'll definitely be able to ride the one-leaf azure lotus in the future. The 7 fairies often use the one-leaf azure lotus to travel the 9 firmaments. Luin had forgotten about this. The one-leaf azure lotus only took a year to travel from the 9 firmaments to the consciousness universe. He hadn't understood it before, but now he did. The one-leaf azure lotus wasn't fast on its own, but it traveled through another world, the karmic phenomenon. Within this world, the one-leaf azure lotus could quickly reach any place covered by the karmic phenomenon. Luin had previously seen the karmic phenomenon cover the 9 firmaments, and that shock still hadn't faded. If Mr. wants to go to the western regions, there's no rush. We'll leave in a month, Lu said. Luin was surprised. You're leaving in a month? Lu Li nodded. Although Yu Jiuxiao doesn't go out to battle frequently, he has done so before. Moreover, in the past 10 years, news of the expedition to the outer universe has spread. The cultivators who should have come have all come. The number has already been met, and they can go out to battle at any time. They are just waiting for the Eternal Ruler's orders. According to the time, it should be in a month. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. All right, I'll leave in a month. At that time, I'll send you off and give you my blessings. Lu took a step back and bowed deeply. Thank you, sir. The sixth Night Pillar's participation in the battle had little to do with Luin. She had only kept Luin in the hopes that he would change his mind and join the battle within a month. Only those who had reached her level understood just how shocking Lu Yin's breakthrough to the primordial realm was. As far as she knew, no one below the eternal life realm could cause such a big commotion. If Luin could accompany them to battle, their chances of success would be much higher. Luin did not care about this 1 month. He also wanted to see what Yu Jiuxiao's expedition was like. A month passed quickly. During this month, Lu Li sought out Luin several times. He talked about Yu Jiuxiao's gains from the expedition to the outer universe the most, hoping to get Luin to stay. However, Luin remained unmoved, which disappointed Lu Li. 9 Firmaments Universe, Yu Jiuxiao, Eternity. If Luin wanted to protect the Tianyuan universe, he had to do something. Otherwise, he would have to break through to the eternal life realm. However, even if he reached the eternal life realm, he might not be able to protect the Tianyuan universe. The spiritualized universe also had eternal life powerhouses, but they could not change reality. Xianxia also met Luin once. When Luin learned that she was going out to battle, he could not help but admire her. Xianxia was from the Fengwen Xiaonan clan and could be considered revered. She was also one of the 7 fairies and had Yi Hai behind her. Even with such a background, she was still willing to take the risk and charge to the front line. This ambition was admirable. I will not forget the fate of the Xiaonan clan. Even if I reach the eternal life realm, I will still beat the drums for Yu Jiuxiao and be the last person to die in battle. That way, the people fighting at the front lines will not be lonely, Xianxia said. Luin looked at her profile and suddenly said, this battle suits you very well. You have to be blindfolded. Xianxia could not help but look at Luin, not knowing how to respond. I hope you can come back alive. Those full sensory lifeforms are not easy to deal with. Once they evolve, whoever is closest to them will be unlucky, Luin said. Xianxia looked into the distance in a daze. Beat the drums without taking a step back. Your courage is commendable. You want to protect the Tianyuan universe and go to the spiritualized universe alone. Now, you have come to 9 firmaments. In terms of courage, I am not as good as you. I have comrades in front and behind me, but you are alone, Xianxia said. Luin smiled. That may not be the case. Xianxia did not understand. As long as 9 Firmaments Universe does not plan to reactivate the Tianyuan universe, we are not enemies. Just treat it as a vacation. Xianxia smiled faintly. I hope so. After a pause, she said, 9 Firmaments is spiritualized. With the consciousness universe as a barrier and the Tianyuan universe as a backup, once 9 Firmaments is in danger, no one can escape. If you really want to protect the Tianyuan universe, you have to protect 9 Firmaments. Under this premise, we will help you protect the Tianyuan universe. Luin was stunned. We? Xianxia said, we are the 7 fairies. Why are you helping me? That girl, Lu Xiyu, doesn't like me. But what I heard was different. Is that so? You can think of us as innocent and willful. From your point of view, we might be pleasing to the eye if we help you. But from 9 Firmaments Universe's point of view, once the 2 universes become enemies, we will be treated as traitors. Then why are you still willing to help me? Xianxia smiled. This is in line with the impression of us 7 fairies in the eyes of outsiders. We can be willful and mischievous because we have Yi Hai behind us. We will help whoever we find pleasing to the eye at all costs. Even if we become traitors in the eyes of others, we will not care about anyone's cultivation. This confidence comes from Yi Hai, from Master, and not from ourselves. But so what? These are the 7 fairies. Luyin looked at Xianxia, and the willful Lu Xiu appeared in his mind. She kept calling him a thief, and Ming Xiaolong, who angrily rebuked him. Now that he thought about it, those 2 girls were quite cute. He finally understood why outsiders did not want to offend the 7 fairies and did everything they could to marry one. It was because the 7 fairies were willful and brazen. They were just like that. To put it bluntly, they were brainless and did not recognize people. To put it nicely, they were emotional people. What do you find pleasing to the eye about me? Luyin was curious. He did not seem to have done anything to move the 7 fairies. Xianxia thought about it. You apologized to the Linsword Gate and helped Lu Xizhan enter Kuai. You saved Ming Xiaoqiu and destroyed the Spring and Autumn Scroll at the same time. You escorted Jianhong and respected the 6th Night Pillar. Keep your promise. Even if you fail, you still agree to the conditions without any complaints. Luyin raised an eyebrow. Had he done so many pleasing things? Also, how did the 6th Night Pillar know that he respected the 6th Night Pillar? Although the 6th Night Pillar respected the 6th Night Pillar, he did not show it. After all, the 6th Night Pillar had experienced too many battles, and he respected everyone who fought for humanity. We have seen much of your past. You are respected by the entire Tianyuan universe, and you are honest. For the sake of the Tianyuan universe, you dare to challenge the entire 9th Heaven universe. Although Master pays attention to fate, he pays more attention to human nature. The fact that Master values you so much shows your character. Is that enough? Or do I have to continue? Luyin said, that's enough. It's very pertinent. Xianxia nodded. But you don't know me well enough. Xianxia was puzzled. Not enough? Luyin looked at her. When the 6th Night Pillar returns from this battle, you should be able to hear more stories about me in the 9th Heaven universe. Let's talk then. Xianxia was speechless. She found herself unable to respond to this person's words several times. Was this something an absolute powerhouse who cared about humanity should say? He was not modest at all. The ground suddenly shook. Lu Li's voice resounded throughout the world. 6th Night Pillar, quiet. The millions of cultivators in the 6th Night Pillar were silent. Below the ground, the Tomorrow Beast opened his eyes and breathed heavily. On the surface, a line shook and tore open the ground, revealing a grayish-brown, elastic skin. A crimson light fell from the sky, and a crimson tower slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone who saw this scene felt their breaths quicken. And this scene could only be seen from the 6th Night Pillar. Anyone who left the 6th Night Pillar would not be able to see this crimson tower. At this moment, those who could stay on the 6th Night Pillar had been recognized as participants of the expedition. Those who did not have the qualifications had been driven away. Aside from Luyin, no one dared to drive him away. Lu Li also hoped that Luyin would join the expedition. As long as Luyin did not leave, no one would look for him. The Crimson Tower's light enveloped the entire 6th Night Pillar and shone on Luyin. It was very warm. There was an indescribable oppression and majesty that made him subconsciously alert. An Eternal Life Realm expert. This was the aura of an Eternal Life Realm expert. He had fought with Master Grass and escaped from the pursuit of an Eternal Life Realm monster. He was no stranger to this kind of majesty. The Crimson Tower's majesty was within Lu Yin's knowledge. He found that this majesty was no stronger than a grass master. He wondered how majestic the guardian of the Crimson Tower would be if he personally appeared. Luyin did not sense the guardian of the Azure Lotus. He really wanted to see the guardian of the Crimson Tower and the guardian of the Alarm Gate. On the 6th Night Pillar, no one dared to raise their heads under the crimson light. Only Luyin wanted to try using the triple firmament sword intent to see how powerful the guardian of the Crimson Tower was. After breaking through to the primordial realm, his physical strength had changed. He could only try it on an Eternal Realm expert. He was filled with battle intent. Of course, now was not the time. The guardian of the Crimson Tower's voice rang out, "The universe is an unfathomable place. No one knows what is there. No one can see it all. My 9th firmament universe is very strong. My Eternal Realm experts are very strong. I think I am invincible, but I still can't see the end of the universe. Do you still remember when we fought against the Xianxia universe? Do you still remember when we fought against the universe of tomorrow? You may not remember, but I do. Every time we went on an expedition to the outer universe, 50 to 60% of our people died in battle. However, we still had to fight. There was no reason, just fight. This is the most basic rule of the universe. There is no hatred, and there will be no hatred. Destroy all enemies that come to invade us. Destroy all enemies that you see. Destroy all enemies that you want to destroy. The sixth night pillar boiled. Xianxia took a step forward and appeared under the huge war drum. The drum beat rang out. Fight. 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 Underground, tomorrow's beast stood up, and the sixth pillar shook. All the cultivators sat down cross-legged and focused. Tomorrow's beast crawled out of the ground and roared at the sky. A huge power distorted the void and rushed towards the stars. At the same time, tomorrow's beast's roar came from the southern region. The tomorrow beast grabbed onto the ground and grabbed onto the grayish-brown skin. It circled around the huge sixth night pillar and pressed onto its back. Its roar became more and more violent. Boom, boom, boom. The heartbeat of the tomorrow beast caused ripples to appear in the starry sky of the universe. That was the heartbeat of the tomorrow beast. It forcefully pulled back the slingshot, causing the sixth night pillar to tilt. Xianxia was unmoved and continued to beat the drum. Even tomorrow's beast's heartbeat could not suppress the sound of the drum. With a loud explosion, the sixth pillar rose up in the air and disappeared from the continent of the 9 clouds, like a shooting star. At the same time, 2 shooting stars flashed in the southern region. They were the second and fourth pillars. Countless people in the universe looked up. The disappearance of the 3 shooting stars represented the beginning of the war. What would happen in the end? Even if there were 3 eternal emperors, no one could say for sure. It was not like there had never been a case of retreating in defeat, and more than once. Moreover, there were originally 4 eternal emperors. Yu Jiuxiao's destiny was to fight, while Yu Jiuxiao's destiny was to make the Jiuxiao universe more fertile for cultivation. At the border of the eastern region, where the sixth pillar had been, it was now empty and had become a bottomless ravine. Tomorrow's beast slowly lay down and fell asleep. It had exceeded its limits and caused its muscles to crack. Not far away, Luin watched tomorrow's beast lie down and was amazed. That attack was much stronger than when tomorrow's beast had thrown him into the Jiuxiao universe. However, it was not as strong as Lu Yin's. His strength definitely surpassed tomorrow's beast's. If he had been the one to pull the slingshot, who knew where the sixth pillar would have gone? Tomorrow's beast's strength was definitely related to distance. The slingshot shot the pillar, and the heavenly rope swung like a swing. The Jiuxiao universe was really different from what Lu Yin had imagined. There was a sense of cynicism, but the battle intent just now could not be faked. If there was a day when Yu Jiuxiao was fighting in the Tianyuan universe, what would Lu Yin think if he saw this scene? In the next moment, countless voices rang out in the eastern domain. They came from all the great clans and powers, and they were all expressing their gratitude to the heavens and earth. Even the Lin Swords Gate and Wanxiang Valley were thanking the heavens and earth. They were thanking the heavens and earth, and also bidding farewell to those who would never return. The entire continent of the 9 clouds was grateful to the universe. Further away, Jianhong was also present. He belonged to the 7th night pillar and naturally could not participate in the battle. When he saw Lu Yin look over, he bowed deeply without saying a word. Lu Yin nodded and then headed in the direction of the eastern domain's sky cable. It was time to head to the western domain. The bamboo pieces floated in the air, crossing the eastern region and heading toward the mother tree. The bamboo slip was the spring and autumn scroll, and Lu Yin was seated cross-legged on top of it as he stared at the stars. No one knew what he was thinking. Behind them, Xianxia was working hard to carve the word luck onto the spring and autumn slip. It was not easy to carve the word luck onto the spring and autumn slip, as the spring and autumn slips' many years of history only contained a few luck characters. They had used this word to create what seemed like an absolutely fair bet, but they had also exposed this word. For the sake of Myriad Elephant Valley, they had ended up provoking Lu Yin and paying the price of their lives. If I let the spring and autumn slip choose again, would you still have made the bet with Myriad Elephant Valley? Would you have made the bet with me? Lu Yin's voice traveled over, and Qianshu paused. His gaze was complicated as he whispered, definitely not. Then what do you think this word brought you? You relied on it to take Ming Xiaoqiu away, but it also provoked me, Lu Yin asked. Qianshu stared blankly at Lu Yin's back, feeling lost for a moment. Yes, luck had helped the spring and autumn slip obtain Ming Xiaoqiu, and it had also helped the spring and autumn slip accomplish what they wanted. But what had happened in the end? It had brought Lu Yin and destroyed the spring and autumn slip. If the word luck was written until the spring and autumn slip's destruction was a line, then what had this line brought to the spring and autumn slip? They had not gained anything, but they had paid the price of their lives. Why had this happened? Qianshu felt weak all over, and an incomprehensible feeling of suffering appeared within him. It was as if countless voices were mocking him and the spring and autumn slip. He could not help but ask, why? Lu Yin stared blankly at the stars. Why? He did not know. If the spring and autumn slip could really obtain luck, why had it been destroyed? Luck had helped them do many things, but they had paid a heavy price. Was this still luck? If they could obtain luck, then where had the misfortune of their eventual destruction come from? Wait, good luck, misfortune. He turned back to look at Qianshu. Luck. Must it be good luck? Qianshu met Lu Yin's gaze, his eyes unfocused. Of course. Why did it end up like this? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. If the spring and autumn slip began with the word luck, then it was equivalent to ending with the word luck. If luck could be controlled, then who had controlled it before humans? Was it the laws of the universe? Had the spring and autumn slip violated something by obtaining luck? If luck could be, then did karma, as well as the laws of the sequence, violate something? Continue, Lu Yin said indifferently. Qianshu took a deep breath, suppressed his confusion, and continued writing the word luck. However, at this moment, Lu Yin was no longer looking forward to it. The spring and autumn slip's fate made him shudder. Was the luck obtained good luck or misfortune? Would a moment of good luck be repaid with misfortune? He did not know if forcefully obtaining luck would violate something. Under this premise, the word luck that Qianshu had written seemed to dim. Not long after Lu Yin left the sixth night pillar, an orchid leaf appeared in the void. It was different from Ming Xiaolong's orchid leaf, as this one was exceptionally large. It was obvious that it was not on the same level. Jianhong had not left yet, and when he saw the orchid leaf appear, he was shocked. Why are you here? A middle-aged man sat on the orchid leaf. He was the same height as an ordinary person, but his skin was dark green. From the side, he looked flatter than an ordinary person. He looked like a human, but he was different from ordinary people. This person had a cigarette in his mouth, and he glanced at Jianhong from the corner of his eyes. He raised his hand to take the cigarette and exhaled. Immediately, dark green air swept through the surroundings like remnant clouds, causing the trees that came into contact with it to wither visibly. The grass and the creatures in the grass were all choked to death by this dark green air. Jianhong frowned and stared at the newcomer. Be careful. This is the sixth night pillar. If you cause trouble, it won't look good for anyone. The newcomer sneered and put the cigarette back in his mouth. He took a deep breath and exhaled the dark green air again, causing Jianhong's expression to turn even uglier. When did it become your turn to lecture me? Jianhong. Jianhong stared at the newcomer. What are you doing here? The sixth night pillar has already left. I'm not looking for the sixth night pillar. I'm looking for that Lu Yin. The newcomer's voice was coarse and hoarse. As he spoke, he exhaled another dark green air. Jianhong was surprised. You're looking for Mr. Lu? The newcomer sneered. Mister? You really respect him. He's just a lowly person from a third universe. It's already a blessing for him to enter the 9 clouds, yet he keeps causing trouble and even dares to provoke the entire 9 clouds universe. Does he really think there's no one in the 9 clouds universe who can stop him? I'd like to see if he really has the ability to do that. Jianhong warned, you're from the 7th night pillar. Don't cause trouble for the 7th night pillar. Him? The single annihilation spring and autumn slip is very powerful, and the commotion caused by breaking through to the primordial realm is very great, but it's not enough for him to provoke the entire Nine Clouds universe. As long as he's not an eternal realm expert, I, Supreme Sovereign Lanyi, have nothing to fear. Where is he? Jianhong said, Mr. Lu's strength is beyond your imagination. Can't you see the commotion caused by breaking through to the primordial realm? Lanyi sneered. I can cause such a huge commotion if I want to, but the Eternal Realm Emperor won't allow it. This person is so arrogant. I'm not the only one who wants to teach him a lesson. Where is he? Tell me quickly. I want to win face for the seventh night pillar. I want to show those trash from the outer universe that whoever comes to the Nine Clouds universe will have to submit to me no matter who you are. Jianhong shook his head. I don't know where he went. You're wasting my time. Lanyi snorted coldly and vanished. Jianhong looked at where Lanyi had disappeared and felt a headache. Some people relied on their cultivation and talent to act lawlessly. This person was one of them. In the seventh night pillar, even if Night Capital couldn't suppress this person, with the strength Mr. Lu had displayed, even Yu Ye and Xia Yu weren't his match. This grand venerable Lanyi wouldn't be able to cause too much trouble, but some small troubles were unavoidable. Thinking up to here, Jianhong contacted Lu Yin and reminded him. In the sky, Lu Yin stopped thinking about the spring and autumn slip. Is Supreme Sovereign Lanyi very powerful? Xianxia was surprised. Supreme Sovereign Lanyi? Seeing Lu Yin's silence, Xianxia continued, Supreme Sovereign Lanyi is a very powerful wandering cultivator. Although he's only at the bitter adversity realm, because of his special physique, even peak bitter adversity realm powerhouses aren't willing to provoke him. He followed the seventh night pillar to the Orchid universe. Because of his physique, he definitely improved there, but I don't know to what extent. Grand Mistress Ing Mei once said that if Supreme Sovereign Lanyi breaks through to the bitter adversity realm, then even she might not be his match. He can become one of the few peak experts in the eastern region, so my spring and autumn slip is very polite to him. His threat isn't below that of the Luo family or the Silent Sword sect. Lu Yin was shocked. If even Ing Mei wasn't confident, then it was no wonder that she dared to provoke him. One person could rival an entire power, so he was indeed a peak expert. If he reached the bitter adversity realm, then his strength should be similar to Yu Ye's. What kind of physique is this person? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia was about to answer when the distant sky suddenly turned dark green and spread out in all directions. Following that, a loud hoarse voice rang out. Where is Lu Yin? I, Supreme Sovereign Lanyi, want to see what qualifications you have to challenge the entire Nine Clouds universe. Come out if you have the guts. Xianxia was shocked. What happened? Lu Yin challenged the entire Nine Clouds universe? Lu Yin calmly looked into the distance. Interesting. It's slower than I thought. Thank you, Brother Qian Yongxing, for your tip. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. His words about breaking through to the primordial realm had definitely attracted the attention of some experts from the Nine Firmaments universe. His breakthrough had caused a huge commotion and was shocking enough, but it wasn't enough to scare the peak experts who had completed the Kuwo stage. In their eyes, they were the strongest below the eternal realm. No one would admit that they, a great circle-crossing Ku adversity cultivator, were inferior to others. Of course, Luli was an exception. Those who had truly cultivated to the peak of the Kuwo stage with their own abilities were all prideful. They might not even take the defense god seriously. That was why Lu Feichen and the others had joined the battle with the sixth night pillar. Rushi even wanted to use the Rushi Sutra to reach immortality. People like him couldn't stand being provoked like this. Do the people of the Tianyuan universe only know how to talk big? If you don't come out, then I, Supreme Sovereign Lanyi, will kill my way into the Tianyuan universe. I'll step on the faces of the Tianyuan universe's people and ask them if you can only be a coward. Supreme Sovereign Lanya's voice spread out in all directions. Countless people were shocked. Jianhong naturally heard it as well and sighed. This person was too merciless. Above the spring and autumn scroll, Lu Yin's lips curled up. He raised a hand and pointed at the void. Ripples spread out from his fingertips and quickly spread out. It was as if the world was a lake that instantly reached Grand Sovereign Lanyi. Along the way, all the cultivators who touched the ripples were pushed down from the sky by an unshakable force. There could only be two people under the sky. When Grand Sovereign Lanyi saw the ripples spreading over, he raised his dark green arm and pushed horizontally. The void shook as the ripples twisted and twisted, but they didn't break. Grand Sovereign Lanyi was surprised. His palm actually couldn't break the ripples of power? What great power! He wanted to see just how great it was. As he thought about it, his figure flickered. The 9 firmaments change. In the distance, Luin raised an eyebrow. The 9 firmaments change? Everyone in the 9 firmaments universe could cultivate it, but not many could truly master it. He hadn't seen many in the years he had spent in the eastern region. He hadn't expected Grand Sovereign Lanyi to succeed. Under the 9 firmaments change, Grand Sovereign Lanyi's lips curled up savagely. He pushed his dark green arm out. Not only did he want to break the ripples, but he also wanted to counterattack and let this person have a taste of his own power. However, his expression changed again. Impossible. Under the change of the 9 heavens, Supreme Venerable Lanyi's palm still couldn't break the ripple. He couldn't believe it. This was just a ripple of power. How could it not break? It was not the power of that person at close range. It was just a ripple of power that spread to the eastern region. How could it not shake him? Supreme Venerable Lanyi struck out with his other hand. A huge force shook the sky and rumbled. On the ground, countless people looked up and saw Grand Venerable Lanyi being forced back by the energy ripples. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. His strength was not something that this person could resist. Although it was only a ripple of power, this ripple was enough to suppress the majority of experts crossing bitter adversity. Even someone as strong as Xianxia would have to be serious when facing a ripple of power, let alone this Supreme Venerable Lanyi who was not proficient in physical strength. Luin raised his hand and pointed a second time. The second finger was like a drum in the void, emitting a soft sound. Another ripple spread out in the blink of an eye, fusing with the first ripple and pushing Grand Venerable Lanyi back. Supreme Venerable Lanyi was furious. This person hadn't even shown his face, yet he wanted to suppress him with just this ripple of power. How arrogant! Between heaven and earth, the Gate of Wonder stood tall as Supreme Venerable Lanyi directly used his soul. He wasn't a lower defense deity, so he didn't need to worry. If he became a lower defense deity one day, he would no longer be able to use this soul. The Gate of Wonder appeared and blocked both ripples. Supreme Venerable Lanyi took the opportunity to pass through the ripples and rush towards Luin. He wasn't proficient in physical strength, and this person's ripples of power were constantly pushing him outwards, which was extremely disadvantageous for him. He could only attack when he was close to that person. But then, there was a loud bang and a third ripple appeared. This time, it wasn't a horizontal ripple, but rather a circle that spread out in all directions. There was no way to avoid it. It was as if a circle had been drawn with Luin at the center. That circle seemed to contain the universe of the continent of the 9 heavens, and it kept expanding. Grand Venerable Lanyi struck out with his palm against the expanding circle, but he was fiercely pushed back by the circle, crashing into his own Gate of Wonder. There was the circle in front and the Gate of Wonder behind. Supreme Venerable Lanyi was being forced back step by someone he hadn't even seen before. Such a thing had never happened before in his life. Even the current head of the Night Guards, the 7th Night Pillar, couldn't suppress him like this. This person relied on brute strength. This person only had brute strength, and he was a savage. In the distance, Luin looked into the distance. Under the third finger, Supreme Venerable Lanyi couldn't even get close to him. Did he not see the difference between them? Or did he have the confidence to win against Lu Yin's unbreakable strength? Luin hoped that this was the case. That would be interesting. His expression suddenly changed. The circle had been broken. That battle technique? You can continue, Luin said indifferently. Xianxia recalled Lu Yin's question and looked into the distance again. There, Supreme Venerable Lanyi was panting heavily. It hadn't been easy to defeat the circle, and Luin hadn't even shown his face. Supreme Venerable Lanyi was born on an orchid leaf, and no one knows who his parents are. When he was discovered, he didn't eat or drink, but he survived for dozens of days. This is inconceivable for a newborn, and the reason he survived was because of the miasma on the orchid leaf. The reason why the orchid universe was destroyed was because of the miasma that humans couldn't withstand. Even the mother tree of the orchid universe was covered in miasma and constantly corroded. The orchid leaf itself also had miasma, but cultivators controlled it so that the miasma was almost non-existent and harmless. However, to a child who had never cultivated and had just started fighting, that miasma was fatal. Supreme Venerable Lan Yi could absorb the miasma to survive, which helped him achieve his special constitution, which was the miasma orchid. In the distance, the Gate of Wonder disappeared, and Supreme Venerable Lan Yi looked in Lu Yin's direction. His gaze crossed the distance and stared at Lu Yin as he rushed towards him. The miasma orchid constitution allowed Supreme Venerable Lan Yi's cultivation to be unimpeded. There are many items from the orchid universe in the Nina Firmament's universe that are similar to the orchid leaf in that they have their own miasma. Supreme Venerable Lan Yi's cultivation is to constantly absorb this miasma, and the more he absorbs, the faster his battle prowess increases. He's also very talented, and over time, he surpassed his peers and became a top figure of his generation. He's domineering and doesn't think before speaking. He's offended many people, but very few dare to provoke him. His miasma is very difficult to deal with. That was in the past. When he learned that the seventh night pillar was going to the orchid universe, Supreme Venerable Lan Yi joined the seventh night pillar and followed them there. Now, only the seventh night pillar knows how strong he is. Perhaps he's very strong. By the time Xianxia finished speaking, Supreme Venerable Lan Yi had also arrived. Lu Yin sat on the spring and autumn scroll and curiously looked at Supreme Venerable Lan Yi. Supreme Venerable Lan Yi's appearance was strange. He had an orchid tobacco in his mouth and looked domineering. When he looked at Lu Yin, his eyes were cold and full of fear. Lu Yin's strength really shocked him. He had never seen such terrifying strength in his life. If it wasn't for the special miasma, he wouldn't have dared to approach those 3 fingers. Now, he was facing Lu Yin because he had already spoken ruthlessly. However, the way he looked at Lu Yin was completely different. This person was qualified to challenge the Nina Firmament's universe. You're Lu Yin from the Tianyuan universe? Supreme Venerable Lan Yi asked, spitting out dark green smoke. His voice was hoarse. Lu Yin looked at him and said, "What do you want to say?" Supreme Venerable Lan Yi stared at Lu Yin, took a puff, and said, "Since you're in the Nina Firmament's universe, you should forget the past. The Tianyuan universe is just one of the 3 lower universes. Not to mention the Tianyuan universe, even spiritualized universes are just ants in the Nina Firmament's universe. With your strength, you should be more open-minded." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Are you telling me what to do?" Supreme Venerable Lan Yi's expression was fierce, and he said in a low voice, "I'm reminding you. Who gave you the courage to challenge the entire Nina Firmament's universe? If you want to integrate, show your sincerity and join the battle with Night Pillar. If you want to protect the Tianyuan universe, you can't do it." Xianxia looked at Supreme Venerable Lan Yi and sensed his aura. He had reached the level of complete coup adversity. Lan Yuzhou had made him transform. No wonder he was becoming more and more domineering. However, so what if he had reached the level of complete coup adversity? He had accepted spiritual cultivation and was qualified to sleep in the junior defense tower. But he had failed miserably. Grandmaster Ing Mei had reached the level of complete coup adversity and had used the turbid treasure spring and autumn slip, but he had also failed miserably. Supreme Venerable Lan Yi might be very strong, and his trip to Lan Yuzhou had made him overflow with confidence. However, he would soon see the reality. Not every complete coup adversity expert could destroy the spring and autumn slip. Even the inferior defense deity could hardly do it. On the ground, countless people looked at the sky. They had heard Supreme Venerable Lan Yi's words. Although they were aggressive, they were right. Lu Yin was powerful. His breakthrough to the primordial realm had shaken the 9 firmaments, and he had come out of Yi Hai. It was related to the Blue Lotus superior defense, but the 9 firmaments universe was not limited to the Blue Lotus superior defense. It was common knowledge that the lower 3 universes were looked down upon by the 9 firmaments universe. This person had come to the 9 firmaments universe, But not only did he not contribute to the Nine Firmaments universe, but he also wanted to protect the Tianyuan universe. How was that possible? Most people did not dare to refute Luin because they were not strong enough. However, Supreme Venerable Lan Yu was qualified. He was one of the top experts in the eastern region of the Nine Firmaments universe. Even Lu Xizhan of the Four Lin Sword sect was inferior to him in terms of cultivation. Wan Lu of the Myriad Elephant Valley was not as strong as him. Only the Master of Great Dream Sky was mysterious and unfathomable. Supreme Venerable Lan Yi was qualified to represent the Nine Firmaments universe to refute Luin. Lu Yin's smile disappeared. He looked at Supreme Venerable Lan Yi calmly. "You'll get beaten up if you talk to me like that." Supreme Venerable Lan Yi's eyes were fierce. Even if the immortal deity doesn't appear, there are still people in the Nine Firmaments universe who can deal with you. It's not too late to regret it now. Lu Yin sighed and slowly stood up. Xianxia saw this and silently stepped back. He looked at Supreme Venerable Lan Yi sympathetically. Supreme Venerable Lan Yi stood up and stared at Lu Yin vigilantly. In this battle, he had to take the initiative and envelop Lu Yin with miasma. He could not give Lu Yin any room to use his strength. He constantly deduced the process of making a move in his mind. After reaching the level of complete coup adversity, he could think of thousands of thoughts and quickly found a way. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to attack. He pointed at his feet and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Lan Yi looked at the bamboo and his eyes flashed. "Yes, it's the spring and autumn slip." Lu Yin pointed at Xianxia. "Do you know him?" Lan Yi glanced at him. "The spring and autumn slip, Xianxia's genius." Lu Yin nodded. "He offended me, so I destroyed the spring and autumn slip. Since it's still useful, I spared his life. What about you? Now that you've offended me, I hope you have value in sparing your life." Lan Yi spat out dark green smoke. It wasn't smoke, but miasma. The miasma rushed at Lu Yin like a living dragon, instantly covering the sky. From below, the entire sky had been replaced by a dark green color, and the world had changed. Grand Sovereign Lan Yi's miasma filled the area. This miasma couldn't seal Lu Yin's power, but it could help him know in advance where the power was coming from and the range of its effects. The next moment, he took a step forward and looked down from above. A majestic amount of sequence particles shot out and fell down. At the same time, the spiritual soul shock gate appeared from another direction, and Lan Yi used 9 heavens change to flash to the last direction. 4 different directions surrounded by 4 different powers. How could this person break through? Xianxia's expression changed. The miasma gave him a sense of crisis. It was the miasma of a perfected bitter disaster realm powerhouse and could corrode them. There were also attacks coming from the other directions. The sequence laws above his head were boundless, the shock gate at the side was difficult to shake, and the murderous intent behind him was even stronger. Lan Yi's strength was worthy of standing at the top of the eastern region. Xianxia knew that he could only fight against this person with his physique. This person couldn't defeat him, but he also didn't have a way to defeat him. Lu Yin stood there casually and attacked from all directions. Whether it was the sequence particles or the 9 heavens change, Lan Yi was close to Yusang Tian. The miasma was like Yuya's trump card. But so what? It was just a fleeting cloud. This person's strength was still not at Yusang Tian's or Yuya's level. He was only comparable to the old chief and Wu Huang, who had used the 9 heavens change. The attacks from all directions seemed impossible to escape, but did he need to escape? Around the spring and autumn scroll, chains of consciousness shot up into the sky, locking down heaven and earth, peeling off from all directions. Miasma, sequence rules, gate of wonder, and even Supreme Venerable Lan Yi's combat skills with the change of the 9th heaven were all blocked by the world lock. He couldn't believe it. How could he be so strong? Supreme Venerable Lan Yi didn't believe it and kept attacking. But no matter what he did, he couldn't break the heaven and earth lock. The heaven and earth lock could seal an enemy's movements, thoughts, consciousness, and even their knowledge of the outside world. A complete version of the heaven and earth lock could strip away everything in all directions. It could also be used with the eternal substance to temporarily trap an eternal realm life form. Even if Luin didn't use the eternal substance, the heaven and earth lock wasn't something that Grand Monarch Lanyi could break. This was a real eternal life realm combat skill. Luin slowly turned his head and looked in Grand Monarch Lanya's direction. Have you thought about it? What's worth keeping you alive? Supreme Venerable Lanya's pupils shrank. He raised his hand and changed his fingertips. Orchid leaf finger. The orchid leaf finger drew an orchid leaf. As the miasma at the tip of the finger changed, it was as if the universe was being born, vivid and lifelike. When the finger pointed out, it was as if a part of the universe was pressing down. At this moment, Xianxia's scalp went numb. Looking at Grand Monarch Lanya's finger, he felt a sense of crisis. This move? Luin narrowed his eyes. This was the move. Previously, Grand Monarch Lanyi had used this move to break the circle of his third finger. This move was similar to the starry sky in his heart. It was like a simplified version of the starry sky in his heart. The reason why Luin allowed Grand Monarch Lanyi to attack was to see this move. This was the first time he had seen the shadow of the starry sky in his heart on someone else. Progenitors had ancestral worlds that could contain living beings. However, the ancestral worlds were different from the starry sky in Lu Yin's heart. One was the manifestation of one's own strength, while the other was all-encompassing and had existed since ancient times. The starry sky in his heart was a part of the universe that could be born. Although Lu Yin didn't know how to completely transform this part of the universe, this part of the universe already had the embryonic form of a normal universe, such as stars, weather, and even karma. Grand Monarch Lanya's finger used the miasma to simulate the orchid universe. The orchid universe was originally filled with miasma, and Grand Monarch Lanyi had followed the seventh night pillar to station in the orchid universe. He had traveled the entire universe and comprehended this finger as a trump card, but he hadn't expected to use it against his first enemy as soon as he returned to Nina Firmament's universe. Previously, Grand Monarch Lanya's finger had still been able to break the circle of Lu Yin's strength. Now, he felt that he could break this consciousness as well. The orchid leaf finger caused the starry sky to change as it struck the world lock. It was ineffective. Grand Monarch Lanya's pupils shrank. Impossible. The miasma in his body surged out crazily and condensed at his fingertip, causing the universe to change even more clearly. The starry sky couldn't withstand it and began to collapse. Countless gazes stared at the finger in pain. Xianxia stared at the finger. What kind of power was that? Even the void couldn't withstand it. This wasn't tearing the void apart, but rather the entire void being unable to withstand it. It was as if a new world was being torn apart. The orchid leaf finger struck the world lock once more. It was ineffective. Grand Monarch Lanyi stared blankly at Luin. Luin looked at him with a faint smile. The orchid leaf finger simulated the orchid universe and used the miasma as the core. It could indeed simulate a simplified version of the orchid universe. This was only possible because Grand Monarch Lanyi had reached the peak of coup adversity. If it had been any weaker, it wouldn't have been possible no matter how much miasma there was. However, the orchid leaf finger simulated the universe, while the world lock could strip the world. It was a completely different concept. Lu Yin's consciousness was also terrifying beyond Grand Monarch Lanya's imagination. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to see the orchid leaf finger again, Lu Yin's absolute command would have prevented Grand Monarch Lanyi from even attacking. Have you had enough fun? Luin asked, his voice mocking. However, in Grand Monarch Lanya's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. Have fun? In this person's eyes, his attack was just for fun? Grand Monarch Lanya's feelings were indescribable. He had already done his best, but this person hadn't even done anything. Was the difference that great? Grand Monarch Lanyi had deduced well. He had used the attacks from all directions to force this person's power out of direction, and then used the Gate of Wonder to block and the orchid leaf finger to launch a sneak attack. This set of attacks should have been enough to win. However, he had never dreamed that the result of his deduction wouldn't even be able to achieve the first step. At this moment, he didn't even feel humiliated. It was as if he was facing the eternal ruler for the first time. The powerlessness and reverence that came from the bottom of his heart gushed out at this moment. However, this person was clearly not the eternal ruler. Yes, it was precisely because he had seen the eternal ruler after the seventh night pillar returned to the Nine Clouds universe that he was determined to be the candidate who would definitely experience the rebirth of the Lan universe. Thus, he had some confidence in stepping into the eternal realm. Therefore, he didn't put anyone in his eyes. No matter who the Night Chief was, who the eternal ruler was, or who the other powerhouses at the peak of the bitter adversity realm were, none of them could compare to him. He had the greatest advantage in the rebirth of the Lan universe, and he was also the most likely to step into the eternal realm and become the fourth eternal realm powerhouse of the Nine Clouds universe. Therefore, he couldn't bear to see Lu Yin provoking the Nine Clouds universe and looking down on the Tianyuan universe. As an eternal realm powerhouse of the Nine Clouds universe, he wanted to teach this person a lesson. But now, a basin of cold water was poured over him from head to toe, and he was completely awake. He wasn't an eternal realm powerhouse, and neither was this person, but how was he different from an eternal realm powerhouse? Right, this person had just broken through to the primordial realm. Lan Yi stared blankly at Lu Yin. That question, "Have you played enough?" made him collapse mentally. Xianxia felt even more sympathy for him. Sure enough, the result was just as he had expected. Although Lan Yi's strength was beyond his expectations, no one could see Lu Yin's bottom line. The miasma slowly dissipated, and the sky returned to normal. From the beginning to the end, Lu Yin had only used his consciousness, and Lan Yi was powerless. The hearts of those who understood this scene sank to the bottom. Lan Yi was already very strong, but even he was like this. Apart from the eternal ruler, who else in the Nine Clouds universe could be Lu Yin's opponent? Was he the fourth person in the Nine Clouds universe? I'm asking you, have you played enough? Lu Yin's voice rang out again. Lan Yi stared blankly at him. Not only was his voice hoarse, but it was also bitter. Are you really a primordial realm powerhouse? Lu Yin smiled faintly. Is this question meaningful? Lan Yi stared blankly at Lu Yin. Yes, was it meaningful? So what if he was a primordial realm powerhouse? So what if he crossed bitter adversity? Even if this person was just a progenitor, so what? Lan Yi didn't even have the qualifications to attack. In the entire Nine Clouds universe, apart from the eternal ruler, no one else could be this person's opponent. Alright, now tell me, what is the value of sparing your life? Lu Yin spoke slowly. His voice was calm, but it made Lan Yi's heart turn cold. Xianxia looked at Lan Yi. He was a powerhouse at the peak of bitter adversity, but now he was being slaughtered. How pitiful. He knew that Lan Yi wasn't cultivating with a spirit seed, but so what if he had a spirit seed? Once Lu Yin crushed his spirit seed, Lan Yi would be completely useless. It would be more painful than death. Speaking of which, cultivators in the Nine Clouds universe had two lives. In reality, once they lost their cultivation, there was no value in living. Right, Xianxia was also at the peak of bitter adversity, so he was just as pitiful. Thinking of this, Xianxia stopped looking and continued carving. He had the possibility of freedom as long as Lu Yin's request was met. Lan Yi didn't know what to say. Although he had accumulated some savings over the years, how could they compare to the spring and autumn simple? Perhaps you can try to escape and see if you can, Lu Yin said. Lan Yi looked at Lu Yin. What do you want? What can you give me? Lan Yi shook his head. I don't know. Lu Yin frowned. It seems that you're certain that I won't kill you, so you came looking for trouble with me? Lan Yi was helpless. Of course not. He had come looking for trouble because he was certain that he wouldn't lose. Who knew that he would lose so miserably? If you come looking for trouble with me, you can either die or buy your life. There's no third option. Otherwise, anyone can come looking for trouble with me in the future. Lu Yin released the heavenly Tao of Karma, causing the general appointment platform to appear. Go in. Lan Yi looked at the general appointment platform in confusion. This is? A small price. Lu Yin didn't attack, as he didn't need to. Someone like Grandmaster Lan Yi was proud and arrogant. The more arrogant and domineering a person was, the more they would admit defeat once they saw the gap between them. If there was even a sliver of a chance to turn the tables or escape, he would not stay. Staying meant that he had completely given up on resisting. This was not cowardice or fear of death, but rather a responsibility. A responsibility for the cost of this attack. Grandmaster Lan Yi had entered the hell of the appointment stage. Lu Yin's karma continued to increase. Of course, it was far from being comparable to Yu Ye's, but he was still a powerhouse at the peak of bitter adversity, so the increase was not small. One day, he hoped that his karma would expand to encompass the 9 firmaments universe, or even all 3 universes. Such a day would come, just like the Azure Lotus Defense. Lu Yin trembled when he thought of the Azure Lotus Defense's karma phenomenon. Below, the spectators were silent. It was over, and Grandmaster Lan Yi was no match for Lu Yin. This Lu Yin was terrifyingly strong. Far away, Xianxia saw this and retracted his gaze. Had he lost? As expected, he had lost. No one knew better than him how arrogant Grandmaster Lan Yi had become after breaking through to the peak of bitter adversity in Lan Yuzhou. He had not even put the Night Chief in his eyes, especially when he had been summoned by the Emperor. That time, Grandmaster Lan Yi had changed. He had become calmer, but his gaze had changed from arrogance to disregard. This was what the 7th Night Pillar's friends had told him. At the time, Jianhong had been chased by the 5th Night Pillar, so he had not seen Grandmaster Lan Yi with his own eyes. According to those friends, Grandmaster Lan Yi looked at others as if he had already become an Eternal Realm powerhouse. Jianhong did not know what the Emperor had told him, but he could guess. The next to be reactivated was Lan Yuzhou. No one knew Lan Yuzhou better than Grandmaster Lan Yi, and once it was reactivated, he would definitely comprehend more than the other powerhouses. In other words, his chances of becoming an Eternal Realm powerhouse were much higher than others. This was very frightening. Thus, Grandmaster Lan Yi was the first to jump out and cause trouble for Lu Yin. However, he had no idea who he was facing. Lu Yin was someone who had defeated Jiyo with the help of the Teal Lotus Guard. Even though Jianhong did not understand Lu Yin's strength, he had a feeling that Lu Yin was above him. Grandmaster Lan Yi, who had reached the peak of bitter adversity, did not give him this feeling. He wasn't the only one who felt this, but the entire 6th Night Pillar felt this way, including Senior Lu Li. This battle had completely awakened Supreme Venerable Lan Yi. However, if the Lan universe was rebooted and Supreme Venerable Lan Yi really broke through to the Eternal Realm, what would happen to Mr. Liu? Would he kill him for fear of Grand Venerable Lan Yi's future? Jianhong wasn't the only one who thought so. Everyone who knew Supreme Sovereign Lan Yi thought so, especially those from the 7th Night Pillar. Someone had already informed the 7th Night Pillar of this battle, causing an uproar. Grand Sovereign Lan Yi belonged to the 7th Night Pillar, so they naturally had to protect him. However, Grand Sovereign Lan Yi had been the one to cause trouble for Lu Yin, and it wasn't Lu Yin who had taken the initiative to cause trouble for the 7th Night Pillar. It wasn't appropriate for them to step in, but what could they do even if they did? Other than Night Chief, no one else could fight against Lu Yin. Countless eyes looked at the 7th Night Leader. On the 7th Night Pillar, a sigh could be heard before disappearing. Night Chief has gone. Save Supreme Venerable Lan Yi? To be honest, it's not worth it. That Supreme Venerable Lan Yi has never regarded himself as a member of the 7th Night Pillar. But he is indeed a member of the 7th Night Pillar. The Night Chief cannot sit idly by. It's mainly because he's too special. Supreme Venerable Lan Yi is not from the Lan universe, but he can still survive after absorbing the miasma. He has his own value. Chief Knight, will you fight with Lu Yin? Maybe. Let's go. It's been a long time since we've seen Night Chief use his second sword. Many people might have forgotten the title of 9 Firmament Sword Leader. Let's go. Let's go. In the eastern region, Lu Yin looked at the general appointment platform and the increased karma. It's about time. A peak bitter adversity expert's karma had increased by quite a bit. He casually released Supreme Venerable Lan Yi. Lan Yi was in a daze. He was in the same state as Yishang, but in a better state. He quickly regained his senses and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. You? Lu Yin looked at him. This person seemed to have guessed something. After all, he was a peak bitter adversity expert. It was not impossible for him to guess karma. Lan Yi was shocked. He did not know if he had guessed correctly. Karma? Someone else in this universe had comprehended karma? If it was not karma, how could he explain what had happened to him? Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly looked in a certain direction. Luin was one step ahead of Lanyi, and his expression froze. What a powerful sword intent! In his eyes, a sword intent tore through the void and rapidly approached him. It was the strongest sword intent Luin had ever seen, surpassing all other sword experts, including Lu Xizhan. Even Lu Xizhan knew that he could not reach this level of sword intent. Not only did this person use the sword, but he also had other techniques. This sword intent was so sharp and pure that Luin had never seen it before. Night Chief. Lanyi was dazed. Night Chief was here. Luin looked at him. The seventh Night Pillar's Night Chief? Xianxia exclaimed, Senior Gudwanka? He looked at Luin. The seventh Night Pillar's Night Chief is Senior Gudwanka. He is also the top sword expert in the entire Nine Firmaments universe. He is known as Nine Firmaments Sword Leader. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and his lips curled up. Nine Firmaments Sword Leader? Interesting. Gudwanka's soaring sword intent announced his approach, but the closer he got to Luin, the fainter the sword intent became. When Luin saw Gudwanka, the sword intent had already disappeared. Lanyi and Xianxia were not surprised. It was normal for Gudwanka to have the strongest sword intent in the Nine Firmaments universe, and it was even more normal for the sword intent to retreat. He was showing respect to Luin and did not want to use force. If Gudwanka really approached with that powerful sword intent, it would be a provocation. No matter what he wanted to do, he had to win first, or he would not be able to do anything. I am the seventh Night Pillar's Gudwanka. Mr. Lu, long time no see. In Lu Yin's eyes, Gudwanka was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. There was nothing special about him. If there was anything special, it was just that his eyes were tired. Luin had rarely seen such tired eyes in cultivators. Was Nine Firmament Sword Leader like this? Luin nodded. Long time no see, Nine Firmament Sword Leader. Gudwanka smiled. Long time no see. Perhaps Mr. Lu has not heard of my name before today. Luin did not deny it. He really had not heard of it. When he had helped Lu Xizhan become the Four Firmament Sword Leader, he had only heard that the strongest swordsman was in the seventh Night Pillar. At that time, the seventh Night Pillar was far away in the Orchid universe, and no one had talked about it. Gudwanka glanced at Lanyi and said helplessly, I told you not to be impulsive, but you still came. What do you think? I was right. Does Mr. Lu still remember the lesson? Lanyi looked at Gudwanka, not knowing how to reply. Ever since he had broken through to the peak of bitter adversity, he had not taken this person seriously. Yes, this person was very powerful, but he was going downhill. Everyone knew that this person was not far from the end of his life. Over the years, more than one person had challenged this person's swordsmanship, but this person had always avoided the challenge. The seventh Night Pillar had gone to the Orchid universe, and it was said that this person had chosen to leave in order to avoid the challenge. Lanyi actually disdained this person, but he had to admit that this person's strength was terrifying. Even if he was constantly regressing, he was still terrifyingly strong. This was something that everyone in the seventh Night Pillar knew. However, no matter how strong he was, if he did not have the heart to fight, he would eventually disappear from the world. If not for his understanding of this person's temperament, the fifth Night Pillar would not have dared to surround Jianhong. He had been waiting for this person to withdraw from the seventh Night Pillar or lose the ability to compete for the position of Night Pillar's head. Of course, this was under the premise that this person had not broken through to the Eternal Realm. If he did, he would directly become a supreme deity. You don't want to talk? Even if you don't want to talk, you still have to. Why aren't you apologizing to Mr. Lu for disturbing him? Gudwanka scolded while winking at Lanyi. Lanyi closed his eyes. So what if Gudwanka was here? If Luin really comprehended karma, then in the Ninth Firmament universe, no, in the entire human race, no, besides the three supreme deities, no one would be able to order him around. This little trick was laughable. Seeing that Lanyi was ignoring him, Gudwanka sighed and bowed to Luin. The seventh Night Pillar has not taught you well. I hope that Mr. Lu can forgive me. If Mr. Lu has any requests, the seventh night pillar will do his best to satisfy you. Luing didn't know how to deal with Lanyi, but he couldn't let him go so easily. Otherwise, if anyone dared to cause trouble for him, then the might of the spring and autumn scroll would be wasted. Everyone had a different understanding of what it meant to break through to the primordial realm. There were many people like Lanyi who thought that Luing was provoking the ninth firmament universe, or rather, most people thought so. Therefore, Luing had to intimidate them, or at least let them know that they shouldn't cause trouble for him unless they were stronger than Lanyi. Hold on. Luing raised his brows and glanced at Lanyi. That's not right. If no one is causing trouble for me, then why am I forcing them into hell? Previously, he had wanted to intimidate the people of the ninth firmament universe in one go for the sake of the Tianyuan universe. Only by using himself as a barrier would he be able to stop these people from looking down on him and scheming against him. His method of killing was to make the cultivators of the ninth firmament universe fear him, but this way, the Tianyuan universe would always be on the opposite side of the ninth firmament universe. Unless he reached the eternal realm and no accidents happened, he would be able to protect the Tianyuan universe. Otherwise, if something happened to him, the Tianyuan universe would suffer retaliation. However, if he allowed these people to cause trouble for him, it would be inconsistent with his belief of being invincible. But if it was for the sake of increasing karma in hell, then it would be reasonable. He couldn't kill them until they didn't dare to cause trouble for him, but he also couldn't let them think that he was easy to bully and that they were afraid of the ninth firmament universe, so they didn't dare to kill him. He had to be careful about what he should do. Only by increasing karma could he increase his strength. Luing needed karma, and the more, the better. When karma spread to the Tianyuan universe one day, he would truly be invincible. Thinking of this, Luing looked at Gudwanka. Causing trouble for me? It's not that exaggerated. He can't cause me any trouble. Lanyi opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yin's back with a complicated expression. There was no way to refute this. His actions were just playing around with this person. How could there be any trouble? Thank you, brothers, for your support. Gudwanka's eyes flashed. These words were really arrogant, but Lanyi didn't respond at all. It seemed that he was completely defeated. This person's strength might be above his estimation. Lanyi had lived for a long time, but Gudwanka had lived for much longer than him. In terms of seniority, there was no comparison at all. But he did waste some of my time and said some unpleasant words. It's impossible for you to take him away like this, Luing said indifferently. Gudwanka smiled. Of course. If Mr. Lu has any requests, just say it. This Lanyi has a bad mouth, but his heart is not bad. Lanyi was speechless. Luing said, I've already told him about the conditions. Let him think about what he wants to buy for his life. Then, he looked at Lanyi. Have you thought about it? Lanyi said in a low voice, I used all my resources to buy things in Lan Universe, and then followed the seventh night pillar to Lan Universe. I didn't ask you about the process, only the result, Luing interrupted. Lanyi gritted his teeth. Miasma. If Mr. Lu likes it, I'll give it to you. Luing raised his eyebrows. Miasma? How? Isn't this your constitution? Lanyi waved his hand, and an orchid leaf on the ground fluttered and floated beside him. This orchid leaf is my mount. It has been nourished by my miasma for many years, especially in Lan Universe. I integrated the majestic miasma into it. It's not an exaggeration to say that the miasma inside is enough to bury an ordinary bitter disaster expert. If all of it is released, it can form a disaster. This is the most precious thing I have. Luing looked at the orchid leaf and nodded. Not bad. It can be used as a mount, but it's not enough. Lanyi frowned. He didn't have anything else. Gudwanka asked, Mister, what do you need? What do you have? I have some things, but I'm afraid they can't catch your eye. Then why are you still asking? Gudwanka was stunned. He was just being modest out of habit, but he didn't know what to say. This is a pathfinding stone, a very strange stone material. It can attach one's consciousness to it and throw it out. The further the pathfinding stone is thrown, the further one's consciousness can see. There are no restrictions. Moreover, it is very hard. Even a bitter adept would find it difficult to destroy it. The stronger the consciousness attached to it, the harder it is to destroy it. Luin was surprised and took the Pathfinder stone. It looked like a very ordinary stone, and he tried to attach his consciousness to it. Sure enough, his vision changed, and he could see through the stone in all directions. Furthermore, he could see far into the distance. It was very light, and Luin casually tossed it out, causing it to pierce through the void. He quickly saw the ground receding, and he saw the sixth night pillar, as well as Jian Hong. Interesting. Luin waved his hand, and the Pathfinder stone was brought back. He had just thrown it casually. If he had thrown it with his full strength, he didn't know how far it would have flown. It would have definitely flown out of the continent of the 9 clouds. His strength was above the tomorrow beast that threw the night pillar. Of course, the night pillar was thrown mainly by the slingshot. The tomorrow beast was only responsible for pulling the slingshot. Not bad, plus that orchid leaf. Alright. Luin was satisfied. He glanced at Grand Monarch Lanyi. Tell the heavens and earth that you apologize to me. Gudwanka frowned. You still want to apologize? Luin retorted, you don't have to apologize for insulting me? Gudwanka wanted to say that they had already paid the price, but Supreme Sovereign Lanyi simply retreated a certain distance. His voice resounded through the world. I am Supreme Sovereign Lanyi. I apologize for insulting Mr. Liu and the Tianyuan universe. Please forgive me. Gudwanka was stunned. He had actually apologized? What was going on? Even if this guy had been defeated, it shouldn't have been that bad. Luin smiled. This was what it meant to be beaten into submission. Not only did he use force, but he also used karma. Grand Monarch Lanyi had been defeated, but he could enter the hell of the roll call platform himself. This was the price he had paid, but it was difficult for him to apologize. He had apologized because of karma, so why couldn't he apologize to someone who had comprehended karma? He was very clear that if Luin had truly comprehended karma, then even if he came from another universe, as long as he was a human, they wouldn't be able to provoke him, let alone the fact that he was from the Tianyuan universe. He was valued by the Eternal Ruler, but his chances of breaking through to the Eternal Realm were only slightly higher than others. Those who comprehended karma had a higher chance of breaking through. Grand Monarch Lanya's apology shocked everyone, and they were completely convinced. No one knew how Luin did it. Other than Xianxia, he was also someone who had entered the hell of the roll call platform. That feeling was very hopeless. Okay, let's go. Luin waved his hand. Grand Monarch Lanyi turned and left without looking back, nor did he greet Gudwanka. Gudwanka smiled bitterly, thank you for your mercy, Mr. Liu. Then, I will take my leave. Luin looked at him, what do you think of my words? Gudwanka looked at Luin with a calm gaze, different people have different views. Mister's words were very good. Luin was puzzled, very good? Gudwanka nodded, very good. Luin also didn't know what he meant by very good, senior, don't you think it was a provocation? Gudwanka rubbed his head, I only heard the loneliness and strength of a wandering child. Lu Yin's gaze shook, and he remained silent. Mr. Liu, I will take my leave. Luin watched Gudwanka leave, and his mind couldn't calm down for a long time. With Lanyi, Luin put away the spring and autumn bamboo slip and Xianxia, and let him continue carving on Mount Supreme. Lanyi was much more comfortable to sit on than the spring and autumn bamboo slip. The miasma inside was as vast as an abyss. It was a bit exaggerated to say that it could bury an expert, but it could be used by Grand Monarch Lanyi himself. However, the miasma could form a disaster with no problem. Back when he was still very weak, the 5th continent was attacked by the 6th continent in the origin space of the Tianyuan universe. If he had Lanyi, he could release miasma and wipe out the entire 6th continent, let alone stop it. Lanyi kept approaching the mother tree. A few days later, a loud voice resounded through the sky, bending the branches of the mother tree and shaking some floating cities. May I ask where Mr. Liu is? I am Xianding, and I have something to ask Mr. Liu. Luin raised his eyebrows. Someone was looking for trouble again. His consciousness dispersed and enveloped the world. Lu Yin saw Xianding and learned about him from others. Xianding was only a primordial realm expert, but he was born bold. He had once cursed the spring and autumn bamboo slip, so he was quite famous in the eastern region. Lu Yin had heard that Xianding had cursed the spring and autumn bamboo slip, so he was interested. He tapped the air with his finger, and a ripple spread out towards Xianding. Xianding saw the energy ripple approach, and his expression became solemn. I'm definitely not Mr. Lu's opponent, but there's something I don't understand. Speak. Lu Yin's voice also rang out. The cities were far away, but Lu Yin's voice seemed to be right in front of him. There were cultivator clans on the branches, and mortal cities on the ground. There were also cultivator clans that cultivated the Tao of water on the ground and under the sea. Countless people stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. Xianding faced Lu Yin and bowed slowly. Mister, you came to the continent of the 9 clouds alone for the Tianyuan universe. I admire your courage, but do you really think you can change the continent of the 9 clouds' attitude towards the Tianyuan universe by yourself? Since ancient times, the 9 clouds are above, and the 3 are below. This cannot be changed. Everyone in the continent of the 9 clouds is born with this common sense. How can you change it? Lu Yin didn't answer. Xianding continued, Mister, your battle prowess is shocking. Do you want to sweep through the continent of the 9 clouds with your invincible battle prowess? Have you ever thought that by doing this, you won't be able to change the continent of the 9 clouds' attitude towards the Tianyuan universe? It might even make them hate the Tianyuan universe even more. Is this a blessing or a curse for the Tianyuan universe? And do you really think you can sweep through the continent of the 9 clouds alone? Mister, do you really think you can always stand in front of the Tianyuan universe by yourself? Countless people listened. Many cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds wanted to ask what Xianding was asking, but they weren't qualified. Those who were qualified directly started fighting, such as Supreme Sovereign Lanyi. Once he lost, he wouldn't have the face to say anything. Xianding was one of the few people who dared to question a peerless expert like Lu Yin. He really wasn't afraid of death. Lu Yin sat calmly on the leaf, not in a hurry to answer. Xianding wasn't in a hurry either. He maintained his bow and waited for Lu Yin's answer. He wasn't hostile towards Lu Yin, he just couldn't stand it. He couldn't stand Lu Yin stirring up waves in the peaceful continent of the 9 clouds. He couldn't stand Lu Yin finding trouble for no reason, just like how he couldn't stand the spring and autumn scroll bullying others. He had his own code of conduct. Actually, everyone had their own code of conduct. It was just that some people dared to uphold it, while others didn't. Xianding happened to be someone who dared to uphold his code of conduct. People like him usually didn't have good endings, because it was impossible for people to change the general trend. They could only adapt to it. Some people went from having nothing to sitting on top of the world. In fact, they didn't even know how they did it, but with a single call, the general trend had pushed them to that position. In the eyes of others, people like Xianding were pure bullies. However, Xianding's luck was relatively good, and he had lived until today. I'm not alone, Lu Yin said. Lu Yin's words caused waves to surge in the hearts of countless people. He wasn't alone? More experts from the Tianyuan universe had come? Xianding was surprised. Mister, you didn't come alone? Lu Yin sat on the leaf and smiled. Who gave you the right to look down on an entire universe? The continent of the 9 clouds? In the eyes of the continent of the 9 clouds, what are you? If it weren't for the 3 eternal emperors, I dare say that no one in the continent of the 9 clouds would dare to speak. His domineering words shook the world. Xianding's face paled. I, Lu Yin, am invincible in the universe. If I don't come out, who can compete with me? Your sense of superiority is all based on the eternal emperors. Only the eternal emperors can represent the continent of the 9 clouds. What are you? I'm different. I represent the Tianyuan universe. There are countless cultivators in the Tianyuan universe who are united with me. One day, people from the Tianyuan universe will come to the continent of the 9 clouds. I won't be alone, and that day won't be too late. Xianding opened his mouth to say something. Lu Yin's voice rang out again. I said that I will enter the continent of the 9 clouds in the name of the Tianyuan universe. My enemies will be my enemies, and my friends will be my friends. I will protect the human race and make it prosper forever. I am willing to treat you with sincerity. Tianyuan, the 9 clouds, spiritualized, and the human race in the sky. Why should I stand alone in front of the Tianyuan universe? You're wrong. A loud voice rang out. I am willing to stand alone in front of the entire human race. Behind me, there is no distinction between us. Why do you have to be hostile to your own race? The world was silent. Xianding stared blankly into the distance, not saying a word. He couldn't say anything. Lu Yin's domineering attitude targeted the 9 firmaments and the entire human race. He deceived Tianyuan and the entire human race. If he refuted again, he would be refuting the will to protect the human race, and this will could not be shaken. No one could, not even the Eternal Emperor. He had countless things to say, and countless arguments flashed through his mind. He thought that he could suppress Lu Yin with words. But he was wrong. His mistake was not that his words were not sharp enough, but that his vision was too narrow. What he saw was the 9 firmaments, Tianyuan, and spiritualization. He couldn't see the entire human race. His vision was limited to one part of the universe, but Lu Yin was looking at the entire area, the limits of what could be born in this world. His gaze was the same as the Eternal Emperor's. What Xianding wanted to refute was not Lu Yin, but the breadth of mind that encompassed the entire universe. He could only look up to this breadth of mind. How could he refute it? Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xianding faced the front and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I, Xianding, have learned. After that, he turned and left. Countless people were silent. They were convinced by Lu Yin's breadth of mind and domineering attitude. They were not convinced by Lu Yin's strength, but by his will to protect. What 3 universes? What 9 firmaments universe? In this person's eyes, it was the human race, nothing more. If there was a day when the 9 firmaments and the human race were in trouble, he would also kill his way to the unknown distance without hesitation. He would shoulder everything and protect the front. How could they not be convinced by this willpower? Countless people faced the sky and bowed deeply. The orchid leaf continued towards the mother tree. Lu Yin sat on the leaf and looked at the pathfinding stone in a daze. If there was a day when he stepped into eternal life and threw out the pathfinding stone, what would he see? Since Gudwanka had the pathfinding stone, it meant that others would have it too, not to mention the Eternal Emperor. Could they have seen something? He was still far from the general trend of the universe. After Xianding vomited blood, no one in the eastern region bothered Lu Yin again. Lu Yin saw the heavenly rope from afar. Hanging on the branch of the mother tree, it could throw people to the other 3 regions. It was a wonderful idea. It was the Eternal Emperor's work. Looking back, he was about to leave the eastern region. The trip to the eastern region was the starting point of the continent of the 9 clouds. Leaving with a domineering declaration wasn't bad. However, he didn't expect that the strongest power in the eastern region would never show up. In the continent of the 9 clouds, the north, south, east, west, north, and south regions all had their strongest groups. If those clans could not even be considered as forces, then the 4-Lin Sword Gate, 9 Feet Garden, Heaven Gate, and the Luo clan could be considered as third-rate forces. The Spring and Autumn Scroll could be considered as a second-rate force. First-rate forces were the strongest in a region. East region's Great Dream Sky, South region's Xiaoyu Pavilion, West region's Hidden Sky City, North region's Bitter Abyss, and Death Hill were in the center. These were the 5 most powerful forces in the continent of the 9 clouds. Even in Yujiao Shao, there were quite a number of experts that came from these 5 powers. Above the 9 heavens and the eternity heaven and earth was the defense of gods. Although Blue Lotus Upper Yu's Yahai was not a force, it was more powerful than a force. Not to mention the strength of Blue Lotus Upper Yu's disciples, just Blue Lotus Upper Yu alone was extraordinary. It was difficult to compare. When Lu Yin said that he was breaking through to the primordial realm, he thought that the first to cause trouble would be the Dream Sky of the eastern region. He hadn't expected that no one from Dream Sky would appear. It was rumored that Dream Sky had created a technique that replaced reality with dreams. All disciples cultivated in their dreams, and it was almost impossible to see them in reality. This kind of cultivation in dreams was different from spiritualized dream Xianxia. Dream Xianxia could attack in dreams, but he could also cultivate in dreams. His dreams were pure dreams. However, Dream Sky's dreams were inverted. They could be dreams or reality. Dream Xianxia could affect reality with dreams, while Dream Sky could replace reality with dreams. Luin had always been curious about Dream Sky's technique, but he had never been able to see it, which was a pity. After all, he also cultivated the Dream Heart Sutra and could fight Dream Xianxia in his dreams. The heavenly rope was not completely close to the mother tree. The branches of the mother tree stretched out, enough to cover half of the continent of the 9 clouds. The sky rope hung from one of the branches, and it was still quite a distance away from the mother tree. Luin put away the leaf and arrived below the sky rope. There were many people here, but there was only one sky rope, which was a huge mountain range. Beside the mountain range was a sleeping sun beast that would throw the mountain range and the sky rope out. The sun beast was much smaller than the one that had thrown out the night pillar, but it was about the same size as the one in spiritualized space. In its slumber, the snores caused the void to tremble. No one dared to approach it in case it flipped over and crushed people to death. This had happened before. The sky rope was actually just throwing out a mountain range, which was something Luin had never expected. The mountain range was actually able to endure the force of the sky rope without breaking. It was definitely made of extraordinary materials. Many of the resources in the continent of the 9 clouds came from other universes. Luin arrived just as the sky rope was being thrown towards the western region. He put away the leaf and concealed his aura, but he was still recognized. The commotion caused by breaking through to the primordial realm shook the 9 clouds, and countless people saw Luin. Some of the cultivators bowed to him, while others silently retreated. Most cultivators looked down on the Tianyuan universe, even after hearing Lu Yin's words. However, those words had changed many cultivators' attitudes towards Luin. A group of cultivators quickly approached and bowed to Luin respectfully. Chusun of the Sky Rope greets Mr. Lu. Behind him, a group of cultivators bowed respectfully. Greetings, Mr. Lu. Luin asked, are you the ones in charge of the Sky Rope? Chusun replied, yes. Does Mr. want to use the Sky Rope? It's almost time and we can leave at any time. Luin nodded and did not say anything else. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, Mr. Lu. Luin turned around. Elder Lu? It was Elder Lu, and Luin did not expect to see him here. Elder Lu hurried to Luin and bowed slowly. Greetings, Mr. Lu. Luin grunted. Although his consciousness could instantly sweep through everyone, he could not do so continuously. This was the unspoken rule of the cultivation world. If every cultivator saw everything everywhere they went, what would others think? Weak cultivators had no secrets, so how could they survive? I've been waiting for you, Mr. Finally, you're here. Elder Lu sighed in relief and smiled. Luin did not understand. Why were you waiting for me? Elder Lu took out 5 scabs from his cosmic ring and presented them respectfully. Myriad Valley thanks Mr. for your help. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. There was an uproar as everyone stared at the scabs with burning eyes. Who in the 9 firmaments universe did not want these scabs? And 5 at a time. What a big deal. Luin was also surprised. For me? Elder Lu smiled. Yes. Thank you for helping Myriad Valley. Thank you even more for eradicating the Spring and Autumn Scroll and benefiting the 9 firmaments universe. The crowd watched quietly. Even those who did not bow to Luin and looked down on the 3 universes had to admit that Luin had destroyed the Spring and Autumn Scroll. It was not only because the Spring and Autumn booklet was tyrannical and ruthless. It was also because the booklet violated the taboo of killing and stealing one's cultivation spirit. This was especially true for ordinary cultivators with no background. No one would want to have their cultivation spirit taken away by someone they did not even know. The Death Mound intimidated the 9 firmaments universe, but such a thing would still happen. If not for the fact that the Spring and Autumn Scroll was a taboo, the consequences of Luin destroying it would not have been so calm. Luin accepted it without hesitation. Thank you. Elder Lu nodded and bowed again before leaving. After Luin had broken through to the primordial realm, he had been ordered to wait here. Fortunately, Luin had arrived not long after. Luin put away the scabs. He now had 31 scabs on him, which was not bad. He would slowly accumulate them. Although absorbing the scabs did not increase as much karma as suppressing a powerhouse, he could not casually suppress others without a reason. He needed more methods to increase karma. Chusun looked at Lu Yin's cosmic ring enviously and asked respectfully, "Mister, should we leave now?" "Let's go," Lu Yin said. Chusun bowed again and took out his pocket ring to contact someone. Not long after, a strange sound was heard, causing the sunbeast's eyelids to twitch. Then, the sound became louder and more intense. The sunbeast suddenly opened its eyes, yawned, and slowly stood up. That sound had awakened the sunbeast. "Everyone, please climb the mountain," Chusun shouted. Up ahead, under the sky rope, the mountain range was suspended in the air. One cultivator after another climbed the mountain while the sunbeast swung its arms to accumulate energy. Luin also climbed the mountain. He stood at the side of the mountain and was closest to the sunbeast. The tomorrow beast fiercely slapped its chest and looked towards the mountain range. When it saw Luin, an instinctive chill caused it to pause and blink its eyes. It then turned around and continued to accumulate energy. It did not want to look anymore. Luin found it funny. This sunbeast was quite cute. At the foot of the mountain range, Chusun was speechless. As expected of a powerhouse, even the sunbeast did not dare to provoke him. No, it did not even dare to look at him. This sunbeast was quite mischievous. Sometimes, before it threw out the sky rope, it would frighten the people on the mountain range. Those who were timid would faint from fright. It had wanted to scare them just now, but it had been frightened instead. Serves it right. Luin stood quietly at the edge of the mountain range. The sunbeast continued to move its body, and the sound of its heartbeat grew louder. On the mountain range, many cultivators were riding the sky rope for the first time. They were very excited and nervous. After some time, the sunbeast's activity ended. It crossed its palms and cracked them, making the crisp sound of bones. Some cultivators felt their scalps go numb. If they were hit by those palms, they would definitely die. The sunbeast was wary of Luin, so it walked to the other side of the mountain range and grabbed the sky rope. It bared its teeth and its muscles continued to expand. Power surged out, shaking the void and distorting the world. Chusun faced Luin and bowed respectfully for the last time. "Farewell, Mr. Lu." "Rise." The sunbeast suddenly roared, startling even Chusun. It grabbed the sky rope with both hands and threw it out. In the blink of an eye, the sky rope and the mountain range disappeared. On the mountain range, most of the cultivators could not withstand the sudden speed. Those people were curled up in caves. The caves were set up with numinous treasure arrays to prevent the cultivators from fainting. It also had the function of sending the cultivators out of the mountain range. The tomorrow beast's power could throw the entire mountain range to the western regions in one go, but not everyone wanted to go there. This sky rope circled around the northern regions and entered the western regions. Some cultivators wanted to go to the northern regions, so they searched for caves that could go down there. The spirit treasure arrays in the caves would throw the cultivators out according to each person's needs when they were far away from their destination. Because of the inertia of the sky rope, the cultivators would be brought a certain distance away until they reached their destination. The sky rope was not free, and each person had to pay according to how far they wanted to go. The western regions was the final destination. An entire mountain range could hold at least 100,000 people, and at most 1,000,000 people. Every time the sky rope was used, a large amount of resources would be tossed out. Even with Lu Yin's speed, it would take a long time to travel from the eastern regions to the western regions, but the sky rope only took an hour. After the sky rope was tossed out, people were immediately tossed out of the caves at the same time. Although it was only an instant, the cultivators had already disappeared from the eastern regions and entered the northern regions. That distance could be covered in an instant with the sky rope, but if the cultivators went by themselves, it would take a few years. Cultivators were constantly being thrown out of the cave, like shooting stars streaking across the sky. Luin looked up and found it rather spectacular. He turned around and saw the mother tree. The moment the sky rope was tossed out, it approached the mother tree and brushed past it. This speed was indeed very fast. There were people climbing the mother tree? Luin looked back, but the people climbing could no longer be seen. They were dressed rather plainly, reminding him of the hard-working mortals who made a living at the edge of a cliff. Just as he was thinking, someone walked down the mountain and approached him step by step. Luin did not even turn around. I thought you would follow me to the western regions. It was a woman dressed in black. She looked cold, but her face was like a peach blossom. Her eyes were intelligent and deep, and she had a unique aura that was cold in the dark. Not every cultivator in the mountain range hid in a cave, and some could withstand the speed. Long time no see, Mr. Lu. Luin turned around and looked at the woman. Who are you? The woman smiled and looked at him. Mr. Lu, you know that I'm here for you? Luin replied, you're very powerful. You've traveled the 9 firmaments by yourself, and few can surpass you. You're the only one in this mountain range who hasn't seen me before. Because you're also waiting for me. The woman smiled. I'm Xingfan. Lu Yin's expression changed, as he had not expected this woman to be Xingfan, the god of defense under Xingfan. She was one of the top figures in the 9 firmaments universe, and she had worked together with Yuya to cause the deaths of cultivators from spiritualized universes. She had also fished for spiritualized universes to create the word spirit to plunder the resources of spiritualized universes. That was not right. You're not Xingfan. The woman said, I am Xingfan. That's very disappointing. With Mr. Lu's strength, if you don't live forever, you'll be disappointed. Luin replied, you're definitely not Star Sail, but the one who's talking to me right now is Star Sail. There are too many ways to do that. The woman smiled. That's true. Then, does Mr. Lu think the body is more important, or the mind? The body. Why? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Because I can kill you directly. The woman's expression turned cold. Why is Mr. Lu so hostile towards me? You forced Wu Huang to his death, killed cultivators from multiple domains, and fished for spiritualized universes. Which one of those things is not worthy of me killing you? Lu Yin retorted. The woman coldly replied, Wu Huang has nothing to do with you. That was a deal between him and me. Those cultivators have nothing to do with you either. They belong to spiritualized universes, so to a certain extent, you're all enemies. As for the spiritualized angler, we've already paid the price. You fished up the 9 firmaments universe, causing Yuya and I to be punished by the Blood Tower's god. This matter has already been settled. Lu Yin replied, it's only settled if I say so. The woman's gaze was cold as she stared at Lu Yin for a while before calming down. Above them, cultivators flew out like shooting stars. The woman's tone was gentle. Mr. Lu Yin came to the 9 firmaments to protect the Tianyuan universe. If I'm willing to help Mr. Lu Yin, can I let bygones be bygones? Lu Yin calmly asked, how do you want to help me? The woman smiled. I'm still a god of defense, so I still have some authority to decide if I want to restart a universe. Tianyuan, consciousness, and spiritualized universes. Spiritualized universes cannot be restarted, so only consciousness and Tianyuan are left. I can choose to restart a universe of consciousness. Lu Yin stared at her and did not speak. Are you not interested, mister? Or do you not trust me? She asked. Lu Yin was indifferent. What are your conditions? The woman's eyes narrowed. The Spring and Autumn Scroll. The Spring and Autumn Scroll? You want that turbid treasure? Yes. Why? Who doesn't want a turbid treasure? But you're paying too much. The woman frowned. Is it? For a god of defense like me, it's not that big. It's just restarting a universe of consciousness. Lu Yin sneered. No, what I mean is, if you lose your life, is this still big? He reached out and grabbed the woman. The woman was shocked. Lu Yin, you want to kill me? Why not? Lu Yin's palm fell. The woman's figure flickered, and her aura skyrocketed. She extended a finger, and the power at her fingertip condensed into a needle. Heavenly needle technique. Lu Yin's palm collided with the heavenly needle technique, and the needle shattered. Before Lu Yin had broken through to the primordial realm, he would have needed to circulate endless power to shatter the heavenly needle technique under the great perfection of the change of the 9 heavens. However, breaking through to the primordial realm had increased his physical strength. The limits of his strength had increased by too much, so he did not need to use those things. The woman's eyes narrowed. She stood where she was, allowing Lu Yin's palm to fall. She did not move at all. At that moment, the surroundings froze. The chains, the mountains, the people's hearts, their sights, everything froze. An indescribably terrifying power descended along with the chains. Under Lu Yin's surprised gaze, the woman raised her hand. Bang! With a loud sound, the woman staggered back in shock. Even the sun's beast's strength could not stop this person? The chains suddenly stopped. Many cultivators on the mountain sensed it. Lu Yin frowned. The change of the 9 heavens. You really haven't been slacking off. Just now, the star sail had used the first realm of the Rushi Sutra to draw down the power of the heavenly rope that was hurling towards the western region. In her eyes, the heavenly rope had stopped, but in fact, it was still hurtling towards the western region. This contradictory phenomenon was the point of power. That palm strike had not come from Xingfan, but from the sun's beast. She had completely borrowed the power of the sun's beast's attack, which had caused the chains to stop. However, Xingfan could not see Lu Yin at all. Let alone the sun's beast, even the sun's beast that had thrown the night pillar at the square meter was not as powerful as him. Lu Yin's palm strike had broken the heavenly needle technique and destroyed Xingfan's borrowed power. It had shocked Xingfan, and she had actually experienced suppression. She, a mighty defense god, had actually been suppressed. Lu Yin, there is no irreconcilable hatred between us. If the spiritualized universe wants revenge, let them come themselves. Why are you standing up for them? Xingfan shouted. Don't you want to protect the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin nodded. That's right. The spiritualized universe's blood debt is their own, and it has nothing to do with me. However, you tricked me, so it has something to do with me. Xingfan did not understand. Lu Yin sneered. Do you think you can control the direction of the universe's reboot? Before entering the 9 heavens, I thought that as long as I became a defense god, I would be able to protect the Tianyuan universe. I was wrong. Do you know how Yuya died? Xingfan was shocked. Yuya was dead? Ever since Yuya had been sent to the 5th night pillar, she had not paid attention to him. Yuya and Lu Yin's battle had been noticed by Swordmaster Taizong, Lu Li, Jianhong, and the others, but they had not spread the news. This matter involved too many people. Even now, Xingfan did not know that Yuya was dead. Lu Yin shook his head. You don't even know that Yuya is dead. How sad. In that case, no one will care if you die. After speaking, he raised his hand and flicked his finger. Boundless power flowed from his fingertips, and he did not even need to use the seal the heavens sequence particle. The power tore through the void and headed towards Xingfan. Xingfan used the heavenly needle technique again, but in that instant, her movements paused. Her pupils dilated, and she allowed the power to penetrate her body. Lu Yin sent out 5 consecutive waves of power, all of which pierced through Xingfan's body and sent her flying. Blood splattered across the sky. If you really want to talk, get over here yourself. Xingfan's body fell under the heavenly rope, and she looked up at the sky with blurred eyes. Pain and death drowned her, and she was filled with hatred. Although this body was not hers, it was one of the bodies that she was most satisfied with. It had the power of a complete Ku-adversity stage cultivator, and she had cultivated the 9 heavens transformation and the Rushi Sutra. Although she had only obtained this power through spiritual cultivation, under her control, she was no weaker than an ordinary complete Ku-adversity stage cultivator. She had not expected to be unable to retaliate against Lu Yin, and she had been crippled. Even her spirit seed had been destroyed. Hateful, hateful, this person is too arrogant. Xingfan spat out a mouthful of blood, and her eyes were bloodshot. She looked up, and an invisible scorching light appeared on her forehead like a mirror illuminated by sunlight. Her body burned, and she turned into a beam of light that shot towards the mountain range and Lu Yin. Luin turned around and looked down. Again? He raised his hand and waved it. The void was split in two. That scorching light was also split in two, and the world shattered. In front of his power, it was difficult for anyone other than an Eternal Realm cultivator to resist. A single force could break all techniques. At that moment, the mountain range shook, and the heavenly rope suddenly fell. Luin looked up. Not good, the branch of the mother tree that held the heavenly rope was about to break. Xingfan had used the Rushi Sutra to borrow the power of the sun beast, and the heavenly rope's power had been taken away, causing it to stop abruptly. However, the branch could not withstand the impact of the sudden stop and slowly broke apart. The heavenly rope and the mountain range crashed into the ground. One cultivator after another walked out of the cave, overwhelmed with shock. Some of the cultivators had not been in the cave, but some had seen Xingfan and Lu Yin's battle, and they were all shocked. The mountain range fell rapidly. Just as the mountain was about to hit the ground, Lu Yin appeared at the bottom of the mountain and easily held it up. It was just a mountain. Although it was strong enough to withstand the power of a sun beast, its weight was nothing to Lu Yin. At this time, another person also came to the bottom of the mountain and tried to hold it up. This person was bald and dressed in gray robes. He wore tattered cloth shoes and had one hand pressed against the bottom of the mountain range. However, Lu Yin was already holding on to the mountain range. Lu Yin looked at this person. This person also looked at Lu Yin and bowed strangely. He put his hands together and bowed slowly. My name is Ku Qing. Thank you for saving me. Lu Yin was confused. Saving who? Ku Qing smiled, of course, saving the people on this mountain. Are these people related to you? Not related. Lu Yin looked at him strangely. Since they were not related, why thank him? This person had rushed over from the mother tree and did not stay on the mountain. Lu Yin did not save him. Ku Qing raised his head and looked at the mountain range. The branches are broken, but the people on the mountain range haven't reached their destination yet. Let me help them. After he finished speaking, he grabbed the heavenly rope and flew up towards the canopy. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Not everyone was qualified to get close to the canopy. There were many experts in the ninth heaven universe. Anyone who had reached the progenitor realm had the ability to climb the canopy, but they were not qualified. The canopy had the Sea of Karma and the various places where the defense of God was trained. Not to mention progenitors, even bitter adversity experts had to report if they wanted to climb the canopy. This person could fly directly to the canopy, so he must have some background. Moreover, this person gave Lu Yin a strange feeling. There was an indescribable heaviness, which should be related to this person's cultivation method. This Ku Qing was a bitter adversity expert. Ku Qing, could he be from the bitter abyss? East Dream Sky, West Songtian City, South Palace Tower, North Bitter Abyss, and Death Hill were in the center. The Bitter Abyss was the strongest force in the north. Elysium's Luo family, 9 Feet Garden, and Solitary Swan Island were all in the north, but these forces could not compare to the Bitter Abyss. The people of the Bitter Abyss all had the surname Ku. If he was from the Bitter Abyss, it would explain why he was qualified to climb the canopy. Ku Qing didn't climb to the top of the tree. He just hung the heavenly rope on a branch below the top of the tree. The height was much lower than before, but it was enough to throw the mountain range back to the western region. He stood in front of the mountain range and placed his palms together. As his palms separated, absolute darkness appeared and expanded along with his palms. The surrounding void light was swallowed up, and the entire space seemed to collapse with Ku Qing at the center. Lu Yin was astonished. Was this gravity? That was not right. Ku Qing looked at Lu Yin. Are you heading to the western regions? You can climb the mountain now. Allow me to send you off. No. Lu Yin shook his head. He originally wanted to go to the western regions, but after meeting the people from the Bitter Abyss, especially with such a strange power, he became curious. The conditions of the 7 fairies could wait, after all, it wasn't anything urgent. However, the people from the Bitter Abyss didn't seem easy to meet. It was said that the Bitter Abyss only had 10,000 disciples. They were extremely rare in the entire northern region. One had to know that although the momentum of heaven and earth in Wanxiang Valley was difficult to cultivate, there were still hundreds of thousands of disciples. It was just that most of them were unable to leave the mountain due to the difficulty in cultivating it. Each of the Lin sword sects had tens of thousands of disciples, which added up to hundreds of thousands. In this world, it was normal for any family to have tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of disciples. Even the mountain range beneath the heavenly rope could transport at least 100,000 people at a time, and they were scattered sparsely across the mountain range. The Bitter Abyss was the strongest power in the northern region, but it only had 10,000 disciples, which was far too few. In the entire ninefold universe, this number wouldn't even cause a ripple. The darkness between Ku Cheng's palms gradually spread throughout his body. He put his palms together once more, then opened them again. More darkness appeared again, and again, and again. After 8 times, Ku Cheng was completely submerged in the darkness. The surrounding space was completely distorted and collapsed. Luin watched this scene. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like a starry abyss was swallowing everything around it. Suddenly, Ku Cheng opened his eyes, and the darkness condensed. He slapped the mountain range with both hands, and with a boom, the mountain range flew away, just as it had been thrown away by tomorrow's beast. Luin raised his brows. This power was similar to tomorrow's beasts. No, it was exactly the same. If it wasn't strong enough, then it wouldn't reach the western region. If it was strong enough, then some people might miss their destination, and the slightest deviation could cause them to travel for months or even years. Ku Cheng had seen through the mountain range's power and used the same power. Was he being kind, or was he just putting on a show for Luin? As the mountain range was sent flying, the heavenly rope naturally disappeared as well. Only Ku Cheng and Luin remained. Ku Cheng sighed in relief, and the surrounding darkness slowly disappeared. He smiled at Luin. I've made a fool of myself. Luin sighed, a power comparable to tomorrow's beast. Is this the Bitter Abyss cultivation method? Ku Cheng wasn't surprised that Luin had recognized him. The Bitter Abyss cultivation method was unique even in the 9 firmaments, so it was easy to recognize. I am Ku Cheng from the Bitter Abyss. Luin replied, I am Luin from the Tianyuan universe. Ku Cheng was shocked. The Tianyuan universe? Are you from the Tianyuan universe? Luin looked at Ku Cheng. This person didn't look down on the 3 universes, only surprise and curiosity. Luin wasn't surprised that this person didn't recognize him. Although he had ascended to the 9 firmaments when he had broken through, it had been impossible for him to fill the entire 9 firmaments universe. He had indeed shaken the entire 9 firmaments universe, but it was impossible for everyone to recognize him. Furthermore, Ku Cheng seemed to have been cultivating all this time. Perhaps he didn't even know what had happened in the outside world. Yes, I am from the Tianyuan universe. Luin nodded. Ku Cheng sighed. Of the 3 universes, the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe have people who have ascended to the 9 firmaments universe, but there has never been anyone from the Tianyuan universe. May I ask where you came from? He hurriedly added, I'm not trying to pry into your secrets. If it's not convenient, I won't say. I'm just too curious. I've never seen anyone from the Tianyuan universe before. Luin smiled, there's no secret. I just came from the spiritualized universe. There were many things that the people of the 9 firmaments universe knew, and Luin didn't plan on hiding anything. He had already announced to the entire 9 firmaments universe that the Bitter Abyss was the strongest power in the northern region, so he wanted to know their attitude. Luin told Ku Cheng about how the Tianyuan universe had been attacked by the spiritualized universe, as well as how he had killed his way into the spiritualized universe with Wu Jiang. He glossed over many other things, but the result was that he had been sent to the 9 firmaments universe by tomorrow's beast. Ku Cheng invited Luin to the Bitter Abyss as a guest, and at the same time, he listened to Lu Yin's story with great admiration. For the sake of your home, you entered the spiritualized universe and narrowly escaped death. Now that you've entered the 9 firmaments universe, you must have encountered far more dangers than I imagined. I admire you. Luin waved a hand, I'm used to it. Ku Cheng sighed, I can see how much you've suffered. If there's a chance, I'd like to visit the Tianyuan universe. I'm more curious about the Bitter Abyss now. Haha, everyone is curious about the Bitter Abyss, but I'll have to disappoint Mr. Liu. The bitter abyss is right here, Kuching said, pointing ahead. Luin looked at the desolate land in front of him. Aside from a few scattered stone houses, there was nothing else. He couldn't even see any traces of civilization. Even a mortal city far away was more bustling than this. He was stunned. What's this? Kuching replied, this is the bitter abyss. The bitter abyss is what everyone thinks it is. Everyone thinks it is? The bitter abyss is the strongest organization in the Northern Territory, and it definitely has its own base. It's supreme and ethereal, and this is what everyone thinks it is. In reality, there's nothing special about the bitter abyss. The bitter abyss is in one's heart, and as long as one walks the earth, the bitter abyss is where one's heart reaches. Luin was speechless. It was just an organization, but it was so mysterious. He had experienced many things in the world, but it was not like this. Even if one could endure hardships, at least they had a place to stay. He saw a few people who were dressed similarly to Kuching sleep on the road. Was this necessary? The bitter abyss did not only have male disciples, but also female disciples. Luin was stunned by those female disciples, as they did not care about appearances at all. I'm impressed by the bitter abyss state of mind, Luin said. Kuching sighed. Some people are born with extraordinary innate gifts, and they are believed to be able to reach a certain realm. My bitter abyss is different. My bitter abyss is my lifelong pursuit, and only by climbing out of the abyss can I achieve something. My heart is one with the heavens, and if my heart is invincible, I will be invincible. Not everyone can understand the bitter abyss's bitterness. But I've heard that many people want to join the bitter abyss, but it's difficult to do so? Luin asked. Kuching replied, that's what I meant. Not everyone can understand the bitter abyss's bitterness. Luin said, I'd like to take a look. Kuching looked at Luin without any resistance. With Mr. Lu's strength, there is no need for you to look at the bitter abyss. But I feel that the bitter abyss is worthy of respect, Luin said. Luin asked. He was just testing Kuching. A person could hide their personality and scheme, but they could not hide their obsession. To Kuching, the bitter abyss was an obsession. Kuching had pursued the bitter abyss for his entire life. If Kuching looked down on the three universes like Abbot Lanyi, then he would definitely react to Lu Yin's request to see the bitter abyss cultivation. Kuching smiled. The bitter abyss is not restricted to sex, and anyone can come. You want to understand the bitter abyss in order to perfect your state of mind, right? Perfect his state of mind? That was indeed Lu Yin's goal, and he had spent the next 12 years trying to perfect his state of mind so that he could step into the primordial realm without being driven by his desires. However, that was only the perfect state of mind. Bitter abyss was the true state of mind, and many powerhouses had fallen into it, unable to see it clearly. The bitter abyss can help me perfect my state of mind? Everyone has an abyss in their heart, and only by climbing out of it can they be perfect. A voice came from afar. Luin looked over. It was an expert. The newcomer was dressed similarly to Kuching, and it was obvious that he was a powerhouse from the bitter abyss. Kuching faced the newcomer and slowly bowed. Greetings, Uncle Master. He introduced the newcomer to Luin. This is my Uncle Master Kuji. Kuji raised a hand to stop him and smiled at Luin. Luin, Mr. Lu, right? Luin nodded. Kuji sighed. I didn't know when I would be able to meet Mr., but I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Uncle knows Mr.? Kuching was puzzled. Kuji smiled. There aren't many people in the continent of the 9 firmaments who don't know Mr. Kuching looked at Luin in surprise. Luin looked at Kuji. Sorry to disturb you, Senior Kuji. Kuji said, it is Kuji's honor to invite Mr. as a guest. Mr.'s words disregard the barriers of the universe and protect humanity. Kuji admires Mr. If Mr. needs any help, Kuji will do his best to help. Luin solemnly bowed to Kuji. On behalf of the Tianyuan universe, Luin thanks Senior. Kuji returned the bow. Kuji can't represent the continent of the 9 firmaments, but I can represent Kuji. I hope Mr. can achieve his wish and integrate humanity. This was the first time Kuching had seen his uncle praise someone so much. Just as Luin had expected, everyone had a different interpretation of what he had said. People like Lan Yi heard the provocation and thought that the three universes must be under the continent of the nine firmaments. Since Lu Yin had entered the continent of the nine firmaments, he had to prioritize the continent of the nine firmaments. Ku Ji, on the other hand, heard Lu Yin's desire to integrate humanity and protect the entire human race. This was the difference in their mentality. Lan Yi might not be inferior to Ku Ji in terms of battle strength, but his mentality was far from Ku Ji's. If senior brother was here, it would be great to see Mr. Senior brother is? Ku Qing said, the master of Ku Ji, my master, Ku Dang. Lu Yin's expression changed, Senior Ku Dang is not in Ku Ji? Ku Qing nodded, my master is in the mind universe and is not in the continent of the nine firmaments. Ku Ji said, if senior brother was here and heard Mr.'s words, he would want to talk with Mr. and become a close friend. Lu Yin smiled, I would also like to talk with Senior Ku Dang. The spiritual universe was one of the extinct universes of the Nine Clouds universe. When he went to the spring and autumn jade with Ming Xiaolong, he heard about it once. However, Ming Xiaolong didn't know much about the spiritual universe. She only knew that Ku Yuan's power seemed to come from the spiritual universe. And the mind universe was one of the strongest external universes of the nine firmaments. A garnering sky universe had created garnering sky city. A spiritual universe also created the bitter abyss. Lu Yin hadn't expected the embittered abyss master to still be in the spiritual universe. Did he have to cultivate in the spiritual universe? Ku Yuan's attitude towards Lu Yin was extremely respectful, which was something that Lu Yin had rarely experienced since coming to the Nine Firmaments universe. The Four Lin Sword sect, Myriad Elephant Valley, and even the Sixth Night Pillar respected him because of his strength. Ku Ji respected him because of what he had said, and Ku Qing respected him because he had saved the mountain range. Over the next few days, Lu Yin did not leave the bitter abyss and accepted Ku Ji's invitation to chat with him. Ku Ji was very curious about the Tianyuan universe, and according to him, the people from the bitter abyss had only been to two places, the Nine Firmaments universe and the spiritual universe. Other than that, he didn't even go to the spiritualized universe or the universe of consciousness. Before the imperial god died, a large number of cultivators from the continent of the Nine Clouds went to the spiritual universe. Some wanted to practice cultivation, some wanted resources, and some just wanted to enjoy the fun of bullying others. However, no one from the bitter abyss went to the spiritual universe. The spiritual universe exists in the heavenly palace, and if you get close to it, you might be able to obtain the memories of an eternal realm cultivator. We know this, but those memories have nothing to do with us. We just want to climb out of the abyss in our hearts. If we were invincible, why would we fall? Only with an invincible state of mind can we live freely even if we die. We don't have anyone in the Nine Firmaments universe either. The bitter abyss has never participated in external battles. If you want to join the Nine Firmaments universe, you have to leave the bitter abyss. Of course, this is a personal choice, and even if you leave, the bitter abyss won't take anything back. The bitter abyss is a place to temper one's spirit. Ku Ji said a lot, giving Lu Yin a deeper understanding of the bitter abyss. At the same time, he also knew that the bitter abyss's cultivation was its own sect that only cultivated mental techniques. It indeed originated from the spiritual universe, and the division of realms was extremely simple. From the one abyss realm all the way to the nine abyss realm, a powerhouse could open several abysses if they placed their palms flat and clasped them in reverse. Ku Qing could open 8 abysses, while Ku Ji could open 9. 8 abysses was equivalent to the power of someone who had crossed the bitter abyss, while 9 abysses were equivalent to someone who had crossed the bitter abyss. The people of the bitter abyss didn't cultivate their souls or the laws of the sequence. They didn't even cultivate their own innate gifts. They only cultivated their mental techniques and the abyss. This was a rather strange power, but it had relied on this to firmly sit at the top of the northern region. In Ku Qing's words, their mental techniques could support any power, and they didn't need to cultivate anything else. Their mental techniques would naturally be formed when the conditions were right. Lu Yin was very curious about the mental techniques that the bitter abyss cultivated, so he proposed a spar. He had originally wanted to spar with Ku Ji, who was at the peak of the bitter abyss realm. However, Ku Ji hadn't fought in a long time and didn't want to, so he could only spar with Ku Qing. What would you like to see, sir? Anything is fine. Alright, I've learned a little about Sir's deeds over the past few days. I've heard that Sir's strength is unparalleled, and you were able to shatter the spring and autumn scroll with a single punch. I'll use my strength to challenge Sir. Kuching then opened his hands, and numerous abysses swallowed up the surroundings, causing the void to collapse and darkness to spread out. This attracted the attention of many in the bitter abyss. Most of these gazes didn't seem to care, and they didn't have the curiosity or excitement of the cultivators in the outside world. The people of the bitter abyss were indeed special. Regardless of whether their thoughts were right or wrong, their state of mind was something that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Kuching's 8 abysses suddenly condensed around him, and he raised his hand to slap Luin. This slap had once sent the Tiansua mountain range flying, and it was comparable to the sun beast's strength. This slap caused the heavens and earth to tremble, and space itself seemed to be crushed. This caused the expressions of the people from the bitter abyss to change. Facing Kuching's attack, Luin stood in place without moving. As the palm approached, Kuching cried out in alarm, "Mr. Dodge." Luin calmly watched. Bang! There was a soft sound, and a gust of wind rose up around Luin, sweeping into the distance. Kuching's attack landed on Lu Yin's shoulder, but Lu Yin's expression didn't change. His shoulder shook, and the opposite force pushed Kuching back a dozen steps, each step causing cracks to appear on the ground. The surroundings were silent, and everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Kuching's 8 abyss realm had supported his body, and his incomparably fierce attack had not only failed to injure Luin, but had even been pushed back. How strong was this person's defense? Kuching was stunned. "Sir, your strength." In front of him, Kuji stepped forward. "Back off, let me deal with him." Kuching looked at Kuji's back, slowly bowed, and retreated. When he looked back at Luin, the shock had not yet subsided. When his attack had hit Luin, it had felt like he had hit cotton. It was not a defense, but Lu Yin's shoulder had shaken at that moment, and his strength had distorted the void, making it difficult for Kuching to break through. Then, the void had been pushed back, and Kuji had been pushed back. Although it had only been a moment, Luin had done a lot. If not for that, Kuji would have been injured. What Luin had just done could only be done under the premise that the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. If it had been just a little bit more, Luin would have been unlucky. Kuching was very clear about the gap between them, and that was why Uncle Kuji had a rare desire to fight. Luin smiled. He had deliberately exposed some of his strength to push Kuching back in order to force Kuji out. How could a mere Kuer compare to him? Kuji had not attacked, so Luin could not see anything. Kuji looked at Luin in amazement. "Sir Lu is really strong. In the entire 9 firmaments, perhaps only Yu Jiuxiao's tomorrow beast can compare to you in strength." Luin shook his head. "There is always someone stronger. Yu Sang Tian is very strong. His heart is like a boulder, and he can move the stars. He is incomparably strong." Kuji asked, "Yu Sang Tian?" After all, he is the lesser god of defense, and he even defeated the lesser god of defense. "May I ask if Sir has defeated Yu Sang Tian?" This question attracted the attention of Kuji and the others. They were not completely unconcerned about the outside world. When it came to the lesser god of defense, no one could ignore it. Luin did not hide anything. "He is not my opponent." Kuji and the others were shocked. Even god of defense was not Lu Yin's opponent? Kuji was not surprised. Overlooking the 9 firmaments is merely a breakthrough to the primordial realm. Sir's strength is shocking, and in terms of true battle prowess, I am definitely not your opponent. However, if Sir wants to experience Kuji's technique, I am the most suitable. Luin said, "Thank you, Senior Kuji. Please. Please." Kuji did not hesitate and opened his palms. Abyss after abyss appeared. The first 8 were the same as Kuching's, but when the 9th abyss appeared, the sky darkened. It seemed to cover the entire northern region. Far away, 2 figures approached Kuji. Seeing the sky turn dark, they were shocked. "Uncle Master, this is?" "This is a 9 abyss realm powerhouse. Who is strong enough to force Senior Kuji to take action? Then why are we still going? Let's go." On the other side, countless cultivators looked up in shock. 9 abyss realm, it's the 9 abyss realm. Kuji has encountered a strong enemy? Close the door and refuse all guests. All family members are to return during this time. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the family. 9 Feet Garden. The ground was dark red. The once prosperous 9 Feet Garden was now like a ghost town. There were only a few scattered cultivators. These cultivators all came from the Death Hill. They looked up. This is Senior Kuji's strength. Who could force Senior Kuji to take action? Immediately report to the Peak Master. There might be changes in the northern region. Even Kuji's 9 Abyss realm has taken action. I don't know what's going on. Even further away, the Luo family of Elysium. Although Kuji's actions did not affect them, the news had already spread. Luo Nan's mother tree was far away. Something happened to Kuji? What's going on? Trouble has been popping up all this time. Master, Elysium. I know. I'll go now. Also, has young master returned to the Junior Imperial Tower? Young master is about to reach the Junior Imperial Tower. That's good. Luo family is closing the door. Yes. Kuji's 9 Abyss realm completely erupted. The powerful aura of someone who had completed Kuji's 9 Abyss realm made it difficult for Kuching to breathe. He had no choice but to retreat. The surrounding Kuji cultivators had already fled. They wanted to climb out of the abyss in their hearts, but that did not mean that they could ignore death. If they died, how could they climb out? Luin sighed in amazement. As expected of the strongest power in the northern region, Kuji had relied on his own strength to reach the peak of Ku'er. His aura was not any weaker than Grand Sovereign Lan Ye's, and there was a sense of invincibility. Kuji cultivated a mental cultivation method and had a calm mind, but once he attacked, it was earth-shattering. If Kuji fought against Grand Sovereign Lan Yi, Luin was certain that the latter would not be his match. Of all the peak Ku'er powerhouses that Luin had seen, Kuji was ranked at the top. He was comparable to Ning Mei, who had not used the Spring and Autumn Simplified Manual, and his mental state far surpassed hers. Mr. Liu, be careful, Kuji growled, and the 9 abysses rumbled together. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them as the abyss swallowed them. The void around Luin collapsed, and he was drowned by the abyss. This was Kuji's true fighting style. He used the abyss to swallow the enemy, and even a peak Ku'er powerhouse would find it difficult to escape. The world had turned into an abyss that swallowed all power. Mental cultivation methods originated from the spiritual universe. The higher one's mental state, the stronger their mental cultivation method, and the deeper the abyss. In the past, the 9th firmament had invaded the spiritual universe, and more than one expert had been swallowed by the abyss. Legend had it that even an Eternal Realm powerhouse had almost been swallowed by the abyss. That was something that only an expert with an infinitely powerful mental cultivation method could do. A person's strength was limited, but their mind was limitless. The higher one's mental state, the deeper the abyss. Kuji and Kuji were on completely different levels, and it was not as simple as the abyss. It was a transformation of one's mental state. It was like the difference between the 7 great mulberry skies and the imperial mulberry skies. Luin looked around and saw that he had fallen into the abyss and was constantly being swallowed. He felt his consciousness, thoughts, power, and everything else being swallowed up. All he could see was the abyss and Kuji. Kuji was magnified countless times, replacing the sky and the universe. It was difficult for Luin to escape. It blotted out the sky. In the darkness, Kuji blossomed with a dazzling light that illuminated everything. Luin experienced the terror of mental cultivation methods. Fantasies were fake and could only scare people, but mental cultivation methods were real and could achieve anything. However, fantasies could be unlimited, but mental cultivation methods followed one's mental state. Luin praised, Kuji's mental cultivation method is terrifying. It has endless possibilities. Kuji's expression changed. How could he speak so easily? How could his voice break through the abyss? Everything should be swallowed by the abyss, but this person? Luin looked up at Kuji. Senior, I'll be leaving now. He then took a step forward under Kuji's incredulous gaze. In front of him, the earth, the breeze, the blue sky, the white clouds, and the darkness that had originally enveloped the northern region all converged into the abyss. Behind him was the abyss, but it actually only covered a small area. It wasn't very large, and Luin stepped through it as easily as taking a normal step forward. However, this step left Kuji in disbelief. All the cultivators of the bitter abyss who saw this scene were in disbelief. Since when was it so easy to walk out of the abyss? It was just a single step. Was it that simple? Luin turned around and smiled at Kuji. Kuji stared at Luin in a daze, and then a bitter expression appeared on his face as the abyss dissipated. He slowly descended to stand in front of Luin and exclaimed, "Mr. Lu, you're invincible, and your state of mind is perfect. I admire you." Luin shook his head. "It's too early to say that I've reached perfection. If I can reach perfection, then I won't be stepping out of the abyss, but rather, into eternal life." Kuji laughed. "It's just a single step. The abyss isn't an obstacle to Mr. at all. You've truly taught our bitter abyss a lesson." Luin praised, "The bitter abyss cultivation method has limitless possibilities. Don't underestimate it just because it's a single step. 99% of the cultivators in the world are stumped by it, and of the remaining 10%, 99% have to rely on luck or perseverance. There aren't many who can truly take the step." Kuji replied, "Mister, there's no need to console us. The hearts of the cultivators of the bitter abyss aren't that weak. Of course we know that. It's just that Mister has shocked us too much." Kuji walked over and looked at Luin in disbelief. Could it be that Mister has already reached eternal life? Kuji, could it be that only with eternal life can one take that step? "You overestimate our bitter abyss and underestimate Mister," Kuji reprimanded. Kuji quickly apologized. Luin smiled. "The bitter abyss cultivation method is admirable. Senior Kuji, I heard that the bitter abyss doesn't restrict people from learning it. Is that true?" Kuji replied, "Of course. Does Mister want to learn it?" Luin nodded. "Yes. Then you'll have to wait for some time. The bitter abyss cultivation method can't be learned here." "The mind universe?" Luin asked. Kuji nodded. "Only by seeing the astral abyss in the mind universe can one learn the cultivation method. It can increase one's strength, so it's normal for Mister to want to learn it. It's a pity that very few have been able to learn it over the years. Seeing the astral abyss only gives one a chance to learn it. Every 100 years, the bitter abyss uses the ninth night pillar to bring a group of people to the mind universe. There are many experts among them. If Mister wants to learn it, you can contact Mister the next time you set off." Luin hadn't expected that he would have to wait a few decades, but that would pass quickly. "Thank you, Senior Kuji." He really wanted to learn the cultivation method, but there were only a few people in the Nine Firmaments universe who had managed to learn it over the years. Many of them were extremely talented, and he didn't think that his talent would surpass everyone else's. It was impossible for him to find another way to learn it, so he could only follow the bitter abyss method. Furthermore, Ku Dang was also in the mind universe. Ku Dang was the true #1 expert of the bitter abyss, the bitter abyss master. Luin was very curious about this person's strength. Although he couldn't learn the cultivation method, Luin still chose to stay in the bitter abyss. The bitter abyss cultivation method was a way to cultivate the power of the abyss, and there were different ways to cultivate one's mental state. For example, Kuching had been climbing the mother tree, which was the method most of the bitter abyss cultivators chose. There were also people who created their own trials. There were also people like Luin, who wandered the world and observed its various forms. There were different ways to cultivate one's mental state. Luin needed to cultivate his mental state, and he told Kuching and the other bitter abyss cultivators about what he had done before. Many of the bitter abyss cultivators' eyes lit up, and they said that they wanted to try it out. Mortal cities were the best places to cultivate one's mental state. Ordinary people only lived for 100 years, and during that time, they would experience birth, old age, sickness, and death. Some ordinary people's mental state far surpassed that of cultivators, and this wasn't something that could be compensated for by living longer. Once one's mental state broke through, it would undergo a qualitative change. "What? You're in the bitter abyss? You didn't go to Xianxia City to look for second sis?" Lu Xiu exclaimed. Luin replied, "I was, but there was an accident along the way. I happened to run into people from the bitter abyss, so I stayed. What about second sis? Is she in a hurry? Not really, but she gave a condition to many people. Whoever can fulfill it can marry her. Once someone fulfills it, you'll fail. You know the consequences. Lu Xiyu reminded him. Luin smiled, are you worried about me? Lu Xiyu bared her teeth, no, even if you fail, you'll have to wait until the last condition is fulfilled. It's best to let you fulfill all 6 conditions for free. Luin said, everything depends on fate. Teal Lotus Emperor is particular about fate, and so am I. How can you be sure that no one fulfills your second sis's conditions on my way to Xianxia City? Or if your second sis fancies a talented young man, he'll be able to fulfill it. My second sis isn't that shallow. But she'll get married eventually. What, can't bear to? You haven't even met her yet, but you can't bear to. You're really young. She paused, then when are you going to Xianxia City? Luin looked in the direction of the mother tree, there's no rush. Maybe I'll find something here. In the eastern region, Lu Xiyu looked at Huixi in a daze and thought for a moment before contacting her second sister. Sis, will you be going out soon? Where to? Leaving Xianxia City. Aren't you going to wait for Luin? Well, he's in an accident, so he might be late. It's okay, I can wait. Thank you, second sis. Hey, seventh sis, why are you thanking me? Lu Xiyu was stunned and quickly ended the call. That's right, what does it have to do with me? Her face flushed red, and she hurriedly put away her nostalgia. In the northern region, Luin followed Kuching to the mother tree. Can climbing the mother tree really train one's state of mind? Kuching said, for ordinary people, 2 neighboring cities are extremely far away. Under the premise of knowing the distance, whether to set off or not is the biggest problem. This is the transformation of one's state of mind. Some people can take 10 years or even 100 years to walk a path with no end in sight. For us, climbing the mother tree as an ordinary person takes 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. One day, we'll reach the top. This is the transformation of one's state of mind. Luin finally understood. Some people would forever stay in their own little circles and never leave, maintaining their comfort zone. Others would roam the world and experience dangers, so it was only natural that their states of mind were different. But how do we climb the mother tree as an ordinary person? Luin was puzzled. Kuching said, mental cultivation method. The abyss can support any power, and it can also seal any power. Soon, the 2 arrived at the mother tree. This was the first time Luin had been so close to the mother tree. The mother tree's trunk was boundless, and he couldn't see the end. He raised his hand and placed it on the trunk. An indescribable feeling spread to his heart. It was so familiar and so warm. This warmth reminded him of the mother tree in the astral tree. The mother tree had helped humans block the Eternals and became the barrier of the 5th mainland in the origin space. Whether it was the Tianyuan universe or the Empyrean universe, this tree was called the mother tree. The word mother had a special meaning. It existed, relied, trusted, protected, and originated. He thought of the sapling. The mother tree in the astral tree had astral liquid. If he guessed correctly, the mother tree also contained the cultivation power of the Empyrean universe, which was the spirit seed liquid. Seeing Luin staring at the mother tree in a daze, Kucheng's gaze changed again. Before, it was respect, admiration, and admiration. Now, there was a sense of closeness. The people of the bitter abyss were very close to the mother tree. Many people in the Empyrean universe only treated the mother tree as a plant. It was common knowledge, and they never considered the significance of the mother tree's existence. The people of the bitter abyss were different. They climbed the mother tree all year round, and their understanding of it surpassed most people. They caressed the mother tree's trunk and slept on its branches when they were tired. The mother tree wasn't just a cultivation aid, but also an instinctive dependence. Thus, the people of the bitter abyss would protect the mother tree. Any action against the mother tree was an enemy of the Ku abyss. Of course, not everyone had the ability to harm the mother tree. In the distance, long black hair cascaded down like ink, startling Luin. He looked over and saw a woman floating in the air, looking at him curiously. Her hair was 100 meters long, and it was terrifying to look at. "Hunan, why are you here?" Kuching asked. The woman floated closer, her hair only a person's height above the ground. As she descended, her hair fluttered, making her look even more terrifying. "Senior, was he the one who fought with Uncle Kubo?" Hunan asked, her face covered by her hair as she stared at Luin. "Don't be rude. This is Mr. Luin from the Tianyuan universe. Say hello to him." Hunan bowed slowly. "Greetings, Mr. Lu." Luin returned the greeting and looked at Hunan. Kuching introduced, "Mr. Lu, this is my junior, Hunan. She's also an 8 Abyss Realm cultivator and has been climbing the mother tree." Luin nodded. "Your junior's hair?" "I want to cut it," Hunan continued. "Then cut it," Kuching said. "I haven't climbed out of the abyss yet." "How long do you want to keep it?" "I can cut it when I break through to the 9 abyss." "Senior, don't let me surpass you." Kuching smiled bitterly. Luin understood that Hunan's hair was both the abyss and her obsession. She wanted to cut it, but she couldn't. Who knew how long it would take for her to break through to the 9 abyss realm? Hunan stared at Luin. "Mr. Lu, did you win against my uncle?" "It's just a spar, there's no need to be so calculative." Hunan's eyes lit up. "Then it's a win. Can you take me with you?" Her words startled Luin. Kuching reprimanded, "Don't talk nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense. I want to follow Mr. Lu to the 9 firmaments. Climbing the mother tree can't satisfy me." Kuching shook his head. "Even Master climbed the mother tree before reaching the 9 abyss realm. What makes you think you can do that?" He muttered bitterly, "Because I'm stronger than you." "What did you say?" "Nothing," Hunan hurriedly said, looking at Luin expectantly. Luin pretended not to see it. What a joke. Take her to the 9th heaven? Then he would be famous. His 100-meter-long black hair was too recognizable. Sir was lost in thought while looking at the mother tree, Kuching said. Luin nodded and looked at the mother tree. The mother tree has borne too much. Kuching's eyes lit up. "Mister, you also think so?" Luin looked at Kuching. "Let's begin." Kuching nodded and then used his heart technique under Lu Yin's gaze. Abysses appeared one after another, causing their surroundings to turn pitch black and the void to collapse. The abyssal mental cultivation method could enhance any kind of power, and it could also suppress one's own power. He used his heart technique to suppress his body, turning himself into an ordinary person. Only then could he climb the mother tree. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for a cultivator to climb the mother tree. Luin watched as Kuching's cultivation continued to weaken. Eventually, it all gathered in the abyss, and his physical strength was slowly being stripped away. This surprised Luin, but also confirmed that the people of the Bitter Abyss didn't specialize in physical strength. This made him even more curious. If it could enhance one's physical strength, then if he cultivated to the 9 abyss realm, would his physical strength improve? Kuching had demonstrated how to climb the mother tree. It sounded simple, but Luin wanted to see if the Bitter Abyss could suppress him to the level of an ordinary person, and it turned out to be true. This meant that the heart technique was truly a heart technique, and not a cultivation method. Even the most ordinary cultivator would change their body when they cultivated, but the Bitter Abyss was an exception. The universe was vast, and there were countless civilizations. There were even such strange cultivation methods. So the question was, how should he try it? "We can use the abyssal mental cultivation method to suppress you, sir. You should be able to experience that feeling," Kuching said. Kuching blinked, full of anticipation. She wanted to see what it would be like for someone who could defeat Kuji to be suppressed by the Bitter Abyss. Luin recalled the feeling of being swallowed by Kuji's abyss. Indeed, everything had been suppressed at that moment, including his physical strength. "Can you do it?" Kuching raised her brows. "Is Sir looking down on us?" Luin looked at Kuching. Kuching thought for a moment. "Let's ask Uncle Master to do it." Kuching was surprised. "Senior, it's useless even if we work together?" Kuching shook his head. "If Sir really wants to experience climbing the mother tree as an ordinary person, we won't be able to do it." Kuching was surprised. Although the bitter abyss did not like fighting, they were not completely calm. Otherwise, how could they have become the strongest power in the northern region? She knew Ku Cheng's personality well, and if he said so, then it had to be true. Was this person really that strong? She had thought that even if Luin won, it would only be a narrow victory, but now it seemed that was not necessarily the case. Not long after, Ku Ji arrived and used his heart technique, 9 Abyss. The commotion was not as great as before, but it was not small either. Not only did it attract the attention of the bitter abyss cultivators climbing the mother tree, but it also shocked some passing cultivators. There were not many people in the 9th heaven universe who had the strength of the 9 abyss realm. The abyss descended and swallowed Luin. Luin once again experienced the feeling of being suppressed. He raised a hand and touched the mother tree, but his physical strength was still too strong. Ku Ji's abyss could not devour him. Please help me, Luin said. Ku Cheng and Kumu subconsciously looked at Ku Ji. Ku Ji nodded. Mr. Lu is invincible. Ku Ji admires him. Please help. Kumu was truly shocked. He took a deep breath and the 8 abyss appeared. Darkness seeped into Ku Ji's abyss, causing it to become even deeper. Luin looked up. Sure enough, it could be fused. The greatest characteristic of the 9th heaven universe was that they could fuse with each other. The 9-foot garden, the spring and autumn scroll, and the 4-lin sword gate were all like this. The bitter abyss was no exception. Ku Cheng's 8 abyss also seeped into Ku Ji's abyss. The suppression of the 3 abysses prevented Luin from seeing his surroundings. Even the mother tree had disappeared, leaving only darkness. He felt his consciousness sink as his entire body fell. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. He pressed his hand against the mother tree. If he had not broken through to the primordial realm, he might have been able to do so, but now, unless he increased the strength of the 9 abyss realm, it would be impossible to suppress his physical strength. Just his physical strength was not something Ku Ji and the others could suppress. They did not know how great the difference was. As Lu Yin's fingertips trembled, the 3 were shocked. The abyss dissipated. Mister, it's still not enough? Luin looked at Ku Ji and smiled. Thank you, senior, but it seems that this path is not suitable for me. Ku Ji sighed. Even with the 3 of us, we still can't suppress your physical strength. Your battle prowess is rarely seen. How many people in the continent of the 9 clouds could do that? How many people in the continent of the 9 clouds could? Perhaps Mr. Su's path is the same as the Startling Gate's defense in the Mind Universe, Ku Ji said. Luin was curious. Startling Gate's defense? Ku Ji nodded. The Startling Gate's defense uses the Mind Universe as a guide to step into immortality. Luin really did not know this. He had been in the 9th heaven for some time, but no one was willing to mention the defense god. Even if they did, it was with great respect. It was impossible to talk about the defense god's past. The Startling Gate's defense broke through to the eternal realm in the Mind Universe? Ku Ji looked at the stars, as if he was looking at the crown of the tree. This happened a very long time ago. Not many people know about it, but I, Ku Yuan, have been around for a long time, so I know a little. The continent of the 9 clouds has always had 4 imperial gods. Even when I was born, it was common knowledge. Many people think that the imperial gods are like the mother tree. They have existed since the beginning of time. However, the imperial gods are also cultivators, said Lin Feng. Luin was deep in thought. This was also the reason why no one talked about the defense god even though he had been in the 9th heaven universe for so long. In their knowledge, the defense god had always existed. As for why it existed, it was the same as the mother tree. There was no need to investigate. Only those who had reached the complete Ku Ji realm and were qualified to touch the eternal realm would ask about this. Ku Ji was obviously one of them, including Ku Ji and Ku Ji. They had all cultivated to their current level and had not received spiritual training. The Startling Gate's defense was a peerless genius in history and legend. In her era, it could be said that she was invincible. She had created a list of the strongest people in the world. She fought the heavens and the earth, fought the 9th heaven, faced the eternal realm, and did not fall even after 7 steps. It just so happened that that period was also the time when the Mind Universe was fighting. The masters of the 9th heaven universe were lost one by one. Countless people rushed into the mind universe dauntlessly. In the end, the mind universe was only left with the starry abyss. All those who jumped down never returned. Qing Lianyu said that only the eternal realm could enter the starry abyss and destroy the strongest of the mind universe. But the startling gate's defense jumped down. She was not in the eternal realm at that time, but she jumped down the starry abyss by herself. Speaking of this, Ku Ji's eyes were fanatical and full of admiration. The starry abyss, even if the mind universe has been destroyed until now, there are very few who dare to jump down. Even if there is no enemy of the mind universe's strongest, how many people dare to jump down? I once looked down at the starry abyss and did not dare to jump. The masters of Ku Yuan in the past, the number of people who jumped down can be counted on one hand. Ku Ji said, I dare not. I dare not either, Ku Ji continued. Ku Ji looked at Luin, you do not dare to jump, not because you are afraid of death, but because the starry abyss is terrifying. It will magnify the abyss in your heart. The more you want to jump, the more you dare not jump. Standing beside the abyss, the darkness is enough to drown you. Death is not scary, but the starry abyss is scarier than death. It will provoke a fear that your biological instincts will never be able to get rid of. But the startling gate's defense jumped down and killed the strongest of the mind universe in the starry abyss. In the end, she climbed up and disappeared for 1,000 years. When she returned, she was already immortal. Ku Ji raised his head, entering this door, the jade pavilion will turn into a god, and the sparrow path will fly and startle into immortality. The first door of the human race. Luin looked at Ku Ji, his mind constantly replaying his words. The world's strongest person list. Fighting the heavens and earth. Fighting the 9th heaven. 7 steps without falling. Jumping into the abyss. The first door of the human race. This was the startling gate's defense. Everyone in the 9 firmaments universe knew about Stargate Xianxia, but how many people knew about his past? Xianxia was not a name, but an experience, a realm, and an ending. Who in the world would be so arrogant as to create a list of powerhouses? Many people said that Luin was crazy, but compared to Stargate Xianxia, he was too modest. At the very least, he had not created a list of powerhouses for the entire 9 firmaments universe. What was a powerhouse? It was not someone else, but herself. Luin believed that he was invincible in the 9 firmaments, and Qinglian Xianxia had praised him as the 4th person in the 9 firmaments universe, but so what? His boldness was far from being comparable to Stargate Xianxia. It was not that Luin was not confident, but that he had too many misgivings. He had to consider how the 9 firmaments universe and Tianyuan interacted with each other. He had to worry about bringing trouble to Tianyuan, and he had to worry about those in the eternal realm. He had too many misgivings along the way. He also wanted to let go of everything and not care about anything. He only wanted to do what he liked. When he had said that he wanted to break through to the primordial realm, some people had heard provocation. That was indeed Lu Yin's true intention. He wanted to suppress the 9 firmaments universe until no one dared to have any ideas about the Tianyuan universe. He had invincible battle prowess, but he had suppressed himself too much. He had the temperament of a young man, and his anger could shake the world, but he still trapped himself in a cage. He wanted to be like Stargate Xianxia, to have the world's experts fight him until the world fell silent and the sun and moon lost their light. He wanted to show his strongest side and leave his legend in the 9 firmaments universe. But could he do that? If people were truly unscrupulous, where would civilization come from? Luin exhaled deeply and suppressed his surging emotions. He looked up at the sky. If there was a day when someone could shoulder the rise and fall of the Tianyuan universe for him, if there was a day when no one remembered him, he would break free from the shackles of civilization and laugh proudly at the world. He would make the universe and the river of time remember him. Forever. He wanted to become the most arrogant person in history. In the bitter abyss, where Luin and Ku Ji had sparred, 2 figures arrived. The cultivators of the bitter abyss did not pay attention to them. This was not a secret place, and there were no strict gates. Anyone could come. Uncle, is this the bitter abyss? Yes, this is the bitter abyss. What? This? It's different from what you imagined. The first time I came to the Bitter Abyss, it was your master who brought me here. I didn't expect this place to be the Bitter Abyss, the strongest power in the northern region. After a pause, he continued, I don't know how to describe it. What do we do? Who? Let's wait. The Great Five Palm Sect? Oh, you're Lang Ruyu. Kuching didn't try to hide his voice, so Luin could hear him whenever he wanted. Greetings, Senior Kuching. I am Lang Ruyu. I have brought my martial nephew Xianxia to visit you. Is it convenient? Shangyu Shangto Shangyu. Shangyu Yu. To Shangto Tutu. With that, he ended the conversation and walked to Lu Yin's side. Mr. Lu, I have a guest, so I'll take my leave first. Lu Yin said, let's go together. Is it someone from the Five Great Gates? I heard it. Kuching asked curiously, does Mr. also know people from the Five Great Sects? Lu Yin smiled. I've heard a lot about you. In the Bitter Abyss, Lang Ruyu and Xianxia felt very uncomfortable. In this place, they were like outsiders. The people from the Bitter Abyss were too sloppy, it would be better if they were a bit cleaner. They looked at the people from the Bitter Abyss with strange gazes, but the people from the Bitter Abyss didn't look at them any better. Compared to Kuyuan, the reputation of the Great Five Palms sect wasn't small at all. This faction's goal was to take down God's defense, and they used to cause trouble everywhere. It wasn't until the current master of the Great Five Palms, Mr. Tide Hearing, took over that position that things got a little better. However, it was only a little better. It was said that a few years ago, they also caused trouble in the eastern region and couldn't stay there any longer, so they came to the northern region. Also, Xianxia's figure was quite eye-catching. They're here. Lang Ruyu looked into the distance. Someone was approaching. Xianxia looked over expectantly, they were finally here. They had come to learn the Bitter Abyss technique. Although it was difficult to cultivate, and only 1 in 10,000 people could successfully cultivate it, they still wanted to give it a try. The main reason was that they couldn't stay in the eastern region any longer, and the western region was Spirit Alliance's headquarters. They didn't want to go to the southern region, so after thinking about it, they decided that the Bitter Abyss was the best choice. The Bitter Abyss had a good reputation, and they never bullied others. However, it was also difficult for them to do so since there were too few of them. If they could learn the Bitter Abyss technique, as Mr. Tide Hearing had said, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the future. Xianxia's face paled when he saw who it was. His mouth gaped open, as if he had seen a ghost. Lang Ruyu was the same, and he stared blankly at Lu Yin, who was beside Kuching. Why was that person here? The battle of the mausoleum had dyed the sky red with blood. Lang Ruyu had never seen such a desperate battle before, and he had seen the person who had attacked. Through Xianxia, he knew that it was the mysterious person who had pushed the blame to the Great Five Palms sect. He immediately pulled Xianxia away, not even daring to look back for fear of being targeted. The main reason they had left the eastern region was because of this person. This person seemed to like pushing the blame to others. Lang Ruyu had suffered greatly from this, and he had suffered greatly. But never in his dreams would he have thought that even after hiding in the Bitter Abyss, this person would still be here. Kuching warmly greeted Lang Ruyu and Xianxia when he saw them. Lang Ruyu licked his lips and bowed deeply, greetings, Senior Kuching. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Lu Yin and bowed deeply, greetings, Mr. Lu. Xianxia looked sullen, helpless, and regretful, greetings, Senior Kuching. Greetings, Mr. Lu. Kuching was surprised, you know Mr. Lu? Oh. Right, Mr. Lu's calligraphy is from the 9 firmaments. It's not strange for you to recognize it. Lang Ruyu and Xianxia turned even paler. That's right. Words reaching the 9 heavens. That was truly terrifying. This person had not even been in the primordial realm before, but he was already so invincible. Only the heavens knew how powerful he was now. They wanted to get as far away from this person as possible. How unlucky. Why had they run into him here? Lu Yin smiled at Xianxia, it's been a few years since we last met. You've gotten fatter and sturdier. Not bad, not bad. Kuching finally understood. So they knew each other. No wonder Mr. Lu wanted to come along. Kuching and Luyin were the only ones here. Kuji continued to cultivate, while Kunan continued to climb the mother tree. Xianxia's legs trembled. The more Luyin praised him, the more afraid he became. It was as if he had just become a scapegoat. Thank you for your praise, senior. Why are you here? Oh, I ran into a small accident. The sky rope broke, and I just happened to fall into the northern region, Luyin said. Lang Ryu and Xianxia both cursed their bad luck. Kuching did not know what had happened between Luyin and Xianxia, but when he saw their pale complexions, he asked with concern, "You two don't look well. Are you injured? I have some pills here. As long as your injuries are not too severe, they can be healed." There's no need for that, senior. We're just passing by, and we'll be leaving on senior brother's behalf. Lang Ryu was very decisive. Xianxia hurriedly added, "This junior just came out to broaden his horizons. I heard that the Bitter Abyss is the strongest in the northern region, and it seems that it is true. Now that I've seen you, I'll take my leave." Kuching was about to say something. Luyin spoke up, "You want to leave as soon as you see me? Do you two not like me that much?" The two hurriedly denied, "No, Mr. Lu is invincible. How could we not like you? We just happen to have an urgent matter to attend to, so please don't take offense." Luyin asked, "What is it? Tell me and I'll see if I can help." Lang Ryu pursed his lips. What matter? How would he know? He had been traveling all these years, and he had not encountered any problems. Xianxia's eyes darted around, and he wanted to say something, but he suddenly remembered that the spring and autumn scroll had been destroyed. He did not dare say anything, afraid that he would say something wrong. Luyin smiled, "It doesn't seem like there's anything urgent, but I do have something that I need your help with." Their hearts sank, and they looked at Luyin nervously. What is it? I'm going to the western regions. I heard that the 5 great gates are in the western regions, so I'm sure the two of you know a lot about it. Can you be my guide? Luyin asked gently. Lang Ryu hurriedly said, "Of course, no problem. If senior has any instructions, it would be the 5 great gates honor. Marshal nephew, I'll leave this matter to you. You grew up in the western regions, so you're very familiar with the area." Xianxia was stunned, and he stared at Lang Ryu in a daze. Had he been betrayed? Luyin looked at Xianxia, "Is there a problem?" Xianxia's eyes twitched, and he saw Lang Ryu constantly shooting him meaningful glances. His heart sank, Junior. Since there's no problem, then it's settled." Luyin didn't allow Xianxia to refuse, and he smiled at Kuching, "Senior, this trip to the Bitter Abyss has benefited me greatly. If fate allows it, I'll visit again in the future. At that time, I'll have to trouble senior." Kuching didn't know why Lang Ryu and Xianxia were so afraid of Luyin, but he didn't care. After all, Luyin was a decent person in his eyes. "Perhaps it was a misunderstanding, Mr. Lu, you're too serious. Since Mr. is willing to come to the Bitter Abyss, we'll definitely welcome you." "Many thanks." "Right, Mr., you said that if you want to cultivate the Bitter Abyss technique, you'll have to go to the spiritual universe. Is that true?" Lang Ryu and Xianxia's hearts sank even further. This guy wants to learn the technique as well? That's troublesome. How are we supposed to go? I'm not going this time. I'll wait for another 100 years. Luyin nodded, his expression solemn. "The Bitter Abyss technique is profound and unfathomable. If I can learn it, I'll do my best." Kuching nodded, "All right. There's still 40 years until the spiritual universe. If Mr. wants to go after 40 years, the Bitter Abyss will contact you." Luyin bowed to Kuching, "Many thanks, senior." Kuching returned the gesture, "Mr. Lu is too polite. Take care. Take care." With that, Luyin picked up Xianxia and disappeared. He was heading to the sky cables. There were also sky cables in the northern region. Lang Ryu watched Xianxia disappear and sighed. "It's been hard on you, junior nephew. But you can't blame me. You were the one who encountered this person." In the western region, yellow sand filled the sky. As far as the eye could see, the world was dark yellow. Even cultivators could not see clearly. This kind of yellow sand was swept by strong winds. ordinary people could not go deep. Every grain of yellow sand could tear a person apart. Therefore, ordinary people usually lived within a radius of 100 miles from the city. Any further and it would be a dangerous place. From time to time, cultivators would fly past. Sometimes, they would rush into the yellow sand. Other times, they would leap into the air. The yellow sand stretched endlessly. Strange giant beasts stepped on the yellow sand and came quickly. They put down a group of cultivators and left quickly. The mounts in the western region were completely different from those in the eastern region. The mounts here had thicker fur and were more resistant to hunger and thirst. In the distance, the mountain range that pulled the heavenly rope slowly stopped. It was the heavenly rope mountain range that came from the eastern region to the southern region. The destination was the western region. However, most people went down in the southern region. Only a small portion came to the western region. Compared to the western region, which had a harsh environment, the southern region was naturally more popular. The mountain range landed not far from a tomorrow beast. The tomorrow beast was still sleeping. Cultivators walked down from the mountain range. In the surroundings, many cultivators were waiting for someone. After receiving the person they wanted to receive, they quickly left without any delay. Dozens of cultivators stood in the mountain range and looked into the distance. They had been here for a few days, but the person they were waiting for had not arrived. "Sir, he is not here." Someone passed through the void and reported. In the crowd, someone said, "This is the heavenly rope that goes around the southern region. He is definitely not here." Nonsense. The person who reported did not dare to refute. It was obvious that his status was low. These people were all wearing black robes. Their faces could not be seen clearly. The person who spoke just now looked at the person sitting on the sand behind. "Sir, do we still need to wait?" "Wait. He will definitely come." The strong wind swept the yellow sand and covered the sky. The cultivators could easily tear the storm apart, but no one made a move. The western region was like this. Even if one tore apart a storm, there would be another in an instant. There was no need to waste energy. If they had the energy, they might as well dig the sand. They might be able to find something good. The yellow sand of the western region had a hidden carving method. Although the probability of finding it was unimaginably low, it could still be found occasionally. Once it was found, it could be turned around. Many cultivators who came to the western region, other than avoiding their enemies, wanted to try their luck. At this moment, the heavenly rope of the northern region was swung out with a low roar. The mountain range went around the mother tree and headed towards the western region. Luine stood atop the mountain range and looked at the familiar scene. How convenient. The Nina Firmament's universe had used the beasts of the tomorrow in various areas of transportation, and they had even used them for expeditions. "I heard that the tomorrow beast came from an extinct universe?" Behind him, Xianxia said, "Yes, Cosmos Tomorrow." According to the records, attacking Cosmos Tomorrow was extremely difficult. Luine laughed. Which universe isn't difficult? He had heard of several universes being destroyed, and none of them were simple. Xianxia said, "Tomorrow's universe is especially difficult. It's one of the top 3 universes in the 9 Firmaments universe." "That's amazing." Xianxia nodded. "We can see a thing or two from the beast of tomorrow, but the universe of tomorrow has been extinct for far too long, far longer than the Orchid universe, so we don't know the specifics. We only know that it's not easy." Luine didn't ask any more questions. Xianxia was just a disciple of one of the 5 great gates, so he wouldn't know much. It would be better to ask Mingxue, and even Lu Xiyu would be more valuable than Luine. After an incense stick's worth of time, Xianxia reminded, "You can leave now." "There's no rush," Luine said. Xianxia looked out of the mountain range. At this speed, he couldn't see clearly, but he had ridden the heavenly cable many times, so he knew exactly how long it would take to travel from the northern region to the western region. Above their heads, people flew out of the cave one by one. These people also wanted to go to the western region. After they flew out, they still had to fly for some distance with the help of inertia. When they landed, they happened to be under the sky cable of the western region. If they wanted to leave, they could continue to ride the sky cable. In theory, a person could travel around the 9 firmaments in a single day as long as they happened to run into the 4 realms' heavenly cable. Xianxia silently calculated. With every second that passed, the cable would travel a great distance, and they couldn't wait any longer. If they went down now, they would land at the edge of the western region, and if they waited any longer, they might be thrown into the southern region. However, Luin didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Xianxia wanted to remind him, but then he thought better of it. It was better if they didn't go to the western region. Wait, could this person be going to the southern region? Then why bring him along? Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a weight on his shoulder, and his vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a familiar sky of yellow sand and a familiar city floating above it. This city was the closest to the western region's heavenly cable, and anyone who came to the western region would go there to rest and understand the situation. Why was he suddenly here? Xianxia suppressed a shock. This person's strength was shocking, and anything he did would not be strange. To Luin, although the heavenly cable was fast, it did not give him any inertia. He could descend whenever he wanted, and he could land wherever he wanted. This was not something that the Tomorrow Beast could decide. The heavenly cable was just a trick, borrowing the Tomorrow Beast's strength to create inertia. He brought Xianxia directly past the western region's heavenly cable and past a large group of cultivators to arrive at the nearest city. Many people had seen him travel from the eastern region to the western region, so it would be strange if there were no people waiting for him in the western region. Although Luin did not want to change his appearance, there was no need for his whereabouts to be discovered immediately. Let's go and rest. Xianxia followed silently, not saying anything to prevent himself from taking the blame. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. Within the city, Xianxia gave Luin a brief introduction of the western region. The western region's environment seemed harsh, but it was a treasure trove in the eyes of many. The 3 clans of Hidden Sky City's history made many jealous, and even though the chances of finding carved sand were pitifully low, large groups of cultivators still came. There was no need to worry about not finding cultivators in this desert. Aside from Hidden Sky City, there were also the 5 Great Sects, the Spirit Alliance, and the Spirit Treasures Chamber of Commerce, as well as a number of other cities scattered throughout the region. Although the western region's environment was harsh, the number of cities here was no less than the northern region's. This was because there were too many people looking for sand. Many people did not only dig for sand in their own generation, but also in the next generation and the one after that, hoping to reach the heavens in a single step. Of course, many people also used this harsh environment to hide from their enemies, and some even needed such an environment to cultivate battle techniques. In short, the number of people who came to the western region was definitely not small. Luin looked at the yellow sand swirling around the streets, occasionally forming tornadoes that connected the sky and the earth. This environment was indeed not very good. The western region is home to many monsters from the Nina Firmament's universe. The harsher the environment, the more it attracts certain people. Thus, most people hide their identities here. Whoever is exposed will be unlucky. Xianxia glanced at Luin. Senior is an exception. Not to mention those monsters, even the 3 clans of Hidden Sky City will have to kneel if they meet you. Luin took a sip of water, feeling unexpectedly refreshed. Stop talking nonsense. Once you find Wang Gong, you can leave. Xianxia nodded and anxiously looked into the distance. Why hadn't that guy replied yet? Luin naturally did not look for Xianxia to be a guide. With his strength, what could he not find with a sweep of his consciousness? There was no need to even mention Hidden Sky City, and he could find anyone to be a guide. He had asked Xianxia to come because the 5 Great Sects were also in the western region. Who knew the local area better than these huge powers? Although Xianxia was just a disciple, he could definitely find information on the resources of the 5 Great Sects in the western region. Xianxia's only goal was to help Luin find Wang Gong. He had not come to the western region just to fulfill heartless conditions, but also to deal with Wang Gong. Wang Gong belonged to the Hidden Sky City's House of Hidden Sky City. Finding the House of Hidden Sky City was easy, but he could not just kill them. What if he could not find Wang Gong after destroying the House of Hidden Sky City? Strength was not the only way to solve problems, but it was a prerequisite. Finding the target was the most important. The people of the Tianyuan universe could not give others the impression that they were wanton killers. Everything had to be reasonable. 2 hours passed, but Si Jiushi did not reply. He stared at Huai Si and continued to contact him. Another 2 hours passed, but there was still no response. That bastard, how dare he not answer my calls? He's courting death, Si Jiushi cursed under his breath as he continued to contact Wang Gong. Finally, an hour later, an image appeared. Si Jiushi stared at Huai Si. What are you doing, Ling Feed? So it's brother Si Jiushi. From the looks of it, you've returned to the western region? Cut the crap. I want to buy information from you. Information? What information? Why can't I understand what you're saying? Si Jiushi's gaze turned cold as he stared at Huai Si. Ling Feed, this isn't our first transaction. Stop pretending. Don't joke around, brother. Our transactions are limited to the spirit screen, so what else? There's no need to talk about information. Brother, are you looking for the wrong person? Si Jiushi frowned, but he did not speak. Brother, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll talk to you later. If you want to buy a spirit screen, contact me again. See you later. With that, the image disappeared. Si Jiushi stared at Huai Si, unable to react. Luin looked up. It seems that something has happened to your brother. Si Jiushi's expression turned solemn. He's a dispatcher from the Numinous Treasures Chamber of Commerce. In the Western region, the Numinous Treasures Chamber of Commerce's information network surpasses everyone else's. This person's information network is very valuable, and I've bought it from him before. How did this happen? If something has happened to him, the Numinous Treasures Chamber of Commerce will cause trouble for him, but he has no way of contacting the outside world. If not for the Numinous Treasures Chamber of Commerce, who would dare to touch him in the Western region? Is the Numinous Treasures Chamber of Commerce that powerful? Si Jiushi explained, beneath the yellow sands of the Western region, there's not only the sand that contains the engraving method, but also the spirit treasures obtained from expeditions to the outer universe. They're all buried beneath the sand, and most cultivators can't use the spirit treasures they find when digging through the sand. They can't open them, so they can only trade for them. In order to trade for spirit treasures, one has to use a spirit screen. Otherwise, the danger of the spirit treasures will be very troublesome. The Numinous Treasures Chamber of Commerce provides all the spirit screens, and they can also help seal, transfer, trade, and so on. Through the spirit screens, the Numinous Treasures Chamber of Commerce can control the flow of spirit treasures in the Western region. They can act as eyes and monitor every movement in the Western region. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the actions of the 3 great clans of Xianxia City can't escape the Numinous Treasures Chamber of Commerce's eyes. Luin was puzzled. Spirit screen? This is it. Si Jiushi retrieved it from his cosmic ring. Luin took a look and saw that it was indeed spiritual thread. Back in the Tianyuan universe, spiritual thread boxes were also used to seal source boxes, and it was the same in the Nina Firmament's universe. No wonder the Spirit Treasures Chamber of Commerce was able to obtain such information. What was the most valuable thing in the Western regions? The first thing many people thought of was the spirit treasure formation of the Xianxia descendants. Below it were the spirit treasures. Spirit treasure array formations required spirit treasures, lock-breaking required spirit treasures, and spirit treasures were the foundation of everything. That was why the numinous treasure was sent to the Western regions. The spiritual silk thread that came with the numinous treasure naturally became the most valuable commodity in the Western regions. It accompanied the numinous treasure chamber of commerce's many pairs of eyes to every corner of the Western regions. Naturally, they had the most information. Can this person help me find Duke? Luin asked, referring to the dispatcher. Si Jiushi hesitated for a moment. If even he can't do it, then I don't know how to find someone else. Luin stood up, then let's go find him. Do you know where he is? If I'm not mistaken, it should be in Spirit Treasure City, the headquarters of Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce. The two of them left the city and headed towards Spirit Treasure City. At the same time, in the western regions, in a luxurious courtyard, Ling Qi was sweating profusely. He put down the Huai Si. Behind him, a pair of eyes were staring at him. Is that okay? Continue. Alright, as long as you don't hurt me, I can give you what you want. By the way, do you need manpower? I want to join too. Shut up. Several days later, in a city that floated above the yellow sands, a fat old man died. The spirit seed in his body vanished. The fat old man had a cultivation at the level of sequence laws. In the entire world of cultivation, he could be considered an expert. He had thousands of disciples under him, but none of them knew how he had died. Meanwhile, in another city far away, there were also people who died. Beneath the yellow sand, blood spread out. Within the city, the ground was covered in scarlet red. These people all had one thing in common before they died, and that was Jeyu. They had all been preparing to unlock the source box, and none of them should have been disturbed. Instead, they had all died tragically. The Spirit Treasure City was the largest city in the western region, second only to the Hidden Heaven City. Even if the yellow sand filled the sky and covered the stars, it was still unable to cover this colossal city. Luyin and Xianxia had been in Spirit Treasure City for 2 days, but they still hadn't found any Ling feed. Luyin immediately covered the entire Spirit Treasure City with his consciousness, causing the experts of the Spirit Treasure Merchant Guild to become restless. They tried to find Luyin several times but failed, so they could only swallow their anger. The attitude of the Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce determined the attitude of the entire Spirit Treasure City. During the 2 days that Luyin was in Spirit Treasure City, the city was much quieter than before. The Spirit Treasure Merchant Guild was doing business fairly, which was amazing. Strange, no one in the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce knows where Ling Fu went. Xianxia's expression turned ugly. If he couldn't find the spiritual gift, then he wouldn't be able to claim his title. He also couldn't see any hope of leaving Luyin. Luyin looked outside and saw that Spirit Treasure City was still very lively. If one didn't look outside the city, they wouldn't even know that this was the western region. There was a lot of vegetation in the city. There were small bridges and flowing water, just like in the eastern region. Other than Ling Fu, there should be other people in Lingbao Chamber of Commerce who can sell information. No. Ling Fu is the person with the highest position in the Spirit Treasure Merchant Guild when it comes to selling information. The people above him don't need to touch information because the loss outweighs the gain. If they are found to have leaked information, then the Spirit Treasure Merchant Guild's reputation will be tarnished. Thus, Ling Fu is a chess piece that can be discarded even if he is discovered. With his authority, he can still gather information. My grade 5 sect leaders also paid a huge price to find Ling Fu. In fact, if it isn't someone from a major power, then no one else can come into contact with Ling Fu. In the entire western region, there aren't many people who know that Ling Fu sells information. Luyin looked at Xianxia. The 3 great clans of Hidden Sky City should know, right? Xianxia nodded. Some of them definitely know, but they also want to know about the other 2 clans through Ling Fu. Thus, they have a tacit understanding. As long as they guard against Ling Fu and warn him not to leak too important information, no one will find trouble with him. To put it bluntly, everyone wants to benefit from Ling Fu, which is why Ling Fu lives a very comfortable life. Luyin continued, that includes your Great 5 sect leaders and Ling Alliance. Xianxia did not refute Luyin's words. Actually, anyone who could establish a power in the 9th firmament universe would have their own shady methods. It was just that everyone's bottom line was different. The Grade 5 sect leaders would be fine as long as they did not use information to harm others. Xianxia looked at Luyin and cautiously asked, Senior, Ling Fu is not here. How about we look for his subordinates who also sell information? Luyin glanced at him and then swept his gaze across Spirit Treasure City. He slowly said, Come over. Xianxia was stunned and looked around. Who was he talking to? A moment later, a woman appeared not too far away and walked towards them. Her steps were slow, and her gaze fell on Luyin. There was a deep sense of fear and unease in her eyes. The woman's face was delicate, and her blue eyes were as clear as water. Her fair skin had a slight tinge of red, and she was extremely alluring. When Xianxia saw her, he exclaimed, Senior Ling Lan? The woman walked up to Luyin and slowly bowed. Ling Lan of the Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce greets Mr. Lu. Luyin clasped his hands behind his back and sized her up. You've been looking for me. Ling Lan respectfully replied, since Senior has arrived in Spirit Treasure City, the Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce should naturally receive you. If we have offended Senior in any way, please forgive us. It's nothing. Where is Ling Fu? Luin asked directly. Behind him, Xianxia was envious. This was the treatment of an absolute powerhouse, and it was too comfortable. This was Ling Lan, the second in command of the Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce. She was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity and was overseen by everyone in Spirit Treasure City. She was an absolute beauty, and she was extremely powerful. She was known as the richest woman in the western regions. Few people could meet such an important person. Even if the three great clans of Hidden Sky City had come, Ling Lan would not have been so respectful. But now? Her attitude could not have been any more respectful. He maliciously guessed that if Mr. Lu wanted Ling Lan to sleep with him, she would be willing. How many people dreamed of such a thing? Ling Lan was puzzled. Mister, are you looking for Ling Fu? Luin looked at her calmly. This girl's blue eyes were very beautiful, and there was a kind of soul-stirring feeling to them. She was not deliberately seductive, but it was easy to lose yourself in them. She reminded him of Madame Nailin, who was also beautiful to the bone. This kind of beauty was not something that a little girl like Lu Xiu could compare to. Lu Xiu, Ming Xiaolong, and Qianan Hongya were all beautiful, but they lacked the charm of age. Ling Fu left Spirit Treasure City half a year ago and went to Sanluo City to dispatch. If Mr. needs it, I can transfer him. Back, Ling Lan said. Luin looked at her. You know why I'm looking for Ling Fu, right? Ling Lan smiled. I know. Logically speaking, we can do what Ling Fu can do, but we need time. If Mr. is willing to wait, we can help you even without Ling Fu. You're willing to help me? Of course. The person you've offended has a great background. If we can help Mr., the Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce is willing to pay any price. Luin was curious. Why? I come from the Tianyuan universe and don't belong to the continent of the Nine Clouds. Ling Lan blinked. I have 100 reasons for Mr. to accept our sincerity, but there is only one reason for Mr. to trust us. After a pause, she slowly said in a low voice, there aren't many spiritual veils left. Xianxia's eyes widened. What? There aren't many spiritual veils left? Luin understood. Spiritual thread was the foundation of the Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce. Without it, how could the Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce establish itself in the western regions? As for the spiritual silk threads, the place that left the deepest impression on him was the Tianyuan universe's fifth continent, the Lockbreaker Great World. The spiritual silk threads there could be said to be an endless amount. Back then, it had even shocked him, so he had never paid attention to this resource. Haven't you been buying back spiritual veils? Xianxia was puzzled. Ling Lan smiled bitterly. Anyone who buys the spiritual screen from the Spirit Treasure's Chamber of Commerce will be bought back at 80% of the price in the end, to ensure the turnover of the spiritual screen, and to keep the spiritual screen firmly in our hands. Actually, the spiritual screen brings almost no profit to the Spirit Treasure's Chamber of Commerce, and it is even a loss. But with this, the Spirit Treasure's Chamber of Commerce can make up for this by selling other resources. Spiritual veils have always been a way for the Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce to increase customers. However, spiritual veils are also consumed. After countless years, the number of spiritual veils we have now is 90% less than when we were first established. Xianxia sighed. 90%? No wonder. No matter what methods the Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce used, even if they took away all of the Nine Firmaments Universe's spiritual veils, they would eventually run out. The Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce sent people to join the Nine Firmaments Universe to search for spiritual veils from other universes, but our luck was so bad that we couldn't find any. We could only keep searching. In fact, there are many spiritual veils in spiritualized universes. However, Yusang Tian defeated Rusher, so there are too few people from the Nine Firmaments universe who can go to spiritualized universes. The Luo family from the Tianmen universe also has to pay a price. If this continues, the Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce might not be able to hold on. Luin understood. You want to use my connections to enter the spiritualized universes, or even the Tianyuan universe. Ling Lan bowed deeply. I'm asking for your help. Of course, if you are unwilling, the Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce will still help you with all our might. I can guarantee that the Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce will not be dissatisfied with the three universes. We are merchants. Ling Lan had seen Luyin break through to the primordial realm. She was certain that as long as Luyin was willing, he would be able to help them. The others from the Nine Firmaments universe looked down on the three universes, but merchants were different. They had too many resources. Although Luyin came from the Tianyuan universe, with his strength, he should have dominated spiritualized universes long ago. Even Yusang Tian might not be able to stop him, especially when he had released Luo Ning when the eastern region's spring and autumn scroll had been destroyed. Luo Nanshan of the Luo family was deeply grateful to him, which was why Ling Lan had asked for Lu Yin's help. The Luo family from the Tianmen universe guarded the Tianmen universe, and they had the right to decide who could enter and leave. Unless you found God's defense and gave the order, the Luo family could not let you leave. The Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce could not find God's defense to help them, so they could only pay the price of resources to the Luo family. However, the Luo family's appetite grew bigger and bigger, and the Spirit Treasure Chamber of Commerce grew weaker and weaker. There would come a day when they could not satisfy the Luo family. Lu Yin's appearance had allowed Ling Lan to think of a way out. As long as he said the word, the entire Luo family would have to give him face. She had thought about it before, but she was in the western regions, so how could she contact Luyin? And what price would Luyin make the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce pay? Now that Luyin had suddenly come to Lingbao City and asked for spirit feed, Ling Lan immediately figured it out. Luyin was not looking for spirit feed, but for information. No matter who Luyin wanted information for or who he would offend, the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce would definitely help him. This was an opportunity, or else the massive Lingbao Chamber of Commerce would slowly decay. Of course, there was another reason. Would the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce dare to refuse Lu Yin's request? The spring and autumn slip was much more powerful than the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce. Since they could not refuse, they might as well completely side with him. No cultivator was stupid. You're only the second in command of the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce, right? Luyin asked. Ling Lan said, I can make the decision. Even if I'm attacked by the entire Nine Heavens universe one day? Ling Lan's body trembled, and she looked at Luyin in shock. Luyin smiled and looked at Ling Lan as well. Ling Lan's thoughts were in a mess. She had not thought about this because Luyin was from Yihai. A person from the Tianyuan universe could come out of Yihai, walk the Nine Heavens, and not be punished by the Emperor. Thus, she had subconsciously linked Luyin to Yihai. Now, Lu Yin's words were like evening drums and morning bells that hit her until she was dizzy. Wouldn't he be attacked if he came out of Yihai? Qing Lian Yu had not explicitly accepted him as a disciple, and this person was from the Tianyuan universe. The Nine Heavens universe looked down on the three universes. If this person did something, he might be attacked. Si Jiushi looked at Ling Lan sympathetically. He had tried his best to escape from this person, but the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce was still trying to get involved. They were really looking for trouble. Luyin smiled. Ling Lan was smart and bold. In order to protect the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce, she was willing to cooperate with him, even if it meant offending the Qing family. However, she was not bold enough. In the world of cultivation, what kind of boldness was not gambling with one's life? The Lingbao Chamber of Commerce is a businessman, so let's make a deal. Luyin said slowly under Ling Lan's puzzled gaze, I can let the Luo family open the Tianmen gate and let you go to the spiritualized universe, but in return, you have to help me do something. Ling Lan was excited. Sir, please speak. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, keep an eye on someone. Ling Lan was shocked. Lan from the spiritualized universe? You know? I know. Lan has been in sky beyond heaven for many years. She is also the disciple of the Spirit Alliance's leader, Hui. Luyin raised his eyebrows, Alliance leader of the Spirit Alliance? Ling Lan nodded and said, the leader of the Spirit Alliance is Hui. He's a manager of the spiritual universe. After going to the continent of the Nine Clouds, he found people who had been destroyed by the continent of the Nine Clouds and created the Spirit Alliance. Because there are so many people, even if they aren't very strong, they can still become an influential group in the western regions. His fighting abilities aren't very high, but he's very smart. Spirit Alliance? Luin hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. Lan was the last of the Eternal's 3 pillars and Lu Hao. She had been in the spiritualized universe for a long time. Did Hui know about her relationship with the Eternals? Was Hui from the Eternals as well? Eternal had left some things behind in the continent of the 9 clouds, which made Yuya see him as an enemy. Unfortunately, Yuya didn't know anything about Eternal's past. Luin had never neglected the Eternal. Even if he ignored Yu Sang Tian, he couldn't ignore eternity. The Eternals had been sealed by the 6 paths of reincarnation of the Grand Empyrean and had been reborn with the help of the turbid spirit seed. He didn't walk the path of the spiritualized universe, but the path of the continent of the 9 clouds. He was different from the people of the continent of the 9 clouds. He was also different from the people of the Tianyuan universe. Luin didn't know how the spiritualized universe was doing after he met up with Lan in the spiritualized universe. He also didn't know what the relationship between Master Grass and the Eternals was. It was a good idea to let the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce investigate. Not long after, Luin left Lingbao City with Xianxia and went to Sanluo City. Ling Lan contacted the Luo family from Elysium. Luin told her to contact the Luo family directly. His attitude made Ling Lan know that the Luo family would definitely give Luin face. Sanluo City was just one of the thousands of cities floating above the yellow sands of the western regions. It wasn't outstanding, but its location was very important. Based on the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce's layout, Sanluo City happened to be in the center of a region that was convenient for deployment. Although Sanluo City was far from Lingbao City, Luin reached it in a short while. They went directly to Sanluo City's Lingbao Chamber of Commerce, but they didn't find Ling Qi. The people in the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce didn't know where Ling Qi had gone. They only knew that Ling Qi was definitely in Sanluo City. These people are all Ling Qi's subordinates. They don't have the qualifications to inquire about Ling Qi's whereabouts, Xianxia said. Lu Yan's gaze swept across Sanluo City, and he suddenly released his consciousness, instantly enveloping the entire city. The entire city was enveloped by his consciousness. The cultivators were shocked as they experienced this terrifying consciousness. It was as if the sky and earth were collapsing. In a corner of Sanluo City, in a luxurious courtyard, Ling Qi suddenly looked up. Where did this terrifying consciousness come from? Behind him, the pair of eyes looked up at the same time. What's going on? Another voice sounded out. Let's go. Ling Qi was shocked. There was another person? He had thought that there was only one person in the courtyard watching him. Fortunately, nothing had happened. Looking for us? I don't know. Let's leave first. After speaking, Ling Qi felt his body being grabbed by a huge force. The void behind him split open, and he was about to be dragged in. At that moment, a broadsword swept through the void, brushing past Ling Qi's neck and stabbing behind him. Blood splattered on Ling Qi's face, and he slowly turned around. The person who had grabbed him had been stabbed in the shoulder and released him. The owner of the broadsword was a young man, and the clothes he wore were extremely recognizable. Death Hill, the 4th peak. With a bang, the broadsword struck out horizontally and forced Ling Qi back. At the same time, the blade tore through the body of the person behind Ling Qi and pointed to another person in the distance. Ling Qi didn't even have time to look before blood splattered on the ground again. The broadsword slashed through the ground, emitting a metallic sound. You're quite powerful. You want to run? The next moment, Ling Qi's scalp went numb as he was drowned in sequence particles. He didn't know if it was the person from Death Hill or the mysterious person. No matter who it was, he only wanted to run. What he had done was against the rules, and even if he had been forced, it was still against the rules. Death Hill wouldn't let him go, and the mysterious person didn't plan on letting him go either. He suppressed his breathing and restrained his aura. Run. He had to escape. Just as he fled to the courtyard's entrance, 2 figures blocked his path. Ling Qi looked at the newcomers and exclaimed, Xianxia? Xianxia didn't care about Ling Qi and instead looked into the courtyard where 2 people were fighting. One of them wielded a broadsword and swung it around wildly, while the other had a strange movement technique and had failed to escape multiple times. His path of retreat was sealed by the broadsword, and the other had collapsed on the ground with half his body torn apart. Ling Qi didn't have time to pay attention to Xianxia and wanted to escape. Xianxia grabbed at him, but a huge force pressed down on Ling Qi's shoulder and almost lifted him off the ground. "Xianxia, let go of me and run!" Ling Qi shouted. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. Only then did Ling Qi notice Lu Yin. He had been unable to sense Lu Yin's aura at all, but now, even though Lu Yin didn't reveal any of his aura, Ling Qi's heart trembled. It was as if he was facing an unimaginable heavenly might. Bang! The broadsword slashed down, and the strange person couldn't avoid it in time. He was struck in the head and sunk into the ground. The man with the broadsword exhaled and hurriedly searched for Ling Qi, only to discover Lu Yin's group standing at the courtyard's entrance and Ling Qi being held by Xianxia. He smiled. "Isn't this Xianxia? Shouldn't you be playing in the east? When did you return to the west?" Xianxia was puzzled. "Do we know each other?" The man raised his broadsword and smiled. "Death Hill's fourth peak, Ko Feng." Xianxia was shocked. "You're Ko Feng?" "Yes." Xianxia sized up Ko Feng. "I've heard of your deeds. Rumor has it that you've entered Death Hill." Ko Feng grinned. "When I was young, I saw my father's cultivation spirit being stolen, which caused me to have no status in the Ko family. I was always bullied, but the heavens were kind and accidentally obtained a cultivation spirit, allowing me to reach my current level. I joined Death Hill and swore to eradicate these scum." With that, he raised his broadsword and pointed it at Xianxia. "Give me Ling Qi. Since we're from the same hometown, I'll report this to the Peak Master and give you some credit." Ling Qi's face turned ashen. It was over. He had been captured by Death Hill. His life was over. Xianxia was helpless. "I also want to give you Ling Qi, but you'll have to see if Senior agrees." Ko Feng looked at Lu Yin and frowned. "Sir, you look familiar. Are you also from the same hometown?" Lu Yin looked at Ko Feng. "Sure, but wait for me to ask what I want." Ko Feng shook his head. "That won't do. Ling Qi is a taboo and needs to be interrogated as soon as possible to uncover the mastermind." "How can I give it to you? What information does Senior want?" I know everything. As long as Senior saves me and doesn't go to Death Hill, I'm willing to do anything for Senior," Ling Qi pleaded. Ko Feng sneered. "Dream on, I've never heard of anyone from Death Hill being intercepted." At that moment, the two people who had been heavily injured by Ko Feng died, leaving behind only their spirit seeds. Lu Yin was shocked. "Suicide? How decisive?" Ko Feng also saw this and helplessly looked at Ling Qi. "See? These two are also dead, so you're even more important." Ling Qi wailed. "But I don't know anything. I was forced to give them information so that they could find cultivators to rob. I really don't know anything. Whether you know or not has nothing to do with me. Only the Peak Lords can decide. Follow me back to Death Hill." Ko Feng walked towards Lu Yin step by step, his broadsword clenched tightly in his hand, ready to attack at any moment. Xianxia rolled his eyes. "Brat from the Ko family, I advise you not to be rash. In front of Senior, even your Peak Lords would be useless, let alone you." Ko Feng paused, but he didn't refute, as there was no point in doing so. He stared at Lu Yin and felt his hair stand on end. That consciousness that had swept through Sunluo City might have come from this person. This person really did look familiar. Where had he seen him before? "There's no need to interrogate him. Neither Ling Qi nor the two dead people know anything," Lu Yin said indifferently. Ko Feng's eyes narrowed. "How do you know?" Lu Yin glanced at the ground. Of course, he knew this, as he had already investigated the relationship between the two corpses and the spirit's gift. However, he had found nothing, which meant that no one had shown up to instruct them. At most, they had been instructed to do so through Huisi or some other method. This was an operation that had already reached its end. "Do you know how long we've been watching Ling Yu?" "Let me tell you, we've already found clues and will definitely find the mastermind," Ko Feng shouted. Lu Yin raised his brows. "Impossible." Suddenly, he turned to look in a certain direction. There, an arrow had suddenly appeared outside Sunluo City, heading straight for the city. Its target was Ling Yu. The arrow's speed was rarely seen in the world. It belonged to a sequence law expert who had used the sequence law to make the arrow extremely fast. Kofeng couldn't block this arrow. The arrow was terrifyingly fast from the moment it was shot to the moment it entered the city. However, the arrow was cut in half the moment it entered the city. It came from a sword expert who took a step and disappeared in an instant, losing track of the arrow's source. Luin wasn't surprised. That sword expert was at the peak of bitter adversity. When he scanned Sanluo City with his consciousness, he discovered that it should be the rumored Death Hillock's fourth peak master, Gu Jing. He had been waiting for someone to secretly make a move. Kofeng's words were fake. He had deliberately said it so loudly to attract the enemy's attention. Luin was certain that they couldn't find any clues at Death Hillock. Of course, he didn't know what clues the person who shot the arrow had. In any case, the two people who had died only knew each other. There was no third person behind the scenes. It was extremely strict. It was like a meticulously arranged killing trap. Kofeng looked outside Sanluo City and sighed in relief. They had finally lured them out. They had only been watching Lingyu for a few days. It was a coincidence that they had been patrolling this area. When they found out that Lingyu was being controlled, they were certain that this wasn't a robbery on a whim, but a planned and premeditated attack. There was a bigger figure behind it, so the Peak Master had asked him to continue watching and not rush to make a move. The Peak Master had concealed his identity and hid in Sanluo City. However, Lu Yin's sudden arrival had disrupted their plan. If they hadn't acted, Lingyu and the other two would have escaped. Kofeng had no choice but to act. Fortunately, they had lured out the third person. He glared at Luin. Because of you, the third person almost didn't make a move. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and made things right. Otherwise, let's see how you explain it to Death Hillock. He then said impatiently, give him to me. Lingyu shouted, Senior, don't give me to him. What information do you want? No one in the western region knows more than me. Luin looked at Lingyu. Is that so? Do you know who I am? Ling Fu stared at Luin. He had been focused on escaping and hadn't noticed Luin. Now that he was face to face with Luin, his pupils shrank. It's you? Kofeng was curious. He knew Lingqi too. Was he also from the western regions? You are that Luin from the Tianyuan universe. Lingyu shouted. Luin smiled. Si Jiushi also laughed because he saw Kofeng's dumbfounded expression. Why did this feel so good? Lu Yin's name was too useful. Once he was recognized, even the people from the Death Hillock were shocked. He unconsciously puffed out his chest, feeling as if he was leaning against a big tree for shade. Now you know Senior's identity? Kofeng stared at Luin blankly. Are you the Luin who provoked the entire Ninefold universe? Si Jiushi scolded, little brat from the Ko clan, what are you saying? What provocation? That's called a showdown. Kofeng was shocked. No wonder he looked familiar. He had seen this person break through to the primordial realm, and one of his words had landed in Hidden Sky City. At the time, Kofeng and the Peak Lord had been patrolling Hidden Sky City, and they had seen that scene. This person was in the eastern regions, but his words had reached the Ninefold universe. Anyone who saw his words had hurt him. This was a ruthless person, an absolute ruthless person. He had directly destroyed the Spring and Autumn Jade, and because of this, the third peak was in high spirits. Peak Lord Longyin had been avenged. Furthermore, Chowie had also mentioned this person before, so everyone in the Death Hillock had a good impression of this person. They hadn't expected him to come to the western regions. When he thought of this, Kofeng took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Luin. Junior Kofeng greets Senior. Si Jiushi was even more pleased. When had the people of the Death Hillock ever been so respectful? To Kofeng, Lu Yin's words were equivalent to provoking the entire Ninefold universe, but the Death Hillock didn't care. They only cared about those who violated the rules. Everyone who joined the Death Hillock had a blood feud. Whether Luin was provoking them or challenging them, it had nothing to do with them. Furthermore, Luin had helped Chowie and Longyin. Luin nodded. You're from the fourth peak? The one who chased after him was your Peak Lord, Gu Jing, right? Yes, the Peak Lord has been outside the city. Kofeng's attitude was solemn, completely different from his previous carefree attitude. Lu Yin's consciousness followed Gu Jing as he looked at Kofeng. This Ling Fu really doesn't know anything. If you want him, I can give him to you, but give me some time. I have something to ask him. Kofeng hesitated. Don't worry, just ask him here, Lu Yin said. Kofeng nodded. Thank you for your understanding. Lu Yin looked at Ling Fu and smiled. Where is Lord Qing? Ling Fu looked at Lu Yin, his eyes twinkling. No one knew what he was thinking. Si Jiushi slapped him on the head. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and answer Senior's questions. Ling Fu gritted his teeth and bowed to Lu Yin. As long as Senior saves me, I'll give you whatever you want. Si Jiushi was furious and slapped him again, but Ling Fu ignored him and stared at Lu Yin. This was his only chance at survival. This was Lu Yin, the Lu Yin who had shocked the entire Nina Firmament's universe. Although this person was from the Tianyuan universe, he was from the Sea of Retribution in Nina Firmament's universe and had the backing of the Azure Lotus Emperor. Rumor had it that the fourth Night Pillar, Mingzhua, had sought him out with great enthusiasm. The seven fairies had a close relationship with him, and he had destroyed the spring and autumn jade without saying a word. If such a ruthless person was willing to protect him, even the Death Hill would have to be wary. He had seen Kofeng's attitude, and this person was his only hope. Kofeng narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Ling Fu. Lu Yin was amused. Are you trying to negotiate with me? Ling Fu knelt down. Senior's might is omnipotent. This lowly one really didn't break the rules on his own accord, but was forced to. Please help me and have the Death Hill give me a way out. This lowly one is willing to provide information for Senior and the Death Hill. Lu Yin looked at Ling Fu. Ling Fu lay on the ground, not daring to move. He had made up his mind that even if Lu Yin didn't protect him, he would at least testify that he hadn't broken the rules on purpose. Kofeng gritted his teeth. This bastard wanted to use Lu Yin to suppress the Death Hill. The Death Hill was the most unique power in the Nine Firmaments universe. Aside from the three supreme deities, no one could suppress the Death Hill. But what if Lu Yin really wanted to interfere? The Death Hill should capture those who break the rules. Since you don't want to talk, then forget it, Lu Yin said casually, then looked at Kofeng. Take him to the Death Hill. Ling Fu was stunned. That was it? Si Jiushi was also stunned. They had finally found Ling Fu, but he was going to let it go. So straightforward? Kofeng was also surprised, unable to understand Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't need Ling Fu to say anything. He only needed to find this person and investigate based on karma. Through Ling Fu's karma, Lu Yin knew that Qinggong was in the Qing clan. The outside world said that Qinggong had long since left the Qing clan and had even left the western regions. However, Ling Fu knew that Qinggong was still hiding in the Qing clan, and that was enough. Whether Ling Fu spoke or not was meaningless to Lu Yin. And this action could even sell a favor to the Death Hill. He didn't even ask where the enemy was because he didn't want to make things difficult for the Death Hill. At this moment, Kofeng was moved, truly moved. He didn't expect Lu Yin to be so considerate of the Death Hill. In order to not make things difficult for the Death Hill, he even gave up revenge. The people of the Death Hill all had blood feuds, and revenge could be said to be their greatest belief. Kofeng deeply understood the feeling of being tormented by hatred. Now, in order to not make things difficult for Death Hillock, Senior Lu was even willing to put down revenge. This magnanimity, this tolerance, it was shocking. No wonder Peak Master Chowie and Peak Master Long Yin praised him so much. This was the first time he was so moved since he was brought back to the Death Hill. Therefore, he was angry and grabbed Ling Fu to threaten him. Quickly tell Senior where is Qinggong? Senior, tell me whatever you want to know. Otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Ling Fu was about to cry. I really didn't break the rules. Because of your information, many people were robbed. Even if you didn't take the initiative, you can't escape. Quickly tell Senior what he wants to know. Kofeng roared, his eyes red as he threatened. Ling Fu was afraid. Qinggong is at Qinggong's home. Senior, he is at Qinggong's home. I beg Senior to testify for me. I definitely didn't take the initiative to break the rules. Ko Feng grabbed Ling Fu tightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. You're not lying, right? No, I wouldn't dare. If you dare to lie to Senior, I will let you experience despair. But I didn't break the rules. Lying is also a serious crime. Definitely not. I wouldn't dare. Noises kept coming, and Si Jiushi was stunned. Why was Ko Feng even more agitated than Luyin? Luyin was speechless. This Ko Feng's emotions were far too intense, and he knew that Ko Feng was an emotional person. On the other side, far away from Sunluo City, Gu Jing found the person who had shot the arrow. That person's cultivation was only at the sequence law realm. If not for the fact that Gu Jing wanted to see if there was anyone else gathering, he could have dealt with him in one glance. When Gu Jing caught the person's hand straightened, and dark red energy surged. He grabbed the arrow and stabbed it at Gu Jing. Gu Jing was shocked. What was this? Luyin was also shocked. Godly force? He suddenly disappeared and took a step forward, appearing in front of Gu Jing and that person. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. That person's attempt to stab Gu Jing with the arrow was fake, and he was actually committing suicide. When Luyin arrived, that person's body melted like liquid. It was extremely terrifying. The dark red energy swallowed him like magma, not even leaving behind a spirit seed. Gu Jing wanted to stop that person from committing suicide, but he couldn't. With his strength at the peak of bitter adversity, he couldn't even stop a sequence law realm cultivator from committing suicide. It was all because of that dark red energy. Gu Jing wasn't surprised by Lu Yin's arrival. He stared at the ground. After that person melted, there was nothing left. The dark red energy turned into ashes and dissipated. Lu Yin stared at the ashes that slowly dissipated in the air. It wasn't godly force, but it was bloodier and darker. They should be from the same source. This person and eternity came from the same source. It's them again, Gu Jing said, his voice cold. Lu Yin was surprised. You've seen this kind of force before? This is the first time, but there are records of it happening more than once at Death Hill. This force appeared frequently, especially before Mi Jin Xianxia died, Gu Jing said. Mi Jin Xianxia was the deceased Xianxia of the Nine Clouds universe. At the peak of the continent of the Nine Clouds, there were 4 imperial gods and 5 imperial gods. Now, there were only 3 imperial gods and 3 imperial gods. It was much worse than at the peak of the continent of the Nine Clouds. What is this power? Lu Yin asked. Gu Jing did not hide the fact that he had recognized Lu Yin. Wang Lei. Wang Da? Lu Yin didn't understand. Gu Jing explained, before Mi Jin Xianxia died, the continent of the Nine Clouds still existed. If you want to know more, you can ask the great leader. I don't know. Lu Yin nodded, he had found a clue. Yuya definitely knew about eternity and Wang Da. That was why when he was in the consciousness universe, even though he wanted to devour Yuya's consciousness and find everyone else to join forces with, he did not join forces with eternity. That kind of power was a taboo in the Nine Firmaments universe. So the continent of the Nine Clouds didn't know that the strength had gone to the Tianyuan universe? They even developed the Eternals. Or was Lu Yin thinking of Master Grass? Master Greengrass was an eternal life realm expert. It was not impossible for him to cover up this matter. Otherwise, why would Master Greengrass stay in the Tianyuan universe instead of the spiritualized universe? If he wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe, he could have done so long ago. To be honest, Lu Yin still didn't know what the Grass Grandmaster wanted to do. Perhaps he would be able to learn something from this. Since it's Meng Da's power, it's normal that we can't find anything about it. In the records of Death Hill, whenever Meng Da's power appeared, it was never found. Gu Jing said, if you want spirit gift, I'll give it to you. Lu Yin shook his head, there's no need. I already know everything I need to know. Have you seen Gudwanka? Gu Jing suddenly asked. Lu Yin nodded. This person had the same surname as Gudwanka. Could it be? Gu Jing looked at Lu Yin, is there a difference between us? Lu Yin replied, I didn't fight him, but judging from his aura, there's a gap between us. Gu Jing retracted his gaze and pondered. Could your enemy be Gudwanka? Luin asked. Gu Jing said solemnly, he killed my mother. I will kill him. Luin didn't know what to say. He felt that Gudwanka was still alright, but that was only in the present. He didn't know how Gudwanka had been in the past. A person who could cultivate to the 9 firmament sword head must have been obsessed with the way of the sword. There was too much hatred in the world of cultivation. Gu Jing, Gudwanka, they obviously had the same surname, so their hatred was bound to be complicated. Luin did not want to know the specifics. So you have been practicing swordsmanship and want to surpass Gudwanka in swordsmanship? Yes, kill. Gu Jing said. After that, his eyes dimmed. We have to continue waiting. The head of the 9-cloud sword is not that easy to surpass. We have to continue waiting. Luin did not want to discuss this matter with him. The stone chest in the spring and autumn scroll was brought back to the Death Hill by Long Yin. What do you think? Did the Great Lord find anything? Gu Jing said, that's the matter of the 3rd summit. I didn't ask. That stone box is related to Wangda, Luin said. Gu Jing was surprised. Are you sure? Yes. Thank you. In the end, Gu Jing and Ko Feng left with Ling Ji. Si Jiushi also bid farewell to Luin. Luin did not ask him to stay. He only said that he would be a guest at the Great Five Palm sect when he had time. These words frightened Si Jiushi, and after leaving Luin, he didn't even dare to return to the Five Palm sect. He even specifically reminded Mr. Tidier to hide as much as possible. Although it felt good to be able to intimidate others while standing beside Luin, it was still too exciting. Who knew who the next enemy would be? Luin went to Congtian City alone. There, he settled the matter and fulfilled the conditions. If Lingbao City and Sanluo City were considered larger cities, then Congtian City was a colossus that could bury a star. Although it was called Congtian City, when Luin saw it, he felt that it should be called Song Sirius Region. The Hidden Sky City occupied a large area in the center of the western region. Spirit Treasure City could not be compared to it at all. There were cultivators entering the Hidden Sky City from all directions. Outside the Hidden Sky City, the yellow sand that filled the sky felt insignificant. Suffocating auras made the cultivators who entered Congtian City not dare to be impudent. Luin only needed to take a look to determine that there were at least 3 complete bitter adversity realm powerhouses here. There were probably more than 10 complete bitter adversity realm powerhouses, and there were primordial realm powerhouses in every corner. In the Eternity realm, the strongest city in the western region was Congtian City. However, Congtian City was not a single power. It was jointly controlled by 3 great clans. It was said that even the god of defense needed the approval of the 3 great clans to enter Congtian City. Of course, this was an exaggeration, but it was enough to show how powerful the 3 great clans were. The entire spiritualized universe was influenced by the Yu clan and the Qing clan. Back in the spiritualized universe, Luin had fought a battle of wits with them more than once. He had been schemed against by the foolish old man and the Qing clan several times. Rather than saying that Yuya, the god of defense, was controlling them to attack Luin, it was more accurate to say that they were using Yuya to achieve their goals. Whether it was the foolish old man or the Qing clan, they were both using Yuya as the god of defense. Of course, they were also being used by Yuya. The Qing clan had been promised by Yuya to help Yuya become the god of defense. At that time, Luin had thought that it was credible, but now that he thought about it, it was too laughable. Not to mention that the Qing clan did not have the battle strength of someone who had completed coup adversity and could not become the god of defense. Just the fact that he was from the Qing clan and had never joined Yu Jiuxiao and created his own cultivation system was enough to prevent him from ever touching the position of the god of defense. Did the Qing clan not know? Of course, he knew, but he needed this laughable promise to stand on Yuya's side. This was because Yuya was seeking the eternal realm. Whether or not he succeeded, the Qing clan had to take a gamble. Therefore, the Qing clan accepted this laughable promise. The foolish old man was the same. He had tried his best to contact Yuya and help him deal with Luin, but Luin had arranged for him to get close to Yuya. In the end, it had led to the spiritualization of fishing and the 9 heavens reversal. There were many things that everyone knew, but they did not say it out loud. So now, was the Qing clan still plotting in the dark? Were they trying to use each other? And if so, who was it to? It was impossible for the Qing clan not to know that he had come. They would definitely settle accounts with the Qing clan. On the surface, the Qing clan had sent the Qing clan away and even said that they had expelled the Qing clan, but in reality? Ling Yu had confirmed that the Qing clan was still playing tricks with the Qing clan. Lu Yin stepped out and entered Xianxia city. He wanted to see how the Qing clan could stop him. When Lu Yin appeared in Xianxia city, people's eyes fell on him. Then, the atmosphere in the city changed. More and more people gathered on him. One by one, experts appeared and headed in the direction of the Qing clan. Lu Yin smiled. He did not change his appearance, nor did he hide his tracks. Was there a need to? Unless the Eternal Emperor intervened, no one in the Jiuxiao universe could stop him. With his current strength, if he was still afraid of the slightest thing, how could he travel in the Jiuxiao universe? The Qing clan had made preparations long ago. Lu Yin also wanted to see how powerful this preparation was. He was not in a hurry. He walked on the bustling long street of Xianxia city like a mortal. He walked step by step towards the Qing clan. The long street spanned across Xianxia city. One end was at the entrance of Xianxia city. The other end was connected to mountains and rivers. That was the Qing clan, which was also the end of the long street. Looking at Xianxia city, the Qing clan, the Yu clan, and the Zhu clan were stationed in 3 directions. The combined area of the 3 clans was enough to occupy 1/3 of Xianxia city. When the Qing clan learned that Lu Yin had entered Xianxia city, the cultivators of the Qing clan came out one by one. Their faces were ugly. Some were pale and uneasy. As expected, he had come. The current head of the Qing clan, 100 Kil Tianqing, was a capable old man. His eyes were sharp. Although he was very old and nearing the end of his life, his aura was still strong. He looked up and glanced at the courtyard of the Qing clan. He looked at the long street and the young man walking slowly from the other end of the long street. This day had come. After learning that Lu Yin had single-handedly destroyed the spring and autumn scroll in the eastern region, the Qing clan knew that this day would definitely come. They just did not expect it to come so soon. No one spoke. The Qing clan was silent. In the other 2 directions, the Yu clan and the Zhu clan were also looking at the long street. The fate of the 3 great clans of Xianxia city seemed to have been handed over to the young man who was slowly walking towards the Qing clan. Aside from the 3 great clans, there were also various experts in Xianxia city. Some came from the universe, and some came from the 9 firmaments. There were also some beings from other universes and even more Shi. The crowd gathered on the long street and looked at Lu Yin from afar. They recognized him, it was indeed Lu Yin. When the character Chu had appeared in the 9 firmaments, the character Cho had descended on Xianxia city. They had seen this person's hatred and ruthlessness. They had also seen the end of the Qing clan. Since then, the Qing clan had been quiet. Very few people visited them. How would this person take revenge on the Qing clan? Xianxia city had never been so quiet. It was so quiet that it was frightening. The restaurants on both sides of the long street were already filled with people, but there was not a single person on the street. Only Lu Yin was walking alone. This person is Lu Yin from the Tianyuan universe? I don't see anything powerful about him. Single-handedly destroying the spring and autumn scroll. How many people in the 9 firmaments can do this? The Qing clan has been waiting for this person all this time, but Duke Qing has already left Xianxia city. Does this person want to take revenge on the entire Qing clan? This person provoked the 9 firmaments universe, but perhaps he made a great promise to protect the human race and integrate into the 9 firmaments in the name of Tianyuan. If he wantonly takes revenge and kills the Qing clan, how can he integrate into the 9 firmaments? Brother, I want to be like him in the future. When I walk alone, no one will dare to approach me. One person had cleared the long street and stopped the entire Xianxia city just to look at him. Even the leaders of the 3 great clans couldn't do this. Xianxia city had never stopped for a single person, but now it had happened. Every step Lu Yin took seemed ordinary, but he was crossing the void. If an ordinary person walked this long street, they wouldn't be able to reach the end in their lifetime. For Lu Yin, it would take an incense stick of time. Lu Yin had given the Qing clan enough time to prepare. He really wanted to know how the Qing clan could stop him. Qinglian Shangyu had personally confirmed that he was the fourth person in the 9 firmaments. Other than the 3 eternal Shangyu, who else could stop him? Not long after, a figure blocked the street and came into Lu Yin's sight. The person stood there holding a sword. He was 3 meters tall and released a violent aura. He was like a human-shaped beast. On both sides of the street, countless pairs of eyes stared at him, but no one recognized him. As for this person, his cultivation was at the level of crossing bitter disaster. Every breath he took caused the earth to tremble, his breath like a dragon. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared in front of him. The man raised his head, his face rough and his eyes fierce. His blade was blood red as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at him. No matter how fierce he looked, he was just an ant. That's right, to Lu Yin, this person was just an ant. My name is Gan Mo, I came from the Blood 9th level, and my master is the Blood Tower's Xianxia. Lu Yin was surprised, you're the Xianxu's disciple? People on both sides of the street exclaimed, Blood Tower's Xianxu's disciple? Gan Mo? I remember now, so it's him. Bloodblade Gan Mo, he killed his way into the Blood 9th level and became the Blood Tower's Xianxu's disciple on the 9th level. After that, he joined the 8th Night Pillar and hasn't left for many years. I didn't expect him to appear here. I heard that when he became the Blood Tower's Xianxu's disciple, he wasn't even a progenitor. I didn't expect him to have already crossed bitter disaster. How can he be so fast? This person specializes in the Tao of Slaughter and is an Eternal Realm disciple. Of course, his cultivation progress is fast. The discussions around made Lu Yin understand that this person was indeed the Blood Tower's Xianxu's disciple. Staying in the 8th Night Pillar all year round? Not necessarily. Lu Yin could clearly feel that this person's blade was bloody. He must have been fighting all year round. Why are you blocking my way? Lu Yin asked. Gan Mo looked at Lu Yin, I owe the Qing clan a favor. It was they who sent me to the Blood 9th level. I must repay this favor. Lu Yin nodded, yes, so you want to stop me? Gan Mo gripped the hilt of his blade and stared at Lu Yin for a while. My blade can't stop you, but I hope my identity can. Lu Yin smiled, I'll give the Blood Tower's Xianxu some face. Wait for another incense stick's time, the Qing clan will either hand over the Qing clan or continue to prepare. They can find as many experts as they want. Gan Mo's voice was low, only an incense stick's time? Lu Yin's hands behind his back, only. Gan Mo slowly raised his blade and pointed it at Lu Yin. Suddenly, the sky changed color as countless people smelled the scent of blood. Was he going to attack? This blade once passed through the Blood 9 levels, and it was Master Qing who sent me there. Today, I'm returning it to them. He leapt up, raised his blade, and slashed at Lu Yin. At that moment, countless people felt as if they were hallucinating. They saw time being distorted and the void overlapping. They saw more than one Gan Mo and more than one Lu Yin. This was the power of time. A grayish color flowed on the saber. As the saber descended, Gan Mo's body surged with chi waves. A strong wind swept through the surroundings. Finally, it went against the heavens and tore apart the sky of Hidden Heaven City. Countless people stared blankly. Gan Mo's saber strike was extremely terrifying, causing the bitter calamity powerhouse to feel a suffocating pressure. However, this saber was caught between 2 fingers, unable to move an inch forward. Gan Mo looked at the 2 fingers on the blade in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. Someone shouted. It was a middle-aged man not far from the Long Street. He was shocked, even more incredulous than Gan Mo. He was a bitter calamity powerhouse, and his innate gift allowed him to clearly perceive the enemy's strength. Gan Mo's saber was not as simple as it looked. It contained the power of time from the Blood Tower. Although it looked like a single strike, it was enough to force a perfect calamity powerhouse to retreat. He stared at the saber, and his innate gift gave him a realistic feeling. He was sure that he would be killed in one strike without being able to resist. However, Lu Yin had caught it with 2 fingers. How was this possible? No one dared to believe it. They were sure that Luin was stronger than Gan Mo, but the gap should not be that big. Gan Mo was not an ordinary bitter calamity powerhouse. He had killed his way into the Blood 9 levels and was valued by the Blood Tower's Imperial Guard. He was someone who had been taught battle techniques. Judging by battle techniques, Gan Mo was definitely qualified to sleep in the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Such a person's peak saber strike was only 2 fingers? It had to be a joke. Luin held Gan Mo's saber with one hand behind his back and the other hand. He praised, "There is a person in the Tianyuan universe called Chu Yuan. He is proficient in the power of time, and his strongest battle technique is called Time Realm. He uses time to form an explosive attack with subtle differences. It looks like one strike, but when he goes all out, he can make 10 strikes, or even more. Your saber strike is similar to his. At fixed time, the blade condenses. Just now, you made 12 strikes in an instant. Your explosive power is terrifying. You are worthy of being a disciple of the Blood Tower's Imperial Guard." After he finished speaking, power flowed through the blade and shook off Gan Mo's hand. Gan Mo took a few steps back. Luin held the blade and threw it casually. The saber swept past Gan Mo's side and tore through the void. It crossed the long street and nailed to the gate of the Qing clan, tearing a huge crack in the street along the way. Everyone watched in horror as they experienced Lu Yin's terrifying strength. At the end of the long street, many members of the Qing clan were terrified. 100 Kill Tian's face was extremely ugly. Gan Mo only owed him one favor, but he couldn't stop this person. This person didn't even give face to the Blood Tower's Imperial Guard. Gan Mo stood in place and looked at Luin in shock. He wanted to attack again, not for the Qing clan, but for himself. He wanted to see the gap between him and this person. But, could he really see it? "What kind of person is the Blood Tower's Imperial Guard?" Luin asked. Gan Mo was stunned. "What? I'm asking you, what kind of person is the Blood Tower's Imperial Guard?" Luin repeated. Gan Mo was puzzled. "Why do you ask?" Luin smiled. "Of course I'm curious. Who wouldn't be curious about the Eternal Guard?" Gan Mo thought about it and agreed. "I don't know how to say it, Master." He hesitated. "I don't know." Luin raised his eyebrows. Gan Mo hurriedly said, "I really don't know how to say it. Anyway, Master is different from what you think." "Okay." Luin didn't force him. Gan Mo looked to be a dull person. He had heard of the Blood 9th level. Rumor had it that one could become the Blood Tower's Imperial Guard's disciple as long as they could kill their way there. In fact, all 3 imperial deities had their own ways to become the Imperial Guards. Disciple. The Azure Lotus Imperial Guard's disciple, the Startling Sparrow Terrace's disciple, and the Blood Tower's Imperial Guard's disciple. Among them, the Blood 9th level was the cruelest. Since ancient times, there had been many people who were good at killing, but all of them had failed. Some of them were talented enough to enter the Junior Imperial Tower, but they failed in the end. Since ancient times, there weren't many Imperial Guards in the Blood Tower, but their death rate was the highest. They were always at the forefront of every battle. Gan Mo was proof of that. In everyone's impression, the Blood Tower's Imperial Guard should be like Gan Mo, filled with the desire to kill. But now, that didn't seem to be the case. Gan Mo wasn't stupid, but he didn't know how to describe it. Clearly, the Blood Tower's Imperial Guard had left him with a different impression. "If it's Master, you won't be able to take it," Gan Mo suddenly said. Luin found it funny and was about to say something when Gan Mo added, "If it's at the same level." Luin raised an eyebrow. He didn't believe it. The Immortal Guard was strong, but if they were at the same level, Luin knew that no one would be his match. Even the Azure Lotus Imperial Guard, who controlled karma, didn't have only karma. He also had invincible strength and his words. Luin couldn't think of anyone who could surpass him at the same level. Half an hour passed quickly, but there were no changes in Songtian City. The Qing clan didn't have any new reinforcements, and only those who had come to watch the show retreated. Luin took a step forward and passed Gan Mo. With another step, he was outside the Qing clan's territory. There was no need to walk slowly. He looked at the huge door in front of him. The Qing clan had spent a lot of money. There were countless sourcebox arrays on the door, and they were fixed on the door with the Xianxia universe's strange carving method. It gave Luin a similar feeling to Elysium. If he forced it, the defense would be shocking. Luin was on the outside, while everyone in the Qing clan was on the inside. Everyone in Xianxia City focused their attention on him. They were curious. What would Luin do? Was he going to implicate the entire Qing clan just because of Duke Qing? Some time ago, the Qing clan had publicly expelled Duke Qing, which meant that they had nothing to do with Duke Qing. If Luin still wanted to make a move against the Qing clan, it would be unreasonable. The Qing clan's door is the face of the Qing clan. Although the three clans compete with each other, they jointly controlled Xianxia City and have worked together against outsiders several times. Among them, the Qing clan's door is the most difficult to break. It's said that there are 80 spirit treasure arrays carved on the door. It's unimaginable, someone whispered in the distance. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. 80 sourcebox arrays? That many? Someone else spoke up from a similar position. The three clans of Xianxia City all have different understandings of the Xianxia clan's bloodline. The Yu clan is famous for their scroll array. They explore the strongest mysteries of spirit treasure arrays. Given enough time, it's said that they can set up a spirit treasure array that can bury 10 powerhouses at the peak of coup adversity. The 5 Pillars of Night once joined forces to conquer the Xianxia universe, but they suffered a loss because of this array. The Qing clan cultivates the Withering Array and rarely participates in unlocking spirit treasures. It's said that they learned 1,000 types of spirit treasure arrays and used the number of arrays to determine their strength. It's said that the current leader of the Qing clan, the 100-kill Libra, can instantly wither 12 spirit treasure arrays. Its power is boundless. The Ju clan cultivates the linear concept and doesn't dabble much in sourcebox arrays. However, whether it's the scroll array of the Yu clan or the withering array of the Qing clan, they can't do without the linear concept. The more powerful the spirit treasure array, the more it needs a concept city. The linear concept was once the only path in the Xianxia universe that was comparable to spirit treasure arrays. Sometimes, it even surpassed spirit treasure arrays. This person spoke a lot, and his voice continuously traveled into Lu Yin's ears. Luin was not stupid. Whether it was the previous person or this person, they were all explaining to him that these two people had good intentions towards him. Most people just discussed among themselves and would not explain too much to him. Luin lifted his foot and walked towards the Qing clan's main gate step by step. When he was only 100 meters away from the gate, a voice traveled into his ears. I am Yu Jing, the leader of the Yu clan in Xianxia City. I know a little about the enmity between Mr. Lu and Qinggong. However, Qinggong has been expelled by the Qing clan. I hope that Mr. Lu will not implicate the Qing clan. For the OS version, please visit the official website at https://www.bytegap.co to download the latest version. If the browser prohibits access, please try another browser. If there is any abnormality, please email feedback. 100-kill Libra looked at Lu Yin and slowly opened his mouth. His voice was old. Mr. Lu, welcome. Lu Yin and 100-kill Libra looked at each other. Qing family, I have long wanted to come. The entire Qing family welcomes Mr. Lu. What can I do for you? 100-kill Libra was neither servile nor overbearing, and the hundreds of thousands of cultivators of the Qing family, no one dared to stand out in fear or anger. Lu Yin walked into the Qing family step by step, stepping on the broken door, and under his feet, there was a broken Qing word. I am very curious, what is your purpose in luring me here? He knew through Ling Fu that Qinggong was still hiding in the Qing family, but was it really so? It was fake. The Qing family, one of the 3 families of Xianxia City. How could Qinggong's whereabouts be calculated by Ling Fu? If so, Xianxia City was not worthy of being called the strongest in the western region. How could a small Ling Fu calculate the god above the sky? For Ling Fu, the Qing family was the god. His calculations were all fake. In other words, all the information about Qinggong in the western region was purposely released by the Qing clan so that Lu Yin could confirm that Qinggong was hiding in the Qing clan when he came looking for him. Lu Yin came. He knew that Qinggong was not here, but he was very curious why the Qing family wanted to lure him here. Where did they get the courage to lure him here? And why did they want to lure him here? Duke Qing had already gone into hiding, and Madame Qing had also put down her pride and chased Duke Qing out in public. They had already paid the price, but it was all fake. It was as if they had deliberately embarrassed themselves and angered a strong enemy. It was illogical. Lu Ying came here not only to know the purpose of the Qing family, but also to find where Qinggong was. Karma, and... At the tip of his finger, Karma spiraled and flew towards 100 Kill Libra. 100 Kill Libra was instinctively uneasy, but he could not avoid it. He relied on spiritual cultivation to become a powerhouse at the peak of the bitter disaster realm. His combat power was not as good as Gon Mo, and he relied on his spiritual treasure array to defend himself. But in the face of Karma, which spiritual treasure array could block it? Lu Ying saw where Qinggong was. He Gong was there? Mr. Lu, what do you mean? You came uninvited, what does it have to do with the Qing family? 100 Kill Libra felt uneasy, but what was that feeling? Did this person make a move? The corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up. There is no such thing as illogical in this world. Everything that is illogical is just an unseen side of the world. 100 Kill Libra, you spread false news to make me think that Qinggong was still hiding in the Qing family. Why did you lure me here? Hearing Lu Yin's words, 100 Kill Libra's eyes narrowed and his attitude changed drastically. His eyes were filled with malevolence and murderous intent. With a boom, the Qing clan's ground cracked open and streaks of spirit treasures shrouded Lu Ying from all directions. Qing clan, kill. In an instant, 12 numinous treasure array carvings formed and covered the sky. Killing intent descended. Most of the Qing clan's hundreds of thousands of cultivators found it difficult to learn how to carve source boxes, but they were still able to carve source boxes out of the array formations, which came from the various weapons that the Qing clan had left behind since ancient times. Since the carving method could be carved on doors, it could also be carved on weapons, clothes, books, and even the floor. At that moment, the entire Qing clan unleashed hundreds of sourcebox arrays, which shocked all of Hidden Sky City. Even the Yu clan and the Ju clan had not expected the Qing clan to be so decisive. The sourcebox's killing intent covered the entire Qing clan and even Hidden Sky City. It was as if the Qing clan had unleashed all of its power at that moment, all for the sake of 100 Kill Libra's kill. To be honest, Lu Ying was stunned. What had he just said? For 100 Kill Libra to be so agitated, the Qing clan had definitely been prepared. Otherwise, they would not have released all of their power at once. There were hundreds of sourcebox arrays killing intent. Lu Ying had never seen so many sourcebox arrays in his entire life, and it surpassed the number of sourcebox arrays that had been created in the entire Tianyuan universe. The sourcebox arrays overlapped and fused together, and no one knew what kind of killing intent they would create. The stable perimeter that Lu Ying had experienced was formed by the overlapping of various sourcebox arrays killing intent, creating a situation that was difficult to break through. In the Tianyuan universe, he had experienced the overlapping killing intent of Mu Shang's 8 boundless advanced sourceboxes. In the spiritualized universe, he had experienced the overlapping killing intent of Yu Shang's 10 boundless advanced sourceboxes. Although most of the sourcebox arrays that had been unleashed were not at the level of boundless advanced sourcebox arrays, there were still a few dozen that had reached that level. The killing intent was unpredictable, and even Lu Ying could not break through them. He believed that in the entire human race, unless Ancestor Hui had reached the peak of bitter calamity, or if an Eternal Realm powerhouse was skilled at lockbreaking, no one would be able to break through them. The overlapping killing intent of 10 boundless advanced sourceboxes was already difficult to break through, and it was almost impossible to do so. In the outside world, everyone was shocked. The cultivators from the Yu Jing and Ju Ling clans all walked out and looked on in shock. Hidden Sky City's history has never seen so many sourcebox arrays overlapping. Has the Qing clan gone mad? The Qing clan must be in a desperate situation. Otherwise, they would not have done this. Yu Jing's eyes flickered as he stared at the Qing clan. How could this be? It was too fast. Even if they had fought, they would not have used their full strength so quickly. 100 Kill Libra, what are you thinking? No one knew what 100 Kill Libra was thinking. Hidden Sky City's winds and clouds changed, and even the boundless yellow sand could not hide the unfathomable killing intent. With Hidden Sky City as the center, it spread throughout the entire western region. For Android and iOS versions, please visit the official website at https://www.bytegap.co to download the latest version. If your browser does not allow access, please try another browser. If there are any abnormalities, please send feedback via email. All of the violent winds and yellow sand were annihilated by the killing intent, and countless people looked up at the sky in fear. The sky seemed to be collapsing. Within the Qing clan's territory, Lu Yin's body endured the wanton attacks of the sourcebox arrays. All sorts of sourcebox arrays overlapped, transformed, and melted, becoming endless. Hundreds of sourcebox arrays did not just mean that there were hundreds of sourcebox arrays, they also meant that there was an endless amount of killing intent until all of the arrays stabilized. As long as there was any instability, the killing intent would boil over once again. Not only him, but the entire Qing clan's territory also shattered at this moment. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the Qing clan had all retreated as soon as they had released the sourcebox arrays. However, many of them could not retreat as quickly as the killing intent had spread, and they were also enveloped and instantly turned into nothingness. 100 Kill Libra used his cultivation to forcefully resist the spreading killing intent. He wanted his clansmen to retreat, but he could not. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was in an extremely miserable state. He stared fixedly at Lu Yin, who was at the center of the killing intent, but he could not see clearly. How was it? Could it be resolved? Suddenly, the sourcebox arrays distorted and floated towards the center. Following that, an irresistible force formed a killing intent tornado, and at that moment, Lu Yin appeared in front of everyone once again. Both the Qing clan and the people of Hidden Sky City were stunned. Lu Yin was completely unscathed. Not only was he not injured, but he had also used an unimaginable force to distort the void and forcefully suppress all the sourcebox's killing intent, forming a tornado in his palm. The boundless killing intent from the sourceboxes was forcefully restrained by his strength, and it continuously shrunk until it finally gathered in his palm. The tornado that connected the heavens and the earth became the only center of the entire western region. Everyone stared blankly, unable to imagine what kind of force could control such a thing. This was an uncontrollable force formed from hundreds of sourcebox arrays overlapping one another. Even the Qing clan, who had released it, could not control it. If there were no external interference, Hidden Sky City would collapse and disappear from the western region forever. However, this terrifying killing intent had been grasped by Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the people of the Qing clan and exerted force with his 5 fingers. 5 black cracks extended from his fingertips and cut through the heavens and the earth. It was as if the universe had been torn apart, and the world had been shattered as the dark cracks continued to extend. Finally, his 5 fingers clenched tightly. There was a whoosh. The boundless killing intent transformed into a gentle breeze that swept past everyone's cheeks, past Hidden Sky City, and past the western region. Everything vanished into thin air. The Qing clan's territory had been shattered, and only the ground beneath Lu Yin's feet remained intact. At that moment, no one made a sound. Even 100 Kill Libra was dumbfounded. Many of the members of the Qing clan felt their limbs go soft, and they collapsed to the ground. What kind of monster had they provoked? That was an unimaginable power. Could this person be an Eternal Realm cultivator? The Yu clan and the Ju clan were also shocked by the scene. In the Ju clan's territory, Heartless watched from afar and was shocked. No wonder this person could destroy the Spring and Autumn Jade alone, escort Jian Hong to the 6th Night Pillar, and make the 5th Night Pillar not dare to make a sound. Master definitely did not value this person because of fate. This person had an unfathomable secret. In the Qing clan's territory, Lu Yin put down his hand and patted his clothes, which seemed to be stained with dust. Alright, 100 Kill Tian, have you played enough? The hundreds of sourceboxes that had been filled with danger seemed spectacular and incomprehensible, but only after coming into contact with them did Lu Yin realize that these sourceboxes were relatively weak. Lu Yin's senses told him that they were equivalent to the sourcebox array he had just encountered. Although there were a dozen or so boundless advanced sourceboxes, they were still at the bottom of the list of sourceboxes at the same level. 100 Kill Tian had used so many useless sourceboxes to create a seemingly hopeless situation, just like how he had lured Lu Yin to the Qing clan. Luin was becoming more and more curious about what 100 Kill Tian was thinking. 100 Kill Tian felt bitter. Playing? How could anyone play like this? He had indeed been planning this, and he had been willing to waste more than half of the Qing clan's sourcebox arrays in order to create a hopeless situation for the Qing clan. However, he had not expected Luin to break through it so easily. His main goal in this plan had been to kill Luin. With hundreds of sourceboxes, even a complete bitter disaster cultivator would be unlucky to face them head-on. Even if this person managed to block them, he would definitely be severely injured. The Qing clan's plan had already reached the limits of the three clans' agreement, so using the agreement to kill this person was logical. But how could this be? This person was not injured at all, and he had crushed all the sourceboxes with a single hand. This was impossible. How could such a person exist? The defense deity under the star sail had said that if the Qing clan could release hundreds of sourcebox arrays at the same time, no one other than the defense deity would be able to withstand them unscathed, not even the 5 defense deities. How did things end up like this? This person was not injured, not even a little bit. 100 Kill Tian's hands and feet turned cold. He had received spiritual cultivation to become a powerhouse at the consummate crossing calamity stage. He knew that there was a gap in strength between him and a powerhouse at the consummate crossing calamity stage, but it was not that big. He swallowed his saliva and said in a hoarse voice, "Mr. Liu, I'm impressed. I've released all the killing intent of my clan since ancient times, but I only treated it as playing. Mr.'s strength is rarely seen since ancient times. You must have touched the eternal life realm." Everybody was thinking the same thing. Considering Lu Yin's achievements, it seemed like the only explanation was that he was invincible. Since he had arrived in the continent of the 9 clouds, he had never been defeated. Lu Yin looked at his palm. "Don't talk about these useless things. You and I both know that the reason why I'm still here is because I really want to know what your Qing clan can do to me." Moreover, his expression turned cold. "I don't like to leave behind future troubles." 100 Kill Libra closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and his loud voice echoed throughout the hidden heaven city. 100 Kill Libra represents the Qing clan and activates the alliance between the 3 clans. "You clan, Ju clan, will you abide by the alliance?" Lu Yin frowned. An alliance between the 3 clans? In the hidden heaven city, everyone was puzzled. They had never heard of any alliance between the 3 clans. Yu Jing and Zhu Ling's heart sank. Sure enough, it still came. But they did not understand why it developed like this. Duke Qin was obviously expelled. Why did Lu Yin still find trouble with the Qing clan? Why did the Qing clan want to fight to the death? They were not stupid. They could see that the Qing clan was prepared. But as long as the Qing clan did not admit it, they could not prove it. In order to avoid the alliance between the 3 clans being activated and becoming enemies with Lu Yin, Yu Jing and Zhu Ling stopped Lu Yin before he entered the Qing clan. But they still failed. Now, the cause and result of this battle were unknown. Yu clan and Zhu clan really did not want to be enemies with Lu Yin. This person was too unfathomable. But the alliance between the 3 clans could not be denied. Yu Jing sighed and entered the Qing clan. He appeared behind Lu Yin. Just as Zhu Ling was about to go, Zhu Qing's voice was heard, "Mother, don't interfere." Zhu Ling was helpless. The alliance between the 3 clans cannot be violated. Even if the Zhu clan perishes? Zhu Ling was taken aback. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhu Qing was speechless. Zhu Qing said, "I know Lu Yin better than you, much better. Once the Zhu clan becomes enemies with this person, their ending will not be better than the Qing clan. They will most likely be destroyed like the spring and autumn scroll." Zhu Ling looked at the Zhu clan and saw Zhu Qing standing far away. "Girl, what do you know?" Zhu Qing looked at Zhu Ling. "Lu Yin came from the Sea of Karma. He is fated with the 7 fairies. The fate came from Master. The 4 Lin Sword clan, the Spring and Autumn Scroll, the Vientiane Valley, the 6th Night Pillar, and Ku Yuan before he came to the western region. His strength is unfathomable. Also." At this point, she was silent for a while. Zhu Ling frowned. "Speak quickly. If there is nothing serious, we cannot violate the alliance between the 3 clans." Zhu Qing said, "He might have comprehended karma." Zhu Ling's pupils shrank. What did you say? Zhu Qing did not speak. Zhu Ling felt like his head was smashed. He could not accept it. Comprehended karma. Comprehended karma. Came from the sea of karma. Broke through the primordial realm and reached the 9 heavens. However, he was not interfered with by the eternal ruler. Destroyed the spring and autumn scroll, interfered with Yu Jiuxiao's affairs, and went to the 4-Lin Sword clan. All these things gathered together. Zhu Ling was stunned and could not move. Yu Jing urged, Zhu Ling, why are you not coming? The alliance between the 3 clans cannot be violated. I also do not want to be enemies with Lu Yin. However, this matter cannot be resolved. Zhu Ling looked at the Zhu clan and saw Lu Yin with his back facing the door. It was as if he saw a second Qing Lianyu. He could not take the risk. Whether or not this person really comprehended karma, he could not take the risk. If he could destroy the spring and autumn scroll alone, he could go against Song Tian City. It was not worth it to put his own clan in danger for the Zhu clan. However, if the alliance between the 3 clans was violated, the Zhu clan would not be able to establish themselves in Song Tian City. Who would trust the Zhu clan? Zhu Ling, what are you hesitating for? 100 Kill Libra shouted. Yu Jing's expression was uncertain. There was a problem. He understood Zhu Ling. The alliance between the 3 clans would definitely make the Zhu clan take action. However, Zhu Ling was hesitating. She knew the price of violating the alliance, but she was still hesitating. What was worth her hesitation? Yu Jing suddenly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin calmly stood in place and sensed Yu Jing's gaze. He looked over and smiled. He did not care at all. This attitude made Yu Jing's heart sink. This person did not care about Song Tian City at all. Did Zhu Ling know something? Lu Yin glanced at Yu Jing and then at 100 Kill Libra. So this was the reason behind the Zhu clan's plan. The Zhu clan had purposely spread fake news to make Lu Yin think that the Zhu clan was hiding in the Zhu clan's territory and lure him over. Because Lu Yin had exposed them, the Zhu clan had gone all out to create the illusion that the Zhu clan was in dire straits. Even the hundreds of sourcebox arrays had been an illusion created by the Zhu clan for the sake of the alliance between the 3 clans. They had joined forces with the Yu clan and the Zhu clan to kill Lu Yin. This was the Zhu clan's goal. But why? Was it worth it just for the Zhu clan? Outsiders could see that Lu Yin would not implicate the Zhu clan for the sake of the Zhu clan. Otherwise, how could the Tian Yuan universe integrate into the 9 heavens? The 9 firmaments universe could accept a powerful and rational Tian Yuan universe, but it could not accept a lawless Tian Yuan universe. No matter how strong Lu Yin was, unless he surpassed the 3 eternal emperors, he needed to have an attitude if he wanted to lead the Tian Yuan universe into the 9 firmaments universe. Taking revenge was not a problem, but he could not implicate the Zhu clan because he did not have the right to do so. As long as the Zhu clan really expelled the Zhu clan, they would not be implicated. However, the Zhu clan had purposely lured Lu Yin over, and they might really be destroyed. Why? Why was the Zhu clan so confident in Song Tian City? Zhu Ling had arrived. 100 Kill Libra's expression was ferocious. The alliance between the 3 clans had been activated, and this was the final step. No matter what the outcome was, they had to kill this person. Song Tian City, kill. 100 Kill Libra roared. He wanted to represent the entire Song Tian City. Yu Jing did not move. Zhu Ling did not move either. There were hundreds of thousands of clansmen in the Zhu clan. Some were about to attack, but they felt that something was amiss and did not move. Where were the experts from the Yu and Zhu clan? Many figures appeared outside the Zhu clan, staring at Lu Yin with murderous intent. Far away, there were also some cultivators who were good at sneak attacks. Underground, poisonous gas coiled and twisted like a dragon. Behind the Zhu clan, countless strange creatures panted heavily. These were the Shi from the Song Tian universe. They belonged to the Song Tian bloodline and had been tamed by the Zhu clan. The Zhu clan had prepared a lot to kill Lu Yin, and they had not been in a desperate situation before. However, the only condition for these preparations was that Lu Yin was in a desperate situation or severely injured. Otherwise, they would not be able to deal a fatal blow. If the Yu and Ju clan did not move, then they could not represent Xianxia City. https://. Luin, / 100 Kill Libra looked at Ju Ling. Why are you not attacking? Ju, where are your clansmen? What about the scroll array? Where is the linear concept? Luin also looked at Ju Ling curiously. Could the linear concept be integrated into a sourcebox array? Ju Ling took a deep breath and looked at Luin. The alliance between the three clans focuses on protection and not killing. We have to get to the bottom of this. Mr. Liu, the Ju clan has already expelled the Ju clan. Why do you still want to attack them? 100 Kill Libra's eyes narrowed. Ju Ling, the Ju clan is in a desperate situation and has already activated the alliance between the three clans. You must abide by it. Is the Ju clan going to violate the alliance? Ju Ling ignored him and continued to look at Luin. Luin looked at Yu Jing. Yu Jing also said, I believe that Mr. Liu is not someone who wantonly kills and will not implicate the innocent. 100 Kill Libra was furious. You. Luin laughed, and his laughter echoed throughout Xianxia City. It was the most ear-piercing sound 100 Kill Libra had ever heard. Interesting, very interesting. This trip to Xianxia City was not in vain. He looked at 100 Kill Libra. The Ju clan purposely revealed that the Ju clan was hiding in the Ju clan's territory to lure me here. They want to use the alliance between the three clans to kill me. 100 Kill Libra, your plan is not bad, but you have underestimated your two allies. They are not stupid and are much smarter than you. 100 Kill Libra's heart sank. He gritted his teeth and stared at Luin, full of unwillingness. Ju Ling frowned and stared at 100 Kill Libra. 100 Kill Libra, is Mr. Liu right? Thank you, brothers, for your support. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish you all a happy and full moon. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. 100 Kill Tian clenched his fists and said in a low voice, are the three great clans of Xianxia City going to break the agreement just because of one sentence from this person? Yu Jing, Ju Ling, let me tell you, there is no reason. Our Qing clan is in danger now. Are you going to fulfill the agreement? Yu Jing frowned. The only condition for using the agreement was that one side was in danger. There were no other conditions. This was the rule set by their ancestors. As for the reason, did it have anything to do with the agreement? If there was a reason to fulfill the agreement, what was the point of the agreement? Today, our Qing clan is in danger. You all went against the agreement. In the future, this will happen to you all. 100 Kill Tian roared. Yu Jing and Ju Ling looked at each other. They should fulfill the agreement. This was right. 100 Kill Tian was even more right. Yu Jing wanted to know why Ju Ling did not want to fulfill the agreement. Some prices could be paid, but some could not be paid even by the entire Xianxia City. Luin shook his head, all the difficult choices are due to ignorance. He looked at 100 Kill Tian, then at Yu Jing and Ju Ling. Finally, he looked outside the Qing clan, at the people who were ready to attack at any moment, as well as the countless cultivators in Hidden Sky City. I will give you a reasonable explanation for violating the alliance agreement. After he finished, he raised his hand and pointed to the southeast, Nine Heavens Universe, Southern Region, Hefeng Mountain, / As soon as he finished, the heaven and earth shook. Lu Yin's triple firmament sword will disappeared instantly. At this moment, everyone seemed to be gripped by an incomprehensible fear, especially those in Xianxia City. Their vision turned black. When they opened their eyes again, the sky was still the same sky. The ground was still the same ground. There was nothing. However, they would never forget the feeling just now. It was as if their lives were being gripped by some kind of existence. 100 Kill Tian, Yu Jing, and Ju Ling felt their scalps go numb. Although they did not know what Luin did, in that moment, they felt like they had died once. At the same time, in the southern region, Hefeng Mountain was faintly discernible and disappeared into the clouds. Even cultivators could not see through the clouds to see the peak. Hefeng Mountain was surrounded by killing all year round. Occasionally, people would escape and hide at the foot of Hefeng Mountain. If the enemy chased after them, they could only climb Hefeng Mountain. Only those who survived the calamity could successfully reach the peak. Rather than be killed by the enemy, why not try and become an eternal disciple and live for another 100 years? At the foot of the mountain, there were traces of fighting. Everywhere. Some people were hiding at the foot of Hefeng Mountain. They were on high alert for fear of being ambushed by their enemies. There were also people who felt melancholy. They couldn't find a reason to live, but they were conflicted about whether or not to climb the mountain. There were too many people with stories here. A burst of laughter spread out in all directions. It was not abrupt. There were crying, laughter, madness, and manic laughter. All the emotions in the world existed here. This place was the closest to death, yet the furthest away. Good move, brother. You're using this to force the clan to fight to the death. We must learn from you. Ha 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 ha. That's right. If I could think of this method before, why would I bother hiding in Hefeng Mountain? My enemy could attack me at any time. If I didn't get to know you all, I wouldn't even dare to come out. However, this method is extremely dangerous. If something goes wrong, even the clan won't be able to escape. Duke Qing smiled faintly. Of course I had to plan ahead. If I didn't have absolute confidence, I wouldn't have done it. It was Luin who forced me. Someone next to him said angrily, Luin is just a lowly person from one of the 3 universes. How dare he act so arrogantly in the continent of the 9 clouds? What right does he have? That person is indeed extremely strong, but if Duke Qing breaks through to the Ku AI level, or even the complete Ku AI level, your sculpting skills will improve. You may not lose to him. I've heard that the Qing clan is the strongest of the 3 great clans in Songtian City. Duke Qing waved his hand and laughed. There were more than 10 people around him. There were both men and women. There was even a woman who hugged Duke Qing's arm intimately. These people had all escaped from their enemies and were hiding at the foot of Hefeng Mountain. They had formed a group to fight against their enemies. No matter whose enemy it was, they would help each other, which was why they had survived until now. This kind of thing was common in Hefeng Mountain, so it attracted many people who were hiding from their enemies. Even if they didn't plan to climb Hefeng Mountain, as long as they came here, they could always find someone to help them. There were even people who did business there, collecting debts and collecting corpses. In the distance, someone lay drunk in the mountains. When he heard the laughter, he threw a jar of wine over. Shut up. The jar landed near Duke Qing's group. Just when Duke Qing was about to fly into a rage, he was pulled back by the woman beside him. She gestured for him to keep quiet. She looked into the distance carefully. Let's go. The people in the surroundings didn't dare to make a sound. They quickly moved to another location. Duke Qing was confused. Who is that person? Why are you so afraid? Although most of these people were at the level of the laws of sequence, there were still primordial realm experts. There was even a Ku AI level expert among them. They were actually so frightened by that person that they didn't dare to say anything. The woman holding Duke Qing said, He's a fiend. I thought he was on the other side of the mountain. I never thought he would be here. A fiend? Duke Qing was confused. Just when he was about to ask again, his heart suddenly tightened. An indescribable sense of danger made his hair stand on end. Run, run, run. On the mountain range, the person who had been drunk suddenly stood up and looked to the west. What was that? On Hefeng Mountain, some people were hiding, some were facing death, some were numb, and some were climbing. At that moment, everyone stopped. A voice was telling them to run, run, run. The sword intent descended. Before Duke Qing could react, the sword pierced through the ground and disappeared. Duke Qing was powerless. How could it be? His consciousness was scattered. The sword and the face that came with the sword repeatedly appeared in his mind. It was Luin. Impossible. He was clearly in Songtian City. How could it be? No matter how much he didn't believe it, his scattered consciousness was unavoidable. His body collapsed powerlessly. Blood flowed along the mountain and dripped down. The woman beside him took a few steps back. She looked at Duke Qing in shock. What happened in that instant? The people in the surroundings stared blankly. No one spoke. It was dead silent. Only the fiend on the mountain range looked to the west. His drunkenness faded away instantly. He couldn't believe it. If that sword had slashed at him, what would have happened? Where did that sword come from? From Xianxia city in the west to Hefeng mountain in the south, it crossed the 9 heavens. There was no distance between heaven and earth. The triple blue sword intent merged with the eternal matter and crossed this unbelievable distance. It killed Duke Qing. Everything happened in an instant. This was the first time Lu Ying used the eternal matter in the 9 heavens universe. He didn't hide it, and there was no need to. In Xianxia city, everyone stared blankly at the sky. The triple blue sword intent distorted the void and reflected the scene of Duke Qing here for everyone to see. This sword killed Duke Qing for the entire 9 heavens universe to see. This sword made the world silent. If not for eternal life, who would dare to fight? If not for eternal life, who could fight? No, not a single one. No one in the 9 heavens universe could compare. The western and southern regions crossed the 9 heavens. Duke Qing hid at Hefeng mountain. Even if Lu Ying killed his way to the southern regions, he could still climb Hefeng mountain. He had the perfect cultivation spirit of Kuai. Duke Qing had prepared a lot for him. However, all the preparations and all the calculations turned into nothingness under that sword. There was nothing left. One sword, crossing the 9 heavens, killing Duke Qing. It was that simple. Was it difficult to understand? There was no need to understand. This was Lu Yin's strength. When he broke through to the primordial realm, his characters had also fallen into the 9 heavens, but he was unable to control where they landed. He could only toss them in all directions, allowing everyone to see the power contained within them. Now, he could kill his enemies with a single strike. No one dared to stop him. This was a different matter. It was like someone could throw a stone 100 meters away. Someone not only threw it 100 meters away but also accurately killed an ant. They were two completely different concepts. In the 9 heavens universe, eyes opened one after another. They looked at Hefeng mountain and felt that sword. Someone said, "This is the first sword below Duke Qing." The person who spoke was Duke Qing, who spoke everyone's thoughts. No one refuted him. This sword made Yu Jiuxiao and Zhou Tiandi fall silent. Yu Jing, Zhu Ling, and the others felt cold all over. They were glad that they didn't make a move. Otherwise, whoever that sword struck would die. This was not something a human could resist. This was the power of the eternal realm. So this was the reasonable explanation given by this person. In the face of this sword, the alliance of the 3 families was as laughable as a piece of scrap paper. Where did the alliance come from? Where did the confidence come from? There would be nothing. No one would mention the alliance of the 3 families again. The people of the Qing clan were dead silent. The original fear and despair in their eyes were gone at this moment. There was only numbness and indifference to life. They were not indifferent to other lives, but to their own lives. It was like mortals facing natural disasters and man-made disasters. They could only rely on luck to survive. All the initiative was useless. 100 Kill Tian was even more dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the sky. That sword killed Duke Qing, but it destroyed the entire Qing clan. He lowered his head and looked at Lu Ying. His eyes were incomprehensible and complicated. Lu Ying couldn't understand. That kind of gaze was full of determination, relief, and regret. "Mr. Lu, what a good sword. The entire 9 heavens universe has underestimated you, Mr. Lu." 100 Kill Tian's voice was low and hoarse. Yu Jing shouted, "100 Kill Tian, what else do you want now?" Quickly apologized to Mr. Lu. He didn't really care about the Qing clan. He was afraid that Lu Ying would destroy the Yu clan. Although the alliance of the 3 families was laughable and pale under that sword, the Yu clan could retreat. But this was Hidden Sky City after all. Where could they retreat to? If the Qing clan was destroyed, the people of Hidden Sky City would know the reason. No one could stop Lu Ying. However, the people outside didn't know. Most people only knew that the Yu clan and the Zhu clan betrayed the alliance of the 3 families, which had a great impact on them. 100 Kill Tian sighed and smiled sadly. If there was a choice, the Qing clan would rather never come into contact with the spiritualized universe. Mr. Liu, your sword cut off the future of the entire Qing clan. Lu Yin was puzzled. Duke Qing can represent the future of the Qing clan? 100 Kill Tian closed his eyes. At the back, someone trembled and said, Duke Qing killed all the descendants of the Qing clan and left him alone. If he was alive, the Qing clan could still have descendants. But he is dead now. Those who didn't know the truth were shocked. Lu Yin was also shocked. So it was like this. Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you. Mid-Autumn Festival Reunion. It was no wonder why 100 Kill Libra had lured Lu Yin to the Qing family. Even if the Qing family had escaped, 100 Kill Libra still had to think of a way to kill Lu Yin. This was because Lu Yin would definitely kill the Qing family, which was a hidden danger. This should also be a condition that the Qing family had left behind for the Qing family. If Lu Yin was not killed, the Qing family would have no more descendants. His son had been killed by Lu Yin in the spiritualized universe, so he hated Lu Yin to the core. Zhu Ling did not understand. How could the Qing clan's descendants be completely wiped out by Qinggong? Is the Qing clan that stupid? 100 Kill Tian opened his eyes. When a person puts down their bottom line, what can't they do? After returning to the continent of the 9 clouds, he received Yuya's help, and his strength increased rapidly. He is now second only to me. More than 10 years ago, when Mr. Liu became famous in the eastern region, he began to plot and poison people. Cultivators have poisons that target cultivators, and no one would have thought that he would poison his own people. Until recently, when he heard that Mr. Liu was coming to the western region, he poisoned all of the Qing clan's descendants to death and then fled. The Qing clan's 168,300 people all died, and only I survived. However, it has been a long time since I was able to give birth to a descendant. I, 100 Kill Tian, have let down the ancestors of the Qing clan. I can only die to thank the Qing clan. The ground beneath his feet cracked. Before I die, I will show the continent of the 9 clouds the true glory of the Qing clan. After he finished speaking, the void withered as the sourcebox's murderous intents filled the air. In an instant, 19 sourcebox's murderous intents descended and attacked Lu Yin. 90 instant shocked Yu Jing, Zhu Ling, and the others. Even those in the Qing clan's territory were shocked. They only knew that 100 Kill Tian could instant 12, and even if he hit it, he could only instant 15 at most. They had not expected him to reach instant 19. 19 instant 19 was not just any sourcebox array. Every one of them was incomparably sharp, and when 19 of them descended, even Lu Yin was surprised. HDTRO 100 Kill Tian wanted the continent of the 9 clouds to see the glory of the Qing clan and his strength. He wanted to vent his anger and grievances. He wanted to kill Duke Xiang because Duke Xiang had exterminated the descendants of the Qing clan, but he wanted to kill Lu Yin even more. If it hadn't been for Lu Yin, this wouldn't have happened. He knew that he couldn't defeat Lu Yin, but he wanted Lu Yin to be cursed by the entire continent of the 9 heavens. He only had one chance to attack. When he used instant 19, 100 Kill Tianqing said, Lu Yin, you forced the Qing clan to be destroyed. The Qing clan will be destroyed, and the withering technique will disappear. The continent of the 9 clouds will have no more withering techniques. You are a sinner of the continent of the 9 clouds, a sinner. The 100 Kill Libra wanted the entire 9 firmaments universe to know that it was Lu Yin who had forced the withering killing intent technique to disappear. That was the most powerful technique in the garnering sky universe. Once it disappeared, the 9 firmaments universe would not be satisfied. Lu Yin was definitely out of luck. The Qing clan had been exterminated, and the 100 Kill Libra wanted Lu Yin to suffer as well. Unless that person reached the eternal life level, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the entire 9 clouds universe. The eternal life emperor wouldn't let him off easily. Die, all of you, die. The 100 Kill Libra's face was ferocious. It was as if he could see Lu Yin being cursed by countless people from the continent of the 9 clouds. The Tian Yuan universe wanted to enter the continent of the 9 clouds? Impossible. The Qing clan had been exterminated, and the Tian Yuan universe would never be able to enter the continent of the 9 clouds. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and everything changed. Lu Yin was still standing there, looking calm. Everyone around looked at the 100-kill Libra in confusion. The 100-kill Libra was even more confused. In his hand, he hadn't released the 19 withering killing intents. He remembered that he had attacked Luin, so why hadn't he attacked? If you don't attack, your 19 withering killing intents will bury you, Luin said casually. He smiled, but his eyes were cold. His words were like a brush that could paint the world. Luin had felt that something was wrong with the 100-kill Libra's current state, so he had used his words to enforce law to make the 100-kill Libra do what he wanted. That had been a facade created by the 100-kill Libra's consciousness that could change everything, but it was real for the 100-kill Libra. As expected, this person wanted to blame the destruction of the withering technique on Luin. The withering technique wasn't simple, it was the most valuable sourcebox's killing intents that Luin had found in Garner Heaven's bloodline. If it was destroyed because of Luin, many people in the Nine Clouds universe would be angry at him, and some would even find a reason to condemn him. This was a cage that the 100-kill Libra had designed for himself with his own death. It was also a cage that he had designed for the Tianyuan universe. It was truly vicious. The Qing clan hadn't been exterminated because of Luin, and he hadn't wanted to implicate the entire Qing clan in his grudge against Duke Qing. It was just like the Spring and Autumn Scroll. Those who had attacked him had died, but Luin had still let the disciples of the Spring and Autumn Scroll go. The 100-kill Libra looked at his hand. What was going on? He had clearly attacked. Why had everything changed? Time reversal? Lu Yin's gaze deepened. 100-kill Libra, you showed everyone the glory of the Qing clan. 19 instant was indeed powerful. Unfortunately, everything was destroyed by Duke Qing, right? The 100-kill Libra's eyes narrowed, and he roared, yes, everything was destroyed by that unfilial son of Duke Qing. That bastard who betrayed his clan and exterminated the Qing clan. It was him. It was all him. After he finished speaking, the 100-kill Libra's face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. No, this wasn't what he wanted to say. He had clearly wanted to call Luin a sinner, so why had things turned out this way? He couldn't control his own body, and he couldn't say what he wanted to say. He couldn't even release the 19 killing intents in his hand. My Qing clan was exterminated by that unfilial son. I, the 100-kill Libra, cannot accept this. I have let down Mr. Liu and Garner Heaven City. The 100-kill Libra roared again, and his eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to say what he wanted to say, but he couldn't. This contradiction made him spit out blood again. He knelt down and faced Luin. The 100-kill Libra raised his head and stared at Luin. He had been controlled. This person was actually able to control him silently. He was even more terrifying than everyone had imagined. That sword didn't represent him at all. This was his true strength. He could easily control a powerhouse at the peak of the bitter adversity realm. Was this person really in the eternal realm? Not only did this person control his body, but he also forced him to say things he didn't want to say. This person wasn't human. He was the same as the eternal ruler, a god. Only Luin and the 100-kill Libra knew what the other was thinking. Unfortunately, the 100-kill Libra couldn't say what he wanted to say. He couldn't even beg Luin for mercy. Luin wouldn't let him speak. Everything was over. The Qing clan has failed to teach properly. We have let down the 9 firmaments. With a loud roar, the 100-kill Libra slapped himself. The 19 killing intents instantly submerged him, and he turned into ashes before everyone's eyes. Everyone stared blankly at the Qing clan's land. They had experienced more in this day than they had in their entire lives. Even Yu Jing and Zhu Ling were somewhat confused. In particular, the 100-kill Libra's death was even more incomprehensible. Had he committed suicide? For what? Atonement? They looked at Luin. Had this person done something? Impossible. The 100-kill Libra was at the peak of the bitter adversity realm. No matter what, he wouldn't have died for no reason. However, they knew the 100-kill Libra well. This old man was extremely sinister and greedy for power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Qinggong go to the spiritualized universe. It could be said that he had taught Qinggong all by himself. Why would such a person commit suicide? Luin shook his head and sighed. Chunggong harmed the Qing clan. The 100-kill Libra asked for mercy and got what he wanted. He allowed us to witness the Qing clan's final glory, but he himself died under this glory. No one refuted this. This was the truth. Lu Yin looked at the Qing clan's cultivators again. Hundreds of thousands of them were trembling. They didn't know what fate awaited them. You can leave, Lu Yin said. The Qing clan's people looked at Lu Yin expectantly. They were filled with the desire to live. Lu Yin waved his hand. My grudge with Qinggong doesn't involve the Qing clan. 100-kill Libra is also dead. You can leave. Hearing Lu Yin's words, the Qing clan's people hurriedly bowed and left. They weren't from the Qing clan. They were just cultivators who joined the Qing clan. The real Qing clan's people died under Qinggong's hands. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Yin, Yu Jing, Zhu Ling, and a few others were left in the Qing clan's land. The rest had fled. As for the people the Qing clan hired to kill Lu Yin, they were nowhere to be found. All the arrangements were resolved by one sword. A grand war might not necessarily have a grand ending. Lu Yin finally looked at Yu Jing and Zhu Ling. The two looked at each other and then faced Lu Yin. They bowed deeply. We didn't know about the Qing clan's conspiracy. If we have offended you, please don't blame us. Lu Yin looked at the two. Do you know about the Qing clan's withering carving technique? Yu Jing and Zhu Ling shook their heads. Lu Yin looked at them. The two didn't avoid his gaze. Go out. I will visit you in a few days, Lu Yin said. The two nodded and left the Qing clan's land. Did 100-kill Tian commit suicide? Yu Jing's expression was heavy. Zhu Ling said, seems like it. I don't believe it. So what? Yu Jing sighed and looked up at the sky. I always feel that when facing Mr. Liu, my life is not in my control. Zhu Ling thought of the karma that Zhu Qing had mentioned and felt a chill. Karma, that sword that crossed two domains, was not something they could resist. Don't think too much. You and I didn't attack him. It's a blessing in disguise. Yu Jing looked at Zhu Ling, the Qing clan's withering carving technique. Zhu Ling frowned and looked back at the Qing clan's land. He shook his head and didn't say anything else. Yu Jing also looked back. From today onwards, the Qing clan would no longer exist in Songtian City, no, in the entire Nine-Cloud universe. After everyone left, Lu Yin's consciousness swept across and dispelled the haze trap underground. He searched every corner of the Qing clan and found the Qing clan's treasury. He also had a cosmic ring in his hand that belonged to the 100-kill scale. He had obtained it before 100-kill Tian had died, along with a drop of his blood. When he opened it, there was nothing inside. 100-kill Tian had prepared too well. Whether it was his external arrangements or the worst possible outcome, he had considered it all. If the Qing clan failed to kill Lu Yin with the alliance of the three clans, the Qing clan would be destroyed. Before they died, they would make Lu Yin the public enemy of the entire Nine-Cloud universe. This was the bottom line that the Qing clan could accept. Only by making Lu Yin the public enemy would he have a chance to live. He didn't have to climb Hefeng Mountain. As long as 100-kill Tian could do it, he would leave. An heir for the Qing clan. Since the worst-case scenario was death, 100-kill Tian naturally didn't want to leave anything behind. His cosmic ring had long been emptied. As for the Qing clan's treasury, the items there did not seem to be of much use to Lu Yin. If Lu Yin ultimately destroyed the Qing clan and took away the items in the treasury, then that would be even better. Qing Tian's reputation would only worsen. However, no matter how much he considered, he never considered that Lu Yin would be able to traverse two regions and kill Duke Qing. Furthermore, Duke Qing had even used his words to force Qing Tian to commit suicide. Nothing could be blamed on Lu Yin. As for the withering engraving technique, it had indeed disappeared along with 100-kill Tian and Duke Qing's deaths. After all, aside from them, everyone else who knew about the secret of the withering engraving technique had died at Duke Qing's hands. However, Lu Yin knew. Before 100-kill Tian had died, Lu Yin had seen it through karma. The withering engraving technique was a material called the Void Wall. Now, as long as he could find the Void Wall, he would be able to reproduce the withering engraving technique. The problem was, where was the Void Wall? He did not see it in 100-kill Tian's karma. If 100 Kill Tian had not experienced some karma himself, then he would not have seen it. However, there was no such thing in the treasury. It was impossible for 100 Kill Tian to have left the void wall in the treasury. Could it be in Duke Cheng's hands? Lu Yin had his suspicions as he took all of the resources from the Qing clan's treasury. There were 3 scabs, 100 trillion spirit seeds, 75 cultivation spirits, and a secret scroll from the Qing clan. The scabs and spirit seeds were not surprising, as 75 cultivation spirits were much less than the spring and autumn scroll. However, this was normal. The Qing clan had been passed down since ancient times, and they had only left behind this number of powerful cultivation spirits. These cultivation spirits should all be at the progenitor realm or above. Lu Yin took away all of the other materials, as anything that the Qing clan had collected was definitely not simple. Finally, Lu Yin picked up the Qing clan's secret scroll and began to read it. He opened the scroll, and a screen rose into the sky. It was an image of someone unlocking a source box. A few days later, Lu Yin rubbed his head tiredly. The Qing clan's secret scroll had more than 100 pages, and he had read almost half of it over the past few days. It was all about unlocking source boxes, but it was not about teaching others how to unlock them. Instead, it was about the strange objects that appeared after the source boxes were unlocked. There were many source boxes hidden beneath the yellow sands of Western region, and many of them originated from the 9 firmaments universe itself. However, there were also quite a few that originated from other universes and the core of space that had been destroyed. For example, Lu Yin had seen quite a few people unlock source boxes along the way from Sunluo City to Hidden Sky City. This was very normal in the Western domain, and even in the other 3 domains, including Yu Jiuxiao, there were quite a few people unlocking source boxes. However, what was recorded in the book were the things that had caused a sensation when they were unlocked. Some of them had indeed caused a stir in the Western regions, but most of them were only known to the Qing family and were recorded in secret. Lu Yin saw many strange objects that had been unlocked from the source box, and almost all of them belonged to the outer universe. Most of these strange objects had either been destroyed by the Qingshi's research or had been burned. It was obvious that the Qingshi knew what these strange objects were, and there were still some strange objects that were hidden within the treasury. This was one of the resources that Lu Yin had just taken. He sensed the qi from another universe, but he didn't care. There were many qi from another universe in the 9 Clouds universe. What made Lu Yin's heart sink was that he saw the remains of a hive. That's right, the Qingshi's secret scroll had recorded a process of unlocking a hive. It was exactly the same as the hive in the Tianyuan universe, except that this one had lost its function and was now just a wreckage. However, the appearance of this hive made Lu Yin realize that the distance between 2 universes seemed large, but it wasn't. Since the hive civilization could come into contact with the 9 Clouds universe in this way, it meant that the 2 civilizations could come into contact. The hive civilization had already come into contact with the Tianyuan universe, which meant that this civilization had been circling around the 9 Clouds universe and the other 3 universes. If that was the case, why hadn't the 9 Clouds universe destroyed the hive civilization? Was it because they hadn't found it, or did they lack the ability to do so? Lu Yin crushed the hive's wreckage, which was also in the Qingshi's collection. The Qingshi couldn't understand it. He paused for a moment before continuing to look. The Qingshi's ability to record these lock-breaking processes meant that the items that had been unlocked were unknown to the Qingshi, and so were Lu Yin. He looked through them one by one, occasionally taking out items from the Qingshi's treasury to compare. He was thinking about the Yu and Ju families. Of the 3 great families of Hidden Sky City, the Qingshi was the least proficient in lock-breaking, while the Yu family was the most proficient. The Yu family definitely had something like the Qingshi's secret scroll. Soon, Lu Yin reached the last page of the Qingshi's secret scroll, but he couldn't open it. He frowned as he saw an extremely small sourcebox array. A sourcebox array that sealed the last page was definitely extremely important. Lu Yin easily crushed the array and opened the last page. A screen rose into the sky, revealing a brightly lit courtyard. It was still a lock-breaking process. Compared to the previous recordings, this scene was much brighter, and he could vaguely see people walking around. He could also hear children's laughter. Clearly, the lock-breaking process wasn't that serious. The source box that was being unlocked was 2 meters long and half a meter wide. It looked like a rock. The lockbreaker was a middle-aged man, and he smiled as he spoke to someone behind him. Only images appeared on the screen, but there was no sound. It looked like he was teaching. Soon, the lockbreaking process began. The middle-aged man's speed was very fast, and the source box wasn't very large. The danger of the source box was also non-existent. Perhaps this was why this person had chosen this source box to teach. This lockbreaking scene didn't speed up, unlike the previous recordings that only showed the end. This scene appeared from the beginning to the end. Over the course of 2 days, the middle-aged man had reached the final step of unlocking the source box. At this moment, the source box was shaped like a human skeleton, and there was a layer of dirt on its surface. It looked just like a skeleton. Ordinary people would find it horrifying, but cultivators didn't care. Bones were all too normal. The sun was shining brightly, and the weather was good. White clouds floated on the screen, making it look like a painting. When the lockbreaking process was completed, the dusty source box revealed its original appearance. It really was a skeleton, a human skeleton. The middle-aged man smiled as he explained. Behind him, the skeleton moved. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the scene. The skeleton moved? Furthermore, it was a skeleton that had been unlocked. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the eternal bone implant. First, it was the fingers, then the toes. The middle-aged man was stunned, as if he had heard something. He turned around in confusion, only to see the skeleton raise its hand and drop it. The middle-aged man's body stiffened, and he stood in place without moving. The skeleton stood up and then disappeared. The sky was still beautiful, and the scenery was still the same as before. However, this time, there were blood-red petals and a skeleton. The skeleton returned and laid the middle-aged man down. Lu Yin saw that the middle-aged man's body had been split in two, but there was no blood flowing out. The skeleton tore apart the man's skin and took it off like clothes. It then put it on and used a thread to twist it needle by needle. It then walked out of the courtyard and left. The scene ended there. Pen Fun Library. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, as the scene that he had just seen had made him feel horrified. It was normal for the cultivation world to have power over life and death, but that scene had been too calm. It was as if the skeleton had been prepared, or rather, it was instinctive. He had instinctively killed those people, put on the middle-aged man's skin, and left. Everything had been instinctive. But it was this instinct that made Lu Yin shiver from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't see the skeleton's strength through this scene, but the feeling was very clear. How had the Xianxia obtained this scene? Lu Yin thought about it and then opened the last page to look at it again. He wanted to see if the skeleton was the same as the eternal bone implant. The second time he looked at it, he still felt horrified. Then he looked at it a third time. Suddenly, the scene in front of Lu Yin changed. He saw not just one skeleton, but an overwhelming number of skeletons standing on the black plaza. Dark clouds covered the sky and blocked the sun. He saw an incomparably huge finger bone descending and piercing a hole in the sky. He saw endless darkness beyond the hole. There were no stars, as if it was just an inch away. Lu Yin took a few steps back and waved his hand, but there was nothing in front of him. The scene on the screen was still the same, but where had that scene come from? Beads of sweat dripped down Lu Yin's forehead. That scene made him feel uneasy and dazed. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. It was the feeling of facing a life-and-death crisis, and it came from that scene that had appeared out of nowhere. That scene? Thought, it was the thought. Lu Yin realized that the scene had come from Yuya's thought. Did you see it? No, it was the thought itself that had seen it. http://www.xwgq. Yet he saw the black plaza and the incomparably huge finger bone. It was that thought, that's right. Qing Lianyu said that the thought itself belonged to the Eternal Realm powerhouse who had died and wanted to use Yuya to resurrect. Now that the thought had been merged with him, he thought that the original memory of the thought had completely disappeared. He didn't expect it to appear again. It was because of this scene that led to the memory of the thought. The skeleton in the scene was the same as the skeleton in the memory of the thought. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva. Then, when he saw the memory of the thought, he felt uneasy. Did it represent the owner of the thought? The Eternal Realm powerhouse who had died? If so, did it mean that the Eternal Realm powerhouse was in a daze and uneasy? Did it mean that the Eternal Realm powerhouse had died in the hands of the skeleton? Lu Yin's back was cold, and his palms were sweaty. He had a hunch that he seemed to have seen an incredible scene. He put away the Qing clan's secret scroll and walked out. His consciousness swept across Xianxia City and found a person. In a corner of Xianxia City, an old man was panting heavily. He forced himself to calm down and walked out of the alley. He held a sword in one hand and spread out the other. There were dozens of virtual shadows in his hand, all of which were selling things. This scene was not unfamiliar in Xianxia City, or in the other cultivator cities of the Ninth Heaven universe. The cultivators who sold external resources were all projected with virtual shadows to prevent them from being robbed directly. The old man walked on the street, and behind him was a towering mountain. A mountain was just a steep slope in Xianxia City. It extended up and down and couldn't spread to another street. Xianxia City was very big. For a huge force like Lingbao Chamber of Commerce, a shop could occupy a mountain range, and a mountain range could hide an ocean. Ordinary people couldn't walk out of a street in their lifetime, but cultivators were different, especially the powerful ones. They could see another street directly. Even for weak cultivators, there were transportation tools for cultivators to use in Hidden Sky City. It was convenient for transportation and movement. The old man sat on both sides of the street. Around him were a few cultivators who had set up stalls. One after another, illusory figures became the scenery on the street, spreading across the entire street. There were many cultivators on the streets, and people were coming and going. Shops, restaurants, and so on seemed to be very big, but they were also very crowded, and they were adjacent to each other. At this moment, the cultivators were all talking about the Qing clan's annihilation. The three major clans of the Hidden Sky City had existed for too long. No one could react to the Qing clan's sudden annihilation. Fortunately, I didn't pay a visit to the Qing clan in time. Otherwise, I might have been implicated. All of you must take this as a warning. In the future, when you visit any clan or power in any region, you must inquire about it. The group of people walked on the street, and the man in the lead said loudly. The disciples behind him hurriedly complied. In the restaurant, some people were happy, while others were sad. Qing clan's properties in Hidden Heaven City would be seized immediately, and those people who sought refuge with Qing clan wouldn't even know where to cry. Those who had the ability continued to defend, while those who didn't would lose their lives. From time to time, there would be sounds of fighting. Originally, martial arts were not allowed in Hidden Heaven City, but now, Yu clan and Ju clan did not have the time to care, so Hidden Heaven City became more and more chaotic. The old man lowered his head. His face was pale and his eyes were numb. A loud sound came from afar, attracting many people's attention. Then, a loud shout came, "Your Qin clan is despicable and shameless. Back then, when my clan was at the peak of its glory, you all thought of ways to get close to me. Now, you are hitting me when I'm down. You will not have a good ending." The old man raised his head and stared into the distance in a daze. This voice. Old Ninth? Humph, the Qing clan offended someone, it's only natural that they should be destroyed. My Qin clan won't wallow in the mire with you. Capture them. Mr. Liu is not going to pursue the matter. If you dare to attack us, you are disrespecting Mr. Liu. Seal his mouth and take him away, quick. Not long after, the noise stopped. The old man retracted his gaze and swallowed his saliva. Old Nine was finished. In a restaurant not far away, someone sighed, "The world is so cold." Back then, the Qin family successfully curried favor with the Qing family because their family name is similar to the Qing family. All these years, no one dared to provoke them in the Hidden Sky City because of the Qing family. Who would have thought that once the Qing family fell, they would immediately make a move without mercy? They even want to deal with the Qing family's hangers-on. The Qing clan's people are all dead. The Qin clan's actions are indeed too much. They probably want to know more about the Qing clan's property in the Hidden Sky City so that they can snatch it. Humph, they're not worthy. Isn't the Qin clan afraid that Yu clan and Ju clan will see through them? Do you think only the Qin family is doing this? Looking at Xianxia City, the Qin clan's hangers-on are being captured everywhere. There are hundreds of thousands of hangers-on, but none of them can escape from Xianxia City. That Mr. Liu didn't do anything to them, but they ended up in a worse state. Actually, it's not just for the property. It's more likely that it's for. He didn't finish his sentence. Everyone fell silent. It was fine as long as they knew. The Qin clan was able to establish themselves in Xianxia City by carving numinous treasure formation. Everyone could think of this method, but now that the Qin clan's land was sealed, they couldn't enter. The Qin clan's people were all dead, so those people could only attack the Qin clan's hangers-on. The people who attacked might not be doing it for themselves. Behind them, it might be Yushur and Jushur. That was normal. The entire Hidden Heaven city was in chaos. Hundreds of thousands of practitioners of the Qin clan fled like countless crushed stones and splashed water. However, these splashes would soon calm down. No one would remember them, and no one would remember the Qin clan. On the street, the old man lowered his head. His eyes flickered. The sounds of discussion, the sounds of fighting, and the screams of agony caused his mind to be constantly tested. A shadow shrouded him, and a voice fell, "This item is not bad. How much is it?" The old man slowly raised his head. "Which item?" "You." The old man stared blankly at the man standing in front of him. Fear instantly took over his mind. Mr. Liu? Liu lowered his head and looked at the old man. "Among the hundreds of thousands of practitioners of the Qin clan, your cultivation is number one. You have the ability to cross the bitter adversity. Why are you so afraid? What are you afraid of?" The old man's face turned pale. He subconsciously looked around. The people around him acted as usual. It was as if they didn't see Liu. The people in the restaurant were still talking and laughing. Not far away, the practitioners who had set up stalls were frowning. No one noticed Liu. "They can't see me, and they can't see you," Liu said lightly. The old man trembled. I don't want to die." Liu smiled faintly. "No one wants to die. I just didn't expect that a bitter adversity expert would be so afraid of death." The old man's lips were cracked, and he swallowed. "I once offended the Yu and Ju families. If not for the Qin clan, I would have died long ago. Over the years, I've done many things for the Qin clan, and some of them are absolutely unforgivable. Once I'm exposed, death is the best outcome." Liu understood. Although the three clans had the three-clan alliance, they were hostile to each other when the alliance was not in use. This was something that everyone knew. In fact, this was just a facade that the three clans created for the outside world. They were indeed hostile to each other, but it was not that serious. However, the people below them did not know that these people were just chess pieces. They did not show any mercy at all. From the looks of it, this old man had caused the Yu and Ju families to suffer great losses. Otherwise, a bitter adversity expert would not have ended up like this. The old man knelt down. "I beg Mr. Liu to spare my life. I'm willing to do anything for Mr. Liu." Liu looked at the old man. "Do you know the Qin clan's secret scroll?" The old man was confused. "No, I don't know." Liu frowned. "Does the Qin clan have a habit of recording the scenes of unlocking source boxes?" The old man was equally confused. I've never heard of it." Liu asked a few more questions, but the old man still did not know anything. Liu believed that the old man really did not know, but this was strange. This person was at the bitter adversity level, and the Qin clan should have asked him to do anything unless it involved core secrets. Could it be that the Qin clan's secret scroll recorded the scenes of unlocking source boxes was something that only the Qin clan members did? "Is there a bitter adversity expert in the Qin clan?" The old man nodded. "Yes, there is. Other than 100 Kill Libra, there is also the second master, but he was also killed by the Qin clan. Only 100 Kill Libra knows the details. The second master is a low-key person, and we don't know what he does. The things that you asked were most likely done by the second master." Liu showed the old man the portrait of the middle-aged man who had unlocked the skeleton. The old man looked and exclaimed, "Traitor? Traitor? Yes, this person is a traitor of the Qin clan. He stole our secrets. For countless years, the Qing clan has been looking for his whereabouts, but they could not find him. After I joined the Qing clan, the first task I received was to track this person. This task has been going on for many years. I heard that some of the retainers of the Qing clan could not find any trace of this person even after spending their whole life. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. How far back can you trace this person? The old man thought for a moment. Very far back. As far as I know, 2 primordial realm experts and a bitter adversity expert have died. When they were alive, they were also tracking this person. All of us retainers of the Qing clan have this task. Some of us are scattered in the other 3 regions, and even joined Yu Jiuxiao to find this person. Speaking of this, he looked at Lu Yin carefully. Was this person really so important? The Qing clan had never given up searching for countless years, and this Lu Yin was also looking for it. The Qing clan's secret scroll? Could it be that this person stole the Qing clan's secret scroll? Could it be that this secret scroll contained the secrets of the Qing clan's carving method? The old man's expression changed, and he did not dare to think about it anymore. What else can you tell me about this person? Lu Yin asked indifferently. The old man thought for a moment and told Lu Yin about how he had been searching for this person for so many years. He knew that the more he said, the more useful it would be to Lu Yin, and the higher the chance of him surviving. He did not dare to talk about conditions. No matter how many people came and went on the street, no one saw Lu Yin and the old man talking. After a while, the scene in front of the old man changed. He appeared above the yellow sand, and half of his body was in the sand. Behind him was the huge Xianxia city. He came out and left Xianxia city. The old man was overjoyed. He rushed into the yellow sand without hesitation and fled. The further he was from Xianxia city, the better. In Xianxia city, another young man appeared in front of Lu Yin. This person was not a retainer of the Qing clan, but one of the young people from the Jiuxiao universe that Lu Yin had caught on the cliff of Tian, Quebec. This person came from Guhong Island. He had been locked up in Mount Supreme and was released inexplicably. He saw Lu Yin at a glance and hurriedly bowed. Senior. Lu Yin nodded. How are you doing inside? The young man did not understand why Lu Yin let him out, and he did not know how to answer. Lu Yin smiled. Look around. Can you recognize where this is? The young man raised his head and looked around. This is a city? He tried hard to find a place that he could recognize, but he could not find it. However, the people around them acted as if they did not see them. This is Xianxia city. The young man exclaimed. Xianxia city in the western region? Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. Contact Guhong Island. Tell them that I am looking for them. The young man was overjoyed. I can contact Guhong Island? Seeing that Lu Yin did not answer, he suppressed his excitement and took out the pocket watch from his cosmic ring. He immediately contacted Guhong Island. He did not know what had happened, but if he could contact Guhong Island, there was hope for him to leave alive. Didn't Luo Ning leave? However, he did not know whether Luo Ning was dead or alive. This was Xianxia city. This person could actually come to Xianxia city in the western region, and from his tone, it seemed that Guhong Island would definitely recognize him. What did he do in the Jiuxiao universe? The young man had too many questions. It was obviously impossible to ask Lu Yin, so he could only ask Guhong Island. Grandpa, pick up, pick up. The pocket watch vibrated and a screen appeared, revealing an old man with an excited expression. Grandpa. Yushu, you finally contacted Grandpa. What happened? What happened in the consciousness universe? Where are you now? The old man asked a lot of questions in one breath. The young man was about to cry. Grandpa, I thought I would never see you again. The old man was excited. Grandpa also thought I would never see you again. Good grandson, tell Grandpa, where are you now? I am in Xianxia city. The old man was shocked. Why are you in Xianxia city? You? The young man wanted to tell him what had happened during this period of time, but he heard a cough and felt a chill down his spine. He quickly said, Grandpa, there is a senior looking for you. The old man's expression changed. He suppressed his excitement and said in a low voice, Who? Lu Yin. The old man's pupils shrank. Who are you talking about? The young man felt that something was wrong. Judging from his grandfather's attitude, he must know about Luin. What did he do in the Nine Clouds universe? While he was thinking, Luin took Huixi and looked at the old man. When the old man saw Luin, his face suddenly turned pale. The scene of Xianxia destroying the spring and autumn scroll appeared in his mind. What happened in Songtian City spread in the shortest time possible. Although Guhong Island was not strong, it was enough to be called a force. Naturally, they knew about it. Luin was also recognized as the most untouchable person in the Nine Clouds universe. Luin was not the strongest, but he was the most untouchable. He had combat power close to the Eternal Realm, but he did not have the self-restraint of the Eternal Realm. He could attack unscrupulously, even ignoring the Eternal Realm. Who would not be afraid of such a person? Spring and Autumn Scroll, Qing Clan, which one of them was not a giant? Songtian City was the strongest in the western region, on par with Ku Yuan, Big Dream Sky, and Junior Defense Tower. Would Songtian City dare to attack this person? No, they did not even dare to think about it. If Songtian City was like this, Guhong Island would not dare to offend this person. He did not expect his grandson to be in Lu Yin's hands. He felt like he had lost something and regained it, only to lose it again. I'm Zhang Hongyun from Guhong Island. Greetings, Mr. Lu. The old man was respectful and did not dare to offend Luin. Luin nodded casually. Do me a favor. The old man said respectfully, Sir, please tell me. Guhong Island is in the southern region, right? Yes. Is it far from Hefeng Mountain? It's a little far, but Mr. Lu just needs to tell me. Guhong Island will do its best to serve you. Luin nodded. Thank you. Help me keep an eye on Qinggong's body, especially his cosmic ring. No one can take it away. The old man hurriedly said, Okay, I'll contact the island master immediately. Well, after I go to the southern region, send your grandson there. I dare not trouble you. Guhong Island will send someone to pick you up. It's Yushu's greatest blessing to be able to follow you. Luin threw Huixi to the young man. The old man looked at the young man with a serious expression. Yushu, follow Mr. Lu. Do what Mr. Lu asks you to do, remember? The young man was dumbfounded. His grandfather's attitude was something he had never dreamed of. He had thought that Lone Swan Island would be able to negotiate with Luin and let him go, but he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He didn't even want to talk about the conditions. Helping him unconditionally? After the call ended, the young man looked at Luin with a dazed expression. Luin threw him into Mount Supreme and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside the Yu clan's gate. Lu Yin's appearance was very sudden. The Yu family's gatekeeper was almost scared silly when he saw Luin, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Not long after, Yu Jing personally walked out and led Luin into the Yu clan. News that Luin had joined the Yu family had spread throughout Songsky City. Everyone was watching, and they all looked towards the Yu family. Yu Jing knew how to conduct himself well, and he brought Luin around the Yu family's treasury without any reservations. He even personally brewed tea, served snacks, and so on. His attitude towards Luin was quite good, to the point that Luin found it hard to accept. I should have personally invited Mr. Lu to use, but I didn't expect that Mr. Lu has already arrived. It's my lack of consideration, I hope Mr. Lu can forgive me. Senior, you're too courteous. I have offended you before and wanted to stop you from entering Xianxia. It's my fault. I hope you can forgive me. It's nothing. It's all in the past. I have a son named Yuxing. He must have caused you a lot of trouble in the spiritualized universe. It's my fault for not teaching you properly. I hope Mr. Lu can forgive me. Yuxing? Elder Yu from Zhikong domain? Yes, that unfilial son. If Mr. Lu wants to punish him, feel free to do so. I support Mr. Lu. You're too courteous, senior. Yuxing is just a little clever. Mr. Lu is magnanimous. I am ashamed. Yu Jing's politeness was completely on the surface, and he didn't care about his own status at all. It was as if he wasn't facing Luin, but the eternal ruler. Luin knew that he was qualified to be praised as the fourth person in 9 firmaments, but he had underestimated the power that he had displayed. 100 Kill Tian had put in a lot of effort, but in the end, he had died to his own killing intent. Yu Jing and Zhu Ling knew that 100 Kill Tian wasn't someone who had committed suicide, but he had still killed himself. Lu Yin had withstood the killing intent of hundreds of spirit treasures without being injured, and he had crossed 2 domains to claim the title of Duke. His various methods had terrified them, and facing Lu Yin was no different from facing the eternal ruler. They were both existences that they couldn't resist. The only advantage they had when facing Lu Yin was their standpoint. Lu Yin had to consider the Tianyuan universe, and he couldn't act recklessly. However, this standpoint and scruples came from Lu Yin himself, and it wasn't a reason for them to stand up straight. Yu Jing's attitude was close to flattery, which was the same as Elder Yu's attitude and Lu Yin's. Knowledge. Whoever was stronger would be the master. Elder Yu had once relied on Yu Ye and Lu Yin, and his standpoint was wavering. Senior, there's something I would like to ask. Yu Jing's expression changed. What does Mr. Lu want to ask? Just ask, I will tell you everything I know. Lu Yin looked at him. The Qing clan has something called the Qing clan secret scroll. I would like to know if the Yu clan has it too. Yu Jing was startled and hesitated. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. No? Yu Jing quickly said, yes, Mr. Lu, have you seen the Qing clan secret scroll? Yes, I want to see the Yu clan secret scroll now. Yu Jing smiled bitterly. The Yu clan does have a secret scroll, but if we show it to Mr. Lu, we will not be far from extinction. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why do you say that? Yu Jing said, because only the clan heads of the 3 clans can see the secret scroll, and then they will give it to the Death Hills Mountain Lord, Li Gua. Lu Yin was surprised. It's related to the Death Hill? Lu Yin knew about Mount Piao. Death Hill had 3 mountains and 7 peaks. Chao Yi, Long Yin, and Gu Jing were all peak masters, and the 3 mountains naturally had their own mountain lords, and Mount Piao was one of them. He didn't expect Songtian City to be related to Death Hill's Mount Piao. Yu Jing sighed and told him about the past. There was once a genius in the West region who rose up in spirit treasure lockbreaking at an unbelievable speed. He surpassed all the geniuses in the West region in terms of mastering and creating his own spirit treasure array, which caused a sensation in the West region. That person was called Li Gua. Li Gua's genius attracted the attention of everyone in the West region, and even the other 3 regions and Yuzhou were concerned. They wanted to take this person away. However, this person wasn't willing to leave the West region and didn't want to join any of the 3 clans. In the end, he was persecuted by the 3 clans and left. When he returned many years later, he was already the mountain lord of Death Hill's Mount Piao. The Qing clan's secret scroll, the Yu clan's secret scroll, and the Zhu clan's secret scroll were all collected by Li Gua with his talent and the help of the 3 clans. The Death Hills Mountain Lord personally ordered that other than the clan heads of the 3 clans, no one else was allowed to see the secret scroll. Otherwise, Li Gua had full authority to deal with it. What was full authority to deal with it? It was simple, and it was obvious from Jiuqi Yuan's end. Everyone in the Death Hill had a blood feud, and Li Gua was no exception. His enemies were the 3 great clans. As long as he had the chance, he didn't mind destroying the 3 clans. And this secret scroll was the reason why he could act. Lu Yin understood. No wonder Yu Jing didn't let him see the secret scroll. If he did, it would give Li Gua an excuse to attack the Yu clan. Li Gua wasn't just one person, he represented Mount Piao and the entire Death Hill. Lu Yin knew how powerful Death Hill was. The Yu clan couldn't withstand it. Lu Yin looked at Yu Jing. Yu Jing's expression was unnatural. It was obvious that he had concealed some information about Li Gua. Persecution. It was a simple word that covered the blood feud, but the actual situation was far crueler and worse than what Yu Jing had described. At the very least, Lu Yin was certain that Li Gua had been able to leave the Western domain because she had accepted spiritual cultivation and lost her future. Otherwise, the 3 great clans would not have dared to allow such a genius to leave. Sometimes Lu Yin didn't understand. Why did Death Hill specially accept people with deep hatred? Was it the great mountain lord's justice? What if I must see the Yu clan's secret scroll? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Yu Jing's expression changed and became very ugly. On one side was Luin, and on the other was Death Hill. He had to choose. Luin looked at him calmly. This kind of psychological torture was unbearable. Eugene couldn't answer. Luin laughed. All right, I won't make things difficult for you. Your Yu clan didn't find trouble with me, and I won't find trouble with you. What Eugene did in the spiritualized universe has nothing to do with you. Eugene heaved a sigh of relief and quickly bowed to Luin. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Do you know this person? Luin showed the portrait of the person who had unlocked the white bones to you. Jing. Eugene recognized at a glance that it was the person that the Qing clan had been tracking for many years. The three clans had been allies and enemies for so long. They knew what each other was doing. This person is extremely important to the Qing clan. The Qing clan said that he was a traitor who stole the secret. We guessed that it might be the secret of the carving technique, so we are also looking for this person. Any clan that knows about this is looking for him, but there is no trace. It can be said that this person is the person that the Western region wants to catch the most. Luin kept the portrait. No clues at all? Eugene shook his head. No clues at all. Luin pondered. Eugene didn't disturb him and accompanied him. It wasn't until a lady came over with tea and softly invited Luin to drink tea that Luin came back to his senses. He looked at the lady. What a smart girl. The lady pursed her lips and took a few steps back. She didn't dare to raise her head as she was very shy. Eugene smiled. This girl is my great-granddaughter. It is her fortune to be praised by Mr. Liu. Quickly come and greet Mr. Liu. The lady quickly bowed. My name is Yunnan. Greetings, Mr. Liu. Luin nodded. The tea is good, and so is the person. Yunnan's face turned red and her voice became softer. Thank you, Mr. Eugene smiled and looked at Luin. Mr. Yunnan rarely meets outsiders. It is inevitable that she would lose her composure. Please don't blame her. Luin put down the teacup. I heard that the Yu clan's scroll array is famous in the 9 heavens. I would like to see it for myself. Eugene was stunned. What do you mean? Luin looked at Eugene. I have also studied the spirit treasure array. I have seen the scroll 15,000 ancient sorrows and the scroll 16 lonely shadows in the cold mountain. How many scroll arrays does the Yu clan have? Were these scroll arrays created by the Yu clan or by the previous masters of the Zhikong region? Yu Lao had once said that every generation's master from the wisdom void domain would create a scroll array formation, and it had already reached scroll 16. Eugene said, the scroll array formation has already reached scroll 16, but this has nothing to do with the wisdom void domain. The Yu clan continuously sent people to the spiritualized universe to become the master of the wisdom void domain, and those people were all gifted. However, of the 16 scroll arrays, the wisdom void domain only contributed 6 while the other 10 came from the Yu clan. Yu Xing might have said something, but that was an exaggeration. If the wisdom void domain could contribute 16 scroll arrays, then the Yu clan would have surpassed the Qing and Zhu clans long ago. Luin smiled. What's the strongest scroll array formation? I'd like to see it. Eugene muttered to himself. Lu Yin's tone sank. You're not willing? Eugene hurriedly said, it's not that I'm not willing, but since Sir wants to see it, then I naturally can. The strongest scroll array formation is scroll 1. I'm looking forward to it. Luin stayed with the Yu clan for more than half a day before leaving. The Yu clan's attitude towards him was extremely respectful, and he had also seen scroll 1, the moon was bright and the stars were scarce. This sourcebox array was extremely terrifying, and once it was formed, it was enough to bury ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the bitter calamity stage. At the very least, people like 100 Kill Libra and Eugene, who had undergone spiritual cultivation to reach the peak of the bitter calamity stage, would definitely not be able to escape. Even a powerful powerhouse at the peak of the bitter calamity stage like Grand Paragon Lanyi could be brought to the brink of death. Unfortunately, it was not enough to pose a threat to Luin. It was worthy of being called Scroll 1, but it had disappointed Luin. The Qing clan and the Yu clan should have been about the same, but Scroll 1's threat was not as great as 100 Kill Libra's Instant 19, not to mention that the Qing clan had released all of their source boxes at the same time. The Yu clan was definitely hiding something. He had heard that the Yu family had a powerful source box that could kill 10 Ku adepts. He had told Yu Jing about this, but Yu Jing had bitterly mocked himself and flatly denied that the Yu family had such a powerful sourcebox array. He had only told Luin that the Yu family had inherited the Garner Sky Universe's scroll array, and that the Garner Sky Universe's strongest scroll array could indeed kill 10 Ku adepts, but the Yu family was unable to do so. If there really was such a powerful sourcebox array, then it would definitely be the Yu family's hidden trump card. This was no different from forcing the Yu family to show him their secret scroll. Furthermore, Luin believed that the Yu family did not have such a powerful scroll array. Just how powerful was this sourcebox array that was capable of burying 10 peak Ku adepts in one go? Even he felt a sense of crisis. You sure couldn't do it. That was the strongest inheritance in the entire Garnering Heaven universe. It wasn't something that the Yu clan could fully grasp. However, the Yu family should have a sourcebox array that was close to that level of power. Yu Jing, this person was respectful on the surface and didn't make any mistakes. However, his stance was unstable and he hid his schemes, just like Elder Yu. Xianxia was a vile person on the surface. Chunggong's desire to kill Luin had never changed, and 100 Kill Libra had always plotted to kill Luin. Even when he was about to die, he still wanted to harm Luin. In that case, what was the Zhu family like? Karma. Fate was the beginning, experience was the path, and karma was the end. Azure Lotus Protector had given Luin and Heartless a predestined relationship, using conditions to bind him. Perhaps it had been for the sake of getting Luin to come to Garnering Heaven City and see the three great clans for what they were and not for the sake of actually having anything to do with Heartless. However, Azure Lotus Protector did not know that even without Heartless conditions, Luin would still have come. Azure Lotus Protector's karmic celestial phenomenon covered the entire universe, but it was not omniscient. He could know everything that Luin wanted to know, but he could not know anything that he did not know. As soon as he left the Yu family, someone welcomed Luin. Juro greets Mr. Liu. The newcomer was a young girl with a delicate face and a dignified posture. She looked very young, but she gave off a mature and gentle beauty. Her eyes were bright and beautiful, as if they could drip water from them. Luin looked at the girl. You're from the Zhu family? Juro smiled and respectfully replied, Zhu Ling is my mother. I'm here to invite Mr. Liu to the Zhu family for a chat. Luin nodded. Let's go. Mister, please. Juro invited Luin to board the beast carriage and headed towards the Zhu family. She was the only one from the Zhu family who came to invite Luin, but this was not a slight. On the contrary, it was too serious because Juro was Zhu Ling's daughter. She really did not leave the house, but with her zither music, countless people in Songtian City were intoxicated. Her beautiful face and gentle gaze made her a goddess that countless people yearned for even in their dreams. Although Juro was not a disciple of Azure Lotus Protector, and her sister, Zhu Qing, was one of the 7 fairies, the people who came to ask for Juro's hand in marriage were definitely not inferior to her sister. Unless she was willing, no one could make Juro walk out of the Zhu family, let alone invite anyone. Especially when it was only Juro alone in the sealed beast carriage. In other words, Juro could completely belong to Luin. The Zhu family was playing a riddle that everyone could understand. Luin naturally saw it and could not help but laugh. The Jiuxia universe seemed to like to use this method to keep him. It started from Azure Lotus Protector, to the Yu family and the Zhu family. In comparison, Azure Lotus Protector was more generous. He directly invited the 7 fairies. The Eternal Life Realm was indeed the Eternal Life Realm. Is Zhu Qing your sister? Juro replied respectfully, yes, Zhu Qing is my second sister. Why is she not the one to welcome me? Juro blinked, and her big watery eyes looked a little wronged. Mister, are you not satisfied with me? Luin looked at her. Just pity. Juro was surprised. Pity? Luin said lightly, in this way, it will be difficult for you to marry. Juro stared at Luin. From the initial strangeness to the current gratitude, she said, Mister, you are different from the rumors. Luin was curious. What do they say about me? Juro said. Decisive, ruthless, reckless, and lawless. Luin laughed. You really dare to say that? Mister, you are not such a person. That's why I dare to say it. What if I am? Mister, you are not. Luin smiled and did not refute. Was there a difference whether he was or not? It could not change anything that he wanted to do. Some people did things according to their nature. Some people did things because they had no choice. He could be willful at times, such as not becoming Qing Lian Shangyu's disciple for the sake of the truth in his heart. But most of the time, he could not be willful. He had to feign civility with people he hated and think about those schemes. The more he walked, the less freedom he had. Some ordinary people could be free. They only needed to live in their own little world. Although that world was small, it was the universe to them. There, they were free. To them, the universe was small no matter how big it was. They sought freedom, but they could not do it. In this life, instead of seeking immortality, it was better to say that they sought freedom. The freedom to live as long as they wanted. Cultivation was a circle. A circle from ordinary people to ordinary people. I will not marry. Juro suddenly said. Luin looked at her. What do you mean? Are you relying on me? Juro was surprised and then laughed. Mister, you really know how to joke. I will take over the Zhu family in the future, so I will not marry. Although my mother Zhu Ling gave birth to us, she has never married. You want to take over the Zhu family? What about Zhu Qing? By the way, you should have an elder brother or elder sister. It's the elder brother. He is a man and can't take over the Zhu family. The second sister is indifferent. We can't understand her pursuit. Because she is one of the 7 fairies and has Yi Hai behind her, mother can't force her. So, I will take over the Zhu family in the future. You are so pitiful. Juro blinked again. Mister, your way of thinking is so strange. Luin smiled and did not say anything more. Juro seemed to have opened up a chatterbox. She kept talking. First, she talked about what happened during this period, especially the impact of the Qing family's destruction on Songtian City. Then, she talked about the Zhu family. Finally, she talked about the bits and pieces of her growth. Luin realized that this girl was completely different from what she looked like. She was clearly a chatterbox. She had been oppressed badly. The more she talked, the happier she became. She even started to talk about small things, which made Luin speechless. Seeing that this girl was talking excitedly and had no intention of letting him answer, Luin simply ignored her and let her talk. From the Yu family to the Zhu family, one had to cross the entire Songtian city. With the beast carriage's speed, it would take at least 2 hours, and this was with Songtian city's unique transportation system. Otherwise, with Si Jiosher's beast carriage as an example, it would take 10 days to half a month. The beast carriage shook and came to a stop. Someone respectfully said, reporting to Senior, we have arrived. Inside the beast carriage, Juro was still unsatisfied. She saw Luin looking at her strangely and blushed. She stuck out her tongue and got off the carriage, embarrassed. Luin smiled and got off the carriage as well. In front of the Zhu family's gate, Zhu Ling personally welcomed them with a group of Zhu family members. Behind her stood a young man, who should be Zhu Ro's elder brother. Lu Yin's arrival made the Zhu family members nervous. The Qing family had been destroyed not long ago, and they were afraid that Luin would come looking for trouble. The only one with some confidence was not the Zhu family itself, but Zhu Qing's second daughter. She had Yi Hai behind her, and even Luin had to give Yi Hai face. I am Zhu Ling, leading the Zhu family to welcome Senior. It is the Zhu family's honor to have Senior here. Zhu Ling was very enthusiastic. Behind her, the Zhu family members bowed. Greetings, Senior. Greetings, Senior. Greetings. Luin smiled. Senior Zhu Ling is too polite. There is no need for this. Zhu Ling smiled. Of course. Senior, please. Luin nodded and entered the Zhu family under Zhu Ling's lead. The Zhu family was different from the Qing family and the Yu family. It had a misty rain style with small bridges and flowing water everywhere. It had a gentle and beautiful style. After all, it was a woman in charge. He had asked Yu Jing about the Zhu family's situation. Yu Jing had said that it was easier for women to comprehend the linear concept. Therefore, the Zhu family had always been led by women. The women in charge could not marry, and they could not live with their loved ones. This was also why Luyin had said that Zhu Rou was pitiful. Along the way, Zhu Ling also introduced the Zhu family to Luyin. It was similar to Yu Jing's. Most of the Zhu family members had left, and only Zhu Rou accompanied them. Speaking of which, sir, my daughter did not cause any trouble on your way here, right? Zhu Ling asked with a smile. Zhu Rou looked at Luyin carefully and was very nervous. Luyin glanced at her. This girl is very cute. Zhu Ling was surprised. Cute? Shouldn't she be gentle? Zhu Rou lowered her head in embarrassment and rolled her eyes. She was not as gentle as she appeared on the surface. Her heart was filled with rebellion and cuteness, but she was deeply bound by the responsibility of the Zhu family. Firstly, he couldn't leave the Zhu clan. Secondly, he couldn't find anyone to communicate with. Since she was young, only Heartless understood her. She didn't know why she had said so much to Luyin. It was clearly their first meeting, but she couldn't help herself and became a chatterbox. Thinking back on it made her feel embarrassed. Zhu Ling didn't think much of it and exchanged some pleasantries with Luyin. He also asked about Lu Yin's trip to the Yu family. Where's Heartless? He suddenly asked. Zhu Ling said helplessly, that girl is admiring the scenery. Sir, you don't know about that girl. As long as she's admiring the scenery, no one can disturb her. Luyin was curious. Why? Zhu Ling smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. Zhu Rou whispered, sister likes to look at the scenery the most. Mother once disturbed her. Then, sister asked Qin Lian to write a note to the emperor, telling mother not to disturb her. Luyin was speechless. There's such a thing? Zhu Ling sighed. That girl is good at everything, but she has an inexplicable obsession with the scenery. Please don't blame her. It's not that she has neglected you. Luyin waved his hand sympathetically. The 7 fairies, backed by the Sea of Karma, were disciples of the Blue Lotus Emperor. It sounded glorious, but each of them had a unique personality. Lu Xiyu forced Lu Xizhan to be powerless. Wan Lu was scolded by Ming Xiaolong and didn't dare to talk back. The Qianan clan couldn't control Qianan Hongye and now the Zhu clan couldn't control Heartless. Then let's wait until she finishes looking at the scenery. Zhu Ling was puzzled. Sir, you know my daughter? Luyin asked, Heartless didn't tell you? Zhu Ling shook her head. She knew that Heartless understood Luyin very well. Heartless had said that the Green Lotus Emperor had used the word fate to allow Luyin to meet the 7 fairies. Heartless had also guessed that Luyin might have comprehended karma. As for what happened between Heartless and Luyin, she had no idea. She couldn't do anything about it if he refused to tell her. She could only rejoice that Heartless truly understood Luyin. Regardless of whether or not this person had comprehended karma, it was Meng Tian's great fortune that the Zhu family had not attacked because of karma's apprehension. At the side, Zhu Rou looked on curiously. Her sister didn't say anything. Then why didn't you agree to the alliance between the 3 clans? Luyin asked as he looked at Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling's expression changed slightly. He turned to Zhu Rou and said, Third girl, you can leave first. Zhu Rou didn't want to leave. She wanted to stay and listen, but under Zhu Ling's stern gaze, she could only leave. After Zhu Rou left, Zhu Ling said, the second girl guessed that Mr. might have comprehended karma. That's why the Zhu family didn't make a move. She didn't try to hide anything, there was no point in hiding anything from someone like Luyin. She really wanted to know if this person had truly comprehended karma. Luyin looked at her calmly. Without Heartless, your Zhu family would be gone. Zhu Ling's eyelids twitched, but he did not refute. This was the truth. The Western region's hidden Sky City was one of the strongest powers. It was worth it for the 3 great clans to work together and not just one. Just think, if the 3 great clans joined hands, how many peak-crossing coup adversity cultivators did they have? At the same time, to what extent would he be able to use the numinous treasure array? His overall strength was terrifying, comparable to Ku Yuan and Great Dream Sky. However, no matter how strong Song Tian City was, there was still a limit, and Luyin had surpassed that limit. She guessed correctly. I did comprehend it. Zhu Ling's eyes narrowed in shock. Mister, have you really understood karma? Lu Ying smiled. Yes. Zhu Ling took a deep breath, and that feeling of lingering fear surged up again. He had really comprehended karma. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Luckily, he had comprehended karma. This person was the second known person in the Nine Clouds universe to have comprehended karma. He was still so young. Not to mention his combat power, if this news spread, no one in the Nine Clouds universe would dare to make a move against him. What Qing family, what Xianxia city, they were all useless. Qing Lianyu was this person's biggest backer. No wonder he was valued by Qing Lianyu. Not only did he come from Yihai, but he also had Yihai as his backer. In Qing Lianyu's eyes, this person's value far exceeded that of the seven fairies. The seven fairies couldn't compare at all. Even Qing Lianyu's disciples couldn't compare. 100 kills Tianqing was too laughable. He actually schemed against such a person. No wonder the Qing family was destroyed. One step, just one step, and the Zhu family would follow in the footsteps of the Qing family. Yu Jing, that old man, was cunning. Seeing that the Zhu family didn't make a move, the Yu family also didn't make a move. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the Yu family now. What a pity, what a pity. Zhu Ling took a while to regain her senses. Seeing Lu Yin's smiling eyes, she said bitterly, Mister, you came from the Tianyuan universe. Perhaps you don't understand the significance of understanding karma in the Nine Heavens universe. I lost my composure. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. Many people guessed this possibility, but not many were sure. You can count them with your fingers. Zhu Ling said, thank you for telling me. Among those who were sure, some died, and some were captured by me. Zhu Ling was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Lu Yin smiled at her. Do you want to know who they are? Zhu Ling and Lu Yin looked at each other. She didn't understand what Lu Yin meant. Under Lu Yin's pressure, her face gradually turned pale. Lu Yin had never underestimated the Zhu family. Although he had the ability to destroy the Zhu family, as long as he didn't make a move, anything was possible. Although the Zhu family was controlled by a woman, they were not inferior to the Qing family and the Yu family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to control 1/3 of Xianxia city. One had to know that the Xianxia city was in chaos now, and the Zhu family was behind it. Who didn't want to take the Qing family's inheritance? Moreover, the Zhu family had also participated in forcing Li Gua. They had never been soft-hearted. Lu Yin didn't care what they had done before. In the primitive stage of development, it was normal to use underhanded methods. He just wanted to take the opportunity to warn them. He didn't want the Zhu family to use such methods on him. For example, letting Zhu Rou ride in the beast carriage with him. Zhu Rou sat in the closed beast carriage with him. He thought that this would make it difficult for Zhu Rou to get married and her reputation would be ruined. However, Zhu Rou was innocent and directly told him that she would not get married. This action had another meaning. She was using his name to show Zhu Rou's prestige. If someone wanted to do anything to Zhu Rou in the future, they would have to consider this past. Did anything happen in the sealed beast carriage? It would be best if nothing happened. If something did happen, attacking Zhu Rou would be equivalent to slapping his own face. Even if others were sure that nothing happened, once the Zhu family was in danger, they would exaggerate this past and it would cause the enemy to be wary. It might even implicate him. Even Lu Yin couldn't be sure if Zhu Ling did it on purpose. However, it could bring about a change for the Zhu family. To him, Zhu Rou welcomed him alone because she was serious. He couldn't say anything. This small trick didn't harm anyone, but it was very effective. At this time, a beautiful figure walked over, attracting Lu Yin's attention. Her beautiful figure was like a fairy walking out of a flower bush. This was the first impression Zhu Qing gave Lu Yin. This woman was like a living painting. Sometimes she was cold as snow, sometimes she was like a blazing sun, sometimes she was like a flowing river. Every time he looked at her, the feeling was different. When this woman came closer and he saw her face clearly, Lu Yin felt that she was like an otherworldly goddess who had walked out of a painting. She was constantly changing. Mr. Lu, long time no see. A gentle voice sounded. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Long time no see. Juling heaved a sigh of relief. She was finally here. This Luin wasn't easy to deal with and could turn hostile at any time. Mister, did you bring me the most beautiful scenery? Juqing asked. Juling was surprised. The most beautiful scenery? Girl, isn't this the requirement you have for all the suitors? He looked at Luin with an indescribable complexity in his eyes. It was like he was looking forward to it, but also nervous. Luin smiled. It's just a condition. There's no need to panic. Juling looked at Juqing. Juqing nodded. Juling didn't know whether to sigh in relief or regret. If Luin became the son-in-law of the Zhu family, they wouldn't be afraid of anyone. However, Luin was too unstable. He came from the Tianyuan universe and had a different perspective. Furthermore, he was too reckless. Who knew when he would offend the god of defense? The Zhu family could rely on him to reach the heavens, but they could also fall into the abyss because of him. Zhu Ling would rather the Zhu family be more stable than take this risk. She had let Zhu Rou receive Luin alone because she didn't want anything to happen between them. If Zhu Rou wanted to inherit the Zhu family, the best outcome would be to leave behind a good story. This way, if anything happened to Luin in the future, the Zhu family wouldn't be implicated. However, as long as he existed, the Zhu family would be able to borrow his reputation. Luin faced Zhu Qing's gaze and said, "Is the destruction of the Qing family considered the most beautiful scenery?" Zhu Qing was stunned. Zhu Ling's expression changed. Mister, what do you mean? Luin smiled. I heard that the three major clans of the Xianxia city were not on good terms and were hostile to each other. Therefore, to the Zhu family, the destruction of the Qing family should be considered the most beautiful scenery. Zhu Ling quickly said, the three major clans are not on bad terms. Mister, please don't misunderstand. This can't be said carelessly. She was afraid of spreading the news that the destruction of the Qing family was due to Zhu Qing's conditions. It wasn't just because of Qinggong and Lu Yin's enmity. If that happened, part of the reason for Lu Yin's destruction of the Qing family would fall on the Zhu family. In particular, the Zhu family didn't fulfill the agreement between the three clans. If the Zhu family had the strength, they wouldn't mind destroying the Qing family. However, they couldn't bear such a huge blame. How would the Yu family view them? Others would only be more wary of them. Moreover, the Qing family had made friends with some outsiders. Those people wouldn't dare to find trouble with Luin and would only find trouble with the Zhu family. Zhu Qing shook her head. The destruction of the Qing family has nothing to do with me. It's not the most beautiful scenery. No, it's not even a scenery. Although I promised Seventh Sister that I would try my best to let Mr. fulfill the conditions, Mr. shouldn't be too perfunctory. Zhu Ling stared at Luin. She was afraid that Luin would pin the blame on them. Luin was just saying it casually. If it didn't count, then so be it. He thought about it and took out an item from his cosmic ring. He passed it to Zhu Qing. This is the scenery I brought to you. Zhu Ling and Zhu Qing looked at the item in Lu Yin's hand. Fruit? Luin said, Frost Immortal Fruit. It comes from the fifth continent of the Tianyuan universe, the Starry Sky Frost Immortal sect. The Frost Immortal sect was my greatest enemy in the first half of my life. They made me homeless and forced me to live in a foreign domain. I had to cultivate from the beginning. They made me experience many dangers and made me lose my former temperament. I heard that when I broke through to the primordial realm, the word enmity landed in the Xianxia city, allowing you to see my past. There must be some enmity with the Frost Immortal sect. Together with this Frost Immortal fruit, isn't it the most beautiful scenery? Zhu Ling's expression was solemn. This fruit meant a lot to her. She looked at Heartless, wanting her daughter to admit that sometimes, the beauty of the scenery did not matter, but its meaning. Heartless took the Frost Immortal fruit and smiled faintly. This is not considered a scenery. She then looked up at Luin. But it's also the most beautiful scenery. Your conditions have been fulfilled. Luin nodded, thank you. This condition was the most difficult one. Whether it succeeded or not depended entirely on Heartless. It was too subjective. If one really wanted to find the most beautiful scenery, how would one find it? There were too many sceneries in the universe. The stars were vast and the outer universes were innumerable. There was no such thing as the most beautiful. To Luin, this frost immortal fruit was his way of expressing his sincerity. It seemed like a long time had passed in the frost immortal sect. He did not know how the Tianyuan universe was doing. The unmarried daughter was still a thorn in his heart. If he returned to the Tianyuan universe now, no one would be able to escape. The unmarried daughter, the god of forgotten ruins, the insect hive, they would all be wiped out. Heartless was here to see the condition. Once it was fulfilled, she bid farewell and left. Only Luin and Zhu Ling were left. Luin got down to business. I want to see the Zhu clan's secret scroll. Zhu Ling was surprised. The Zhu clan's secret scroll? Why do you want to see it? Luin said, just tell me if you can see it or not. Zhu Ling's eyes flashed. You went to the Yu clan for this, right? Yu Jing should have told you. The Zhu clan has no ill intentions. Please do not harm the Zhu clan. Since the answer was the same, Luin did not ask further. He showed Zhu Ling the portrait of the person who had unlocked the bone. Zhu Ling also recognized the person the Qing clan had been tracking for many years. Her answer was the same as Yu Jing's, but Zhu Ling added one more thing. This person is not only being tracked by us, but also by Death Hill. Luin was not surprised. Since Li Gua can see the scroll, she will naturally be tracking this person. What is so special about this person? Zhu Ling did not understand. She could not see the Qing clan's secret scroll. Luin smiled. Let's trade. You let me see the Zhu clan's secret scroll and I will tell you this. Zhu Ling said helplessly, then forget it. Thank you for your kind intentions. After completing heartless conditions and obtaining the same answer as Madame Yu from the Zhu family, Luin immediately contacted Dragon Cry and asked her to introduce him to Li Gua. It would be impolite to visit him rashly. Although he had a good relationship with the people of Death Hill, it did not mean that the entire Death Hill was willing to make friends with him. The more familiar a person was, the more serious he had to be. She immediately agreed, as she owed Luin a huge favor. As for Luin, he had accepted Zhu Ling's invitation to stay in the Zhu family. He did not know if Zhu Ling had been sincere in his invitation, or if he had simply said it out of politeness, or if it had been some sort of trick. There was no need to think too much about it, as he had always wanted to understand the Zhu family's linear concept. Intent was an unfathomable power. Out of all the cultivation forces that Luin had come into contact with, aside from karma, the most difficult to understand were intent-type battle techniques, such as Lu Xiaoshuan's overturning palm and his own setting Sunday. Because intent-level battle skills could not be cultivated, they would not become stronger with the passage of time. Instead, they would become stronger as one's cultivation and experience increased. Sometimes, it was so powerful that Luin was unfamiliar with it. It was as if the more he was excited, the more powerful it became. The overturning heaven palm had turned the tables on Luin several times when he had fallen into dire straits. Setting sun had also saved Luin several times, allowing him to neutralize his enemy's martial arts. But if he really wanted to cultivate it, he had no idea how to do so. Perhaps traveling the world and increasing one's understanding of emotions was a path. This path was similar to how he had broken through to the primordial realm and stabilized his absolute command. What exactly was intent? He had an answer, but it was not clear. Perhaps he could find it in the Zhu family. Luin did not hide his desire to understand intent, and Zhu Ling handed him a page from an ancient tome. Luin glanced at it. There were almost 100 strange names recorded on it, such as priceless weight, snow on wind, copper coin in my heart, and so on. They seemed unrelated, but they gave him a sense of vicissitudes. This is a battle technique that the Zhu family has used to recruit people since ancient times. Recruit people? Zhu Ling smiled. Sir, you don't think that only the Zhu family's linear concept can comprehend it, do you? That's not the case. In the same environment, in the same group of people, how much difference can there be? Their understanding of the world and their understanding of life are not that different. The ones who truly comprehend intent are those who wander the universe, experience hardship, and carry deep grudges. The Zhu family recruits the most outsiders out of the three great families. They don't need to fight for the Zhu family. They only need to comprehend intent and then help us create it. Luin understood. Then, is the Zhu family confident that they can help recruit people comprehend intent? Zhu Ling said, 1 in 10,000. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. That's very high. He had been in the Tian Yuan universe, the spiritualized universe, and the ninth heaven universe. How many people had he encountered with intent? He could count all of them, but the Zhu family actually had a 1 in 10,000 chance of helping people comprehend intent. No wonder there were hundreds of battle techniques with intent on the page. Zhu Ling smiled bitterly. Sir, don't think that it's very high. This is the probability that the recruited cultivators can comprehend intent. In fact, the Zhu family's recruitment process is the strictest and the longest. Usually, we need to observe a cultivator for many years before deciding whether to recruit them. After all, to help them comprehend intent requires a lot of resources. It's normal for the Zhu family to not have anyone comprehend intent for hundreds of years. Right now, there are less than 10 people in the Zhu family who have comprehended intent, including our own people. We can barely maintain the number of spiritual treasure arrays provided to the Qing family and the Yu family. Now that the Qing family is gone, we can relax. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Must we provide it to them? Zhu Ling nodded. This is an agreement. It's also part of the agreement between the three families. Of course, in exchange, we will also receive the Qing family's spiritual treasure array and the Yu family's scroll array. Why don't we take the initiative to create some experiences for people to comprehend? We can use the experience of the cultivator who has comprehended intent to replicate, create, and let a group of people experience it. It's much faster this way. We've thought about it and tried, but it's useless. Even if two people experience the same thing, meet the same people, hear the same things, and see the same scenery, it's still useless. Lu Yin was curious. Then, how does the Zhu family allow the recruited people to comprehend intent? Of course, if it's a secret, just pretend I didn't ask. Zhu Ling smiled. There's no secret. Many people know about it. It's all because of a palm technique called the formless palm. Formless palm? The formless palm. With one palm, it can empty a person's cognition. It's a palm technique that contains thoughts and consciousness. Naturally, it's not as strong as Sir's consciousness, but it can empty a person's thoughts and consciousness temporarily. Combined with the person's most stubborn memories, there's a certain probability that the person will be enlightened and comprehend intent. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. So that's how it is. It's easy to say, but the hardest thing to do is not the formless palm, but the stubbornness in the depths of the memories. This requires the Zhu family to have a deep understanding of the cultivator. We observe and record every day. According to our statistics, most cultivators think that their stubbornness is fake. They don't know what they need or care about. It's extremely difficult for us to find it. This is the most time-consuming and resource-consuming thing. If we can find the cultivator's stubbornness in their memories, the probability of comprehending intent can be raised to 1 in 1,000. Lu Yin looked at Zhu Ling strangely. The Zhu family was actually doing such a thing. Wasn't this his understanding of bitter adversity? Yuan Hua and Kuan Yang's experiences made Lu Yin realize that everyone's understanding of their stubbornness might not be correct. They themselves didn't know what they wanted, what they were waiting for, and what bitter adversity was. Yuan Hua didn't know, Kuan Yang didn't know, and Lu Yin, who had seen through their experiences, didn't know either. Even with the help of karma, he still didn't know. The result of all of this was in 2 words: when the conditions are right, success comes naturally. However, these 2 words stumped almost everyone. Crossing bitter adversity didn't know what one's own bitter adversity was, but if success came naturally, one would be able to cross bitter adversity and attain eternal life. If I'm not wrong, the people your Zhu family recruits don't have high cultivations, right? Lu Yin asked. Zhu Ling was surprised. How did you know? Lu Yin was amused. How did he know? How could he not know? In order to observe a person, one had to find their entire life's experiences and stubbornness. Time was of the essence. A normal person's life was only a short 100 years, so it was easy for a cultivator to specifically observe them. However, a cultivator had lived for hundreds, thousands, or even longer. How could one observe them? even an observer might not be able to live that long. If the Zhu family wanted to find the memories and stubbornness of the people they recruited, they had to have lived for a short period of time. They could live for decades, or even centuries, but they couldn't live for thousands of years. Otherwise, even the Zhu family wouldn't be able to bear the cost. This was only to help someone comprehend intent. Intent and bitter adversity were not on the same level, but the process was the same. To observe a person from birth until they crossed bitter adversity, that person would not know that they were being observed. That person would not know about their own bitter adversity, but the observer would be able to see through it. If that person was enlightened, that person would have a high chance of entering eternal life. This was a process that had a high probability of entering eternal life. But who could do this? Who could observe a person from birth until they crossed bitter adversity? No one could do it. Only the boundless universe could see through the precipitation of time and record every moment. The Zhu family's method could not be replicated. Even if the families of the Nina Firmament's universe learned the formless palm, they did not have the energy to constantly observe a person and search for recruits. After all, the Zhu family relied on this method to survive. Luyin sent Zhu Ling away and went to the Zhu family's Thoughtless Mountain. Thoughtless Mountain was a place where the Zhu family helped people comprehend intent. Luyin saw that someone had been struck by the formless palm and had fallen into a state of confusion, unable to recognize their surroundings. Someone from the Zhu family took the opportunity to bring a girl out. She called out, "Father." The person's body trembled, as if something had surged from the depths of his memories. He became excited, and around him, someone else from the Zhu family changed the scene to stimulate him. Unfortunately, after all this effort, the person still could not comprehend intent. The people from the Zhu family were not disappointed. They were used to it. That person abandoned his 2-year-old daughter in order to survive. At that time, his daughter already knew how to call him father. That call was the source of his countless nightmares. He regretted it for countless years and could not get rid of it. Our Zhu clan saved that daughter and raised her into an adult. It was all for this moment, for her to call out father. That call of father cannot be faked. The feeling of blood merging can magnify that person's emotions to the extreme, but in the end, he still could not comprehend the concept. Zhu Rou's voice sounded. Luyin said lightly, "Very cruel." Zhu Rou nodded. Yes, controlling emotions is very cruel. But there is no return in this world for no reason. Your Zhu family saved his daughter in exchange for his attempt. It is very fair, Luyin said. Zhu Rou looked at Luyin. What do you think, sir? Luyin put his hands behind his back. There is no right or wrong. The moment he sees his daughter again, all the pain is nothing. He asked for it. But his daughter will not forgive him. He may not need forgiveness. Zhu Rou looked at Thoughtless Mountain in a daze. Does he not need forgiveness? He only hopes that his daughter can live and let go of the knot in his heart. Then, does he want to let go of the knot in his heart or does he want his daughter to live? Luyin was surprised and turned to look at Zhu Rou. Zhu Rou and Luyin looked at each other and blinked. What's wrong, sir? Luyin smiled, It's nothing. You asked a profound question. Even you think it's profound? Why not? You are known as the 4th person in the Jiuxiao universe. If I take another step forward, maybe I can answer you. But now, I can't. Zhu Rou was puzzled. Take another step forward? She paused and suddenly thought of something. Immortality? Sir, only the immortal Lord can answer this question. Luyin did not speak. The immortal realm could see through the world, but they were only themselves. No matter how strong they were, they could not control the ups and downs of human nature. Everyone had their own thoughts. If the immortal Lord could see through them and guide them at will, many people in the universe could achieve immortality. However, there were very few immortal realm experts. He had once made a great wish to do good. He used to think that as long as he became the master of the Tianyuan universe, but now it seemed that it was far from enough. Sir? Zhu Rou called out. Luyin looked at Zhu Rou again, What is it? Zhu Rou pursed her lips, You haven't answered my question. I don't want to answer. Oh, then can I change the question? No. Sir, Do you think I'm too long-winded? Juro felt wronged. A little. Juro. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Luin stayed at the foot of Thoughtless Mountain and watched as the Zhu family brought people to comprehend the intent realm. It had to be said that the Zhu family had paid a high price for this. Every 2 days, someone would attempt to comprehend the intent realm, and each of them was different. Luin felt as if he was once again witnessing the myriad facets of the world. Why didn't Qingyun come here? This was the place where the emotions of the human world were concentrated. Zhu Ling did not disturb Luin for the next few days. She understood what Luin was thinking. The higher one's cultivation, the more they cared about the lives of mortals. These cultivators had a variety of experiences, which was very attractive to powerhouses. In fact, many powerhouses from the 9 firmaments universe wished to visit the Zhu family and gain many favors. Of course, there was no such thing during this period. Even if Luin was not at the foot of Thoughtless Mountain, no one dared to come to Tsangtian City. No one wanted to face an absolute powerhouse who could take someone's life at any time. Zhu Qing did not come either. Only Juro came to talk to Luin every few days. She did not feel long-winded, but only Zhu Qing knew her personality. Now that Luin was here, she would not let him go easily. In any case, Luin seemed like a good person to her. He would not reprimand her and would allow her to express her inner thoughts. Even if this good person did not respond much. Sir, do you want some water? I'll make you a cup of tea. Our Zhu family's tea is delicious. Sir, that person is despicable and has done many evil things. I asked my sister to find my mother to throw him out, but she said that he might have comprehended the intent realm. Really, she can't tell right from wrong. Can he stay just because he comprehended the intent realm? He didn't. That's great, sir. That person did not comprehend the intent realm. I'll find my mother to throw him out. Sir, I'm back. I brought you some fruit. I planted it myself. My mother doesn't know. It's delicious. Cough, cough, it's so sour. Sir, let me play the zither for you. I'm very good at it. Many people hide outside the Zhu family just to hear me play. One day, Long Yin contacted Luin and told him that he could not get in touch with Li Gua. He guessed that she was in seclusion and asked Luin to wait. Luin could only continue waiting. Juro leaned closer to listen. When she heard that Luin wanted to continue waiting, she was very happy. Sir, I'll bring you some more fruit. Luin was helpless. Isn't that sour? Juro pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. It's not sour. She then ran away. She did not expect Luin to hear her. Zhu Ling did not disturb Luin, but Juro did. He did not know if Zhu Ling knew. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Luin was still waiting for news. In the southern region, there was a huge battle at the foot of Mount Hafeng. One side was from Guhong Island, and the other was from an unknown power. There were many different battle techniques, and it was impossible to tell where they came from. Both sides were fighting for Lord Ho's corpse. Lord Ho was killed by Luin with a single strike. His corpse fell to the ground, and no one dared to touch it. There were 2 types of people in Mount Hafeng. One was those who were hiding from the pursuit, and the other was those who were seeking revenge. No matter which type, they cherished their lives. When Lord Ho died, they felt a chill in their bones. It was not something they could fight against, so they stayed far away from Lord Ho's corpse. The group of unknown people arrived at Mount Hafeng first. Just as they were about to take Lord Ho's corpse away, the people from Guhong Island arrived. Both sides started fighting. The people around Mount Hafeng stayed far away. They were nervous as they watched the commotion. They were afraid that another strike would appear, and they would not even know how they died. Who are you? Our Guhong Island has been entrusted by Mr. Liu to take away this person's corpse. How dare you stop us, the expert from Guhong Island shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he was proud and arrogant. As soon as he said that, half of the people from unknown origins retreated. The people from Guhong Island straightened their backs. Although Guhong Island was considered a power in the 9th heaven universe, it was somewhere between a power and a family. Even if it fell one step, it would leave the power, and if it advanced one step further, it would be at the bottom of the power ladder. It did not dare offend any power, but it also did not want to provoke some families. Now, things were different. Just saying that they had been entrusted by Mr. Lu gave them the confidence to face anyone. Although some people had retreated, some people still attacked. They were determined to get Lord Ho's corpse. The battle started again. Gradually, more people joined the battle. They did not want to get Lord Ho's corpse, but to prevent Guhong Island from getting it. These people did not reveal their identities, and they did not fight with their lives on the line. They only interfered with Guhong Island, which infuriated them. Someone shouted, "Guhong Island is a power in the ninth heaven universe, and now you're following the orders of someone from the Tianyuan universe. Don't you feel ashamed?" When the people from Guhong Island heard this, they knew that they were in trouble. These people had attacked because they did not like Luin, not because they were enemies of Guhong Island. Mr. Lu is now in the ninth heaven. We're all humans. Why should we separate? The imperial god hasn't said anything. "Who do you think you are?" shouted an old man. It was Zhang Hongyun. He had personally led the people from Guhong Island. The Eternal Emperor just didn't want to do anything. After all, Luin hasn't reached the Eternal Realm. However, this person has disrupted the eastern region, destroyed the spring and autumn jade slips, and destroyed the Qing clan. Such a person will be unlucky sooner or later. If your lonely Swan Island has any brains, you shouldn't stand up for this person. Zhang Hongyun, you're not far from the end of your life. Why do you want to get involved in this? Or do you think Luin can help you become stronger? Guhong Island is stupid. Whatever Luin wants to do, we won't let him succeed. He's just a lowly person from the Tianyuan universe. He should be grateful that he's in the ninth heaven universe, but he keeps causing trouble everywhere. He'll die sooner or later. Well said. Zhang Hongyun was under more and more pressure because more and more people were getting involved. Guhong Island could not get Lord Ho's corpse. Around Hefeng Mountain, countless people were watching. This was a battle of positions. Some people, like the spring and autumn bamboo scroll, looked down on the three universes. This was also the reason for the Spirit Alliance's creation. Without it, those from the other universes would not be able to move around in the ninth heaven universe. No one knew what Guhong Island's original position was, and no one knew why they were helping Luin now. Luin had not even reached the southern region, but he already had the ability to make Guhong Island take action. This person was definitely not as simple as he seemed. Finally, someone touched Lord Ho's corpse. Not for the corpse, but for the cosmic ring in his hand. Zhang Hongyun's eyes narrowed. Mr. Lu had specifically emphasized that the cosmic ring must be protected and could not be taken away. He roared and tried to snatch it, even if he would be severely injured. Several people blocked him, led by a Ku AI powerhouse. Zhang Hongyun could not get close. Just as the cosmic ring was about to be taken away, a huge shadow loomed over them. A roar came from the sky. Everyone looked up. Defeng? Defeng had 6 limbs and was completely black. He had the face of a tiger, and he was she from the Qiunan clan. Only the Qiunan clan could control him. Defeng's name came from the Qiunan clan's technique, Defeng Song. The entire ninth heaven universe knew that Defeng's arrival meant that the Qiunan clan had arrived. No one had expected that the Qiunan clan would also come to Hefeng Mountain. However, the Qiunan clan was indeed a power from the southern region. An earth-shattering roar rang out, and a Defeng crashed into the ground. A powerful aura spread out in all directions, stirring up dust. Defengs continued to fall, which meant that more than one person from the Qiunan clan had come. Everyone subconsciously stopped. The Qiunan clan was not an ordinary power. They were located between Eternity Realm and Yu Jiuxiao. They were a power from Eternity Realm, but they worked for Yu Jiuxiao. Their influence was terrifying, especially since Qiunan Hongyao was one of the 7 fairies. She had become Qinglian Shangyu's disciple, which greatly increased their influence. With the Qiunan clan here, who would dare to make a move? Zhang Hongyun paled. Why had the Qiunan clan come? Were they here to snatch the corpse as well? Then it was over. No matter what, Guhong Island would not dare to compete with the Qiunan clan. The leader of the Qiunan clan was a middle-aged man. His arms were thicker than his legs. This was a state that only appeared when he beat the drum for Xiaozhu all year round. This meant that this person had fought for Xiaozhu before, and was different from the other Qiunan clan disciples. This person was called Qiunanjin. He was the uncle of Qiunan Hongya, one of the top experts of the previous generation. Qiunanjin's arrival silenced Hefeng Mountain. Only De Feng's low roar added to the bleakness. "Disperse," Qiunanjin said. Zhang Hongyun's face paled. He wanted to say something but couldn't. Guhong Island wasn't qualified to bargain with the Qiunan clan. Those who hid their identities dispersed one by one. Even those who wanted to snatch Duke's corpse retreated. They knew they couldn't snatch it from the Qiunan clan. Qiunanjin looked at Zhang Hongyun and the others. Zhang Hongyun sighed. He nodded at Qiunanjin and retreated. Qiunanjin's gaze fell on Duke's corpse. Just as he was about to take it away, a voice sounded, "Don't move." Qiunanjin paused and looked up into the distance. At the foot of Hefeng Mountain, there was a drunk person lying on a mountain peak. Seeing that person, Qiunanjin's eyes flashed. He continued to grab the corpse. Zhang Hongyun and the others hadn't gone far. They looked at the scene curiously. Someone actually told Qiunanjin not to move. They had been fighting for so long and didn't notice that there was a drunkard over there. Qiunanjin's hand was about to grab the Grand Duke when he suddenly stopped. Behind him, the Grand Gale lowered its head and lay on the ground while howling. All the other Grand Gale also lay on the ground. Those Qiunan clan members who were riding on the Grand Gale almost fell down. Qiunanjin's hand was less than an inch away from Duke. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Zhang Hongyun and the others couldn't understand. They didn't feel anything, but they knew that Qiunanjin must have suffered something. Was it that drunkard? Who was that? He dared to attack the Qiunan clan members and immobilize Qiunanjin. After a while, Qiunanjin straightened up. His body emitted the sound of bones colliding. He turned to the drunkard on the mountain peak and bowed slowly, "Greetings, Senior." The drunkard didn't respond. He closed his eyes and laid there leisurely. The Qiunan clan, Guhong Island, and the surrounding people watched curiously. It was the same for the people who were originally inside and outside of Hefeng Mountain. Some of them had provoked that drunkard and were taught a lesson. Therefore, they all called that drunkard a fiend. However, no one knew who that fiend was or how long he had been in Hefeng Mountain. Hefeng Mountain was a place where history could not be continued. The people here were either preparing to die or on the way to death. History could not be continued here. No one knew how long the drunkard had been there. But looking at Qiunanjin's expression, he seemed to know that drunkard. "Junior Qiunanjin greets Senior," Qiunanjin said respectfully. The drunkard still didn't pay any attention to him. He just lay there leisurely and drank. Then, Qiunanjin spoke for the third time. "Junior Qiunanjin once followed Senior Qiunanming to pay a visit to Senior." Many people exclaimed in surprise when they heard Qiunanjin's words. "Qiunanming? That Qiunanming?" The ancestor of the Qiunan clan, the legendary figure who participated in 3 expeditions with the 7 Night Pillars, the Qiunanming who has a lot of face? Countless people in Xianxia respect Senior Qiunanming. His drumbeats have saved many people. I never thought Senior Qiunanming would have seen that fiend. It sounds like Senior Qiunanming has paid a visit to him. Zhang Hongyun was also shocked. Qiunanming was a legend that he had heard of. Long before he was born, Qiunanming had already made a name for himself. He had gone on expeditions with the 7 Night Pillars. Qiunanming only died when Zhang Hongyun broke through to the primordial realm. If Qiunanjin had not mentioned him, many people would have forgotten about this name. The drunkard slowly opened his eyes and looked at Qiunanjin in a daze. "If you want this corpse, get the person who wielded the sword to come." A light flashed through Qiunanjin's eyes. "Senior, are you helping the person who wielded the sword protect the corpse?" "I don't have the time for that." The drunkard looked at the western region. "This person's strike is extremely terrifying. It can be said to be the limit of battle prowess below eternal life. I really want to meet him and see just how great the difference is between us." Qiunanjin was surprised. "Senior, you want to fight him?" The drunkard said nothing more. No matter what Qiu Nanjun said, he ignored him. It was as if Qiu Nanjun did not exist. Qiu Nanjun could only bow helplessly. He waved his hand, and the people of the Qiu Nan clan retreated. Not many people in the Nine Clouds universe understood this drunkard, but he did. That was why he had come to Hefeng Mountain. If this person really wanted to fight Luin, it would be interesting because this person was once said to be the limit of battle prowess below eternal life. However, the drunkard did not seem confident in fighting Luin. He wanted to see just how great the difference was. This was something he would only say when he sensed the difference. That strike must have been terrifying beyond their comprehension. The Qiunan clan could not take the corpse away. Zhang Hongyun gave up directly, so it was even more impossible for him to take the corpse away. Just as he was about to leave, Qiu Nanjun's voice rang out, "Tell Mr. Lu for me that if he wants to take Duke's corpse away, he can only go to Hefeng Mountain personally. The senior drinking here is very strong." Zhang Hongyun was surprised. He looked at Qiu Nanjun who was gradually leaving. Mr. Lu had invited the Qiunan clan? No wonder. He knew it. The Qiunan clan had never asked about the matters of the universe. They were more inclined towards Yu Jiuxiao. Why had they suddenly intervened? That Mr. Lu had made preparations, and he knew that Lone Swan Island would be in trouble. Zhang Hongyun exhaled. He was not in the southern domain, but he could mobilize two major powers for his use. That Mr. Lu's influence was terrifying. This was the southern domain. He had been to the eastern domain before, so what would the western domain be like now? This Mr. Lu was influencing the entire Nine Clouds universe. In the western domain, at the foot of Thoughtless Mountain, Luin put down Huixi. A powerful drunkard? If he could make the Qiunan clan retreat, then he must be extraordinary. However, with this person guarding Duke's corpse, there was no need to worry about others taking it away. He would go when he had time. He would definitely go to the southern domain. Not being able to bring Duke's corpse was bad news, but there was also good news. Longyin contacted Luin 2 days later. He had already contacted Li Gua, so Luin could go. Luin immediately got up and left Thoughtless Mountain, bidding farewell to the Zhu family. When Luin left, Zhu Rou was the most reluctant to leave. She stood behind Zhu Ling with a pitiful expression. She blinked at Luin, hoping that he would stay a little longer. The fruit had not been eaten yet, but it was no longer sour. "If Mr. Lu comes to Hidden Sky City again, you must stay with the Zhu family." "The Zhu family will always welcome Mr. Lu," Zhu Ling said with a smile. He then looked at Heartless and Zhuelu, who were standing not too far away. This time, Heartless had arrived. The two girls stood together, looking very attractive. One was cold and indifferent like a painting, while the other was delicate and beautiful with a hint of liveliness. "If I come to Hidden Sky City again, I will definitely visit the Zhu family." With that, Luin left. Before he left, he turned back and looked at Zhu Rou. "I hope you do as you say." With that, he disappeared. Everyone from the Zhu family looked at Zhu Rou. What did he mean? Zhu Rou was stunned. What had she said? It was not that she did not know what to say, but that she had said too much and forgotten what she had said. Was there anything that Mr. Lu cared about? Was there? Third girl, what did you say to Mr. Lu? Or did you promise him something? Zhu Ling was very serious. Zhu Rou was innocent. I didn't. You didn't? You were the only one who went to Thoughtless Mountain recently. I used to go there too. You weren't as active as now. What did you say to Mr. Lu? This is a very serious matter. Sometimes, a single sentence can lead to disaster. Zhu Rou was about to cry. I don't remember. Zhu Ling frowned. Did you say a lot to Mr. Lu? You don't remember? Zhu Rou opened her mouth but did not know what to say. She had indeed said a lot, so much that she could not remember. But how could she explain it to her mother? What did Luin say out of the blue? What did she say to make that guy care so much? Faced with Zhu Ling's questioning, Zhu Rou could only hide behind Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing said, Mother, let me ask. I will definitely get the answer. Zhu Ling took a deep breath. You must remember every word she said. You must not make any mistakes. Our Jew family cannot have any weakness in that person's hands. Otherwise. She did not continue, but everyone understood. However, many people in the Jew family did not care. They were afraid of Lu Yin's power, but the Jew family had Zhu Qing. She was one of the 7 fairies. She was backed by Yi Hai. What could Mr. Lu do? Only Zhu Ling knew that compared to Zhu Qing, Lu Yin's position in Yi Hai was much higher. If Yi Hai really wanted to give up on one side, forget about Zhu Qing, even the 7 fairies could not compare to Lu Yin, including the previous disciples of Qing Lianyu. It was easy to find disciples. Other than Qing Lianyu himself, there was only one other person who understood karma. This person was the same as Miss Qing Yun. He could be considered the most powerful person in the Jiao Shao universe, even if he came from the Tianyuan universe. On the other side, Lu Yin was in a good mood. After being annoyed by Zhu Rou for more than 2 months, he could finally take his revenge. However, he also sincerely hoped that Zhu Rou could change the Zhu family. In essence, the Zhu family was no different from the Qing family and the Yu family. Otherwise, Li Guo would not have been forced to leave the western regions and bear the burden of a blood feud. The Zhu family only wanted the intent realm and did not care about what the person who comprehended the intent realm did. They did not care about good and evil. This was a common problem for many large families. Zhu Rou was different. She had good and evil in her heart. If she could maintain this and accept the Zhu family in the future, she might change something. Of course, the biggest possibility was that she would become like Zhu Ling. When Zhu Ling was young, he might have been like Zhu Rou, good and evil. However, because of the Zhu family, he had changed. Thus, Lu Yin's words were both a small revenge and a warning to Zhu Rou. He wanted her to remember her original intentions as much as possible. At the same time, he wanted to give her a way out if she took over the Zhu family in the future. A way out that she would not be forced by Zhu Ling. Just like how Zhu Qing had Yi Hai behind her, Zhu Ling would not force her to do anything. As long as Zhu Rou was smart enough, she could receive the same treatment as Zhu Qing, as long as she did not die. The Zhu family had their tricks, but so did he. It all depended on whose methods were more effective. There was a mountain at the east of Xianxia city called Pyrolite Mountain. This mountain was very ordinary, but no one had been able to set foot on it for many years. This was because there were spirit treasure array formations on the mountain, and there was more than one. They were all linked together, and countless people came to challenge it, but none of them could break it. Some said that this was the place where the 3 major clans secretly discussed matters. Some said that the spirit treasure array formation belonged to the Xianxia branch. Some said that it was a test for outsiders, and whoever could enter would be able to join the 3 major clans. There were many rumors, and many people were attracted to try. But no one could break it. Lu Yin came to the foot of Pyrolite Mountain. Li Guo lived on this mountain. Linking Pyrolite Mountain with the 3 major clans was laughable in the eyes of those who knew about it. If there was a chance, the 3 major clans would try their best to destroy everything in Pyrolite Mountain. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it. In front of him, dozens of people came down the mountain and sighed. I failed again. But I have comprehended something. The next time I come, I will definitely be able to break the first array formation. Stop dreaming. The spirit treasure array formations on the mountain are all linked together, and they are not separated. After so many years, how many spirit treasure array formations have not been figured out? You still want to break it? What about you? Are you not here to break the spirit treasure array formation? Are you here to watch the show? I am here to learn. Who isn't? Amidst the noise, the group glanced at Lu Yin and walked away. Not long after, they suddenly stopped and turned back in shock. That is Lu. Shut up and follow him. Are we really going to follow him? I don't dare. What are you afraid of? This Mr. Lu is not someone who kills innocent people. Didn't he release the hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the Qing clan? But those people didn't end well. That has nothing to do with this Mr. Lu. He won't do anything to us. Let's go and take a look. I have a feeling that we can see the true face of Pyrolite Mountain today. I will tell Master. I will also contact Junior's sister. Pyrolite Mountain was neither tall nor short, and it was very unremarkable. Luin understood why Li Gua had chosen this location. This mountain directly faced the three great clans, and from this angle, one could clearly see the three great clans. It was neither too far nor too close. Even though vision was not a problem for cultivators, this was a form of attitude. Li Gua was expressing to the three great clans that he had been keeping an eye on them, which made them feel as if a fishbone was stuck in their throats. Luin walked up Pyrolite Mountain one step at a time, but he didn't arrive immediately to show his respect for Li Gua. After 2 full days of walking, he finally reached the top of Pi Mountain. At this point, a group of people had already caught up to the top of the mountain to take a look. There were even some people who had arrived at the top of the mountain earlier. They watched Luin walk over slowly from outside the spirit treasure array, not understanding why he was so slow. Madame Ju and Madame Yu naturally knew that Luin had ascended Pyrolite Mountain, and they weren't surprised since Luin had mentioned that he would visit Li Gua. They weren't worried that Luin would do anything to them because of Li Gua. Li Gua was Li Gua, and her revenge had nothing to do with Luin. All they had to do was guarantee that they wouldn't offend him. Luin ascended Pyrolite Mountain, and under the gazes of countless people, he walked step by step to the front of the spirit treasure array. In front of him, there was a spirit treasure array set up by huge stones, and each stone released a unique spirit treasure's killing intent. It was clearly not a spirit treasure, but a killing intent that was set up by someone. Luin looked forward. Junior Luin is here to pay a visit. The surrounding people were puzzled. There was indeed someone inside, but who could make this person so respectful? If it wasn't someone from the three big clans, then who could it be? It was different from what they had guessed. Who else could set up such a powerful spirit treasure array right under the nose of the three big clans? If it wasn't someone from the three big clans wouldn't have cared about Pyrolite Mountain for so many years. It seemed that the person inside was definitely not simple. Separated by the spirit treasure array, Luin saw Li Gua, the mountain lord of Pinyu Mountain on Death Mound. He was a peerless genius who had stunned the 9 heavens and forced the three big clans to join forces in fear. It could be said that this person was feared by the strongest city in the western region, Xianxia City. He was just a little old man, very ordinary, and nothing special could be seen. The little old man looked very haggard. He faced Luin and gestured for him to enter. Luin smiled, took a step forward, entered the array, and disappeared. The surrounding people stared blankly. Where was he? Where was the spirit treasure array? Why was there no movement? Could it be that the person inside had turned off the spirit treasure array? Impossible. How could a spirit treasure array be turned off so easily? Some daring people went forward and tried to touch the spirit treasure array. The spirit treasure array moved, just like what they had seen before. The spirit treasure array worked, but how did Luin get in? Even if this person's strength was shocking, it was impossible for him to ignore the spirit treasure array. Even if he broke the spirit treasure array, there should be some movement. What was going on? In the distance, Zhu Ling and Yu Jing looked at each other in surprise. They were also watching. They were deeply shocked when they saw Luin enter so easily. He saw through Li Gua's array. So fast? Could it be that this person's ability in spirit treasure arrays surpasses yours and mine? That's the only explanation. How can there be such a person in this world? His combat power is unparalleled and almost invincible. He also has such a strong lock-breaking ability. Is there anything he can't do? He can surpass you and me in spirit treasure arrays. It must be related to his combat power. But no matter what, this is the truth. The 9th heaven universe is not the same as before. At the same time, Luin had yet to enter Li Gua's residence. He was walking within the spirit treasure array, and although his steps were crooked, every step he took made Li Gua gasp in admiration. This was because Luin was able to identify the flaws in the array. He was not far from the people outside, but they could not see him. After half an hour, Luin stepped out of the spirit treasure array and came to Li Gua. Junior Luin, sorry to disturb Senior. Li Gua exclaimed, Mr. Lu not only has the strongest combat power under immortality, but also is so proficient in lock-breaking. It is incredible. Luin smiled. Senior's attainments in this field are not something that I can compare to. I can see through spirit treasure arrays with my combat power, but it is difficult to set them up. He was not being modest. There were 10 spirit treasure arrays in Mount E, and they were all linked together. It was impossible to break through one of them. If he wanted to break through, he would need to break through all 10 of them together. This meant that Li Gua had the ability to see through the killing intent of 10 boundless advanced source boxes, which was not something that Luin could do. Back when he had played chess with Yuran, he had used 10 boundless advanced source boxes. He could not see through the final killing intent and could only rely on his combat power to break through. However, not only had Li Gua seen through it, but he had also set up the killing intent that Luin wanted. Luin was not the only one who could not do it. He believed that Zhu Ling, Yu Jing, and even the deceased 100-kill Tianqing could not do it. It was no wonder that the 3 great clans had forced Li Gua. Li Gua's talent in lockbreaking was too terrifying. Even the spiritualized universe's master Su Dao could not compare to him. Luin suddenly thought of Huizu. If Huizu had not planned for the ages and had instead focused on lockbreaking, his achievements would have been unimaginable. Li Gua laughed sinisterly. It wasn't easy for me to set up this array, but I had no choice. I was in Hidden Sky City and faced with those 3 shameless clans. How could I not show them some tricks? The more they fear me, the more I want to show them how wrong they were. At that time I could have joined one of them, but because of the other 2 clans' interference, the 3 clans united to deal with me. If they had been more magnanimous and allowed me to stay in Hidden Sky City, Mr. Liu, it would not have been so easy for you to destroy the Qing clan. Luin raised an eyebrow. Senior, you have the ability to stop me from destroying the Qing clan? He respected Li Gua, but that did not mean that he was afraid of him. If he wanted someone to respect him, he could not blindly be polite, and he did not believe that this old man could threaten him. Li Gua raised his head. I can't. Luin was stunned. What was with this inexplicable pride? He did not know what was going on. According to my current ability, I can't do it, but things are different. If I stay in Hidden Sky City, I will be able to dig out more of Hidden Sky City. Do you know how difficult it was to attack Hidden Sky Universe? Even the Eternal Life Realm did not succeed. That is the ability of Hidden Sky Universe. As long as I get 1/10 of it, I can help the Qing clan to stop you. Li Gua said. Luin thought for a moment. If this 1/10 of Hidden Sky Universe's ability can stop the Eternal Life Realm, it will not be a problem to stop me. Li Gua sighed and shook his head. Forget it, why should I argue with you about this? It's just a fantasy. After that, he turned and walked into the valley. Come on, I heard that you are looking for me. Luin followed him into the valley. The scenery in the valley was ordinary. There was only one hut, but there were many creatures, monkeys, rabbits, and so on. When Li Gua and Luin entered the valley, a monkey put a fruit plate on the table, cried twice, and ran away happily. Li Gua sat at the stone table and made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Liu, you are familiar with many people in Death Hill. You are one of us. Sit down. Luin nodded and sat down. Senior's life is really leisurely. Li Gua picked up the fruit and threw one to Luin. He ate it himself. It's just a little boring. I can't help it. I'm waiting for revenge. Luin took a bite of the fruit. It was tasteless, neither sour nor sweet. He suddenly wanted to eat the soft fruit. He heard that it was very sour. It's a pity that you destroyed the Qing clan. Can't you leave some for me? Li Gua was dissatisfied. Luin shrugged. Even if I left some, you can't do anything. Not necessarily. Li Gua stared at Luin. You are looking for me because of the Qing clan's secret scroll. Luin did not tell the reason why he was looking for Li Gua. How do you know? The reason why he cared about the last scene of the Qing clan's secret scroll was because he thought of the eternal bone transplant innate skill. It was also because of the scene seen by Yuya's consciousness. Li Gua did not know about this. Even if ordinary people read the Qing clan's secret scroll, they would at most feel a chill at the last scene. They would not explore it. Li Gua laughed. Other than the Qing clan's secret scroll, there is nothing related to me. You went to the Yu clan after leaving the Qing clan, and then to the Zhu clan. It seems that there is something in the Qing clan's secret scroll that you care about. This is the only thing in the 3 clans that is related to me. Otherwise, why are you looking for me? By the way, do you want to cooperate? You forced to read the Yu clan's secret scroll and the Zhu clan's secret scroll. I can use this to attack them. After I get my revenge, I will definitely give you benefits. Hee hee. Lu Ying stared at Li Gua. You can do this in Death Hill? Li Gua did not care, as long as it's within the rules, the means are not important. I agree, but I have no enmity with them. I can give you some benefits. Senior, you can't. You came to me for benefits. Lu Ying looked at Li Gua seriously. I won't stop you from taking revenge, that's also a benefit. Li Gua stared at Lu Ying blankly. What an overbearing kid, threatening him with not stopping him from taking revenge. Lu Ying met Li Gua's gaze. Aside from facing an Eternal Realm cultivator, Lu Ying was rarely in a passive position. Furthermore, Li Gua didn't really want to do this. He was just testing Lu Ying, but for whom, Lu Ying didn't know. Although Lu Ying was not familiar with Li Gua, he believed in Death Hill. Chao Yi, Long Yin, and Gu Jing all made him deeply understand that Death Hill was not an unscrupulous force. They could cover for their own people within a certain range, and even be shameless, but they would never be shameless. If Li Gua really wanted to use that kind of means, he would not have stayed in Hidden Sky City for so long, let alone in Death Hill. After looking at each other for a while, the little old man rolled his eyes. Kid, you'll get beaten up if you talk like that. Lu Ying smiled and did not say anything. Many people had reminded him, but they were the ones who got beaten up. Li Gua took a bite of the fruit gloomily. Forget it if you don't want to help, you can leave. I still have something to say, Lu Ying said. Li Gua raised his eyebrows. I can't give you the answer you want to know. Then who can give me the answer? The Great Master. Lu Ying pondered. The Great Master of Death Hill? Death Hill had 3 mountains and 7 peaks, and there was a Great Master who ruled Death Hill. The Great Master's identity was mysterious, and no one knew who he was, not even his cultivation. Everyone said that Death Hill was controlled by the 3 superior gods in turn, and the Great Master was the only one who could contact the superior gods at any time. Lu Ying wanted to know more about Gu Jing, but Gu Jing told him that only the Great Master could tell him. The Great Master knew a lot of things. How can I meet the Great Master? Lu Ying asked. Li Gua pointed in the direction of the mother tree. Go to Death Hill by yourself. What about Wise? Can you contact him? Yes. Please. Are you serious? Li Gua rolled her eyes again. Is the Great Master someone you can contact just because you want to? Although you, Mr. Liu, are invincible under the immortal realm, the Great Master is not to be trifled with either. Do you really think that you can run amok in the 9 heavens just because you have invincible combat strength? Lu Ying replied, that's not what I meant. If I can't use my memories to communicate, then I can only go to Death Hill. Li Gua nodded. That's right. If you want to see the Great Master, you have to go to the Death Hill. Otherwise, unless the Great Master takes the initiative to contact you, meeting the Great Master is not as easy as meeting the God of Defense. Then, he rolled his eyes. Of course, if you're willing to pay a price, I can help you contact the Great Master and see if he's willing to talk to you. Lu Ying was curious, what price? If it's about what happened just now, then forget it. Li Gua picked up another fruit and threw it to Lu Ying. Why do you want the corpse of Lord Gong? Lu Ying was surprised. Senior knows? Nonsense, the people I sent were scared away by the people you sent. How could I not know? Li Gua was helpless. Lu Ying was puzzled. Then why do you want the corpse of Lord Gong? Li Gua stared at Lu Ying. The method of carving spiritual treasure killing intent is on Lord Gong. Lu Ying did not refute. What does Senior know? I don't know, that's why I'm asking you. You've been in the Qing clan for so long, so you must know. But you definitely can't practice it, otherwise, why do you want the corpse of Lord Gong? Let's not hide it. I'm sure that if you want to practice the carving method, there must be a medium. Am I right? Li Gua asked. Lu Ying looked at Li Gua deeply. Yes. Li Guo leaned closer to Lu Yin. The medium is on Lord Gong. Lu Yin nodded. The Void Wall. The Void Wall? Yes, the medium is called the Void Wall. Only the Gargoyle universe has it. As the Gargoyle family fell into the western region, the Qing clan monopolized the Void Wall. So far, no second one has been found. The remaining Void Wall is on Lord Gong. Li Guo laughed. Sure enough, I knew it. There is no spiritual treasure array that I can't understand. How can the Qing clan monopolize the carving method? No wonder, ha 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 ha. Lu Yin was curious. Senior, did you master the methods of the Yu clan and the Zhu clan? Li Guo was proud. Of course, these two clans can't hide from me. They are not as simple as you think. What do you mean? Lu Yin was curious. Of course, he knew that the Yu clan and the Zhu clan were not simple. Although the scroll array and the linear concept were enough to secure their position in the western region, they still lacked a winning method. For example, the instant 19 of the 100-kill scale. The Yu clan and the Zhu clan did not have the power to deal with it. The Gargoyle City was known as the strongest in the western region and was ranked with the eastern region's Great Dream Sky, the southern region's Young Palace Building, and the northern region's Bitter Abyss. It was definitely not simple. Most of the power of the Gargoyle City came from the three clans. Lu Yin knew that the Yu clan and the Zhu clan were hiding something, but he did not ask. No matter what kind of power they were hiding, it would be difficult for them to surpass him. However, it would be good to know through Li Guo. Li Guo looked at Lu Yin. You've been to these two clans. Why? Didn't you investigate? Lu Yin shook his head. Li Guo pretended to be mysterious. Do you know anything about the Gargoyle universe? Nope. Back then, the 5 Night Pillars joined forces to attack the Gargoyle universe and suffered heavy losses. It was only when the Blood Tower Defender attacked that the defense of the Gargoyle universe was broken and this universe was destroyed. However, the Blood Tower Defender also paid a price and was injured. Lu Yin was surprised. The Blood Tower Defender was injured? There are Eternal Realm powerhouses in the Gargoyle universe? He actually knew about this before, but he did not know the specific process. Li Guo said, no. If the Gargoyle universe had an Eternal Realm powerhouse, the ending would not have been like that. They were just a little bit short, just like the Mind universe. Looking at the history of the 9 Clouds universe's expeditions, many universes can actually give birth to Eternal Realm powerhouses, but they were just a little bit short. The 9 Clouds universe still has 3 gods of defense, which is considered lucky. Otherwise, it might not have existed for so long. Speaking of this, he looked at the Gargoyle City. The reason why the Gargoyle universe could injure the Blood Tower Defender was because of the Spirit Treasure Array, but it was not a simple Spirit Treasure Array. The Unmovable Sky Concealment Array. It is known as the strongest Spirit Treasure Array in the Gargoyle universe. It was because of this Spirit Treasure Array that the Blood Tower Defender could be injured. You should know how difficult it is to injure an Eternal Realm powerhouse with non-Imperial Realm combat power. Even if you have invincible combat power, do you dare to say that you can injure the Blood Tower Defender? Lu Yin shook his head directly. He dared. At least he could fight a few times before the immortal substance ran out. With karma and the law of speech, it was not impossible to injure the Blood Tower Defender, but it was impossible to say it out loud. If you can't do it, you can imagine how powerful the Unmovable Sky Concealment Array is. In fact, the Unmovable Sky Concealment Array itself has no power. This Spirit Treasure Array focuses on the word concealment. This is both a Spirit Treasure Array and a shell that can be superimposed on many Spirit Treasure Arrays. As long as the shell is hard enough, the more Spirit Treasure Arrays it contains, the stronger the power will be when it is released. Once, because the Gargoyle universe released the Unmovable Sky Concealment Array, it became the most magnificent scene of that battle and injured the Blood Tower Defender. Therefore, that universe was called the Gargoyle universe. Of course, that was also the last foundation of the Gargoyle universe. After releasing the Unmovable Sky Concealment Array, what awaited them was destruction. The reason why the Gargoyle family was dragged to the western region was not only because of the carving method, but also because of the Unmovable Sky Concealment Array. The god of the Blood Tower Defender hoped that we could master the spirit treasure array and build it into a means to face an Eternal Realm powerhouse. Luine took a deep breath. The unmovable sky concealment array, there was actually such a spirit treasure array. The method of carving spirit treasure killing intent could allow the Gargoyle universe to have the combat power to suppress the 5 night pillars, especially the instantaneous spirit treasure killing intent. As long as there were enough of it, it could stand at the peak. The unmovable sky concealment array could become the foundation of a race. No wonder the Gargoyle universe was so difficult to deal with. Ligua said in a low voice, the Zhu family has mastered the unmovable sky concealment array. Luine was surprised, the Zhu family has mastered it? Ligua sneered, the Zhu family thinks that no one knows, but they underestimate others too much. They can hide it from everyone, but they can't hide it from me. As for whether the Qing family and the Yu family know, I don't know, but there is a high probability that they know. Senior, how do you know? Luine was curious. Since the Zhu family wanted to hide it, it was not so easy to find out, especially when Ligua was just outside the Gargoyle city. The Zhu family was not stupid. Ligua said, do you still remember the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce belongs to the Zhu family? Ligua smiled, yes. Luine understood, the spiritual silk of 1,000 threads was not consumed so quickly, but in the name of consumption, it was secretly taken away by the Zhu family to hide the spirit treasure killing intent of the unmovable sky concealment array. Ligua was puzzled, spiritual silk of 1,000 threads? Spirit screen? Luine nodded. Ligua looked at the Gargoyle city again, that's right, the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce deliberately hid the news of insufficient spirit screens, but secretly released the news of insufficient spirit screens. On the surface, it looked unfavorable to them, but in reality, it was to hide the fact that the spirit screens were taken away by the Zhu family. How could anyone suspect that a power that thrives on spirit screens deliberately spread insufficient spirit screens to destroy their own foundation? However, no one knew that the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce was a cover. The real purpose was to hide the fact that the Zhu family used up a large amount of spirit screens. The only use of so many spirit screens was to hide the spirit treasure killing intent, the incomparably huge spirit treasure killing intent. Sir, you also did not feel such a huge spirit treasure killing intent in the Zhu family. The Zhu family was indeed stable, but they did not expect that I had been studying the unmovable sky concealment array. In terms of understanding of the unmovable sky concealment array, the Zhu family is number 1, and I am number 2. If the Zhu family could think of using spirit screens to hide it, so could I. Therefore, I followed the clues and found the Lingbao Chamber of Commerce, and finally confirmed this matter. He looked at Luine, the 3 major clans of the Gargoyle city are not simple. If the 100-kill Tianqing can break through to the great circle of crossing Ku adversity by himself, it will not be as simple as instantaneous 19. In the past, there were strong people in the Gargoyle universe who could instantaneous 30 or even more. The Zhu family has the unmovable sky concealment array. Once it is released, Sir Lu, are you sure you can handle it? Luine looked at Hidden Sky City. He had not expected the Zhu family to have hidden such a trick, but even so, it did not pose any threat to him. He did not believe that the Zhu family's layered spiritual treasure array within the immovable sky concealment matrix would be able to break through his defenses in an instant. Furthermore, with the power of words and the power of karma, they would not be able to release the immovable sky concealment matrix even if they wanted to. Lu Yin's silence confirmed Ligua's suspicions that he was not confident that he could take on the challenge. What about the Yu family? Ligua turned and looked in another direction of Hidden Sky City. The Yu family claims that their strongest array is the scroll array, but everyone has been led astray by the word scroll array. They have forgotten that the essence of Hidden Sky City is the path of spiritual treasures. Creating the strongest spiritual treasure array is the correct path. Aside from this, whether it is carving spiritual treasures or the immovable sky concealment matrix, neither is the correct path. Carving spiritual treasures is a method of killing, and the immovable sky concealment matrix is also a spiritual treasure array. In this path, only spiritual treasure arrays can be called limitless. No one can create the strongest spiritual treasure array because there is no such thing as the strongest, only stronger ones. In the past, there was a powerhouse in Hidden Sky City who created a spiritual treasure array that could bury 10 powerhouses at the peak of the Kuwo realm. This legend is also the source of Hidden Sky City's Yu family being able to bury 10 powerhouses at the peak of the Kuwo realm. To tell you the truth, I was the one who spread this legend. Luin looked at Li Gua. Senior, you are trying to disgust the Yu family. Li Gua sneered. You can say that. I was just testing him. I want to see how far the Yu family has reached on this path. The right path? Luin looked at the Yu family in a daze. Yes, this was the right path. In the Tian Yuan universe and spiritualized universes, lock-breaking cultivators' goals were lock-breaking and creating sourcebox arrays. Regardless of whether it was carving spiritual treasures or the immovable sky concealment matrix, sourcebox arrays were the foundation. Out of the 3 great clans in Hidden Sky City, only the Yu family had taken this path. How powerful sourcebox arrays had they created? The Yu family used the scroll array formation to conceal themselves from everyone's view, but in reality, they secretly created an even more powerful array formation. However, because the scroll array formation has not been broken to this day, no one has been able to break it, which is why they have not revealed any more powerful sourcebox arrays. However, I am certain that the Yu family has one. At this point, he looked at Luin. If there is a spiritual treasure array that can bury 10 powerhouses at the consummate crossing Ku adversity stage, would Sir be able to take it? Luin raised his eyebrows. The Yu family has reached the height of the gargantuan universe? Of course not. Even if the Yu clan was given billions of years, they still wouldn't be able to reach that level. However, this is the western domain, the Tsang Heaven sect's branch. The Yu clan is standing on the foundation of the Tsang Heaven sect. After so many years, who knows how much of the Tsang Heaven sect's accumulation they have absorbed? Li Gua said, his tone filled with disdain for the Yu clan. In the battle of the Tsang Heaven sect, the reason why the unmovable Tsang Heaven array was so powerful was because it contained a spiritual treasure array that could bury 10 powerhouses at the consummate crossing Ku adversity stage. With that spiritual treasure array as the core, it was able to erupt with the power to enter the Blood Tower Lord. This is the true face of the Tsang Heaven city. To a certain extent, the 3 great clans can already represent the Tsang Heaven sect. If the alliance between the 3 clans had been activated, the Ju family and the Yu family would have unleashed their resources. The final outcome would have been unknown. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. He was wrong. Even if that had been the case, only the 3 great clans would have been destroyed. Li Gua did not understand how terrifying Lu Yin's power was. If the 3 great clans had a weapon that could decide the outcome of the battle, then Luin could easily take this weapon away, and they would not even have a chance to use it. Li Gua saw Luin staring at the Tsang Heaven city in a daze. How is it? Do you feel like you've been played? Do you want to work together to destroy them? It's very simple. You just have to forcefully take away the secret manuals of the 2 clans, and I will be able to act. They will not have enough time to use their resources. Luin looked at Li Gua calmly. Senior said that you can help me contact the Great Master. Li Gua stared at Luin. I'm asking if you want to take revenge on those 2 clans. They lied to you. It's not a lie. Why would they tell me this? Luin asked. Li Gua was speechless for a moment and looked at Luin seriously. There was no trace of anger. Luin smiled. I am neither an enemy nor a friend to them. Li Gua retracted her gaze and sighed. Well, I thought that someone as overbearing as you would not be able to stand being lied to. Luin did not care. Why would the Ju family and the Yu family tell him? Just because he was strong? In fact, he had already forced the Yu family to make a move, and he had also seen the secret of the Ju family's comprehension of intent realm. He did not think that everyone had to follow him and tell him everything. That was not being overbearing, but being stupid. Furthermore, he was sure that Li Gua was testing him. Li Gua took out the remembrance scroll and began to contact it. Let me say this first. I can help you contact them, but I cannot guarantee that you will be able to contact them. Who is the Great Master? It's not easy for even us to meet them, and it's even rarer to use the remembrance scroll to contact them. It has always been the Great Master contacting others, and very few can directly contact the Great Master unless they go to the Death Hillock. Luin did not rush her and simply waited calmly. Ligua also quietly waited for the remembrance scroll to contact him. There was no response, so she spread her hands out to Luin. Luin glanced at the remembrance scroll. Continue. Ligua rolled her eyes. It's useless. Try again. Okay. Ligua continued to try, but it was useless. Everyone knew that using the remembrance scroll to contact the Great Master was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He had only used it to exchange for information about the void wall. There was still no response. Try again. I said it's useless. It might be useful. Hee, it's good for young people to run errands. It'll be faster if you go to the Death Hillock and get Longyin or Chowi to recommend you. Otherwise, you won't be able to contact them for 10,000 years. Do you think the Great Master will hold the remembrance scroll in his hand like a mirror? As soon as she finished speaking, a screen appeared. Although it was pitch black, a voice could be heard. What is it? The voice seemed to come from the bottom of a well, and it was impossible to tell the gender or age of the speaker. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at the screen. Ligua was stunned. Great Master, why did you pick up? Shouldn't have? No, it's just strange. I tried to contact you before, but you didn't pick up. Oh, I just happened to use the remembrance scroll as a mirror, and you contacted me. Ligua was stunned. Luin was stunned as well, and he looked at Ligua strangely. Why did you contact me? The Great Master asked. Ligua coughed, not daring to look at Luin. He felt like this guy was mocking him. Well, there's someone here who wants to contact you. Who? Luin. The Great Master did not answer. Ligua straightened her back. I know you're busy, so I'll help you chase him away. I broke the rules by contacting you, and I'll accept the punishment. She waved Luin away. No need. Give him the remembrance scroll and leave. Ligua was stunned again, thinking that he had misheard. Luin walked forward and very naturally took Huai, waving at Ligua for him to leave. In truth, Ligua did not even know how he left. The situation had developed completely beyond his expectations. Junior Luin greets the Great Master. Luin faced the screen with a solemn expression. The Great Master could be regarded as one of the most mysterious people in the Ninth Heaven universe. He controlled the Death Hill and could meet the three superior gods at any time, but no one had ever seen the Great Master's true face. Even the people of the Death Hill had never seen him. Many people had guessed the identity of the Great Master, but no one could confirm it. They only knew that the Great Master was very strong, and was once thought to be second only to the three superior gods. Until Luin appeared out of nowhere and broke through to the primordial realm. He crossed 2 regions with his sword and became the Great Master. Even so, some people firmly believed that Luin was not the limit under the eternal life realm, but the Great Master. The Death Hill was in the center of the eastern region's Great Dream Sky, the southern region's Young Imperial Building, the western region's Hidden Sky City, and the northern region's Bitter Abyss. It was not only because the Death Hill had 10 top powerhouses from the 3 mountains and 7 peaks, but also because of the Great Master. If it were not for the Great Master, how could the Death Hill save so many people with deep hatred? The people of the Death Hill came from all over the Ninth Heaven universe. If all their enemies came out, it would be equivalent to half of the Ninth Heaven universe. The enemies of the 3 mountains and 7 peaks were spread all over the universe and the universe. They were a top force. Even so, the Death Hill could still protect them and let them have the upper hand in their revenge. Because of Chowi, the 9 Feet Garden had no choice but to rely on Yuya. The spring and autumn slips meeting was constantly disturbed by Longyin. Ligua stared at the 3 great clans of Hidden Sky City. Behind all this was the Great Master, who could suppress the world. Although he was not the Eternal Life Realm Superior, in many people's eyes, his prestige was no less than the Eternal Life Realm Superior. I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Lu, the Great Master said. His voice was still so deep that even his emotions could not be heard. Luin looked at the dark screen. Senior, just call me Luin. The master of the Tianyuan universe deserves to be called Mr. If you break through to the Eternal Life Realm, I won't even dare call you Mr., the Great Master said. Luin did not know whether the Great Master was joking or not. He tried his best to discern the Great Master's emotions, but he could not decipher the great master's voice at all. "Mister, are you looking for me because of the position of the lesser god of defense, or because of Wanda?" the great master asked. Lu Yin said, "Before entering the Xiao universe, I thought that the death hillock could help me become the lesser god of defense, but now I know that there are more requirements for that position. With your relationship with the Azure Lotus Superior, you can directly ask for it, and with your battle prowess, no one would dare to refute. Whether or not I become the lesser god of defense is no longer important," Lu Yin said. The Azure Lotus Superior represented the Blood Tower and the Wonder Gate, and had clearly expressed their appreciation for him. Because of what he had experienced during this period, the various forces of the Jiuxiao universe were wary of him. Coupled with the 3 Night Pillars expedition, the Tianyuan universe would not face any threats from the Jiuxiao universe for the time being. He had wanted to become the lesser god of defense because he hoped to use this position to keep the Tianyuan universe safe. Now he knew that he had been too naive. The superior and lesser god were two different concepts. If the Eternal Life Realm Superior wanted to destroy the Tianyuan universe, even 5 lesser gods would not be able to stop him. Yuya was an example, he could be abandoned at any time. There was one disadvantage to becoming the lesser god of defense, and that was that he could not return to the Tianyuan universe. The people of the Jiuxiao universe could not go to the Tianyuan universe, and this was something that was known in the consciousness universe. Yuya had once wanted to use the Tianyuan universe to threaten Lu Yin, but he could only send Old Head and the others. He could not go alone. The Azure Lotus Superior was preventing Lu Yin from returning to the Tianyuan universe. Once he became the lesser god of defense, he would not be able to return at all. He had been thinking of a way to return to the Tianyuan universe, but he wasn't in a hurry. The 9 Clouds universe also cared about the Tianyuan universe. Since the karmic celestial phenomenon had spread to the Tianyuan universe, the Tianyuan universe was under its protection. "Junior wants to know about Wangfu." The great master was silent for a moment. "Meng represents a power. That power caused Mi Jin Shangyu to die. We all thought that after Mi Jin Shangyu died, that power disappeared. But not long after, that power appeared again. I can't explain it to you because even I don't know what that power represents. Only the 3 Xianxia gods know. That's all I can tell you." When he told the doctor his guess, the doctor said he didn't understand, but was greatly shocked and suggested that he go to the psychiatrist downstairs. In short, the hospital couldn't find the cause of his illness. Later, his mother brought him special medicine from abroad, and his condition was finally under control. As long as he took the medicine regularly, it wouldn't flare up. "I definitely didn't rest well last night and am too tired. It's all Jiang Yubao's fault for insisting on coming to my room to play games in the middle of the night." Although he said this, his heart was heavy, because Zhang Yuanqing knew that the effects of the medicine were starting to weaken and his illness was getting worse. "I'll have to take more medicine in the future." Zhang Yuanqing put on his cotton slippers, went to the window, and pulled the curtain aside. Sunlight rushed into the room, filling it up. It was April in Shanghai City, and the morning breeze was cool and comfortable. Dong dong. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and his grandmother shouted from outside. "Yuanzi, get up." "No." Zhang Yuanqing refused coldly. He wanted to go back to sleep. It was a weekend, and it was spring. Wouldn't it be a waste of time if he didn't sleep in? "I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't get up, I'll wake you up." His grandmother was even colder. I know. Zhang Yuanqing immediately gave in. He knew that his grumpy grandmother could really do something like that. When Zhang Yuanqing was still in primary school, his father had died in a car accident. His strong-willed mother hadn't remarried, and had brought her son back to Shanghai to settle down with her grandparents. She had thrown herself into her career, and became a strong woman praised by her relatives. Tansu Pavilion later on, his mother also bought her own house, but Zhang Yuanqing didn't like the big, empty flat and continued to live with his grandparents. Anyway, his mother left early in the morning and returned late at night. She would go on business trips every few days to focus on her career. Even if she didn't work overtime on weekends, she would order takeout when it was time to eat. What she told her son the most was, "Do you have enough money? If you don't have enough, you have to tell me. A strong woman mother who could infinitely satisfy you financially sounded very good. Download the Love Reading app for free ad-free reading. But Zhang Yuanqing always smiled and said to his mother, "Grandma and Aunt give me enough pocket money." Yes, there's also little Aunt. The woman who insisted on playing games in his room last night was his aunt. Zhang Yuanqing yawned, turned the bedroom door handle, and went to the living room. His grandmother's house had an area of 150 square meters. Zhang Yuanqing remembered that when he sold his old house to buy this new house, it cost more than 40,000 yuan per square meter. 6 or 7 years had passed, and now the housing price in this neighborhood had risen to 110,000 yuan per square meter, which had nearly doubled. Fortunately, his grandfather had the foresight. If it were the old house, Zhang Yuanqing could only sleep in the living room. After all, he had grown up and couldn't sleep with his aunt anymore. At the long dining table in the living room, the culprit who had caused his headache was eating porridge with pink slippers under the table. Her facial features were delicate and beautiful. Her round oval face looked very sweet, and there was a mole at the corner of her right eye. Because she had just woken up, her fluffy and messy big wavy hair was loose, making her look more languid and charming. His aunt was called Jiang Yubao, and she was 4 years older than him. Seeing Zhang Yuanqing come out, his aunt licked the porridge at the corner of her mouth and said in surprise, "Young, it's not like you to wake up so early. It's your mother's fault. Why are you scolding me?" "I'm just telling the truth." Zhang Yuanqing looked at his aunt's beautiful face, which was as beautiful as a flower. She was full of energy and charming. It was said that the night wouldn't mistreat people who stayed up late. It would give you dark circles, but this law didn't seem to apply to the woman in front of him. Grandma in the kitchen heard the noise and poked her head out to take a look. After a while, she came out with a bowl of porridge. Grandma's black hair was mixed with silver strands, and her eyes were very sharp. At first glance, she was the kind of old lady with a bad temper. Although her loose skin and shallow wrinkles took away her elegance, it could be seen that she had a good appearance when she was young. Zhang Yuanqing took the porridge from his grandma and gulped it down. "Where's Grandpa?" "He went out for a walk," Grandma said. Grandpa was a retired criminal police officer. Even though he was old, his life was still very regular. He would go to bed at 10 every night and wake up at 6 in the morning. The beautiful aunt drank the porridge and said with a smile, "After breakfast, I'll take you to the mall to buy some clothes." "Are you that kind?" Zhang Yuanqing was about to agree when his grandma gave him a murderous look. "If you dare to go, I'll break your legs." "Mom, how can you be like this?" His aunt said bitterly, "I just want to buy some spring clothes for you, Enzi, and you're not happy?" Although my nephew has a foreign character, he's still my nephew. Download the Love Reading app, free reading without ads. Grandma broke all rules. Do you want to have your legs broken too? His aunt pursed her lips and lowered her head to drink the porridge. When Zhang Yuanqing heard the game between the mother and daughter, he knew that his grandma must have arranged another blind date for his aunt. His mischievous aunt wanted to drag him into the muddy water. This was what she used to do. She would take her nephew to a blind date and sit for a few minutes. Her nephew, who was a social bully, would settle the blind date. The two men would chat happily, from the livelihood of the people to the structure of the world, and she had nothing to do with it. She only needed to drink her drink and play with her phone. The blind date would feel that he had shown enough social experience and knowledge in front of the beauty, and thus feel happy and good about himself. Jiang Yubao had been delicate and cute since she was young. She was the object of praise from the neighbors. She was beautiful, sweet, and well-behaved, and was very popular with the elders. Grandma had to guard such a beautiful daughter strictly. When she was in junior high school, she warned her not to fall in love early and not to go out with male classmates. Her youngest daughter did not disappoint her. She did not have a boyfriend until she graduated from university. But after entering society, especially after her 25th birthday at the beginning of the year, her grandma could not sit still. She thought to herself that she did not want her to fall in love early, but she did not want her to be a leftover woman. How many years of youth could a woman have? So she gathered her old friends and gathered information about young talents from all over the world to arrange blind dates for her daughter. Grandma, she clearly doesn't want to date. A melon picked by force is not sweet. Zhang Yuanqing recommended himself while eating a bun. Why don't you arrange a blind date for me? This melon of mine is very sweet. Grandma said angrily, you're still young. What's the hurry? Everyone in university is female. Can't you find one yourself? Be careful or I'll beat you up. Grandma was a southern woman, but her temper was not gentle at all. She was especially fiery. Even Zhang Yuanqing's mother, who was a strong career woman, did not dare to talk back to Grandma. I've grown up. I've been a craftsman for a few years. Zhang Yuanqing thought to himself. After breakfast, his aunt returned to her room to change her clothes and put on makeup under Grandma's strong request. Then, she went out for a blind date. Little Aunt had put on a tantalizing makeup, which made her look even more beautiful and moving. She wore a fluffy round-neck knitted sweater with a long jacket and light-colored narrow-necked jeans that wrapped around her two long legs. She looked well-proportioned and round. The narrow-necked trousers were tucked into black marten boots. Download the Love Reading app, free reading without ads. She was dressed in a simple forest style. It was neither flirtatious nor flashy. It was especially exquisite. His aunt gave him a look that said, you know what I mean. Then, she carried her bag and walked out. Mom, I'm going out for a blind date. Zhang Yuanqing returned to his room and put on a black t-shirt, a windbreaker, and running shoes. After a few minutes, he opened the bedroom door. Grandma was cleaning the living room. When she saw him come out, she stopped what she was doing and looked at him silently. Zhang Yuanqing imitated his aunt's tone. Mom, I'm going out for a blind date too. Get back here. Grandma raised the broom and threatened, if you dare to step out of this door, I'll break your legs. Okay. Zhang Yuanqing obediently returned to the bedroom. Sitting at the desk, he held his phone and sent a message to his aunt. To die before achieving victory in the first battle makes heroes weep with tears. Speak human language. His aunt should be driving. The content of the reply was concise and comprehensive. Grandma stopped me at home. You'd better go for a blind date yourself. His aunt sent him a voice message. Zhang Yuanqing opened the latest complete content of the Love Reading app for free. Jiang Yubao's angry voice sounded from the speaker. What's the use of having you? His aunt withdrew the voice message and sent another one. This time, she changed her tone and acted coquettishly. Good nephew, come on. I love you the most. Mua-oh, woman. Do you want me to touch Grandma's bottom line by acting coquettishly and acting cute? At least give me a red packet. At this time, a slightly harsh ringtone sounded. Zhang Yuanqing came to the living room. Under his grandmother's gaze, he pressed the call button of the building's intercom and said, Who is it? Express delivery. A voice came from the speaker. Zhang Yuanqing pressed the button to open the door. After 2 or 3 minutes, a delivery man in uniform took the elevator upstairs with a package in his arms. Is it Zhang Yuanqing? It's me. I didn't buy it online. He signed with a confused face and glanced at the package information. The package didn't say the sender, but the address was Hangzhou, Jiangnan Province. He returned to the room, found a paper cutter from the desk drawer, and opened the package. Inside was an air cushion wrapped in a black card and a yellow envelope. Zhang Yuanqing picked up the black card the size of an ID card. The material seemed to be metal, but it was very warm to the touch. The card was very beautifully made, with shallow silver cloud patterns on the edge and a black full moon in the center. The black full moon was very delicate, and the irregular patches on the surface were clearly visible. What is it? With doubts, he opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. Yuanzi, I got a very interesting thing. I thought it could change my life, but my ability is limited and I can't control it. I think if it's you, it shouldn't be a problem. Brother, this is my gift to you. Lei Yibing. Luin looked at the empty space in front of him. Although he couldn't see the great master's face, he could feel his sincerity towards humanity. He was also someone who looked beyond the current universe. The conversation with the great master solved many of Lu Yin's doubts. Since the Eternals were traitors of the Jiuxia universe, why could they stir up trouble in the Tianyuan universe? Although Master Qingqiao wasn't behind them, he still relied on Master Qingqiao. The Jiuxiao universe couldn't go to the Tianyuan universe because of an agreement with Master Qingqiao, who was in the Eternal Realm. As for the relationship between the Jiuxiao universe and the three universes, Lu Yin described it in his mind. There was no hatred, only survival and destruction, based on the vastness of the square inch and the danger at every step. Even though the Jiuxiao universe had three Eternal Realm masters, they had faced the danger of death. If the Tianyuan universe wanted to survive, the root was not in the Jiuxiao universe, but in itself. Lu Yin didn't go wrong. He couldn't let the Tianyuan universe have the ability to protect itself in a short time. He could only go to the spiritualized universes and the Jiuxiao universe to fight for survival. Only when he reached the Eternal Realm could he really be qualified to speak for the Tianyuan universe. The Great Master was right. Whether the Tianyuan universe could be reactivated or not depended on what would appear in the square inch, not the Jiuxiao universe. Of course, if one day his combat power surpassed the entire Jiuxiao universe, this relationship could be reversed. Senior, your bosom. Lu Yin threw out the bosom and Li Gua caught it. Li Gua came in and was quite curious. What did the Great Master say to you? Why did he talk for so long? Lu Yin said solemnly, we discussed why people live. Li Gua was speechless. Forget it if you don't want to talk about it. Let's go. Lu Yin looked around. Senior, about that skeleton, Death Hilzhen has no clue at all? Li Gua said helplessly, no. On the surface, the three great clans are investigating, and they even hired a lot of shady people. Secretly, my Death Hill is also investigating, but we can't find anything. It's really strange. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. If the three gods of defense couldn't find it, it would be even harder for Death Hill to find it. For those in the know, that skeleton was like a blade hanging over one's neck. The boundless skeleton of the dark square appeared in his mind again. He didn't know if the three gods of defense had seen this scene. Even if they didn't, if that skeleton had really triggered a crisis of death, then the three supreme deities must have seen similar scenes. Otherwise, how could they be sure that it was a crisis of death? Then, the death of Yuya's consciousness, the Eternal Realm expert, was very likely related to those white bones. Lu Yin bid farewell to Li Gua and left Pyrolite Mountain. He headed straight for the Western Domain's Tian Sua, as he wanted to go to the Eastern Domain's Seventh Night Pillar. This time, he went to Orchid Universe to witness the reboot, and it was still the Seventh Night Pillar. After he left, Li Gua took out her brooch and contacted the Master once more. He's gone. What do you think of him? The Great Master asked. Li Gua thought for a moment. He has a domineering personality, but he has principles. He's deeply attached to the Tianyuan universe. He won't give up until he achieves his goals. He's a person of true character. That's a very pertinent comment. Li Gua said, this kind of person can't be a villain. Evil people, but they can't be good people either. A good person? How many good people were there in this universe? Not being an evil person is already the highest evaluation. Did you invite him to join Death Hill? No, and I won't. Why? Death Hill is too small. East Region, Seventh Night Pillar. Killing intent soared into the sky. The surrounding ground was filled with dry soil and trees that were as hard as iron. A heavy heartbeat could be heard underground. It came from the Tomorrow Beast. From time to time, people would rush to the Seventh Night Pillar from afar and enter while suppressing their excitement. These people came from all over the Nine Heavens universe. They could witness the rebirth of the Lan universe. They were either geniuses or had made great contributions. Apart from them, the Seventh Night Pillar itself could witness the rebirth of the Lan universe. This was a privilege given to the Seventh Night Pillar. The Seventh Night Pillar was the main force that destroyed the Lan universe. After that, it was the Seventh Night Pillar that carried out the Lan universe's mission. Thus, after returning from the Lan universe, no one from the Seventh Night Pillar left. They all had the opportunity to witness the rebirth of a universe. This was something Lu Yin didn't know. The Fifth Night Pillar had snatched the all-sensory life form. In the future, they might all witness the rebirth of a universe like the Seventh Night Pillar. If not for this, Swordmaster Taizong wouldn't have needed to fall out with Jianhong. Atop the Seventh Night Pillar, Lu Xizhan held a birdcage in his right hand and looked in the direction of the Lin Sword sect. He had never thought that he would one day witness the rebirth of a universe. Normally speaking, it was impossible for him to become the Lin Sword Head. If he didn't become the Lin Sword Head, he wouldn't have the qualifications to witness the rebirth of the Lan universe. Because of that girl, his life had changed. Sigh, this was troublesome. In the distance, Wanlu also felt bitter. He had never wanted to come, but Ming Xiaolong had forced him to come to the seventh night pillar to witness the rebirth of the Lan universe. She hoped that he could reach the realm of heaven and earth phenomenon. That was impossible. Witnessing the rebirth of a universe had no direct connection to breaking through heaven and earth phenomenon. However, Ming Xiaolong had forced him to try. Besides him, Ming Xiaoqiu had also come to Myriad Elephant Valley. It had to be said that Xiaolong had a lot of influence. Even further away, Luo Ning looked in the direction of the Northern Territory with a complicated expression. He had followed Lu Yin to the Western Territory, but when Lu Yin had caused trouble for the Qin clan, he had quickly fled. He had wanted to return to the Northern Territory, but he didn't want to see Master Lang Ryu's despicable face. He had wanted to go to the Southern Territory, but after some thought, he realized that Lu Yin had been to the Eastern Territory, the Northern Territory, and the Western Territory. The Southern Territory should be next, so he had decided to come to the Eastern Territory. As soon as he arrived, he received a message from his master, inviting him to the seventh night pillar to witness the rebirth of the Lan universe. This news made him overjoyed, as this was a good thing. Normally, he wouldn't have had such a good opportunity, but the seniors of the Five Great Gates had caused a lot of trouble in the past, so it wasn't easy for him to apply. Also, everyone knew that he was close to Lu Yin, and the seventh night pillar hadn't rejected him. Thus, he had come. Going to the Lan universe was good. He could witness the rebirth of the universe and make a small breakthrough. He would also be far away from that fiend. Perfect, too perfect. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He didn't know how long this trip would take, but he could finally relax. Just as he was thinking about this, a bloody light spread out in the distance, attracting many people's attention. Is this the power of the Blood Tower's Imperial Guard? It's Wei Heng. Wei Heng? I remember now. He's the disciple that the Blood Tower's Imperial Guard took in 1,000 years ago. He's known as the Blood Lian. Many people were discussing the seventh night pillar. As the bloody light approached, it finally stopped outside the seventh night pillar. A young man with an abnormally red complexion could be seen beneath the light. He carried a giant Go Lian on his back, and his gaze was cold. Someone walked out from the seventh night pillar and welcomed this person. Si Jiosha retracted his gaze and looked in Wei Heng's direction before moving further away. Of the three Imperial Guards, the Stargate Imperial Guard and the Blue Lotus Imperial Guard's disciples were easy to get close to. However, the disciples of the Blood Tower's Imperial Guard were all battle maniacs. Just as he was thinking about this, a green light appeared in the sky from another direction. Everyone was shocked. Is that the Pristine Lotus? He's here as well? He's the Blue Lotus Imperial Guard's disciple. He was also taken in 1,000 years ago. I've heard of him. I've heard of him. Shameless. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge green lotus bloomed in the distance. Countless people were dumbfounded by the sight. A handsome man walked out from the green lotus. Light shone from his back, piercing the sky like green swords. Everyone, including those outside the seventh night pillar, was drawn over by this scene. They stared blankly. The man smiled, and his gaze was gentle. He walked towards the seventh night pillar step by step, crossing through space. His bearing was graceful and humble, as if a god had descended. I am the Pristine Lotus. Pristine means cleansing, but it can also mean reverence. Lian means lotus, the lotus of the Azure Lotus Imperial Guard. The world resounded with his words. Suddenly, a streak of blood-red light tore through the sky and slashed towards the Pristine Lotus. The Pristine Lotus was furious. Wei Heng, it's you again. How dare you attack the sacred lotus? Shameless thing, get down here. You're the shameless one, brute. As they spoke, the green and blood-red light clashed in outer space, entangling and clashing. Si Jiosha pursed his lips. The two of them were both at the primordial realm, but experts more powerful than them had to raise their heads to look at them. Just because they had become disciples of the Azure Lotus Imperial Guard, he was envious. At this moment, a streak of light swept past, parting the blood red and green light. Gudwanka's voice rang out, "Please stop arguing. This is the seventh night pillar." The blood-red light receded. The pristine lotus snorted coldly. He tidied up his appearance and bowed towards the seventh night pillar. "Thank you, Senior Gudwanka, for forcing that brute away. I'm coming down." With the addition of the pristine lotus, the seventh night pillar became lively. Many people visited the pristine lotus Imperial Guard. Even though he was thick-skinned, claiming to be the most talented disciple of the Azure Lotus Imperial Guard, he was truly the Azure Lotus Imperial Guard's disciple. Even though he was just a disciple in name, he could go to the Yahai at any time. That was his status. The pristine lotus visited someone, Supreme Sovereign Lanyi. Supreme Sovereign Lanyi was very special, especially when it came to reactivating the Lan universe. Everyone knew that he had been born in Lanyi, and his physique was very close to the Lan universe's. He had followed the seventh night pillar to the Lan universe for a mission, and his cultivation had soared to the peak of Ku adversity. Now that the Lan universe was about to be reactivated, he was the powerhouse closest to the eternal realm. Thus, it wasn't just the pristine lotus. Everyone who came to the seventh night pillar wanted to visit him. Even those who didn't have a quota to go to the Lan universe came to visit. In the Aeonian realm, the various powers had never stopped sending out invitations. Even though Lanyi had lost to Luin in the eastern region, it didn't affect his current popularity. Once he broke through to the Eternal Realm with the reactivation of the Lan universe, he would become the fourth Eternal Realm powerhouse in the Nine Firmaments universe. He would surpass everyone, and his previous defeat would be insignificant. In the past 10 years since the seventh night pillar's return, everyone had heard that Supreme Sovereign Lanyi was favored by the Azure Lotus Imperial Guard. He was the person closest to the Eternal Realm after so many years. This had nothing to do with his battle prowess, the Lan universe was just too suitable for him. Lanyi had remained at the seventh night pillar ever since he had lost to Luin, refusing all visits. However, he couldn't refuse the pristine lotus visit, as she was the Azure Lotus Imperial Guard's disciple. Her visit to the seventh night pillar showed her sincerity. Pristine Lotus successfully visited Grandmaster Lanyi and stayed with him for half a day. After Pristine Lotus left, Grandmaster Lanyi muttered to himself, "So he's backed by Yahai?" Even the Defender God didn't do anything when he messed up the Nine Firmaments, but Pristine Lotus still spoke up for him. "She must be afraid that I'll cause trouble for him after I break through. No wonder she was in such a hurry to find me." Thinking back to the previous battle, Grandmaster Lanyi couldn't calm down for a long time. There were some people that even Eternal Realm experts couldn't do anything about. In the western region, Luin got closer to the mother tree and saw the Sky Sua. He took out the nostalgia ring and contacted Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu's pretty face soon appeared on the screen, her eyes bright as she blinked. "Second sister, did you fulfill your conditions?" "Yes, thank you." "Oh? Why are you thanking me?" Luin asked. "Heartless conditions are the simplest, but also the most difficult. I know you spoke up for me." Lu Xiu blushed. "No, I didn't say that. It was Sixth Sister who said it. Sixth Sister used conditions to force you to give up on Diwu Xiaozhu. It was unfair to you, so she said good things about you to Second Sister. Besides, Second Sister never wanted to make things difficult for you." "I know." Luin stared at her. Lu Xiu blushed even more when she saw Luin staring at her. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." "What about your eldest and third sisters? Have you thought about it?" "I don't know about that. I can't contact them. They're the only ones who can contact me." Luin nodded. "Then I won't be able to do it for the time being. I need to go out." Lu Xiu was confused. "Go out?" Suddenly, her eyes widened. "The seventh night pillar?" Luin was surprised. "You know about it?" Lu Xiu nodded. "Old Lu also went to the seventh night pillar. You're going to witness the rebirth of Orchid Universe, right? How did you get there?" "I heard that there aren't many spots, and very few people know about it." Luin smiled. "I'm a genius." Lu Xiu rolled her eyes and muttered, "You're bragging." After the conversation ended, Luin put away his nostalgia bracelet and recalled what Lian Yu had said about the 7 girls being very good. He hadn't thought much of it at first and had assumed that Lian Yu was just praising his own disciples, but now that he thought about it, things might not have been that simple. Still, he couldn't see anything special about Lu Xiyu. Given his strength, if he couldn't see through it, it could be said that it didn't exist. Not only Lu Xiyu, but he had also seen Ming Xiaolong, Qiunan Hongya, and Heartless. He didn't want to think anymore. He was already under the heavenly chains. Lu Yin's arrival caused another commotion, and the person in charge of the heavenly rope kicked the daybreak beast awake. He smiled and invited Lu Yin to climb the mountain, and the heavenly rope was flung away by the daybreak beast's enormous strength. From the western domain to the eastern domain, Lu Yin walked the same path again. When he saw the gigantic 7th night pillar in the distance, he couldn't help but become absent-minded. He was about to enter the Star of Mind. In the Tianyuan universe, only Wu Jiang and the Bone Galleon could enter the square inch, and the Bone Galleon had been destroyed. In the spiritualized universe, although there were space-time class battleships, there were not many of them. Furthermore, the routes could only lead to the Consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. However, the 9 Heavens universe's night pillar was different. It didn't seem to have a fixed route, and it would go wherever it discovered a foreign universe. This night pillar was the true gateway to the Star of Mind's boundless starry sky. Once one left, there was a chance that they would never return. This was a journey without a fixed route. As more and more people arrived, the 7th night pillar became noisy. Fights broke out from time to time, and as long as they weren't serious, Gudwanka wouldn't stop them. The night pillar was a place of slaughter. Si Jiushi had been taught a lesson by Luo Ning. This fellow spoke without restraint, saying that the spring and autumn scroll had been destroyed and that one power after another had been taught a lesson. He had even mentioned the Luo family of the Elysium as well, and it just so happened that someone had overheard it and spread it to Luo Ning. Of course, Luo Ning wasn't willing to accept this. He had already been flustered during this period of time, and Si Jiushi's nonsense had set him on fire. The two of them had a big fight. Although they were both progenitors, how could Si Jiushi be a match for Luo Ning? Luo Ning was a genius who had been sleeping in the Xiaoyu pavilion. They seemed to be about the same age, but their seniority and cultivation talent were far apart. Si Jiushi couldn't beat Luo Ning, so he wanted to run. He was in the wrong, but Luo Ning kept calling him a grandson, which angered Si Jiushi. Si Jiushi relied on his thick skin and thick flesh to take 3 hits before retaliating. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Luo Ning was being lenient, or Si Jiushi would have been lying on the ground already. Regardless, everyone had heard of Si Jiushi's relationship with Lu Yin, so Luo Ning didn't dare to be too ruthless. Wan Lu sighed with emotion as he brought Ming Xiaoqiu along. Young people are too hot-tempered. Xiaoqiu, don't learn from your sister. Her temper is even hotter than these two. Ming Xiaoqiu pursed his lips. Why didn't you say that in front of my sister? In the distance, the earth shook, and the green and red lights clashed again. It was Jing Lian and Wei Heng again. The two of them didn't like each other to begin with. The Blood Tower disciples were good at killing, while the Blue Lotus disciples were too scholarly. They didn't like each other, and the Wonder disciples would occasionally interfere. The grudges between the disciples of these 3 factions weren't something that outsiders could interfere with. Gudwanka had already stopped them a few times, but he didn't want to appear again. It was annoying. Senior brothers, this is the 7th night pillar. No matter what, you have to give face to the host. Senior Gudwanka is already dissatisfied. A gentle voice rang out, causing the green and red lights to dissipate. Jing Lian laughed. So it's Mississippi. Since Miss has spoken, I'll give this boorish fellow some face. I hope he doesn't disturb Mississippi. Wei Heng's expression was cold, but when he looked at Qin Yun, he tried his best to soften his expression. Sorry to disturb you. Qin Yun smiled and glanced at Si Jiushi and Luo Ning. The two immediately stopped fighting. They weren't the only ones fighting fiercely in the 7th night pillar. At this moment, everyone stopped fighting under Qin Yun's gaze. They were all very polite, and their faces were full of smiles. Granny Yin praised, 1 sentence from Miss is more useful than 100 from Gudwanka. Qingyan said, Granny, don't say that. Senior Gudwanka is just too protective of the younger generation. Granny Yin laughed. Yes, I've misspoken. Sigh, back then, I also climbed the night pillar to watch the universe restart. So much time has passed in the blink of an eye, and I don't have many old friends left. It's nice to see these youths filled with vitality. They're all very obedient, much better than Luin. That brat is just too shameless. The more she spoke, the angrier Granny Yin became. That brat held Mrs. hand and wouldn't let go. He even told me to respect myself. Despicable. Qingyan smiled as she thought of Luin. Although his actions were rude, she couldn't get angry. That person was very interesting. Not far behind the two stood a woman. She listened to Qingyan and Granny Yin's conversation and had a strange expression. Luin was really famous. What had he done? She was the ninth spirit and had only recently returned to the nine firmaments universe. She didn't know much about Lu Yin's deeds there, but now that she heard a few words, she was shocked. What he had done was too shocking, and he was even more arrogant than in the spiritualized universe. Miss, you're so kind. You even invited him to the startled sparrow terrace. In my opinion, that brat shouldn't appear in front of you. He's not like these young men. They're polite, obedient, and good-looking, Granny Yin said. Qingyan was helpless. Granny is biased against him. Granny Yin rolled her eyes and was about to speak when Gudwanka's voice resounded throughout the seventh night pillar. The seventh night pillar welcomes Mr. Liu. When Gudwanka's voice rang out, most of the people in the seventh night pillar didn't react. What, Mr. Liu? Why would the night pillar welcome him like that? However, a group of people's expressions changed. Si Jiosher was stunned. Mr. Liu? Which Mr. Liu? That Mr. Liu? Who else could make Gudwanka welcome him like that? Why was he everywhere? How unlucky. Luo Ning looked into the distance. He could actually come? Why? He was from the Tianyuan universe, and the quota to the Orchid universe was limited. Not many people from the Nine Heavens universe could go. Lu Xizhan was speechless. They had met again. In truth, although he had been guided to the bitter disaster level by Lu Yin's karma, he didn't want to interact too much with Lu Yin. He felt strangely implicated. Wan Lu, the ninth spirit, and Rugua all had complicated expressions. It was especially so for Granny Yin. She had been speaking ill of him, and now he was here. It was as awkward as if she had heard nothing. Miss, let's go. Stay away from him. How unlucky. Qingyan smiled faintly. Granny, you're too biased against him. Granny Yin didn't want to talk about it. She pulled Qingyan away. The seventh night pillar was huge. Unless that brat had purposely searched the entire seventh night pillar, it was normal that they wouldn't meet under normal circumstances. Ninth spirit, you should hide as well. That brat likes to take advantage of others. Granny Yin didn't need to say anything. The ninth spirit would definitely hide. Thinking back to what had happened in the spiritualized universe, this Mr. Liu could cause clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Without cultivation, he could turn the spiritualized universe upside down. Now that his cultivation was shocking, it was even more impossible to provoke him. Oh, right. Granny Yin suddenly recalled something. She raised her head and sent a message to Gudwanka. Old man, don't tell anyone that we're here. Also, remind that brat surnamed Lu not to pry into other people's privacy. Give him a warning. Gudwanka's expression was strange. It wasn't because of Granny Yin, but because many people had reminded him at this moment to hide their tracks in the seventh night pillar. What had this Mr. Liu done? Why did so many people dislike him? The entire seventh night pillar fell silent. Of the cultivators who had gone to the Orchid Universe's seventh night pillar, close to a fifth had hidden themselves. Most of these people had never interacted with Lu Yin before, but through various rumors, they were wary of Lu Yin. Besides, going to watch the universe reboot was a rare cultivation experience. Even if it was for cultivation, they didn't want to be disturbed or seen clearly. Even without Lu Yin, everyone would still subconsciously avoid him. Lu Yin's arrival had only brought this time forward. Luin entered the seventh night pillar. Compared to the sixth night pillar, the seventh night pillar's austere aura was much thicker. It was like a sharp sword that had returned from the battlefield, its blood-stained blade gleaming with a scarlet light. The cultivators of the seventh night pillar were even crueler than the cultivators of the sixth night pillar. Ever since the sixth night pillar had been severed, it had been a long time since the sixth night pillar had gone to the core's distance. Looking at the entire seventh night pillar, there was an additional aura that was incompatible with the nine heavens universe. This was the aura of an external universe, and it hadn't dissipated even after more than a decade. "Thank you, Brother Nini, for your tip." "Thank you." Gudwanka came to greet Luin, showing great respect. Luin smiled. "Senior, sorry to disturb you." Gudwanka smiled. "It's an honor for Mr. Lu to come to the seventh pillar." "Please." "Thank you." "Right, there's something I need to remind Mr. Lu. There are people from all over the universe. Unless you find an enemy, it's best not to observe others. After all, many people don't want outsiders to know where they are." "I understand. Even if Senior didn't tell me, I wouldn't observe others." "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Lu." Luin didn't think too much about it. He didn't know that so many acquaintances had come to the seventh pillar. After entering the seventh pillar, Luin casually sat on a mountain peak. He didn't observe anyone, and no one disturbed him. Half a month later, the earth trembled. The tomorrow beast roared at the sky and pulled out his brown skin. His heart beat more and more violently. The drums suddenly sounded, and the sound was so loud that even the tomorrow beast couldn't cover it. Luin looked into the distance and saw the people of the Kainan clan beating the drums. Even if they weren't going to battle, they still needed to beat the drums? Boom! The seventh pillar slowly rose as the tomorrow beast lifted it up. Then, the ground trembled even more violently, and a terrifying power came from under his feet. Luin watched calmly and experienced the tomorrow beast's power. Although it wasn't as strong as him, it was very violent and had a primitive feeling. He didn't expect to leave with the seventh pillar so soon. He had experienced the departure of the sixth pillar before, and now, he was leaving too. There was no imperial god to send him off. After all, this wasn't an expedition. Under the beating of the drums, the seventh pillar was suddenly bounced up and turned into a meteor that pierced through the universe. It instantly disappeared into the endless darkness. Luin looked back and widened his eyes. Where was the mother tree? Luin had thought that he would be able to see the entirety of the nine firmaments universe, but all he saw was a constantly twisting region of space and a huge night pillar. The night pillar had also disappeared after the seventh night pillar had entered the core space. As he moved further and further away from the nine firmaments universe, all he could see was the twisting region of space. It was an indescribable feeling. It was like a pool of boiling water, full of disorder and destruction. How could this be? Gudwanka arrived. "Sir, this is the first time you've seen this scene." Lu Yin's expression was solemn. In the distance, the universe gradually became indistinct. The tomorrow beast's strength with the help of the brown skin was greater than a man-made springboard. "Is this hiding?" Gudwanka nodded and said, "That's right. Hide the nine clouds universe, hide the three universes, hide the traces of human beings. The distance of a square inch is boundless. Even eternal life realm experts can't see the end of it. No one knows what kind of cosmic civilization will appear. Sir, you should know about the springboard of the spiritualized universe, Torch City. That springboard is not naturally formed in the universe. Xianxia said that he came from a foreign cosmic civilization. The purpose of building that springboard is definitely not simple. The spiritualized universe knows how to hide and doesn't use a springboard. My nine heavens universe knows how terrifying the distance is. After all, we have seen far more than the three universes. Within a square inch, all civilizations must remain hidden. Whoever is exposed will die." Luin looked at him, like Lan Yuzhou. Gudwanka and Luin looked at each other. "That's right. The orchid universe has been exposed, so it has to die. If it doesn't die, it will attract the attention of other civilizations. Mi Jinyu once said that the most powerful weapon in the universe is self-awareness." Luin looked at Gudwanka in a daze. Self-awareness, yes, self-awareness, this was the most powerful weapon. Gudwanka looked at the dark starry sky and sighed. No one can guarantee that their civilization is invincible in the universe. Even if my 9 clouds universe gives birth to a few more Xianxia gods, they won't dare to guarantee it. The universe is vast and endless. The only thing we can guarantee is that we can survive and destroy the invading enemies. That's enough. Hiding is not a sign of weakness. Only when you know how to hide can you exist. Luin praised, Mi Jinyu saw the universe clearly. Gudwanka was melancholy, it's a pity that he still died. Mi Jinyu has done too many things for my 9 clouds universe. The pillar of the 9 clouds, the method of arrangement and expedition, including the heavenly rope, were all created by Mi Jinyu. If Mi Jinyu was still alive, my 9 clouds universe would definitely be different. Luin was surprised, both the pillar of the 9 clouds and the heavenly rope came from Mi Jinyu? Gudwanka nodded, there are 4 Xianxia gods in my 9 clouds universe. Qinglian Xianxia is the oldest, Shueta Xianxia is the best at killing and has the most expeditions. Jingmen Xianxia is the protector of the 9 clouds universe, and Mi Jinyu is like the brain of the 9 clouds universe. The 9 clouds universe can be what it is today because of Mi Jinyu. Without Mi Jin Xianxia, the continent of the 9 clouds wouldn't exist today, and the cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds wouldn't be able to travel freely in the 4 regions. The celestial cable saved cultivators a lot of time. There are many other things that come from Mi Jin Xianxia. If Mr. Lu stays in the continent of the 9 clouds for a long time, you'll find that many things have something to do with Mi Jin Xianxia. How did Mi Jinyu die? Luin asked. Gudwanka shook his head, I don't know. It was obvious that Gudwanka respected Mi Jinyu very much. Luin didn't know much about Mi Jinyu, but just hearing this was enough to make him respect this person. The heavenly rope made it convenient for countless cultivators. 9 clouds universe allowed the 9 clouds universe to hide. Was it the method of expedition? It also came from Mi Jinyu. That slingshot was really a wonderful idea. When he first saw the heavenly rope, Luin felt that the 9 clouds universe had a kind of unconstrained thinking, as if the entire universe was a playground. Now, it seemed that this kind of thinking came from Mi Jinyu. How long does it take to reach the Lan universe? Gudwanka said, 3 years. So fast? Luin was surprised. If it's not fast, how can it be destroyed? It's because the Lan universe is too close to my 9 clouds universe that it must be destroyed. Otherwise, its light will illuminate the 9 clouds universe. Luin calculated. With the current speed that surpassed the artificial springboard, 3 years was equivalent to going from the spiritualized universe to Torch City. This distance was definitely not far. Is the universe moving? Gudwanka looked at Luin, yes. Luin sighed. Sure enough, it was moving. Otherwise, at such a close distance, the 9 clouds universe would have destroyed the Lan universe long ago. As far as he knew, the Lan universe was destroyed not long ago. At least after the appearance of the 3 universes, the consciousness universe was not destroyed even though it was so far away. Instead, it was used as a barrier. The Lan universe was destroyed not only because of itself, but also because it was moving. It was getting closer and closer to the 9 clouds universe. Moving meant that the 9 clouds universe would be exposed. This was the reason why the 9 clouds universe had to take action. But how could a universe move? Luin asked this question, but Gudwanka could not give him an answer. If he wanted an answer, he could only ask Immortal Yu. The immortal realm and the great circle of crossing Ku air seemed to only have a difference of 1 realm, but the difference was like heaven and earth. This was not just a gap in combat power, but also a gap in vision and perception. The great circle of crossing Ku air's cognitive limit was the universe one was in. If one wanted to go to other universes, they would need to rely on external forces. Otherwise, even if they went from the 9 clouds universe to the Lan universe, the time would be incomparably long. However, the immortal realm was different. Their cognitive limit was expanded to the distance of a square inch. A long distance was no longer long for them. It was like a person living in ancient times, riding a war horse, and another person had long been in a spaceship. They were 2 different concepts. Wait, Luin suddenly thought of a problem. The Nine Clouds universe could not be moving, right? His eyes flickered as he kept thinking. Gudwanka said goodbye to him. Luin said, wait, how does the night pillar return? Gudwanka said, Mijin Shangyu arranged a spiritual treasure array on the night pillar. It can recycle the power of the tomorrow beast. When the power is equal to the power of the Lan universe, the recycling will be balanced. Releasing the spiritual treasure array will send the night pillar back to the Nine Clouds universe. Luin understood. Mijin Shangyu is the most powerful lockbreaker in the Nine Clouds universe. Of course. It's a pity that Mijin Shangyu died before the Garbation universe appeared. Otherwise, attacking the Garbation universe would not have been so troublesome. Mijin Shangyu would have been able to directly break the Garbation universe's immovable sky concealment array and make the Garbation universe collapse by itself. Gudwanka sighed and left. Luin once again looked at the Nine Clouds universe that could no longer be seen clearly. He stepped out of the distance of a square inch, and his vision widened again. It was different from when he stepped into the distance of 3 universes. At that time, his understanding of the distance of a square inch was limited to 3 universes. Now, he felt a sense of broadening. He had truly walked into the endless dark crisis. What he encountered and saw were not necessarily what his predecessors could imagine. He only hoped that he would not encounter the civilization that would cause the Nine Clouds universe to have a deadly crisis. A few months had passed since he left the Nine Clouds universe. On this day, someone came to find Luin. It was a handsome man. Junior brother, it's better to meet you in person. I'm Jing Lian, your senior brother. The man greeted Luin with a bright smile. Luin looked at the man. I haven't been apprenticed to Yi Hai yet. I can't be called junior brother. Jing Lian smiled. It's just a matter of time. Well, we're going to the Lan universe. Yi Hai will have only the 2 of us. We won't be lonely along the way. Jing Lian was very friendly. He pulled Luin and talked for a long time. This person was enthusiastic and came from Yi Hai, so Luin could not refuse. By the way, I've talked to Supreme Venerable Lan Yi. I have to say, junior brother, you're too reckless. You actually provoked the entire Nine Clouds universe. There are many masters in the Nine Clouds universe. Even if you're invincible, who knows who will break through to the eternal life realm? Let me tell you, Supreme Venerable Lan Yi has a high chance of breaking through to the eternal life realm. When the 7th Night Pillar returned more than 10 years ago, the Supreme Venerable personally gave Supreme Venerable Lan Yi a place to watch the restart of the Lan universe. That's quite impressive. It means that even the Supreme Venerable thinks highly of him. You said you offended him. He's not your opponent now. But when he steps into the eternal life realm, can you still defeat him? But don't worry. With senior brother and Yi Hai's face, that old man won't dare to trouble you. Even if he breaks through to the eternal life realm, you should be polite and respectful when you see him. Master will protect you. Luin was puzzled. Supreme Venerable Lan Yi belongs to the 7th Night Pillar. Does the Supreme Venerable need to give him a place to watch? The Pristine Lotus shook her head. You don't understand. This is the god of defense expressing his position. It means that he thinks highly of Grand Venerable Lan Yi. Think about it. Once Grand Venerable Lan Yi breaks through to the eternal realm, who will he be most grateful to? Of course, it's the Defender deity who helped him before. Don't think that the Defender deity is high and mighty. Actually, there are conflicts between them too. Just like me and that Wei Heng. That guy is too infuriating. He's reckless and a boorish fellow. Junior brother, you must not learn from him. You're asking Wei Heng? Oh, he's a disciple of the Blood Tower's upper imperial disciple. Just like me, he also became my disciple 1,000 years ago. He can be considered to be from the same batch of upper imperial disciples. There's always competition between us. After sending the Pristine Lotus away with great difficulty, Luin hurriedly changed locations. The 7th Night Pillar was very big. It would not be easy for others to find him, unless it was a night chief like Gudwanka who could see all the night pillars. Along the way, he saw quite a few cultivators. Some were gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, while others were in seclusion alone. It was easy to tell the difference between the cultivators of the seventh night pillar and the ordinary cultivators. Luyin saw Luoning, and Luoning happened to see Luyin as well. They bowed from afar. Luyin continued walking and saw Qin Yun and Granny Yin again. He was just about to greet Qin Yun when Granny Yin blocked his path and stared at him warily. He had no choice but to leave. Qin Yun laughed. Granny, he's not a bad person. He is indeed a shameless person. Inpa said, Miss, let's stay away from him as much as possible. This guy has caused so much trouble in the Nine Clouds universe and no one has asked him about it. Obviously, he has the support of the Blue Lotus Protector. He has no one to complain about it. Qin Yun smiled faintly as she watched Luyin leave. Then, Luyin saw Wanlu Ming Xiaoqiu excitedly greeted him, and Wanlu hurriedly bowed respectfully. Luyin nodded and finally stopped at a low mountain peak. This was the place for now. He turned around and met a pair of eyes. Was that Rugua? Luyin raised an eyebrow, there were so many familiar faces. Rugua hadn't expected to see Luyin here, and he was a little startled. After a moment, he took the initiative to walk towards Luyin. When he had left the spiritualized universe, he had received Lu Yin's help, and Luyin had learned a little about the Nine Firmaments universe through him. Even though he knew very little, he had still obtained the Rushi true scripture. At that time, Rugua had sincerely hoped that Luyin could enter the Nine Heavens and help him, even if it was just to divert Yuya's attention. But in the end, Luyin had arrived and turned the world upside down. He had displayed an aura of invincibility below immortality. When Rugua found out, he didn't want to come into contact with it from the bottom of his heart. If he joined forces with someone like Luyin, he would only be passive and unable to make any decisions. Furthermore, this person had provoked the entire Nina Firmaments universe and was completely lawless. Who knew what would happen in the end? If he wanted to be more stable, he only wanted to cultivate until he became a lesser god, which was a completely different goal from Lu Yin's. Who would have thought that they would meet at the seventh night pillar? Greetings, Mr. Lu. Rugua walked up to Luyin and bowed slowly. The current situation was completely different from when they had met in the spiritualized universe. Luyin had become an invincible powerhouse under immortality, and even the lesser defense deity was not his match, let alone Rugua. It was normal for them to greet each other. Wanlu had just bowed to Luyin. Before Rugua had become the god of defense, his status as the master of the Myriad Elephant Valley had completely surpassed him. Now, the Ru family was just a small family. Luyin looked at Rugua. Long time no see. Rugua smiled. Yes, I didn't expect to see you again at the seventh night pillar. How is Rumu? Rugua's eyes dimmed. Still the same. Back then, Rumu was controlled by Yuya. On the surface, she wanted to take Luyin to the god of defense mountain, but in reality, she wanted to enter the palm of the sun beast. Yuya wanted the sun beast to throw Luyin to the Nina Firmaments universe so that he could capture Luyin and devour his consciousness. However, Yu Sang Tian saw through Yuya's plan and attacked Boundless, which affected Rumu and turned her into a living dead. After that, Rumu was captured by Yuya and used to threaten Rugua to take Luyin to the Nina Firmaments. From beginning to end, Yuya was controlling Rumu. Rumu was a pitiful person. Although she was in the Ru family could not protect her. She was just a pawn. When you return to the Nina Firmaments, bring her to see me. I may be able to help her recover, Luyin said. Rugua was surprised. Can you help her recover? Luyin nodded. I should be able to. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Rugua was grateful. Luyin did not care. No matter what, she is my little maid. But you. He was about to say something, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Rugua really cared about his daughter? Maybe, or maybe he was just leaving a way out for the cultivation of the Rushir Sutra, a way out for love. Whether his feelings were real or fake, it had nothing to do with Luyin. He did not need to care about other people's family matters. Rugua asked, what do you want to say? Luyin said, coordinates, have you set them up? Rugua's face was solemn. I can swear that as soon as I returned to the Nina Firmaments universe, I set them up. I absolutely did not lie to you. But I went to Yihai, Luyin said, staring at Rugwa. Rugwa was surprised. Yihai? How did you go there? The sun beast. Impossible. Rugwa could not believe it. Yihai is located in the crown of the mother tree. Not to mention the spiritualized universe, even in the land of the Nina Firmament's universe, it is impossible to enter Yihai unless Yihai agrees. As for being thrown to Yihai by the sun beast, it is impossible. Unless. At this point, he stopped, and his eyes kept changing. He did not say, and Luyin did not need to listen. There was only one answer, unless Qing Lian you made a move. Rugwa thought a lot at this moment. Luyin entered the Nina Firmaments and did a series of things, but he could not get rid of Yihai because Mingjue said that Luyin came from Yihai. His unscrupulous and powerful strength were all labeled with Yihai's label. Now he was even more sure that Luyin must be from Yihai. Only Qing Lian you could bring Luyin directly to Yihai. How could a mere sun beast do that? Luyin waved his hand and Rugwa left. Before leaving, he bowed to Luyin again. He felt that this person would become an eternal life realm in the future. Luyin was only 90% sure that it was Qing Lianyu who made a move, but now he was absolutely sure. But why did Qing Lianyu involve himself with the 7 fairies? There must be something wrong with the 7 fairies. A year had passed, and Night Pillar flew in the square inch without slowing down. During this year, Rugwa had seen people fishing in space. Fishing was not fishing, but fishing for things that floated in the square inch. Most of them were worthless things like meteorites, but one could occasionally get something good. Almost every cultivator of the 7th Night Pillar had fished before. Every time Night Pillar returned to the Nina Firmament's universe, some cultivators would go out to sell them. Thus, there were many auras from other universes in the Nina Firmament's universe. Many spirit treasures were buried under the yellow sands of the western region, and a considerable number of them came from the square inch. On a mountain peak next to Lu Yin's, a group of 7th Night Pillar cultivators threw out spirit threads together. They threw their spirit threads in a direction and then immediately pulled them back. What they could catch depended on luck. Most of the time, they could not catch anything for several years, but sometimes they could catch a bunch. Spirit threads were extremely tough and did not break even at Night Pillar speed. It was impossible to catch anything accurately, as they could not keep up with Night Pillar speed. Rather than calling it fishing, it was more like throwing it out and trying their luck. The only skill involved was who could throw the furthest. However, these people were reprimanded not long after fishing, and they had no choice but to withdraw their spirit threads. Sigh, it's boring. I heard that you could fish freely in space in the past. Some people could catch many things, and some were even helpful for cultivation. That was a long time ago. Now, there's a time limit to fishing, and there's a rule that you have to throw away any spirit treasures you catch. I don't know why. It's said that it's an order from the god of defense, and even the Night Pillar does not dare to disobey. I heard that the Night Pillar's greatest joy is to drink and fish in space, but he rarely does that anymore. Luyin retracted his gaze. Was there a restriction on fishing in space? Especially spirit treasures. It seemed like it was because of that skeleton. So, the spirit treasures that revealed the skeleton had to be from the square inch? Spirit treasures floated in space, and anyone who obtained them would find a skeleton when they were unlocked, which would lead to a crisis of death. The universe could be moved, and it was a springboard, but it had to be hidden. All these signs made Luyin see a cruel universe, and he felt a chill run down his spine. If the spirit treasures that revealed the skeleton were deliberately released by some civilization, what was their goal? Luyin suddenly looked at the cultivators. They were fishing. They were fishing in outer space. Someone was fishing for civilizations. 2 years after leaving Nina Firmament's universe, Grand Sovereign Lan Yi suddenly came looking for Luyin, which surprised him. Back then, this person had lost to Luyin and apologized in public. He had lost a lot of face, but he still took the initiative to come looking for Luyin. There's something that's been bothering me for a long time, but I still can't get an answer. However, I'm becoming more and more certain of the answer. Mr. Liu, can you give me the answer? Grand Sovereign Lan Yi did not resent Luyin. He was not as strong as Luyin, and he had no regrets even though he had lost. After that, he returned to the seventh night pillar and recalled the past. He knew that he had been too arrogant and did not even put the night pillar in his eyes. Compared to Gudwanka, he was still too inexperienced. Even though the Lan universe had been rebooted, and his chances of breaking through to immortality were higher than Gudwanka's, it was not absolute. Immortality was not only about cultivation, but also about one's state of mind. He was even grateful that Luin had given him a chance to think for himself. However, that answer tortured him all the time. Anyone from Nina Firmament's universe who had guessed the answer would not ignore it. They cared too much about it. Luin knew what answer Grand Sovereign Lan Yu wanted, and he looked at him indifferently. You want me to give you an answer? If Mr. Lu is willing, Grand Sovereign Lan Yu said respectfully. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Alright, I'll give you the answer. Grand Sovereign Lan Yu looked at him with apprehension. You guessed right, Luin said. Grand Sovereign Lan Yu's eyes narrowed. You really comprehended karma? Luin smiled. Didn't you guess it when you came out of Point General Platform Hell? Why are you unwilling to accept this answer? Grand Sovereign Lan Yu smiled bitterly. It's true. Guessing and confirming were two different things. Lan Yu looked at Luin enviously. Sir, do you know what karma means to the Ninth Heaven universe? It is the oldest and greatest power in the history of the Ninth Heaven universe. Qing Lian Yu is the oldest cultivator recorded in the history of the Ninth Heaven universe. Karma can be regarded as the source of cultivation in the Ninth Heaven universe. Although no one can cultivate it after Qing Lian Yu, it has existed for too long and has become the belief of countless people. The Ninth Heaven universe has been looking for someone who can comprehend karma, but there has never been a trace. Karma is heaven for all of us. Luin withdrew his gaze. Heaven? Indeed, its influence was greater than he had imagined. He knew that the people of the Ninth Heaven universe valued karma. The first time he saw a family grateful to heaven and earth, Si Jiosher said that it was because they longed for karma. The people of the Ninth Heaven universe knew the existence of karma and believed in it even more. This feeling was like an ordinary person seeing a god. Because they saw it, they believed it. That firm belief was unshakable. This was a visible belief. No matter how high Lan Yu's cultivation was, even if he broke through to the eternal realm, he still had an instinctive awe and desire for karma. Seeing Luin admit that he comprehended karma, Lan Yu's gaze changed again. He didn't know if he could break through to the eternal realm, but this person definitely could. His combat power could be regarded as the strongest under the eternal realm. Thank you for telling me, Mr. Lu. I will take my leave first. Lan Yu's heart fell. He had gotten the answer. Wait. Lan Yu looked at Luin. Sir, what else do you want? Luin said, you just broke through to the perfect crossing bitter calamity. Don't you feel rushed to witness the restart of the Lan universe so soon? Lan Yu said bitterly, there is only one chance to witness the restart of the Lan universe. If you miss this chance, you won't be able to wait for the next one unless you are an Eternal Realm expert. Even the perfect crossing bitter calamity can't wait that long. Then why is the restart of the Lan universe so sudden? Luin was puzzled. Even if it was for Lan Yu, it shouldn't be so fast. He knew that Lan Yu was indeed compatible with the Lan universe. Lan Yu's finger was almost a simulation of the Lan universe. This person was indeed closer to the eternal realm than anyone else when the Lan universe was restarted. The Ninth Heaven universe should have considered this. Supreme Venerable Lan Yu sighed. It's my fault. Luin was puzzled. Supreme Venerable Lan Yu explained, before. As he listened, Luin finally understood why the Orchid universe had been rebooted so suddenly. It was all because of Grand Sovereign Lan Yu. Because of this person's special physique, he followed the seventh night pillar to Orchid Cosmos to carry out a mission. It could be considered as a form of cultivation, and after cultivating for a while, he successfully reached the great circle of crossing bitter calamity, which could be considered a joyous occasion. He even attracted the attention of the Emperor, who personally praised him, causing Grand Paragon Lan Yu's ego to swell. However, the reason why he was able to reach the great circle of crossing bitter disaster was because of the Orchid universe itself. He had absorbed too much of the Orchid universe's miasma, causing the Orchid universe to become unstable. Originally, it could have been rebooted after 100 years, or even 1,000 years, but because of the miasma's instability, the parallel spacetime shattered, causing the Orchid universe to accelerate its rebooting speed. In just over 10 years, it had completed the 100-year process and was about to be rebooted. I only learned about this recently. In fact, Night Chief learned about this from the god of defense a few years after the 7th Night Pillar's return, but he was afraid that my state of mind would be unstable, so he didn't tell me. After returning from the battle with Mr. Liu, he saw that my state of mind had changed, so he told me. Supreme Venerable Lanyi looked at the dark starry sky. If I can cultivate slowly, step by step, until I reach the great circle of crossing bitter disaster, and then witness the rebooting of the Orchid universe, with my special physique and understanding of the Orchid universe, the probability of breaking through to the eternal life realm would increase by another 10%. I was too impatient. Even the Eternal Emperor didn't expect this. Luin said, the Eternal Emperor also didn't expect that you could make such a big change in the Orchid universe. Supreme Venerable Lanyi was helpless. Yes, after all, I'm not a creature of the Orchid universe, but I can make such a big change in the Orchid universe. Fortunately, breaking through to the eternal life realm doesn't depend on time, but on understanding and opportunity. His gaze was firm. Eternal life is a process, and what breaks through is the state of mind. At that moment, the person who tries to break through will experience the changes of origin and decline. This is what the Eternal Emperor told me. Although cultivation time is also important, it is not the only thing. If one's state of mind can be reached, they can also achieve eternal life. Mr. Liu, you must have cultivated for a very short time, but with such power, I believe that if you can break through to the eternal life realm, you will be the youngest eternal life realm powerhouse since ancient times. Luin looked at the Supreme Venerable Lanyi, who was seeking his affirmation. Perhaps. Supreme Venerable Lanyi took a deep breath. I'll take my leave. Another year passed, and it had been 3 years since he left the Nina Firmament's universe. On this day, Luin saw a dark green color appear in the distance. As the night pillar approached, the dark green color replaced the entire dark starry sky, becoming the only color in the world. Gradually, others also saw it. Those from the 7th Night Pillar were used to it and didn't think much of it, but the cultivators who had followed the 7th Night Pillar to witness the rebooting of the universe were surprised. They had gone from one universe to another, and it was equivalent to seeing a new world that replaced everything they had known in the past. This novelty was indescribable. When they saw the giant mother tree, many people were speechless. Luin looked at the mother tree in shock. What was so special about it? The Tianyuan universe, the spiritualized universe, the Nina Firmament's universe, and the Orchid universe all had mother trees. Could it be that every universe had a mother tree? What was the reason? The Nina Firmament's universe had avoided death by turning the spiritualized mother tree black, which Luin couldn't understand. Perhaps there was some kind of relationship between the mother trees. Then, every time he broke through, what was the deal with that tree full of turbid treasures? Which universe's mother tree was it? Or was it not the mother tree? The universe was dark green, not dark. Even the starry sky was dark green. The night pillar rushed towards the Orchid universe's mother tree from a distance of a few inches, finally bombarding the mother tree. Half of the night pillar's body was embedded in the mother tree's body. The mother tree shook, and countless dark green dots fell from the sky. At first, Luin thought that they were branches and leaves of the mother tree, but when he looked closer, he realized that they were strange creatures with bodies that looked like withered branches and were filled with sharp teeth. They rushed towards the night pillar. He looked in another direction and saw strange creatures rushing out from the sky and underground. There were all kinds of them, but they didn't look like living creatures. They looked more like plants with sharp claws and teeth. They climbed and dragged each other as they rushed towards the night pillar. The 7th Night Pillar and the others walked out. There are still so many of them. These orchid curmudgeons reproduce too quickly. Orchid curmudgeons? You don't know, but orchid curmudgeons are a collective name for all the creatures in the orchid universe. The creatures here feed on miasma, and their forms are strange. They don't have a fixed race, and they lack intelligence. Their bodies are filled with miasma, but their reproduction method is very unique. Two orchid curmudgeons can reproduce by connecting the miasma in their bodies. These orchid curmudgeons don't look strong. Someone attacked and swept through the area. The seventh night pillar, Jian Hong, walked out and looked up. He swept through the area with his sword. Don't underestimate these orchid curmudgeons. They're spread throughout the orchid universe, and each parallel universe gave birth to unique orchid curmudgeons because of the miasma. The strongest orchid curmudgeon in this universe was able to use its miasma to corrode a peak powerhouse, surpassing Grand Sovereign Lanyi. Everyone was shocked, and many looked at Grand Sovereign Lanyi. Grand Sovereign Lanyi didn't retort. He hadn't participated in the war that destroyed the orchid universe, but the battles he had participated in could only be described as tragic. Actually, every foreign war had been tragic. They weren't facing a parallel universe, but rather a civilization. A civilization that could sweep through countless parallel universes in their own universe was impossible without some strength. Every foreign war in the Nine Firmaments universe was fought with their lives on the line. What you're seeing now is just the destroyed orchid universe, a cultivator from the seventh night pillar side. Those outside the seventh night pillar no longer looked down on the orchid universe. They all became solemn as they dealt with the orchid curmudgeons. Luin looked at the mother tree. The miasma had devoured countless parallel universes of the orchid universe, causing all the creatures that couldn't survive in the miasma to die and give birth to the orchid curmudgeons. Without the miasma, the orchid universe would be in a different situation. On this day, he finally saw a third universe civilization outside of the humans. Strange roars rang out from the miasma. All sorts of orchid curmudgeons appeared in all directions. The small ones were only the size of a palm, while the large ones were large enough to climb up the night pillars. They were like huge, dark green spiders. Countless sword lights fell into the ground and killed an orchid curmudgeon with countless tentacles. This orchid curmudgeon had the strength of a primordial realm expert and was the strongest of the orchid curmudgeons that had appeared so far. Members of the seventh night pillar, kill the orchid curmudgeons. Kill. The sound of war drums rang out, spreading throughout the orchid universe along with the howl of the wind. Supreme Sovereign Lanyi walked out and raised his hand, grabbing at the void. The endless miasma was grabbed by him like a curtain and then shrank. The world cleared up, and the orchid curmudgeons on the ground died in droves. Without the miasma, these creatures could not survive for long. The orchid curmudgeons will search for the mother tree to survive. Once these orchid curmudgeons die, the orchid universe will basically have no orchid curmudgeons left. However, as long as the miasma remains, new orchid curmudgeons will be born. But it doesn't matter. This universe is about to restart. Lonely Dwantha's voice reverberated through the world as a streak of sword light tore through the universe's stars and disappeared into the distance, piercing through something. Far away, a huge blurry shadow distorted and then exploded. Many people shivered at the sight. Bursts of auras appeared in the distance, and they were strange and terrifying. This was the already destroyed orchid universe. If it had been at its peak, no one could imagine how powerful it would have been. Si Jioshu's face paled. To hell with this damned place. It was fortunate that he had not listened to his master and followed Yu Jiuxiao into the outer universe. Wei Heng's eyes burned with desire as he suppressed his battle intent and waited. They were waiting now, waiting for this universe to restart. Qingyan looked at the countless orchid curmudgeons that had exploded in the sky and on the ground. The miasma spread once more as he muttered to himself, "We see them as monsters. Perhaps some civilizations see us as monsters too." Granny Yin's face was grim. That's why the orchid universe has been destroyed. We don't want to end up like them. All plundering for their own benefit is hypocrisy, but someone needs to shoulder this hypocrisy. This responsibility is even more important than life. End of chapter 3893. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.